From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Derrick Jones with the rejection. Here's Irving. Washington drives. Blocked by White. Oh, what a block from Derrick White.
With that, we start the Monday edition live of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. The LeBron chase down block defensive play moment for Derrick White and the Boston Celtics. Pushed in the back, of course, but the Dallas Mavericks end up losing game 2. And RJ, this one feels like it's going to haunt. It's going to haunt big time because it was right there for the taking. 105-98 Boston.
I think kind of it hits you that at least this morning, you can't win that game. You can't win the series. I think it boils down to as simple as that. That was there. They should have been up by after 11, 9, at least approach double digits, and they weren't. They let them off the hook. There were so many ways in that. The Celtics as a team shoot poorly from beyond the arc. Tatum is like.
Kyrie.
Yeah. Tatum's like, if I can't get going, I might as well pass it up to somebody else. It looked like he wouldn't even try to shoot because he was like, I know I'm going to miss, so what the hell? Let's give somebody else a shot. Yeah, you're in a tough spot. Now, I guess there's a silver lining that all you got to do is win one game on the road, just hold serve at home, and you had it. You had a chance yesterday, but I mean, just on the surface here after 2 games, I don't really see how it's going to happen.
Yes. Feels very demoralizing, and it also kind of feels like a sweep or 5 games.
Gentlemen sweep?
At the most. 5 games at the most right now is the feeling you have to wake up with. I know a lot of Tolos are going to point to free throws and just say, well, just go ahead and make your free throws and do the math with that. This is much bigger than free throws, guys, in my opinion. The bad shooting from Boston, Jason Tatum, totally, completely off. Kyrie Irving's disappearance, getting nothing from your bigs except from Gafford there in the second half, getting nothing from a number 3 score, really from a number 2 score in the series. And forget about the Minnesota Timberwolves defense. That was the most overblown story of the postseason. Minnesota, historical defense. Look at all these different guys that are going to be able to throw at Doncic. This is real. This is another level of shot blocking, of defensive playmaking. Derrick White, Porzingis, Jaylen Brown. Like, Kyrie is struggling, yes, but his life is being made very, very difficult. The difficulty in shots that the Mavs are getting, it was a concern I had after game 1. It's evident after 2.
It really is, and
they can play deep.
They can. They've got.
I didn't mention Holiday. Sorry,
they've got a sleepy game in them, and that may have been it. That may have been their game where they kind of fall asleep and then they wake up and they realize, oh, we're playing a basketball game today. Let's try to get this thing done. Look, now maybe there's some energy at the American Airlines Center that takes away from that, from the Celtics' perspective. Maybe they're better defensively at home. I don't know. But like right now, they just look like they're a team that's playing a different brand of basketball. They look fast. They look more athletic. They look like they're obviously much better defensively. They're a complete basketball team. And the Mavericks right now are a team that is struggling to find their footing.
Luka was furious in the post. He was not having any of the questions. He was really, really bitter and ticked off. Tried to be the ultimate leader and teammate by saying, this is on me. Jason Kidd, of course, is going to disagree and implores all the others to please help out.
Yeah, he was great. No matter what he says, that's just who he is. He's a leader, and it's not, all on him. It's a team. We win as a team and we lose as a team. And so he put us in a position. He was really good tonight, and unfortunately, we just couldn't, get over the hump. I thought our defense was really, really good. We just got to take care of the ball. Just too many turnovers that gave them points, and then also, being able to, we gotta score the ball. And right now, we got to find someone to join Luka and Kai in that scoring category.
And the X factor for game 1 was Porzingis. The X factor for game 2 was Drew Holiday. 26 points. That's actually his second highest scoring game of the entire season. He added 11 rebounds, had a big defensive play later on in the game when he forced.
Which one?
Yeah, the one with Luka and PJ Washington, where it forced Luka to turn it over because they were going to get a backcourt violation. But Holiday was the X factor for them, going 11 of 14 from the field. And Kid talking about needing someone else. PJ Washington almost hitting your magic number of 18. He ended up with 17. It just doesn't feel like it to me. No. It does not feel like it with PJ Washington when he gets 17 points. Kyrie with 16, and then Gafford is your next highest score at 13 points, and you're getting 9 points off the bench combined.
Luka is the leading scorer in the series, and the next 5 are all Celtics.
That's why we did rank the rosters.
Yep, and that tells a lot, I think, about where this series is headed, or at least where it's been. How about that? But
and here are the point totals. Sorry, Luka with 31. The next 5 scores, as you said, are Celtics. 21.5, 19, 17, 16.5, 16. 21 to 16 with the balance of it.
Yeah.
As someone tweeted, any other star who's playing like Tatum, and their team definitely is not 2-0.
That's the thing. I mean, their team is so good. He knows that, if he knows he's off, he could just be like, all right, I don't have it today. Somebody else will. Now they didn't shoot well at all as a team. Boston didn't either. I mean, they were 10 of 50 from beyond the arc, or 10 of 40 from beyond the arc. That ain't going to get it done.
10 of 39.
10 of 39, 10 of 40. That's not going to get it done. But it did, right? Because the Mavs, A, they're not taking advantage of it. And B, Boston is, they do for a team that's taking 43 pointers. They are getting inside quite a bit too, on runouts and.
Holiday was 9 for 9 in the paint.
There you go.
9 for 9 in the paint. And you got to give credit to Boston's front office, because we talk about Gafford and we talk about Kyrie, but the 2 X factors in the first 2 games of the NBA Finals, Brad Stevens, ownership's additions.
Yeah, they talked about this on the worst halftime, post-game, pregame show in sports, the ESPN studio show.
Have you compared it to NBA TV?
Well, it's completely different. It's it's bad for one.
It's bad. Stop, please, for the love of God. Michael Wilbon, I'm disappointed in you. I expect Shaq to have the lazy Tim Hardaway narrative. Wilbon before the game, he's like, Hardaway, need to see Hardaway. Hardaway was a DMP. Jaden Hardy is going to get Tim Hardaway's minutes. Just please stop talking about. I'd rather have Tim. And the Mavs would rather have Tim Hardaway Sr. at this point out there. It's a bad pregame.
I mean, look, at some point, maybe give him a shot if this team can't shoot the way they are. But, yes, you're right. He's got – that's a bad take. But, Bob is Myers is like, Brad Stevens should be the MVP of this series. Which, okay, I get. I mean, I understand.
Because they lost Marcus Smart, and we all thought that was going to be a backbone type loss in terms of your point guard, in terms of your leadership. They're like, we're going to go with talent.
Yeah, they lose him, and they bring in Holiday, and it's been and then they brought in Porzingis too. So they definitely upgraded the roster. There's no doubt about that, and they recognized that where they wasn't going to be good enough. You've got that takes guts.
Cowboys.
Yeah, that takes guts if you're an organization to be like, okay, we've made the NBA Finals, we've made the conference finals, but we know this is not where we want to be. This we're not good enough right now. And they're like, okay, we'll trade a guy that everybody seems to think is a really good player, and he was a good player, but we're going to move on from him. We're going to upgrade.
Pepe, how you feeling after 0-2?
I'm not saying the O word yet. I'm not saying it's over. You can't count a team out until they've played at least one home game. But man, that one hurt. That was the one you needed. I mean, you got, like RJ said, you stopped them from shooting all the threes like they did in game 1. You still let them control the game. It was right there for you. The free throws, okay, you missed 8, you lost by 7 or 8. Turnovers, I don't know how many times they're going to steal it from Luka, and just go down. Because it's like whenever they pick his pocket, he doesn't get back and play defense. They take it and they go back and they have a cherry pick layup at the other end. So it's frustrating, but let them play a home game before I decide what the series is. But man, it's DEFCON 1 now.
877-881-1053 is the Franco injury attorney text line. Let's go inside the locker room and why Bobby Belt is already worried about RJ Choppy during the Mavs Game 2 loss last night. That's all next with Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us.
championship. Tonight, in Game 2 of the NBA Finals, there was nothing pretty until the clock hit triple zeros. They wanted the Celtics battle-tested, and tonight they get it. The final score in Game 2, Boston 105, Dallas 98.
That's the call from our guy Sean Grandy, the radio play-by-play voice of the Boston Celtics, who joined us to preview the finals, and we are looking at 0-2. Does it feel much worse than that? It does to me, versus just the home team holding serve before coming back to the AAC.
It does feel like it's a bigger...
It's like a whole nother monster.
It really does.
Like, think about it. The Dallas Mavericks right now are the second best team in basketball, and there feels like a tremendous gap.
It does.
It's like NFC, AFC back in the day.
It really
when we
does,
were growing
man.
up.
It really does. It feels like there's a little... It's a disappointing morning. Because I think the realization is setting in, like, all right, yes, they could come home. They could easily win these next two games. I don't doubt that.
I don't know if they can easily.
I don't say easily. I don't doubt they could do it. But winning there seems like it's another animal right now. It really, really does. And I don't think the crowd has been super it's not like the Phillies crowd.
No.
Or like a Knicks crowd or whatever. But it just,
hasn't been a madhouse.
No, it really
if
hasn't.
this is getting the Kyrie, I'd be really, really disappointed.
Yeah. I don't think it's getting to him. Maybe it is. What do I know?
I got the spread out. I'm going to let Pepe guess. The spread's out for Game 3 on Wednesday.
Okay, so it's been 6.5. All right, go ahead, Peyton.
It's going to be something like, is it Mavs by 1.5?
You think the Mavs are favored?
I think the Mavs are favored.
Good job, Pepe. 1.5.
Yeah.
Mavs by 1.5.
Yeah, that's... Okay, I think it's generally a fair, safe bet. This is the most winnable game of any series, is the team down 0-2 coming home.
Let me ask this crazy question. I was thinking about this from a betting standpoint. If I bet the first quarter last night, how would that have looked, do you think? Because it was almost a guarantee. It always happens. What's that?
You'd have won. If you bet the Mavs?
Yeah.
The Mavs would have been a dog in the first quarter.
Because we all knew that, right? They're going to come out with intensity. Yeah. Bassick on Friday, his hope for Game 2 was Boston losing Game 2s and having that letdown throughout the entire postseason. I was like, man, betting Mavs first quarter here feels like a lock.
Yeah, I don't know what the spread for the first quarter last night, but the game was a 6.5 point spread. I assume the Mavs would have been a dog, point and a half dog. So my assumption is if you bet the Mavs, you would have won.
And they won the first quarter by 3, as I tweeted out, and you said it just didn't feel like enough. And then all of a sudden you're trailing at the half by 3.
Crazy.
You're like, they played that crappy and they're winning the first half. And as we all said on the group text, well, at least some of us said on the group text, the Mavericks are in deep, deep trouble. Bobby, very, very worried about you.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Not responding. I don't know whether he was worried about you or worried that you were mad for some reason. I said, number one, RJ doesn't get mad. Number two, something's going on with his phone because you stopped responding by 7 p.m., even though you were very active on Twitter. We had to do a Twitter check on you.
Was there I wonder if...
But this happened to me last week.
Yeah, and I got texts from other people. Now, they have iPhones. And Bobby is on the group chat here with his Android.
There you go.
So I was getting text, but I restarted the phone. Nothing. No text. My last text.
Because Peyton, you were a little bit quiet too last night on the feed.
Yeah, there was some. I forget what exactly I was doing.
Mackenzie's wash out of the laundry.
Yeah, her
Moldy
laundry had
wash?
been there a couple of days, so I was spraying it with the vinegar, bleach, getting that smell out of it.
Yeah, you weren't on there, and then Choppy was totally gone.
Totally gone. My last correspondence, I sent a message at 7 p.m. You guys sent me something at 6:59, and I have 0 text from you guys after that.
So you reset the phone this morning because I had to reset my phone last weekend, and you're appreciated text thread from the morning show exploded. You got nothing.
I got nothing. I have absolutely nothing. I tried to log into Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi here is not connecting. It's connected to my computer, but it's not connecting here. Who knows? Who knows what's going on? We had a tough weekend with the phones in the Choppy household.
We'll get to it in best and worst of the weekend during the commercial-free expressway at 7:20. Luka Doncic versus the Boston Celtics. That's what the NBA Finals have been. This is Luka at the podium after Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it didn't work because we lost. But, at the end of the day, we got to make some more shots. I think my turnovers and my missed free throws cost us a game. So I got to do way better in those two categories. But at the end of the day, we got to make shots to win the game.
Well, of course, that's Luka just being nice. Of course, his play did not cost them. It's not the reason that they lost, especially when he went out there all bandaged up, questionable for game 2.
Tough guy. Tough time to go out there with a chest contusion and a knee and an ankle. And he's clearly laboring at some point. He has been. How much of it is real and how much of it is, do they really need to downgrade him? Was that drama? Was that real? I don't know. I get the NFL. I'm all thrown off by the NFL. The NFL has pretty strict. They don't want you to fudge the injury report. I don't know how that is in basketball. It doesn't. He doesn't look out there like he's 100%, but he also doesn't look like he's 50% either. He looks like he's about 85% out there.
Looks fine on offense.
He does look fine on offense.
The injury just really creeps up defensively.
It does. Well, the bounce of the ball, the vibration when it hits the floor, it really kind of numbs the entire body.
Could the Texas Rangers, we'll get back to game 2 with Roberto at 6 o'clock. What the hell is up with Kyrie Irving? Could the Rangers get one against Bochy's former team?
First pitch here, he swings and it's a high fly ball to left field, hooking towards the pole. Conforto back of the track at the wall, out of here! Just barely sneaking beyond the wall down the left field line. Marcus Semien, a 2-run homer, and the Rangers lead 5-0.
Sandman with the call on this radio station. In case you did not know and you're just skipping around the station, we are your home for Rangers baseball and Cowboys football. This is after getting hit in the helmet by a pitch. Marcus Semien launching the 2-run homer. Adolis Garcia steals home, and the Rangers avoid the sweep with a 7-2 win. But, of course, when you're avoiding the sweep, that means you lost all the other games in the series.
Yeah, and, they got decent, no hitting in the first 2 games. Decent enough pitching to be able to win one of those. Now, the starters didn't go deep in the games, and Lorenzen and Heaney. Now you finally get a decent start at the end there, but
dude, their starters have allowed 3 or fewer runs in a club record 21 straight games.
Yeah,
and Corey Seager's still out.
That's a big out day to day. But Heaney and Lorenzen go like a combined 10. They just didn't give you deep amount of innings, right? They limited the amount of runs that were allowed, but Lorenzen went 4 2/3, and Heaney barely gets into the 6th inning. But again, they were keeping the team in the game. They just weren't going deep. They needed that start on Sunday.
5 games back in the American League West as the Mariners lead the way. You're a game and a half up on the armpit, and Oakland and the Angels are 11 games back. Day off, and the good news is things get much easier tomorrow as you are in L.A. to take on the Dodgers,
who just went and took 2 or 3 from the Yankees. That was
electric in the Bronx atmosphere.
It was, and there was a lot of Dodger fans there, and that was not making people too happy. But look, that's what's going to happen. You're going to have when a team never goes somewhere, you're going to get
Brooklyn Dodgers, man.
Brooklyn Dodgers.
The original fans showed up.
Absolutely, they're probably still alive. You never know. It's only been 70 years since they moved out there. But that was the Yankees' first series loss in like 2 months. And the Dodgers. Dodgers are a really good team, and that's what they. And I can't believe the Yankees were a huge dog last night in the game because you get they were plus 140, I think, on the money line.
Did you bail out after the Western Conference Finals, or are you sticking around to see who hoists the cup?
Sam Bennett across center right. Now the offensive line. He'll play it down off the end boards. Bennett in half down front. The chance. And they score. It's Evan Rodriguez. What a setup. What a finish. And the Panthers take a 2-0 lead. Early in the second period of game 1. 1-0 turns into 2-0. The Panthers double their advantage.
The Matt Pinto of hockey.
The Rats being thrown on the ice. 2-0 turn into 3-0. As the Florida Panthers take game 1 over the Oilers.
And it's Bobrovsky. He was the star of this one. I can't say I completely bailed. I kind of bailed.
I did.
I'm not like, I wasn't sitting there as an appointment, but I was flipping through and I was on. I was like, oh, all right, I'll check it out. I'll see what's going on. And it was 2-0 at the time. I was like, all right, the Bobrovsky's he's having a night, so this thing's about to be over.
Are the NBA Finals about to be over? What the heck is up with Kyrie Irving? 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Tolos are justifiably freaking out. Bobby's walking in, and he does not look too happy. He looks about as happy as Luka in the post-game presser. Where is Kyrie? Next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Pritchard fields it, gets across half court, 2 seconds. Pritchard from 35. Got it! He banked it in! Peyton Pritchard, he's been making that shot all year long. He's been the one to have to carry the mail in the final couple of seconds. And now, on the biggest stage there is, he banks one in to beat the third quarter buzzer.
Give that man the damn cheeseburger.
Cornbread still on the call?
Still there.
Why didn't we get him on the preview?
there.
The Cedric Maxwell?
Yes, I believe that's his name. Yeah.
Celtics radio, an absolute backbreaker. I was in the middle of tweeting. I was about to hit send. Man, it feels really fortunate to be down 6. A total opposite of the first half. Like, the Celtics had to feel great after the first quarter, and they had to feel fortunate winning by 3. And I felt like the Mavericks had to feel great being only down 6 at the end of 3, and then Pritchard hits the freaking bomb to put them up 9. That's a punch right in the stomach. And then a Derrick White BS 3 in the fourth pushes the lead from 7 to 10. Then you have the PJ Washington Luka chaos with Drew Holiday defensively. They hit back-to-back threes, up 14, game over. Those were the backbreakers, in my opinion, for Game 2 last night as the Dallas Mavericks lose 105-98. But it started with that Pritchard 3 at the end of the third from 6 to 9.
That 3, I mean, what a killer. What a
Killer.
heave,
No one's
too.
dying.
I mean, it was like,
You
yeah.
about to.
Yeah. One great, like, he got the pass on the run coming out of the inbound, with his momentum going. I mean, you're still going to heave a half-court shot up there.
Been doing it all season long.
All season long, then bank it in. I mean, come on now. Come on.
Bobby, initial thoughts.
That sucked. That was pretty bad because I don't know. In fact, I can't say. After game 1, I know, Chop, you came in here and you had mentioned, you said, look, you're not going to get that kind of performance from Jason Tatum again. You absolutely were going to, because that's what he does. It's now his 10th time scoring 20 or under 20 points in the last 2 playoffs. So he's just a choker.
Wow.
I'm gonna try and feel better about sad things with them, dump on them, than try to feel good about this team. But what you're not gonna get again is you're not gonna get that whole Boston team shooting like that from 3. You're not gonna have those sort of opportunities that you had overall. Like, that's going to be the worst game collectively that Boston plays on offense in this series, and
Probably,
you lost
yeah.
it, and that's disappointing, because if Kyrie Irving plays offensively like, I don't know, 80% of Kyrie Irving, they win last night. And this is the tough part about this is I really believed Kyrie was going to be locked in and ready for this. And I don't think the crowd is rattling him. I do wonder if the moment is a little more than the crowd, if the moment and what he's putting on himself of just, oh yeah, this is my chance at redemption.
Well, the Celtics defense too is 50% of it.
And that's the thing. Jaylen Brown guarding him defensively is just, he can't do anything against him. And all those dribble moves and those, those Rucker Park crossovers that we're used to seeing from him.
His dribble package.
That free up all this space. He's just not getting any of it. He started off, I thought he was locked in early last night.
He had
went 4 to 5?
8 in the first quarter.
He didn't even mention Brown guarding him in the post. He talked about Holiday and White. Like, he didn't even mention Brown. Like, and that's another they have another guy to throw at you.
4 of 5. He started that game 4 of 5 last night. He goes 3 of 13 the rest of the way. He puts up as many points in the final 3 quarters as he did in the first.
As I tweeted last night, I was worried about his aggressiveness, like the aggressiveness not showing up. It's not that. He's just not showing up. Like, Kyrie Irving stinks in the NBA Finals. That's the point blank. I don't want to attack him because he's been such an incredible transformation, and obviously he's been a stud for them. He's just not showing up. 16 points, 7 of 18 shooting.
Yeah.
And he's putting up clunkers.
Yeah, I mean, look, and the Tatum's not putting up great point games, but at least he's getting 12 assists and 10 rebounds.
Well, he has to pass it. He's not going to put the shot up if he's going to miss 16 of them on 22 attempts. So,
but that's the thing. Like, And that's the thing. Like, only in basketball do we criticize a guy for recognizing that he's off and then just finding somebody else to do the job.
I mean, again, he still put up 22 shots last night, which was the most in the game. So Tatum is putting up his shots.
He's
that,
ready.
That dude is
the simple boiling down of it is Jason Tatum doesn't have to do it, and Kyrie Irving has to.
Yeah.
Luka and Kyrie have to. That was the danger in picking them because they had to do it for at least 4 games.
Porzingis through 2 games has scored 32 points, which has outscored the Mavericks' entire bench through 2 games by 3.
Wow.
That's what the Mavericks are giving you off the bench right now.
All right, let's go through the game. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Luka was feeling it with a quick 6 in the first quarter. They were up 13-6. Luka, Kyrie, PJ Washington with a nice little 3-for-3 start. Maxey 0 for 4. I told y'all when everyone was pining for him.
Get him back. Got to get him back.
Where the White Hart away. I mean, and it's been 1,000% dead on. Maxey starting off 0 for 4. He's a total waste out there. It's so bad.
He's there for defense, and that's it. That's all he's got.
What I want to know is, and I don't think this like changes the series or anything like that, but why is Lively, as athletic as he is and the way he can kind of do some things on the perimeter, why is Lively playing 11 minutes in this game? Like, why is he? I don't understand some of the rotation decisions with the bigs at this point. Like, Maxi Kleber shouldn't play 5 more minutes than Lively to me, unless he just was like, I need
19.
somebody who will put up a perimeter shot. 19, that's what it was. But he's way under what he'd been. He'd been a 28 minutes a game player.
Well, to be fair, also he looks rattled. Maybe you let him play through that. It feels like the moment is getting to him with Derrick Lively. The Celtics start off 0 for 8 from 3. They made 7 threes in the first quarter of game 1. Horford finally broke the streak. They made a 3 in the first quarter of every single game this entire year, and they were seconds away from snapping that, and then Horford finally hits one. Mavericks start off 4 of 9 from the free throw line. Worst free throw shooting team in the postseason. Luka, 2 of 4 himself. Someone started yapping at him. It was the Celtics owner at one point. Luka in the post was like, I don't know who the Celtics owner is. Why you ask me about him? But it was another mass hole on the sideline, and it's like, yes, keep talking. Please, Dave Portnoy, anyone, whoever it is. Luka with 13. Kyrie had 8, and Porzingis had 8. So there's KP following up the Game 1 X Factor performance with 8 points himself. And then you're like, okay, maybe it's our night because Josh Green drew those free throws at the end of the quarter on that foul. He ends up missing one of them. But you're up 3, and Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are a combined 2 points. And you're like, that's not good. Bobby sent us the field goal percentages. It was 52 versus 37, and you're only up 3. 5 of 11 from the line versus 13 of 13.
Yep, can't do it. When those two guys are not scoring, that you got to take your chance. That is the opportunity that you had to make sure that you were firmly in charge of this game. They should have been up 9, 10, 11, 12 after 1. At least if you just look at it, look at the numbers.
Yeah, if you look at just the shooting percentages, absolutely.
And
now with as much as Dallas was missing free throws last night early. Yep. Celtics were perfect from there. Like, I mean, you can find that 7-point discrepancy all up and down the box score. Mavericks lose the free throw battle by 8. The 3-point percentage, as bad as Boston was shooting the 3 last night, 25.6%. Dallas was worse. They were 23.1. You can find the differential in points conceded off turnovers. The Mavericks allowed 9 more points off turnovers than Boston did. You can find it in fast break points. Boston had 8 more fast break points than you did last night. Like, it's all over the box score, that 7-point discrepancy. You can find it up and down. If they're just better in any one of those areas, this is a closer game.
Boston took their first lead with 8 minutes left in the second quarter on a 9-0 run. Tatum still had 2 points on 1 of 8 shooting. It was still Luka or nothing for the Mavs offense. The stat is now 34-1 when Drew Holiday scores 24 or more points. 34-1 now.
Oh, baby.
But there's Boston, 3 of 15 from 3 after Holiday had made one.
And the stunning thing is, and when most teams' best player doesn't shoot the ball well, like you said, they lose. They're undefeated in the playoffs when Tatum's less than 40% from the field.
Undefeated?
Yeah, but Boston is undefeated in the playoffs when he shoots less than 40% from the field.
Because he doesn't matter. Bad basketball player. Jaylen Brown's better.
I don't get the soft thing though. Like if he's soft, he would not shoot as much.
We'll get into that at 6:20. Jason Kidd at halftime saying, we need a third guy, guys. We need someone to step up. Really, you need a second guy.
You need a second.
Yeah,
That's exactly what it is.
And like DJ, he's not hitting those threes he did against Minnesota. Derrick Jones Jr., he looks like he is getting shut down at the rim, which no one does to the slam dunk champ, and he is not hitting the threes, at least last night. So he is 1 of 5 in the series from 3. He actually ended up with 11 points last night, which didn't seem like he even got 11 to me. And then Boston goes up 6 in the third quarter. Threes in the quarter at this point now. Boston's 1 of 9. The problem is the Mavs are 0 of 5. Then they build the lead to 12. Luka has his 4th missed free throw. Kyrie with free throws at the end of the quarter. Those were his first points since the first quarter. He did not score in the second. And then again, the Pritchard bomb takes it from 6 to 9. In the fourth quarter, Luka stripped from behind again. Bobby, you were going off on this with the text messages. How many times has this happened in the series?
So much. Like I feel like
At
this
least
is what
3?
Yeah, these ones were, and the one last night when Jaylen Brown did it to him, I think the first time, Brown I think misses a shot and he's coming back down the floor, and when he's coming up like from the side, I thought Luka saw him. Like I thought I saw Luka kind of turn his head to the back, like, okay, Jaylen's behind me, be aware of it. But I guess he didn't. I guess he looked back there and didn't see him because he kept going, and 3 seconds later, Brown comes right behind and does the same thing. That's happened, I think, 4 times now where somebody just kind of walks up behind him, pokes the ball. Jaylen Brown has 6 steals in this series already through 2 games.
Wow.
And I mean, to be fair, Luka had 4 last night. And so Luka is up there too. But Jaylen Brown has walked up behind him, I think, on 3 different occasions. And I think somebody else has done it too, where they just walk up behind, he's slow walking it up the court, and they poke it out and get it going the other way.
Jason Tatum's first 3 of the game puts them up 10. Kendrick Perkins tweets out, Kyrie hasn't made it to the finals yet. So that kind of blew up on social media. And then Derrick White hits the lucky 3. That pushes it from 7 to 10 with 6 minutes left. Did you all think with 6 left, okay, this is still within range? When it was 7 points, 8 points, were you thinking the Mavs are still going to steal this? Or are you like me thinking there's just not enough juice? They're not winning.
I mean,
it was going to have to be an absolute theft, in my opinion.
It would have been. I mean, the way the Celtics were making their free throws that night, it just didn't seem like they were going to let a comeback happen. But I mean, they did. Like they made it squirrely at the very end. I mean, there's no doubt about that. If you're a Boston fan, I mean, you had that game wrapped up with 2.5 to go. And next thing you look up, it's a minute left, and here comes PJ on a break, and then you get that great defensive play. Yeah, I mean, I thought, oh boy, they're one play away from making this thing within the grasp.
It was a 9-0 run after Tatum picks Kyrie. It's a Mavs 9-0 run. You're down 5 after the Luka and 1, and then you get the PJ Washington block. Bassick starts texting me at this point. This is late in the fourth, and I'm like, man, they're just special defensively. And he's like, no, that wasn't special defensively. That was a foul. It was a push in the back. And I was like, yeah, just overall they're special defensively. And then they come back, show the replay. Yes, there were hands in the back of PJ Washington. It should have been a foul. Jason Kidd was asked about it after.
What was your interpretation of the fast break with PJ that led to the block by Derrick White there at the end?
My interpretation, it looked like a foul, but it wasn't called, so it wasn't a foul.
But it wasn't called, so it wasn't a foul. Look, I'm not going to sit here and go crazy. I have like about 8 or 9 tweets blaming the referees again. Boston allowed to do this, Mavs that. I thought the refereeing was pretty sketchy throughout the entire night. Tony Brothers was on the call, but I'm not sitting in here saying the Dallas Mavericks got screwed, even though that should have been a call there on the layup attempt.
Should have been. I did see a lot of Tony Brothers stuff. The one that everyone was throwing out was the lane violation. I mean, what are you gonna do? That was the right call. I can't kill that.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
On PJ
Washington.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Like he was. I mean, the guy. He was drunk out there.
Seems to have
fallen over.
Seems to happen a lot, though, in the NBA. Like, a guy will step over the line and step back.
It does.
It feels
But
like
that one was-
But he did a break dance.
But he was on the ground.
Yeah.
Like, what are you going to do? Like, that's beyond a lane violation.
But I don't know. To me, that reminded me a little bit of who was it? Was it Kadarius Toney that had that thing with the Chiefs last year where it's like he wasn't lined up properly or whatever.
Yeah.
And the Chiefs are like, he was doing it all game, or this goes on every game in the NFL. Why is it being enforced right now? It's selective enforcement that feels.
It is, but I think on that one, it's like, okay, if it's egregious like that, then you call it.
What percentage of the blame pie are you putting on the referees for last night?
Not much. Very low, 1%.
Nothing.
Okay,
Yeah,
good. We're on the same page then.
I don't think they were good, but I also wouldn't say that they're to blame for it.
Even on the PJ call, was that
No, because
5?
if they give him the foul call there, you know what happens? PJ misses one of them. They're down by 4, and then Derrick White comes down the court and makes a 3, and it's a 7-point lead anyway. That's what happens.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. We're supposed to get a decision today on the Laker job and the story that took over the basketball world. Caitlin Clark left off Team USA. Was it robbery in obvious, not blind sight? That would not work together. Ray Charles saying, true that. Caitlin Clark left off Team USA. Let's talk about it next. But don't leave out that Father's Day gift. It is coming up, y'all. It is coming up fast. And I have the perfect opportunity from the greatness of Hurtado Barbecue. You've seen those barbecue master classes. Have you seen them held in the great state of Texas? And you're like, how do I get to one of those? The way to do it is go to HurtadoBBQ.com. Surprise pops with an unforgettable experience that I've gone.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Kids.org.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Is there any hope of getting back into the series if Kristaps Porzingis is banged up? And what did everyone think of the Jason Kidd mind games? That's at 6:40 here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo, y'all. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. Dan Hurley is expected to make his decision today on the LA Lakers job. He told Woj, LA, in his meeting with them, made a very compelling case. So now we see if he returns to UConn or goes to the pros.
We'll see. I said that's going to happen today, and I would.
How about ESPN, by the way, not asking JJ Redick? That's a journalism debate thing to me of should you ask JJ during the broadcast? As obviously they said, don't bring it up whatsoever. Like no one on the whole network is even bringing up JJ Redick's name.
Yeah.
It makes me not trust them. The other talk shows need to be bringing it up. I can see Mike Breen not doing it.
Yeah, the broadcast. I mean, that's not pertinent to the broadcast.
Right.
But I think somebody else, I assume, would have.
We haven't even brought up the possibility of Dan Hurley just using the Lakers here.
Sure. He absolutely could be to get more money out of UConn. There's no doubt about that.
I wonder if it's not being brought up in part because of the Dallas Cowboys. So back in January when Schefter started making the report about Mike Zimmer was going to be the defensive coordinator, I do know that over at ESPN they were not thrilled with Rex Ryan on the air doing the whole. I don't know if Schefter's right. I don't know if Zim's quite got that job yet. And so if Woj is the one who's been reporting Hurley and it's been Sham saying that JJ's at the I wonder if we're not gonna dog any insiders on the air with their reports until we know it's done.
Well, crapping on, I guess you're crapping on a colleague in JJ Redick, but you're also insulting Shams who had Redick over Hurley, right? You're propping up Woj by saying the JJ Redick thing was never happening.
Yeah.
So what do y'all think he does?
I think he goes. I think he's accomplished everything he can in college. There's nothing he can do. Now, he could go and say, hey, look, I want to be the greatest college coach ever. You know, I want to be Mike Krzyzewski.
Repeat.
Like, if we were to look at it, what is more looked up upon? The greatest college basketball coach or the greatest NBA coach? Like, who is more...
lauded?
Yes. Probably Coach K, right? Even
Coach
though he
K
doesn't
versus Phil?
No, yeah, I think Phil.
Pop?
Think so?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't know.
Well, let me
we wouldn't too. I mean,
let me ask a different question. Are we elevating and moving Jim Harbaugh up into another level of greatness because he won on the college level and now he's back at the pros? Like, if he wins a Super Bowl, does he go into a whole different stratosphere and category?
Well, yeah, because then he would be a rarity.
Yeah.
To win. I mean, it's Jimmy.
Did Carroll get elevated like that though?
Great question. No,
Jimmy does for sure. His resume is, but Carroll not.
He can't even get a job.
Yeah.
And there's a discussion over whether he's even a Hall of Famer for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Right. Again, one title is. But you know, Jimmy, Barry, Pete. I mean, who are your guys?
Certainly didn't jump Barry into any special conversation.
No, but I also don't think he was given any credit for winning. As Jerry even said, any one of 500 guys could coach this team.
Yeah.
And he brings Barry in and he wins. So the amount of guys that won titles in college and pro is a small list.
What do you think he does, Bob?
I would guess he goes, but the only hesitance that I have here is like, why is it dragging on like it is? Like, is this going to be the same thing that the Lakers, speaking of Krzyzewski, like the same thing kind of that the Lakers went through with Krzyzewski, was that 20 years ago whenever they hired Rudy, where Krzyzewski was in on that and they thought they were getting him and ultimately they didn't. And so I didn't realize that Krzyzewski actually has been in the last month had been part of like consulting the Lakers on their coaching hire.
Really?
Yeah.
Minus 400 Vegas says the chances of Dan Hurley taking the Lakers job. That's an 80% chance. I'm going to throw out the wild curveball that he goes back to UConn and JJ Redick ends up the head coach of the LA Lakers.
I think it'd be fascinating to see either scenario because JJ and LeBron like that dynamic, but I'm dying to see how Dan Hurley would change his demeanor.
When you asked the question about Redick not being asked about it, Do you think that's likely because Redick told them don't?
Yes.
Like more than any like policy that they have, because he may feel like, which I don't know, is that soft on Redick's part, or does he just feel like it's not done yet? I don't want to do anything to jeopardize it.
I wouldn't say. I would go with the latter. That it's not done yet. All right, the basketball story that took over though. Caitlin Clark left off of Team USA.
You like that?
Wow. 877-881-1053, Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line. Do the ladies continue to shoot themselves right in the basketball foot? Or, hey, as Tony Romo said, meritocracy, you got to earn it. Chop, where do you stand on this? All-time stupid decision, or you get it?
Well, I think what this does is this proves that networks don't run sports leagues.
Certainly not that one.
Right? The from a basketball standpoint, she doesn't deserve to be on. Like, her advanced stats are pretty bad. Like, she's below average in player efficiency rating, win shares per 48. So from just, if you're just going from a basketball standpoint, it's
or if you're just going from a WNBA standpoint,
from a WNBA standpoint. The business side.
Full disclosure, though, I don't know the 11th, 12th, 13th women picked, how they compare to Caitlin Clark.
I totally am with you.
And that really matters.
It does matter.
Or some people would say it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's just a stupid, brain-dead decision.
From a business standpoint,
no, obviously.
This is a dumb decision.
Yeah.
Then you've got to weigh what is the business versus basketball side of the decision-making process that goes into having the selection for the team. That's what if Tiger Woods didn't deserve to be on the Ryder Cup team, would they have put him on the Ryder Cup team?
And remember, Leitner, yes, they probably would have.
And the answer is they probably absolutely would have.
Leitner made it coming out of college.
Correct.
Like, if Caitlin Clark doesn't play a game, if this is selected before the WNBA season starts, they just rush right into the season. Yeah. Does Caitlin Clark make the team? Versus this rough start that she's had and all the negative attention and treatment towards her.
Maybe.
Of course, she goes out and drops 30 as soon as this news is announced.
They had a tryout that I guess she didn't go to because they were in the Final Four.
Yeah. That cost her.
And it might have.
Couldn't show up and prove.
Very well might have.
Couldn't have the epic Dream Team scrimmage moment where she torched all the vets.
Yeah. But yeah, everything I read from people who are like true WNBA insiders, except for like a basketball standpoint, this is the right decision. I don't have a problem with that. At the end of the day, this is a basketball thing. But you're still missing the bigger picture, which is, hey, she brings eyeballs and butts in the seat. Just look at the weekend. Look at the attendance. Look at the attendance every single day.
Bobby?
It's the Olympics, though. Are you really worried about, like, bringing butts into the seats for, like, the Olympic team or...
Well, it's not for the Olympic team, though. Like, forget about the Olympic attendance. The Dream Team, you could argue made Dirk. The exposure and all of us watching and paying attention to her on there versus not on there, that can spawn a lot of other basketball players throughout the entire world, particularly in this country.
This is not just about American basketball. Like WNBA, like if you look at the WNBA, where the players come from, they come from here. They don't come from other countries. The NBA, I mean, obviously...
Yeah, because they're supposed to dominate regardless.
They're going to dominate either way. But the NBA... where the WNBA is today is where the NBA and basketball was in the 80s, where it was an American-dominated sport. You had your other countries that, like the former Soviet Union, when they had everybody, they had an entire continent that they could play with. Finally they won in 72 or whatever. But this is like, we are here where the Dream Team was. Like you said, this could spawn a growth and a global boom of the sport in other countries.
If I'm a WNBA or Team USA sponsor, I am furious.
Yeah.
Furious. The question, though, is if you're the WNBA commissioner, do you push the selection committee like, yo, whoever the female, male, Jerry Colangelo is, you're doing this? Or, Bobby, do you have some respect for them making a purely basketball decision? That's the big question.
Yeah, I mean, like, are they going to run 15 deep? Or whatever it is, however many people, or are there going to be a couple people who don't get into any games? Like, at the very least, just throw her on the roster.
Well, Christine Brennan from USA Today, who broke this, she'll join us at 8 o'clock, reported that part of the fear from the selection committee was the limited minutes that Caitlin would get, and that would tick off her legions and millions of supporters, and they didn't want to deal with that backlash.
But leaving her off the team is supposed to make them feel okay,
right?
But because one is
at least you're going to get them watching if she's on the bench.
Well, you do get the freeze out, and then you're in the middle of the games. Whereas people are mad right now versus in the middle of the games when they're going on, and then people are like, "Why isn't Caitlin getting on the court? You're freezing her out." Which I just had to look this up. So she has in the WNBA so far in 12 games, Caitlin Clark has more fouls than she does made threes. And she has more turnovers than she has total made shots.
Wow.
She has 67 turnovers to 59 made shots, 35 fouls to 34 threes.
She has the third most made threes in the league. But to Bobby's point, she's missing a ton of shots. Her efficiency numbers not very.
All that's well and good, but you still have to answer the question.
Yeah, to me, it's I leave her off. Like I put her on, leave her off. To me, it's like, if you're not going to play her, what does it totally matter? And it doesn't sound like they were going to play her. So to me, people are talking about it again. They seem very interested in the idea that like the WNBA right now and women's basketball in general just seems more interested in, well, we've talked enough about how great she is. Let's stir up some discussion of other things by playing the villain.
Look, I get it. I have a little bit of respect for it, making a pure basketball standpoint, but the sick part of me that is mad at these women for putting the hate on her, the sick part of me, I'm like, I'm glad that no one's going to care about what you do in trying to win the gold medal. You think you're so much better off? You think that you are on equal footing? Okay, we're going to have another example of you finding out because you all are so delusional. You really are so delusional, overrating your league and overrating your games. So that sick part of me is like, haha, now let's go ahead and see what the ratings are. Caitlin Clark's reaction to being left off the team.
I'm excited for the girls that are on the team. I know it's the most competitive team in the world, and I know it could have gone either way of me being on the team, me not being on the team. So, I'm excited for them. I'm going to be rooting them on to win gold. I was a kid that grew up watching the Olympics, so it'll be fun to watch them.
What was your level of disappointment not having hearing your name on the roster?
Honestly, no disappointment. Like, I think it just gives you something to work for. That's a dream. Hopefully one day I can be there, and I think it's just a little more motivation. You remember that, and hopefully in 4 years, when 4 years comes back around, I can be there.
They're competing for gold. They're not competing for silver. She's an expert at winning silver. We know that from her career at Iowa. That's not what they're competing for there.
She doubled up everybody else over the weekend in attendance. Okay, she had 20,000. They played the Mystics. The Mystics are 0-11. Those two teams were combined 3-20. Just must-see TV.
It's a huge missed opportunity for the league, but did they make the right decision?
Basketball decision?
Basketball decision. Yes. You can argue that Larry Bird should not have made the dream team. He was
old. He was an old man.
And broken.
Back was broken.
Diana Taurasi's in that same situation, right? She's not broken. She's 41 years old though. She's 42 tomorrow. We've seen enough of Diana Taurasi, right? We don't need. There are other people that could have made it beyond Caitlin Clark. I don't have a problem from a basketball standpoint that Caitlin Clark is left off the team. Business standpoint, bad idea.
Are the Mavericks being coached by Phil Jackson now, and is Kristaps Porzingis hurt for Game 3? Back to the NBA Finals on Sean and RJ next.
Get you over to Platinum.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Dealer in the world, more new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Dallas can make it a two-possession game now, but the pass in the backcourt deflected. Doncic has got it, throws it away, picked out by Derrick White. 8th turnover for Luka, and that gives Holiday an open three, which he drills.
Where did Derrick White play college ball, Bobby?
I don't.
Could have included this in your stupid game Friday.
I don't remember this. I definitely know it because I was looking up his background when I had to get rid of the San Antonio joke from my dark roast with Derrick White, but I don't remember where he was.
Pepe, any idea?
West Coast, I believe. San Diego State.
Close.
We're doing coasts.
Close.
He wants credit for a whole coast.
I asked you. You had to look it up this morning.
Yeah, I had to look it up. He played at Colorado. But that was a transfer. He started at University of Colorado at Colorado Springs.
Dude, what a perfect type championship role player. He said, look, I'm not afraid to get dunked on, so that's why I get some block shots that others are scared to get around the league because they don't want to be on a poster. Hit a couple BS shots yesterday, but he is a threat, and the Boston Celtics are a threat to sweep now with the way this has gone. 105-98, beating the Mavs last night in Game 2. Now, what can we hang on to? Porzingis compromise for Game 3. His gait, according to Doris Burke. My God, she's terrible. She's so bad. You know, I bring it straight. There's plenty of dudes. I don't care if you're male, female, black, white. I'm just going to say it. She's so bad.
It's not your night.
Just let JJ Redick go ahead and do the commentary. She's so bad. She tried to crap on the first 2 picks in front of Luka last night, and JJ wasn't having it. She's like, I need Jasmine Sadri on here for the Did you ever hear Jasmine's Doris impersonation?
Jasmine's Doris was great.
Oh my God. Or do you remember JJ? JJ! Do you remember her went in front of Luka? And JD's like, that's not nice.
I was checked out on her when she said
Bagley and DeAndre Ayton.
Getting lively when he blocked a shot. I was like, oh gosh, okay,
Yeah.
I'm muting this.
The ESPN broadcast in general is from start to finish it's not NBA Finals quality.
Breen is great.
Breen's fantastic.
I think JJ's fine.
JJ's fine.
He's
JJ,
fine.
Would you
That's
prefer
the thing.
Van Gundy?
I like
Yes.
JJ. I like JJ Studio more
Absolutely.
than JJ on the call.
I absolutely prefer Van Gundy.
Studio in a first take format.
Yeah, or even just like in general, analyzing the game as kind of like a breakdown over the course of a segment rather than live. Van Gundy, I do prefer on the call.
That makes us pretty rare. We were all fans of Van Gundy. I remember Troy Hughes hated him. A lot of people can't stand Jeff Van Gundy, who's now an advisor to the Celtics.
Yeah.
It's freaking interesting.
Look, he was very good. He knew the game really, really well. I do believe in basketball, I want a coach as the analyst. I think the coach as the analyst is a great thing because, I mean, you're talking about all the aspects that go into game decisions and game management that sometimes players who are reactionary don't necessarily see. It doesn't mean that JJ can't or Doris can't. I just prefer a coach of the broadcast. But then the studio show, I swear to God, that is the only pre, half, and post. They had one of the 5 people as a former player at the highest level. I can't wait. It was Stephen A, Malika, Myers, Wilbon, and Josh Hart.
Yeah, and they don't.
Only one of them is a player or a former player. You don't see that in football. What halftime or pregame show has that?
Yeah.
In baseball, what studio show has that?
Right.
Right. Hockey. Go look at the TNT set. It's all former players and then
the host.
Like, where else do you see that other than on ESPN for the basketball one?
Well, Doris was talking about the gait of Kristaps Porzingis not looking right. Looked like he may have re-aggravated something. Mazzulla shut it down afterwards, saying, nope, totally fine. Jesus will bless him. And Porzingis is good to go for Game 3. We'll explain some of that during the expressway, that audio. Are you okay?
Collect yourself.
You all right over there? Yeah.
Yeah.
So Porzingis, he definitely did not look right, though. So what else can we hang on to? Bobby's attacking, full-scale attacking of Jason Tatum and the NBA Finals player that he is.
Yeah, that dude's just not very good. Over the course of his career in the NBA Finals, he is a 33% field goal shooter. As bad as Kyrie has been in the series shooting 35%, Jason Tatum has shot 31%, all while leading the entire NBA Finals in shot attempts. I had to go look. I was curious. I was like, what is he like in crunch time? Because he's just not a killer. Like, you can see it when you watch him play basketball. And so I was like, I'm curious, what's he been like over the last 3 years? Regular season and postseason, when you take big crunch time shots. So final 2 minutes of fourth or overtime, and the lead is 3 or less in either direction. He is a 30% field goal shooter.
Wow.
30 of 99. That's compared to Jaylen Brown, who's 30 of 64 for 46%.
Ugh.
Derrick White is a 48% shooter in those moments. Porzingis, 53%. I mean, gosh, even Al Horford manages to put up 34%. I will say Marcus Smart, that's kind of funny to look at what his line was with Boston. He was 4 for 31 in those moments. He was a 12% shooter in those crunch time moments. But Tatum, to me, that dude they're so good as a team. They're so deep. And they're lucky because if they had to lean on Jason Tatum, they get bounced in probably the first round of the playoffs because he is so pathetic in big moments.
Jason Kidd with the mind game strategy. I want everyone to be honest in what they thought about what J. Kidd was doing before Game 2 when he seemed to go out of his way to say this about Jaylen Brown.
Well, Jalen's the best player, so just looking at what he does defensively, he picked up Luka full court. He got to the free throw line. He did everything, and that's what your best player does. Just understanding. He plays both sides, defense and offense, at a high rate, and he's been doing that the whole playoffs. I mean, when you talk about the Eastern Conference MVP, and it seems like he's continued to pick up where he left off.
I ended up being wrong about this, at least for last night. I was petrified that now you are going to have Jason Tatum score 35 on you to shut you up. Of course, Mavs fans did not see it that way before the game. He's telling the truth. Oh, if you need motivation. Okay, you weren't saying that with the Anthony Edwards, Kyrie Irving overblown story. You were like, way to go, Ant. Way to piss off Kyrie. What a stupid move. I was worried that this was unnecessary and desperate from J. Kidd, but I was wrong, at least for last night. Did not force Tatum to play any different or do any better. What did you honestly think about the mental warfare? Or maybe you didn't think it was.
Well, I think part of it is that I think Kidd is just like, all right, Brown went to Cal, like Kidd, and it's like that was part of it. But I do think you can make a case that Jaylen Brown's the better player. I mean, maybe
I've been saying that for 3 years.
At least more complete. I think Tatum's a really good player. He's never been like a superstar in my opinion. He's all NBA. He's been an all NBA player, but that's because he's like a really good basketball player. I don't think he's like the top of the league type guy.
But this is not about the accuracy of what Kidd said. What did you think of Kidd saying it?
I don't think it was mental warfare.
Okay.
I don't think it was mental warfare.
You don't think that was, oh my God, you shouldn't have said that. You're going to get Jason Tatum going. You just disrespected
I think
him.
You could look back and say, yeah, he shouldn't have said it. But if he really feels like he's the best player, I don't think he's necessarily wrong. But from a mental warfare standpoint, no, I don't think it was mental warfare.
Okay.
I loved it. I was thrilled. I think it's great. And I still, clearly what was shown yesterday was that Tatum can't tap into that.
Why did you love it in terms of affecting Boston? And is that a sign of desperation? Like, I have to go to this move after game one already?
I don't know. If
Tatum scores 40 last night, are you feeling different?
Probably not. I think it's calculated risk that makes sense given the mental toughness that Jason Tatum has shown in big moments, that he can't do it. And so if he happens to go off for 40, you kind of go, well, he did something that he had never shown he had the ability to do, which is to tap into any sort of motivational tactic. There was an entire city. He was clearly in his head with the finals comments when he was talking about the narrative surrounding Brown and him having tension. It was bugging him. Bob Ryan came on here when we brought it up. He's like, it's a thing. Like, it's something that we talk about. Kid recognizes that. I'm sure Kid knows behind the scenes even more that maybe they have tension over and knew it would start it. And so he threw it. The very fact that you had Celtics players reacting like, we see what you're doing there means that you know that that's an area that can be poked. It's not just what's he doing? He's saying something that, like, if somebody were to come on and say, Brandon Cooks is better than CeeDee Lamb, everybody laughs. Nobody says it. Like, nobody even reacts to that. Whereas they're in Boston, that's clearly a pressure point, and it was right. Now, did they win the game? No, but Tatum didn't play any better. Tatum was a mess again. So to me, I don't have a problem with it. I still think it was the right move, and it still may play out over the course of the series as the right move.
I don't think that because a player doesn't play well that means he's soft, though. Or you know what I mean? Like,
well, what's the difference with Jason Tatum right now and Donovan Mitchell?
Well, Tatum's a better player.
Not in those moments.
But these moments, Bobby just said 30% shooting. If Luka Doncic scores 16 and then 18, well, Luka was probably a bad example because he has a history of being that guy in every single series. Tatum has had these moments. There was a Boston cloud and question mark that we had over them, and a major part of that was the face of their team and Jason Tatum.
Yeah, but like
we can't attack.
He was off from a shooting perspective. Yeah, right? Nobody's saying he wasn't.
Yeah, 2 games so far.
2 games.
Yeah.
But he does a lot of things to help you win. I mean, 12 assists, 9 rebounds. I mean, that's a lot of stuff that he did. It's not like he just completely disappeared.
Are you talking about mentally soft or physically? I don't think Tatum's a physically soft player. I just don't think Tatum's mentally tough.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. I'll show you this, Vero. 3 for 18, 9 for 35, 5 for 19, 4 for 15, 9 for 30, 7 for 23, 5 for 16, 6 for 19, 7 for 22, 5 for 15, 8 for 24, 5 for 14. Those are Michael Jordan playoff game numbers.
Okay.
And that's just 15 of them. There's 30 more where he was.
Do you think Michael Jordan shot over the course of his career in the NBA Finals? Do you think he shot 33%? Do you think Michael Jordan?
I don't. I'm just saying,
it's an exaggeration. It's just a bad example because historically Michael Jordan didn't have 20. Like you just listed off those shooting numbers, how poor they are. That's Jason Tatum's last 2 playoffs. That's not. You gave me Michael Jordan's career. It happens. You're gonna have off nights.
That's
sure.
the point. Yeah, like
but
you
Tatum
have
has them consistently. Tatum has them,
but that doesn't mean that he's soft. It means he's not
mentally
very good.
soft. He's
missing a shot doesn't mean you're mentally soft. It means you're not very good.
Okay,
maybe he's just
so
not
you
very
think
good.
he's a 33% shooter for his career? You think that's who he is as a player?
No, I just don't think he's as good as everyone's making him out to be.
Why does he crumble now every single time?
Because the competition is better. He's just not as good.
They were. If you look at how he played against these same teams that he's been dogging it against in the playoffs during the regular season, he was much better.
Is this series so far, Choppy, a loss from him from a take the next step into stardom standpoint?
I mean, in the moment, yeah, but in 2 years, we'll look back. Nobody's going to remember his shooting numbers that they won the title.
Okay.
People remember David Price even after he won the title. People remember.
I mean, I don't think people think of David Price. That's a great example because David Price doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things.
877-881-1053 is the Franco LaFranco injury attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. The Texas Rangers are still playing without Corey Seager. They need to be thanking the schedule, according to RJ Choppy. A Max Scherzer update and back to the finals with Rick Carlisle's pick, the referees, and the ratings all on the way. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club joining us here on Sean and RJ. But let me get you some better.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Infield playing Langford to pull, the outfield fan the other way. And this first pitch is hit hard back up the middle and into center, a base hit. Simeon scores, Smith is being waved home. Garcia makes it to third, and Wyatt Langford comes through. A 2-run single to give Texas a 2-0 lead.
Back to the NBA Finals during the commercial-free Expressway at 7:20. That was Hicksy with the call on your home of the World Series champs, and they get one against the San Francisco Giants. Day off today before the Dodgers. Let's go, Dodgers. What is it? Here we go, Dodgers.
Oh, yeah.
Go, Dodgers.
Go
Let's
home,
go,
Dodgers. Oh, yeah, go home.
Go home, Dodgers.
Go home, Dodgers.
Hagelin gets just killed on Twitter every time this happens now. Because, again, it was his theory. The Rangers won, so the Mavericks absolutely could not. Look what you've sacrificed, Kevin Hagelin. He was getting hit up with tweets again last night. And it's been a pretty good theory so far.
The internet remembers. The internet
I don't think it's
remembers.
a theory. He would just say, look, hey, notice this on the schedule.
Happened, didn't it?
Yeah.
That was just a stupid question.
Ranger starters have allowed 3 or fewer runs in a club record 21 straight games. Marcus Semien doing work as well. Corey Seager is still out. Max Scherzer in his rehab start yesterday for Round Rock. 4 innings, 0 runs, 1 hit, 0 walks, 45 pitches, 5 strikeouts.
Great. Let's go. Maybe 1 more, 2 more. Who knows?
Velocity's a little down. That's the only concern. It's down a little. It's so his fastball apparently in the start was sitting like right at 93. He was around 94 last year. And so, I mean, that could just be regular aging, but he was working all 5 pitches. He got swings and misses on 4 of them, everything but the curveball. So, I mean, he was working everything.
The hitters will tell you how your pitches generally are. They'll tell you how that is based on their swings. But I wonder, if it's just down a mile an hour, is there a chance the gun there is not the same?
Could be.
I mean, we're not talking about 4 miles an hour, we're talking about 1.
Why are you looking at the calendar when it comes to the Rangers?
Because that's the team MVP.
Who?
The calendar.
Okay.
They have been given
piqued our interest.
Yeah, they've been given a complete.
Well, not mine. I read your email.
Yeah, they've been
I
given.
did too.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I
You
did.
didn't read mine last night. So I know you didn't read.
I didn't read
RJ's.
your audio email. You can't read audio, Sean.
You can with the right drugs. They've been given a pass this year, a complete pass. Now, part of that is they won the World Series. There's nothing to be upset about. But, so far this year, they're 31-34 right now. They just lost 2 of 3 to a team that had just lost 6 of 7 coming in. But they've had the NFL draft and the Cowboys end of free agency where they were the focus. The Mavs have gone to the NBA Finals. The Stars went to the West Finals. Caitlin Clark is the story of sports. And Shohei Ohtani has a gambling problem. Or somebody close to him does. They've been able to hide. The calendar is now their enemy. Because the NFL draft is over and we don't have football for 2 more months and the Stars are out. And Caitlin Clark stinks in the WNBA, and Shohei Ohtani's interpreter is being fired from Uber Eats.
He got fired?
He got fired from Uber Eats.
For what?
For being a
Shohei
famous...
Ohtani's interpreter?
Yeah. Ipe Mizuhara got fired because the pictures got out that he was an Uber Eats driver, and they're like,
Can you get fired for that? Notoriety?
No, it's infamy is why. Because they're like, well, he's pending charges.
Cancel culture
charges.
strikes again.
So pending felony charges. We can't have any felons working for us delivering the product. So,
and you're telling me he had been one?
He had been one.
No
for
one
years.
noticed this ever before.
He was an anonymous interpreter before that.
Still,
but he had been the an Uber Eats driver for several years during his downtime. I mean, I guess if you're just trying to fill time, whatever, and that's what he was doing around LA, and now they're like, nope, you're out. But
that makes Ohtani and the team look really bad that they weren't paying him enough. That
they paid him $300,000 a year. It's a lot of money, isn't it?
A lot of gambling debts.
A lot of gambling debts.
Yeah.
But look, let's be fair. Like that, this is all coming to an end. This pass, because they are about to be the focal point. There's going to be no local sports going on other than Texas Rangers baseball in at minimum 2 weeks. Right? It's Sunday the 23rd is the last day of the NBA Finals if it goes 7. So we're talking about 13. Oh, happy birthday, Ma. 13 days away. 13 days. They've got 13 days to get their S figured out before it is all on them.
This is when they were supposed to. This is when everybody had circled anyway, was June. Like, hey, just be competitive until June, which that's pretty much all they've been, is just kind of teetering on competitive, not necessarily hitting where they need to be. But, this is where it's supposed to click for them. This is where they're supposed to get everybody back. The funny thing is, like, it's all this pitching that they're supposed to get back, and pitching just hasn't been the issue.
Right.
They need the bats to come around. They need Wyatt Langford to hit more consistently like he has lately.
The Franklin Injury Attorney's fan text from the 210. Shohei's interpreter was betting the under on delivery times.
Solid.
Let's move on over to the Stanley Cup Finals. What happened? Game 1 over the weekend.
Sam Bennett across center ice. Now the offensive line. He'll play it down off the end boards. Bennett at half up front. The chance. And they scored. It's Evan Rodriguez. What a setup. What a finish. And the Panthers take a 2-0 lead. Early in the second period of game 1. 1-0 turns into 2-0. The Panthers double their advantage.
2-0 turned into 3-0. Florida.
Look, Florida's good. There was a lot of people that didn't want, if the Stars made it, didn't want to see Florida at all.
Won't it make you feel better if Florida wins this in 5?
Yeah, it would. I mean, they're really good, and they obviously have.
They favored to win this. Win it all?
They were favored. They have the advantage of having been there last year.
What's Money Puck say?
I actually do have it up, Sean. I'm glad we were able to make a moneypuck.com reference. Edmonton had a lot of great scoring opportunities in this game, according to Money Puck. The expected goals, Chop. Sean still refuses to listen to Money Puck, so he doesn't know how impressive this is. The expected goals in this game, Chop, were 5.6 to 1.8 in Edmonton's favor.
Wow.
Bobrovsky, man.
That was a fantastic goaltending game from Florida. And look, the Florida Panthers got the benefit of some really lucky bounces and shots and poor goaltending on Edmonton's side. The deserved to win-o-meter, 92% said Edmonton should have won that game.
Choppy got some 92%?
92%. That means out of 1,000 simulations, Edmonton wins in those situations 92% of the time.
They're giving so much love to Bobrovsky, the goalie for Florida, for this win.
Kyle's brother.
Yes, real quick. That's Broflovsky, right?
Sorry.
So the Utah whatever, we don't know what their name is yet, right? So the newest team, they were formerly the Arizona Coyotes. They were bought by somebody in Utah, and they were moved to Salt Lake City. So we've heard a lot about what happens in these interviews, these draft prospect interviews. So was it Jeff Ireland that did the insensitive stuff with Dez? And we've heard some crazy stories. Nick Sirianni plays like Papa Shot or something like that with the players. So like the Avalanche, for example, they do board games. They want to just kind of get to know you, right? They play board games with players.
And the kids are like, what are these?
Yeah, what are these? So Utah.
Candyland.
I love Candyland.
Utah does a couple of things. They ask for your Snapchat score, your Snapchat rating or score, which perhaps they say it's like they want to know how much time you're spending online, loyalty to being able to commit to something and go. And it's
your Snapchat score?
That's like, you're on this, right? You've got one of these?
Yeah, I'm looking at mine right now. It's 19,529.
What does that mean?
That's just how many times I've snapped, I guess.
Like photos. It's basically it's photos or videos. It's not necessarily like chat messages.
You still allowed to be on there?
Yeah.
And is she on there?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Sound like he was 15 again.
I'm not snapping other girls like it was when I was single. And
so when we take my kid's phone away from him, like his number one thing that he does is, hang on, can I just snap something real quick? I'm like, why? He goes, it's been 300 days in a row. Like you have to snap every day in a row. Like it keeps raising your score, or whatever.
Oh.
Some of the snap scores I'm looking at of people I know, 346,000 for one individual there.
Wow.
412,000. Alec Medford's number is ridiculous. I can't find him right now, but I know his number's like 500,000.
Let me just take a picture of the floor. I'll just end up sending it real quick.
Really?
That's what he does. Yeah. I'll just take a picture of the floor.
Did we figure out whose condoms those were, by the way?
We did. Alec told me they were not his, so I do know that.
Okay. The other thing they do,
allegedly,
and I love this, they ask for your Uber rating. They want to know. The belief is they want to know how you treat people that are there that are service people. My understanding is they want like essentially they want good people.
Right.
Which I guess if you're between two people and they're the exact, your rating for them is the exact same, would you as a company take the nicer person or whatever?
Mine's
right?
a 4.82.
Oh, what have you been doing?
I'm a little ashamed of that.
No.
I'm a little worried about that.
Well, now are you sharing rides? Or you could, I guess, just shift the blame over and say like, I think it was Amanda.
No, I'm not sharing rides.
4.94.
Oh, that's what mine is.
4.94?
Yep.
Well, I think it's a volume thing.
4.99.
4.99?
Because I'm nice to people and I tip well.
Man, this is not good.
I'm a late tipper. I'll tip people 2 months later.
Yeah.
Because I
go back into the app.
Yeah, I go months without taking an Uber, and I go back and it's like, would you like to tip this driver from February? Yeah, sure, man.
So you like this because I know you generally don't like the little mind game things or the evaluation. So you like this one. So what are some things that you would try to do if you were Nick Sirianni or the Avalanche? Like what little games are you gonna play? Like, oh, this tells me about this person. I'm gonna have him do this. Because clearly,
my
at least
lift
like
is a
Uber.
4.9 with 370 rides. A
How do you-
4.9. See, man, Uber, man.
Yeah, Uber.
It's probably on my
easy sponsor.
It's probably. Are they?
Yeah.
All right.
I would basically invite everybody over for a cookout like you do, and then I would set things up and I would see who dives into the food first. Who's the Ryan? Who's the alpha of the group? That would tell me whoever dives in first tells me that's an alpha. That's a killer mentality. That's a Jaylen Brown. That's no Jason Tatum there. I want that guy.
That's I would probably just take him to dinner.
Jason's
See
like,
how they
I just
handle
want
it.
the side salads.
Side salad.
That's not the fruit salad. The
What do they
potato
order?
salad.
I think you can tell a lot about what somebody orders.
Well, you're a soft orderer now.
What's that?
You're a soft orderer.
What did I order?
Unless you're gonna get steak, you're usually getting, give me the salmon, give me the fish, give me the,
yeah.
give me
I'll
the
get
veggies.
steak. Yeah,
Besides steak, you're a soft orderer.
Yeah, but I eat so much salmon at home that when I go out, I don't generally order it.
Yeah, you got a big pork chop guy.
Big pork chop.
So that's
guy.
what they're doing. The Snapchat and the Uber rating.
And the Uber rating. Yeah, my Lyft number is new. It says I only have 2 rides on Lyft.
Yeah, see.
So I'm not ready to be.
These are
rated
tactics that Mike McDaniel making every clock 24 or something.
Yeah, he made every clock.
Kiefer Sutherland over there.
Every meeting is to start at 24 after the hour.
Hey, do you know who Kiefer Sutherland is? Do you know what 24 is?
Like the movie or the TV show?
Yeah. Oh, all right.
Jack Bauer.
Yeah, my
Jack
parents
Bauer.
watched that.
Great show. But yeah, so he Mike McDaniel with the Dolphins' last playoff win was 24 years ago. So he's having every meeting start 24 minutes after the hour.
You said the Rangers should be thankful because of the calendar. Same thing for the Belmont.
Yeah, the Belmont should be thankful there wasn't a.
I had no idea it was this weekend.
Yeah, yes, they've done a terrible job. The sport is dead.
Like the horses.
But they are. Gives new meaning to the term "beating a dead horse" sometimes.
Just Bobby taught
Yeah,
me.
Bobby did. But they were thankful there was no Triple Crown this week because it was at the Belmont was at Saratoga. They're redoing the Belmont, so it's going to be gone for like 2 years or whatever. Belmont's a mile and a half. Saratoga's a mile and a quarter. If there was a Triple Crown this week, everyone would have put an asterisk on this thing.
Yeah, very Maris behavior.
Marist?
Roger Maris.
Oh, Roger. Okay. Yeah, so everybody would have done that. I don't know why they didn't just move the gate back a quarter mile and make it a mile and a half.
Yeah.
You can run around the oval as many times as you want.
Yeah.
Why did they just move it back? Why did you have to make it a mile and a quarter race instead of a mile and a half? It made no sense. It didn't matter. Jason Worth, the old baseball player.
Oh.
That was his horse, Dornock, that won.
Phillies,
yep. And he showed up at a beer league game and just crushed a home run a couple years back. Just mammoth shot.
Rick Carlisle breaks down the NBA Finals. Are people not watching because the Mavs are in it? And Drew Holiday says it's because of the white guys. The commercial-free expressway going back to Game 2 is next. But let me go.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maybe?
Sweet
No.
Nutmeg
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Derrick Jones with the rejection. Here's Irving. Washington drives. Blocked by White. Oh, what a block from Derrick White.
Mike Green with the call. ABC and ESPN. Teams to overcome a 2-0 deficit. There's been
I know one.
There's been 5 in the history of the finals. Good morning, Metroplex. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby, and this is the commercial-free expressway on DFW Sports Station. Who is the one that you know?
The 06 Heat.
Yep.
And they got thumped those first 2 games by Dallas.
I got one.
Go ahead.
Milwaukee.
Good job. 2021 Bucks were down 2-0 to Phoenix.
Oh, my. I totally forgot about that.
69 Celtics.
Nice.
77 Blazers. 06 Heat. 2016 Cavs against Golden State.
Oh, yeah.
Draymond getting ejected. And then 2021 Bucks. Teams are 5-31 all time when falling behind 2-0 like the Mavs.
So what you're telling me is Kyrie's done this before.
Yeah.
He knows these waters. He's not scared.
I'd have to go back and check, but I think all those were in the same situation where they lost the first 2 games on the road.
Give me those Kyrie stats that they just showed. It stunned me on being challenged defensively.
Dude, so I don't know about you. I'm sure with Sean, because Sean, hearing you talk about it, it does feel like every single shot Kyrie's put up has been smothered. Every single one. Well, ESPN just threw it up. The first 3 series, Kyrie's shot was contested 84% of the time. This series, it's 81%. So it's actually down from the first 3 rounds of the playoffs. His field goal percentage is down from 49 to 35, and his three-point shooting is 42 to 0. He has no three-pointers after they said his toenail was on the line on that one in the first quarter.
Wow.
But he is...
That stuns me in terms of the shots being challenged. I'm shocked.
Now, to me, I guess you could say that's the contest rate, right? So that's somebody covering the shot or challenging the shot. What's the smothered shot rate, like where he's just can't even breathe? That rate, I would guess, is way higher than it's been the first 3 rounds of the season.
Is that an official stat? Smothered shot rate?
I've made it one, just like PFF. I'm making crap
I like
up.
It. No, I like it.
And then the 3-point stats for the series, he's still yet to make one.
Not a single 3-pointer made by Kyrie Irving. In fact, if you take a look at the leaders in this series in the NBA Finals, here are the leaders in 3-pointers made. Luka Doncic. Then it is Derrick White, Drew Holiday, Jason Tatum, Al Horford, Jaylen Brown, Kristaps Porzingis, Sam Hauser. So number 1 is a Maverick. The next 7 in terms of made 3-pointers in this series are all Celtics. Luka has made 8 threes. The rest of the Mavericks team has made 5. Nobody's made more than 1.
People ask on the Franklin Injury fan text, how much of it is Mavs missing shots versus Celtics defense? Like, are the Mavs missing wide? Like, how much are these shots wide open that they're missing?
I give way more credit to the Celtics defense as a factor than the Mavs missing wide open shots.
Yeah, Derrick Jones has missed.
They're making Minnesota look like nothing defensively, in my opinion.
Derrick Jones and
my crutch phrase.
Derrick Jones and PJ Washington have missed some open looks where Boston just says, we won't rotate around. We'll live with that shot. They've missed some, especially Derrick Jones. But, man, Kyrie, I feel like he's had like 4 good looks through 2 games. They are just destroying him in the paint. Everybody. They collapse in the paint and are so difficult. Their rotations are really strong. And that's something that I saw last night. That's an area where Dallas has just been worked, where they had been really good throughout the playoffs was in terms of how they defended the paint. And through the first couple rounds of the playoffs, they had been one of the better teams at guarding the paint. This was, I think, in the paint, the first game, Boston was perfect. They were 100%. And then in this game, I think they were 80 or something like that. I mean, it was just Dallas is not getting it done there.
Kyrie, on the Game 2 reaction after the loss.
I mean, we beat ourselves a little bit tonight just on our turnovers and just some of our defensive rotations. They got a lot of opportunities, second chance opportunities where they got an opportunity to go into fast break and just mismatches in transition. So look at some of the positives for sure where we won the first and fourth, but at the end of the day, we got to win all 4 quarters if we want a great chance against this team. And we got to make sure that we create enough separation where we can play comfortably too and freely. So we had a good pulse about the game, I believe, going up until halftime. And then afterwards, they did what other great teams do. where they put their foot on the gas pedal, started pushing a little bit more, penetrating down the lane a little bit more, and creating some opportunities at the free throw line. So, and they converted them tonight, 19 for 20.
Okay, thanks for the overall team assessment. What about your shots falling?
Yeah, that's the confidence that I have in myself. A lot of shots were hitting the back rim that could piss you off as a competitor. But it's all part of the game of basketball, and you got to accept the ups and downs of this. That's the I would say the toughest challenge when you're in a series. You want to play extremely well, especially when you're playing in the finals. Felt good in the first half, but in the second half, just shots weren't going down, and defensively I was out of position, got some ticky-tack fouls, and just kind of took away from our flow of the game as well. It wasn't just all on me, but I'm definitely taking the majority of it just because my teammates look to me to convert a lot of these shots and ease the burden, not only just Luka, but everyone else, and settle our team. We've definitely made our identity on the defensive end, but now offensively, I got to play better.
Here's a couple. There's about two of them, and I do mean literally couple, like couple three, like Jason Garrett.
Couple three.
And you can backhand this question quickly if you want. Do you think you can win a championship with Kyrie Irving as the 2?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
If Kyrie Irving is Kyrie Irving.
Well, that's the thing. It's a mentality question. I was worried. You hear how at peace he is in those answers. I'm worried sometimes he's too at peace.
Yeah.
Because to me, last night, second half, he had to treat that like Game 7. Had to. We lose this, we're losing the finals. We have to get this. Kobe Bryant in that moment, I don't think that's happening. Michael Jordan in that moment thought whoever else you want, that type of superstar alpha dog. Sometimes I worry about the alpha part of Kyrie not being aggressive enough. That's why I asked that. Or do you just say anyone else but Boston? And we're not having this discussion whatsoever about Kyrie being aggressive enough and stepping up in those moments.
I mean, we had it a little bit earlier in the playoffs. Like, we had that discussion in the Oklahoma City series. Like, why was Kyrie seemingly timid? There was one of those games against OKC, he put up 8 shots the whole game. And he played 41 minutes, and Luka was clearly banged up.
I think he was averaging 6 points in the first half before he scored 20 in the second half.
Yeah, so, I mean...
But that can be a problem.
Yeah.
Can.
I'm not just going to assume you're going to end up with 26 every night.
He averaged 27 in their series with Golden State in 2016. He's done this before. Like, he's been there. He's done that, and he's played great. He's playing like somebody who's just disappearing right now.
I was looking at
I need your imprint, man. All this kumbaya, fine, all the spirituality. Yo, man, I need you right now or the season's done.
Yeah. Now,
because that's what many of us are waking up feeling like after last night. This thing is done.
Yes. And now you can make the case that, all right, his demeanor in the post is good for the other players of the team. Like, he's not panicking. We're not going to panic.
Sure,
right? But you could read into the body language that he's just content with being there, or you could read in that he's kumbaya and he's like, this is the worst. It's just like
bigger
Tony
things
Romo.
In life.
If this is the worst thing that ever happens to me, I'm going to have a pretty good life.
Yes.
It's a great perspective to have. Sport fans don't want to hear it. Sport fans do not like that perspective.
I'd like to hear more personal ownership of what went wrong from him in the postgame last night, rather than, look, as a team, we didn't do this, we turned the ball over more, we did this and that. I'd like to hear more of the way Luka talked. I'd like to hear him talk that way. Now, Luka did turn the ball over a ton, but Luka was also trying to play Superman out there. And in terms of the looks that he's getting, we just threw up that stat on contested shot percentage. Derrick White's been on Kyrie a lot in this series. Derrick White's done a really good job defensively. I was looking at the NBA.com box score, which has all these different, like, advanced statistics that you can sort through. The leaders in contested shots last night on defense. For Dallas, Derrick Jones Jr. had 6, PJ Washington 6, Luka and Kyrie and Gafford all had 5. Second on the Celtics was Tatum with 7. Derrick White contested 13 shots last night.
Wow.
Like, that's the kind of defense that he's playing on Kyrie right now, and it's making things really difficult on him.
Great role player. Brad Townsend cross pass with Rick Carlisle in Boston last night, and he said of the Mavericks, they've been great, tremendous year. After they made the trades and had some time together, they turned into a juggernaut. Really, right now, though, there's only one team that can beat Boston, in my opinion, and it's them. He said this before Game 2. Not just because they're the only team left. They've got the weapons. They've got Luka, who right now, if he's not the best player in the world, I don't know who is. So that is Rick Carlisle saying, he would be picking the Celtics. Bob Myers afterwards, former Warriors GM, said they have to pick up the pace. The Mavericks cannot let this amazing defense get set, and they have to go faster. Josh Hart was asked what his adjustment would be, and he said to have PJ Washington and Derrick Jones initiate to have less workload on Luka and Kyrie. But PJ and DJ initiate, and Bob Myers said speed this up. So the Celtics defense,
are they athletic enough to speed it up compared to Boston?
I mean, those are two really athletic players.
They are, but like not those two. I'm just talking about the Mavs in general. Like, do the Mavs? Does it look like when you're watching the game that there's an athletic disadvantage the Mavs have right now, and it's clear. I think it pops.
Yes,
and I hate doing that, but I think it pops on the screen.
I don't know. I think athletically they are. I think they match up well athletically. Like when I look at the up and down the roster and I start thinking of like, okay, who are the guys getting in on the rotation? Obviously, Luka is not some crazy athlete. He plays at a slower pace, but I mean, Horford does that on the other end for Boston. But outside of that, like PJ, Lively, Gafford, Josh Green, like their rotation players are athletic. They're just they're not as good.
Well, I think the huge difference is there's a difference between athleticism and skilled athleticism.
Sure.
The Dallas Mavericks are not athletically skilled.
They're a high.
Okay,
Boston,
Porzingis is athletically skilled. Brown, freak. Tatum, struggling. Obviously Drew Holiday has skills. Daniel Gafford doesn't have a ton of skills. He's going to dunk and effort. Lively doesn't have any offensive skill. PJ Washington. Do I trust PJ Washington initiating offense or Derrick Jones Jr.? Probably not. Like Derrick Jones Jr. isn't tremendously skilled whatsoever, and I think PJ's offensive game is woefully underwhelming. When PJ finishes in the lane, I feel like he's throwing one up that went in. Not like, okay, this guy is a finisher inside. So athleticism versus skilled athleticism, I think there's a major difference that is popping. 877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line for your NBA Finals thoughts.
The guy who was getting mocked on Twitter and everything else after the Mavericks made the finals was Kyle Kuzma, where it was like Kuzma rejected the trade to Dallas, didn't want to go there, didn't view him as a real contender, and ultimately that's why.
How's that working out for you too, Spencer Dinwiddie?
Dinwiddie. Exactly. If you would have had, that is the one thing that I was thinking last night watching it was like, is this series, and I know PJ's been great defensively, but how different could this series be if it would have been Gafford and Kuzma coming here instead of PJ and Gafford? Like, Kuzma's more of a legitimate third scoring threat than what you get from PJ, and I wonder if just you look at this series and go like, that's where it's showing up. That's why the Mavs ultimately first targeted Kuzma.
Look, Bobby was right about this months ago, not trusting any ratings that come out because everything is increasing somehow, some way, even with all the different streaming options. But Sports Media Watch said Mavs Celtics Game 1, the least watched NBA Finals outside of the COVID seasons since 2007. Average of 5.7 rating nationally and 11 million viewers on ABC for Game 1. But then I've seen other numbers saying, it's the most this, most that. Ratings and viewership declined 5% from last year's. Who played in the finals last year?
Finals, it was...
Hang on, Bobby, don't answer.
Hang on a second.
We know who won.
Miami and...
Good job.
Hang on, who the hell? Oh, Denver.
I was like...
How'd you come up with Miami first?
I know. I totally forgot the Heat played in the finals.
Yeah.
5% decline versus Heat Nuggets last year for Game 1, Boston-Dallas.
I mean, having a 29-point first half lead isn't going to help.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people clicked at some point in the third or at half?
Caitlin Clark has been pulling away from their ratings. That's ultimately what's to blame here, is that she's the ratings juggernaut here.
What did everyone and the person who broke the Caitlin Clark story, Christine Brennan, USA Today, will join us at 8 o'clock this morning. What did everyone get into this weekend? Let me live vicariously through you in best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. A reminder for me that the weekend is the worst part of parenting. Dread it. There's no escape. I have all these weeks of paternity leave, time off forms, and I can't fill it out. It's like I don't even want to take the leave. because I can't escape. I'm an Avatraz. I'm calling it right now.
Avatraz.
This
Wow.
girl does
Well,
not. I was like, there's no way that my second child will sleep worse or less than the first. She sleeps a little bit better, but it's awful. I've been up since 3 o'clock this morning. I just been waking up at like 2:33, trying to relieve my wife. But I've been up since 3 this morning. This sucks. Peyton,
Yeah, it does.
hold off, bro. Hold off as long as you get. And then you parents putting out these pictures of your child sleeping with one wake up throughout the night, maybe 2. Man, screw you. I hope your kid is ugly. Screw you right now.
They're all pretty hideous at birth.
I know they all look like aliens.
They all look terrible.
But
at
my
birth,
God,
man.
I was looking up flights yesterday. I told my wife, I said, I understand why men leave, and she's like, I do too. I'm like, I'm going out for milk. Peace out.
See ya.
She's like, I'm feeling the same. I just can't. The motherly connection.
Yeah.
And I was like, I
Guilt.
understand.
Male guilt.
Yeah, I understand why they roll out. But I was looking for vacations. I was looking for trips, for flights, babysitters. How can I get my parents back into the mix? Anything, because there's no escape. Maybe a 2-hour nap. Maybe a 2-hour nap for this girl. And then I got my other one. He's freaking annoying me. He's a saint overall, but he's annoying the crap out of me right now. It sucks. Awful. So there you go with your little smug face.
That's not a smug.
Sarah, if you're listening, don't do it. Have Choppy not do it. And Bobby, no.
I'm still wanting number 4.
No. Stay away. You changed your mind. You said in therapy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really, but
Yeah,
I
because
mean,
you didn't have to do anything. You were the absentee father. You were out for milk while Kristen does all the work. But this blows.
I put in a good 4 minutes of work. Thank you.
It's a that how long it took? That
because I'm combining them.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I have this vacation for him, and like,
what are the dates you got? Do you even have any dates on there?
I have one date, and that's for a medical appointment she has. But I don't have anything filled out. I'm scared to be at home.
Yeah.
I'm like, again, working a 9 to 5 would make my perception of parenting so different and so much better. Just dealing with this crap from, until like 7 in the morning. And then not dealing with it until 6 o'clock at night.
Yeah,
just picking up from the daycare.
It's different.
Oh, God, I asked Amanda. I said, let's just drop her off with Ollie.
What time is
Let's just get rid of her. Like,
bedtime?
she's like, you can't do it till 3 months. I don't want to leave her behind. I said, I have to get out of here. I have to get out of this house. I have to and I'm not even drinking. I drank so much with him.
Oh yeah, you got to start drinking.
I can't because the wake up to deal with it. It makes it even worse.
Yeah, it's tough.
Be cognizant.
Does she have
So this segment is my least. This segment I hate every week now because my life stinks.
My life generally revolves around baseball this time of year, which is tough. Look, it's tough to have any kind of semblance of a life. I feel bad for Sarah because she's like just part of this. It's my, you know what I mean. It's so it's tough to have.
You know what she signed up for?
It is, yeah, it is. But I did get to do something really cool with Luka.
Yeah, let me live through you.
So he's 14.
God, what I would give to trade to have him be 14.
14 and 11,
I can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
You're dealing with different things like last night.
I cherish every day. Before you know it. Shut up. Shut up. All I remember is
You're
this.
gonna get there.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
last night, it's like
You are.
10:30, and I hear something in the front of the house, and I Pudge barks, and I get out, I go out of the bedroom. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And I see lights in the front. His girlfriend was on the way back from a baseball tournament with her brother, and she just popped over, and he's outside, and I'm like, oh, okay, but that's what you got to deal with when you're 14, right?
Fine.
They've got phones,
Go
they're on lights.
upstairs.
Yeah,
Go upstairs and leave the door open. Go. Get out of here.
But
Get out my face.
So he is 14. He'll be 15 at the end of the year, which means he gets his permit. So I took him driving for the first time.
Oh.
I let him
in your car that you're going to give him?
Yeah. So he's gonna. My car's paid off, 220,000 miles on it. I'm just like, hey, take it.
I need a new car, by the way.
Yeah.
All the suggestions, Tolo colleagues, hit me up with where to go. I need a car.
Yeah, I'm building my truck
SUV.
online, my vehicle, whatever. I'm building it on. Trying to think.
A truck?
Yeah, I'm gonna get a truck.
You just suck.
I need. My kids are like, dude.
my kids. No,
and Sarah's like, I want more room. I've had a car.
That's what it is. Just lead with that.
I want more room.
Good.
So she was thinking SUV because like it's got a cover. Obviously, has the covered stuff to hold everything in. But
What do you want more room for? You got one that's about to leave soon.
Well, we have other baseball stuff that we carry around, and just I don't know. I'm just sick of having a car. I need more room. I like the SUV or a truck. I'll look at the truck first.
Country transformation continues.
True. So I first was like, all right, let's just drive around the neighborhood. So I let him back out. He drives around the neighborhood, just a circle street, right? That's it. And then we go to a parking lot, an empty parking lot. Went over to Dragon Stadium in South Lake. It was big, huge, empty parking lot,
dude.
And he's just driving around, and it's nerve-wracking because you're not nervous because he's not going to run in it. There's nothing to run into.
Right.
But he's never driven a lawnmower, never driven a golf cart, never driven that. He has no frame of reference on how to use a wheel. No, never.
Wow.
So I feel like it's like a bigger challenge, and he's like overcorrecting, but he did a really good job. Considering this is the first time he's ever stepped behind the wheel. So that was like, I thought it was cool. It was sad. It was my best and worst, really. Because it's like, it's a sad moment because like, oh man, he's getting older. Like we are 18 months away from having basically no control over where he is. Other than now we get to just take his car keys away. And the expense of having a kid that's a male with a license, which is crazy.
So what's his biggest correction that needs to be made? Was he too tough with the brake?
My car's touchy, so it's just the steering. It's just figuring out like when to let go of the, when to release the wheel, let it slide through your fingers and straighten everything out.
Do you think he's gonna have a heavy foot?
I don't think so. He's timid right now. He's pretty timid with the gas. I don't know if that's because we were in a parking lot. He did say I want to go fast, and I'm like, well, go ahead for it, man.
Yeah,
see what you got, and he wouldn't do it. So
you got cones when you go practice the parking.
Well, we're a ways away from that one. He did practice the parking in the parking spots in the lines because it was a parking lot.
But
so he did practice that.
Wants his license, unlike a lot of teenagers today.
A lot of kids don't want their license right now. They're 16, they don't even get it. There's a lot of teenagers that are not getting whether they're scared of it or they're just it's young people now. They don't get out. They don't get in the wild ever.
My issue was always when I first started driving, like the thing I had the biggest issue with was actually just like lane placement. Like I kept naturally kind of placing myself in the center of the lane instead of the car. And so I was always just kind of like leaning into the other lane a little bit. So that was the biggest thing for me, was having to fight with that. But
let's head on over to the Globe for best and worst of the weekend. Pepe in Arlington at the home of the champs.
Yeah, Saturday was Odyssey staff day. Glad for y'all to show up for that. It's the second one we've had this, and the suite. So technically we've had 3 here at the Fan, but I showed up to 2 of the 3. And yeah, thank goodness it was all you can eat and drink because the game itself was not exciting. Close, but team is below average right now. Disappointing.
How was the crowd?
It was good. I mean, for Saturday, because it was 3:05 first pitch, 3:07. I mean, the crowd, it was in the 30,000s. They get great crowds on the weekend still with it being a sub 500 team. But, and they stayed for the majority of the game. I left, the bottom of the 8th, I think, because, I live in Rockwall, gotta, counter for traffic and all that. But, yeah, so I was there, and I brought Mackenzie, my girlfriend, and she hung out with Alec was there, Blake, the Fan Phenom, Spittle was there too, and Carter. So we all kind of hung out, drank, ate some.
What time we playing your audio bit?
We can do 9:20 is fine with.
Okay.
No.
8 a.m. I think he scheduled it for 8. Oh wait, we have a guest there now, so now he can't do his bit. Rats. That's when he planned on playing it.
So was it like what type of food and drink we talking? All you can drink?
Yeah, they had beer, and it was okay. So I went up because they have like the it's like the all you can eat section, but like our section's like kind of sectioned off with just we're allowed in there, no one else. And so you have like kind of chefs and bartenders that give you your food and drinks. And I went up and got a beer, and then Mackenzie came up, and the guy didn't even think she wanted a beer, and she said, "Oh, we got wine for the ladies." I was like, "Well, what if I wanted some wine?" But they had red and white wine, they had some beer, hot dogs and hamburgers, really, chips, stuff like that. So it's all right.
I found out my worst of the weekend.
Sandler's event.
Boy, shots fired. I went and found out my worst of the weekend this morning, walking into the station. So I had a bottle of beer sitting in my fridge for a long time. And I was like, this is a darker beer. I'm not a huge fan of darker beers. I'll take it in. I'll see if Sean or RJ wants it. I will not offer it to Peyton, but I'll offer it to Sean and RJ. So I had put it in the car on like Saturday, and it was bigger than it fit in the cup holder. And so I was just like,
why'd
okay.
you put it in Saturday?
Because I was going to forget it otherwise. And so I was just like, this will be fine. So I tossed it in the back seat.
You tossed it?
Lightly tossed. All right.
Moron.
Like, so I just kind of, I tossed it like the way you would, like if you're playing cornhole. Just kind of underhand, lightly. Now, I don't believe it broke then. I should say. But I do think that the excessive heat for 2 days in the car, maybe also hitting it, because it was not all in there. But when I got in the car this morning, I was like, it smells like yeast or something in here. What is this?
Gross.
So I was driving in, and I went to the back seat, and I went to pick it up. And when I picked it up, it was a receipt that was in the back seat was stuck to the side of it and covered in brown liquid, and it was about half empty. It doesn't even look like it's really open, but now half a, I don't know, 24-ounce beer has just poured all over the back seat of the car. And I don't know that that's a smell you can get out very easily. Like, that's going to be one that's going to probably linger for a little bit. But otherwise, it was pretty lazy for the most part. Went to marketing consultant Cody's engagement party, his surprise engagement for his girlfriend Jordan. So they got engaged. Got an old-fashioned kit from Whiskey and Smoke, which is so good. I didn't know they could. I don't want to out anybody, but like I didn't know you could sell those out of like restaurants like that. I didn't know that you could buy them that way.
How is
it's
the
just
kit?
bitters, right? It's just bitters, right? And then like the stuff that you're using to
make
peel the oranges or whatever.
Sure. That's all that's in the kit. But it's like, I mean, we made that over the weekend.
Is it better than my old fashioned in the bottle pre-made?
I've never drank that one that you had from High West.
Oh yeah.
High West is really good.
I love it.
But this one was good. The only problem was, and Kristen was talking about this, she's like, we don't have like the single ice cube. Like you have those big ice cubes that you have at your house. So it said to put like 4 or 5 in the cup, and I felt like it watered it way too much.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's what it said. So I felt like it watered it too much. That wasn't great. I said
order the silicone thing. The silicone.
No, I know. That's what I'm gonna, now that I have the kit, because I just got it over the weekend, and so that's what I'll need to do now. But you were responsible.
Mean, like, shaving the orange and burning the orange and get the flavor.
So no, it's what they have is it comes with you get your own rye that you pour in there. And then what it comes with is it comes with this little tin that you pop it open. It's got the sugar cubes in it, and it's got the 2 different kinds of bitters. One are orange bitters, one are like grapefruit bitters, and you can pick which one you want to work with. But other than that, like it just comes with that, and then there's something else in there I can't remember that you mix into it. But it was really good. It was just I felt like the ice cubes watered down too much. But the other thing that happened this weekend, Sean, was you were responsible for the biggest meltdown in my home.
Oh no.
Of the young girl. The 8-year-old Laura went into a full-fledged meltdown. So we were talking about how hot it is, and look, that's why my best and worst of the weekend for the next 8 weeks is going to be nothing, Sean, because it's hot.
Yeah,
it's really hot, and I am going inside and running my AC down to 65 and staying indoors all weekend.
If you guys want the 9:30 or 10 a.m. pool invite, it's open to you on Saturdays.
Okay.
If you want that, like it's got to be that early though.
It may.
I got to take my son. I did take Ollie in the Emerald Custom Pool on Saturday morning, but when you got kids like this, you don't wait till 12 or 1. They're itching, they're ready to go. We're going 9:30, 10 a.m. swim time, out by noon, and see if they'll pass out from a nap.
It would have been a definite yes before this weekend, because I don't know that Laura's going to accept an invite any longer.
Oh, really?
A couple weeks ago, you had made reference to the fact that, sometimes, it's your pool. You'll do what you want. You're the king of your domain, so you're not going to get out of the pool to pee. You're going to go ahead and take care of that in the pool.
Yeah.
I was disgusted by it, obviously. So I was talking to Kristen over the weekend. I was like, man, it's hot. When are you going to just take him to either the pool over here by the apartment or the one at the rec center that we normally take him to, the Flower Mound Community Center? And she was like, the last 2 times, like both of them are just gross. She's like, they're just gross pools. People pee in them. And I said, well, Sean pees in his pool, and you guys get in that one.
Tell your daughter that, man.
I didn't tell her that. I told Krista that.
narc.
And my daughter was off to the side, and she went, what?
Oh, no.
And she was like, I've been in that pool.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, you have. And then when I saw how freaked out she was like, oh, well, I'm leaning in this. I was like, well, you have just sat all in Mr. Sean's pee then. That's half of the pool now is Mr. Sean's pee. So if you've ever ducked your head under and got a little bit, like you've had some of that. You probably like drank some of that by accident.
Bobby, why are you doing that, man?
She went into full-fledged meltdown mode and started like rubbing her arms, and she was like, I need to take a bath. And so
gosh,
I
man.
sent her into a total tizzy because now she feels like she's got Sean's pee all over
And
her.
I'm raising my son the right way too. He's in the shower and he's 4, and he's like, I gotta pee. He starts trying to run out of the shower. I was like, no, man. No, right here. Go ahead. And
Pee
this
in the
cute
shower
little
is
kid,
okay.
He's like squatting down like over the grates.
Oh my God.
Like, so he doesn't spray it everywhere.
Pee in the shower is okay.
The only time I pee in the shower is when I can't pee in the toilet.
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Sometimes you wake up and you can't get it in the toilet.
Oh God!
You don't go in the shower and pee when it's not on.
He's making
I do, and I turn it on and I let it and I run it. If it's in the Sarah will vouch.
What?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were making a joke about an obstructed stream. I thought you were making another joke.
Okay, so you're dirty.
Sometimes when you wake up in the middle of the night, it's not pointed in the right direction to pee, and you gotta go.
So you're dirty.
Find a way. Especially on a Blue Chew night, doesn't go.
Your nasty armpit sweat and your crotch juice all up in that pool, and you're labeling me. You're shaming me for having an occasional release here and there, just like that.
Sometimes you gotta go in the shower when you're not taking a shower.
I've never heard of that.
Nope, that's
I don't
first.
think anyone else has ever done that.
No,
a dry pee in the shower.
I turn it on.
So wait, hold on. You told me you don't shower after you do that, but you will pee in there and turn it on to pee in there and just not rinse off in the process.
No, okay. I'm saying in the middle of the night I wake up, nothing's happened, but sometimes.
Why don't you sit down?
Where are you gonna
point?
It's
sit
not going
down
down.
and
It's not
control.
going down. It's
You
pointing
plank.
straight up at the
You
sky.
plank. You lay down like this. on
It's
the
like a
toilet.
DirecTV satellite, not ours,
cannot-
but it's like a regular satellite thing. It's pointed straight up in the air. It doesn't bend well on the Blue Chew.
I cannot believe that she allows that she walks into that shower afterwards.
I run the water.
877-881-1053.
I assume it gets all the soap scum off the corners too. It's like
burn it off.
Burn it off.
Frankel and Frankel, injury attorney, text line. Would you rather swim in my pee or Bobby's armpit sweat?
I'd rather swim in your pee.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bam! Win for me. Suck it up, Laura. Don't literally suck it up, the urine, but get tough. You gotta toughen up your fingers too. 877-881-1053. The one who broke the Caitlin Clark Team USA story joins us next. Christine Brennan from USA Today right after this. And this
From our Hurley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Of course, our number one basketball story in the Metroplex is the Mavs trailing the Celtics 0-2 in the NBA Finals. Game 3 is on Wednesday night, but the second biggest, maybe even sports story, definitely is for basketball, unless you're a Laker fan, is Caitlin Clark being left off of Team USA. And the one who broke the story is longtime reporter Christine Brennan, joining us on Sean, RJ, and Bobby on the D&M Leasing Hotline, CNN, ABC News, PBS, and of course, USA Today. Christine, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, thank you. No, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
How shocked were you when you first got the message relayed to you that Caitlin Clark was left off?
It was Friday, right around midnight. I just actually had been to the Fever at Mystics game, over 20,000. Caitlin Clark, 30 points, 7 threes, absolutely magic. Interviewed her for the first time. I never met her before, never shaken her hand. And got home and got a text from a source I've been talking to since February. Because I anticipated, as most of us journalists who've been around a while and covered a lot of Olympics, that this could get interesting, and there could be an insular feeling among the old guard and, whatever. So I got a text to call a source at midnight. That doesn't happen all the time. And so I called this person, and I figured it had to be something. And they said, I've got the list in my hands, and I'm looking at it, and I am looking at the names, and Caitlin Clark's name is not on it. And I said, not on it. And I'd say shock and surprise, even though you could kind of see this coming from some of the comments in the WNBA about her and other things that have happened. But yeah, and then of course confirmed it and got 2 hours sleep that night, which is, I do not recommend as a healthy thing for anyone. And I felt I was already at the Olympics and have been on the story, pretty much ever since.
Christine, from a pure basketball standpoint, because truth be told, I can't comment on, roster spots 9 through 13 with the statistics and how good some of these women are. From a pure basketball standpoint, is it justifiable to leave her off?
I think it would be justifiable to leave her off. I think it'd be justifiable to leave Diana Taurasi off. It'd certainly be okay to leave 2 injured people right now off that they're hoping are going to be okay. And by the way, we'll see. Chelsea Gray, we'll see if she's healthy, and if not, then maybe Caitlin makes the team anyway. It's an alternate. Who knows? But it's subjective, right? So every NBA team, I'm going to guess, all of them, some big controversies over the years on the Olympic men's team, right? Yeah. But I think you could have a conversation about anyone in any Olympics, male or female team. What I would say about Caitlin Clark is I think there's been a perception, I said this on CNN and I said it elsewhere and I can keep saying it. I think there's been a perception, and maybe some of your listeners would be nodding their heads here. They're like, oh, she hasn't been great. It's been a little rough for her. Tough start, learning, right? Taurasi, who can't say a kind word ever about her, which is interesting and revealing for someone twice the age and of a 22-year-old who's coming in and changing everything for you, and rising tide lifts all boats, money and everything. The idea that you've got these players and say, well, let's look at Taurasi. I would say this, that Caitlin Clark's statistics, the idea that she hasn't been good, she's been great. She's 4th in assists per game. She's 13th, maybe dropped to 14th in points per game in the entire league. Both of those, she's above Taurasi. I think she's 2nd in made threes, and again, above Taurasi. And believe me, these are things I would have never known a year ago, right, on the WNBA. I, like everyone else, am following it for an entirely different reason because of Caitlin Clark and this storyline with Title IX that she is and all of that. So I guess what I'm saying is if you want to just look at numbers, want to cherry pick or want to go apples and apples or apples and oranges, you can make a case that Caitlin Clark, Rookie of the Month, who, by the way, is defended more statistically than anyone in the league, including Taurasi. She is obviously the most important person in the league, the way that they're bird dogging her, blitzing her, picking her up at 94 feet. That's extraordinary. Taurasi's not getting that. None of these other guards who've made the Olympic team are getting that. So what does that say? That says that the league thinks that Clark is so good, you have to defend her like she's a 30-year-old veteran. All of that to say you could have absolutely put her on the team.
Christine Brennan, USA Today, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. In terms of the Olympic team, like, who decides the roster? How do they? Is it just the head coach? Is there a committee? How do they come to this determination to leave her off?
Yeah, I've had to look that up too. I've had to learn a lot, guys. Yeah. I've covered the Olympics since LA in '84, and by the way, I've covered the women's basketball team at every Olympics, reported on one way or the other, and at least 5 of their gold medal games. And one of the reasons that I've been writing and talking about this so much and focusing on the bigger Title IX and worldwide aspects of it is because I have been in the Press Tribune for 5, as I said, at least, of the gold medal games, and it's tumbleweeds in there. And you know why? You guys know why, and your listeners know why. Most sports writers are still men. We love them. Some of my dearest friends in the world, people I went to college with, people I've grown up with. And as I said, I'm going to the women's game, they might chuckle or laugh. And they're like, they're not doing that, right? They're going to cover men's basketball. They're not going to cover women's basketball.
Yeah.
And guess what? This all changes if number 22, right? Yep. Every man now wants to be there. Every male journalist around the world. The guy when I was at the Masters came up to me from England and said, you know what? I can't wait to see her. I'm going to cover her. England. I'm doing a New Zealand radio station in a little while. New Zealand, because they're upset. So that's the other part. But yes, about the committee, there is a committee. The coach shall read, and then there's a board of the USA Basketball that does rubber stamp, apparently, the decision. Yes.
Christine, now we then get to the $1 million question. Why? Why, according to what you've been told, and why do you think she was omitted?
As a journalist, I'm continuing to report this. Obviously, I'm a columnist giving my opinion and was very, very strong. We've seen I've seen a lot of terrible decisions on player and team selection in all the Olympics. This will be number 21 in a row going to Paris. And I'm so fortunate, guys, so lucky. I would have hoped to go to one as a fan growing up in Toledo, and going to Northwestern and hear all this. So I'm so fortunate. But the idea of what this can mean, I think that I'm trying to learn and figure it out. And I had 2 sources, completely independent, impeccable sources, people with decades in women's basketball, tell me the other day, separately, when I'm checking in with them on, what are you hearing about Caitlin Clark? I had no idea it was going to come that night, the news and the opportunity to break it. And independently, both of these people said, well, what they were hearing was the problem is that if you pick Caitlin and she only gets a couple minutes of playing time, her fans will be upset, and there's millions of them and radio shows, and that will be a terrible PR problem. And I laughed the first time I heard that. I said, you're kidding, right? And no, that's what they'd heard. That was the only sticking point, according to my source. 5 hours later, run into another person, ask the same general question. This is a person that would not even be talking to the other person. Obviously, why would they ever do that anyway? And compare notes about something that they're talking to me about. And this person says basically the exact same thing. And now I'm going, this is unbelievable. And I'm continuing to report that. I've got another source who said, sure, that would be a topic. I haven't really put that out yet just because I want to go back and confirm that a little bit more. But then you've got Cheryl Reeve, the coach of the team. Our Good Morning America piece this morning that I'm in is out there. I just put it on Twitter if folks didn't see GMA. And she's actually put out on Twitter after the WNBA was saying Caitlin Clark's first preseason game was against Dallas, actually, right, as you'll remember. And she put out a hashtag saying not only one, the W is not only one person. A hashtag. Well, obviously that's directed totally to Caitlin Clark, right? WNBA is not only one person. That's the head coach of the Olympic team. I think that's going to become a bigger deal. And I didn't realize that till the Good Morning America producer was interviewing me and mentioned it yesterday. And that, I think, is stunning that coach showed what she thought. And you know what it is? I can't believe if there's any inhostility, any hostility at all, if there's any, a little early in the morning here, if there's any hostility, if there's any anger or jealousy, hey, it's human nature. But Caitlin Clark got them charter flights.
Yeah.
All because of Caitlin Clark going through DFW and looking like an animal at the zoo as people were videotaping her. That the WNBA could not allow that to continue. The security risk, playing with fire, with arguably the best-known athlete in the country, certainly the best-known.
But Christine, let me play devil's advocate for a second. Again, devil's advocate, because I'm interested in the league and the sport. You've covered sports a long time. How do you balance all that, being grateful versus we're not just going to roll out the red carpet for you. We're not going to let LeBron James come in his rookie season and kiss his rear end and give him the VIP treatment. We're going to freeze out Michael Jordan in the All-Star game. We're going to put you through your paces. You have to go through initiation. How do you balance all that?
Oh, that's all happening to Caitlin Clark, as I'm sure you well know, right? But what I'm saying is the undercurrent. So let's go to the women's Final Four. I was not there. But I'm watching like everybody else, 18.9 million, right, for Caitlin Clark's final game. South Carolina beat Iowa. 4 million more than the men. Ever in my lifetime, guys, would I have ever thought that the women's final in the NCAA, only 2 years after they were even allowed to have the trademark March Madness, because they weren't allowed, would beat the men. I mean, that's just an extraordinary thing. What's happening that week? Diana Taurasi, reality's coming, ha, ha, ha. Not wrong, but not one. I asked Diana's agent, could she give me one example of anything kind that Diana said about Caitlin ever? By the way, this is not kindergarten. This is not seventh grade slumber party. But this is women's sports, and we can't do the same with the men because here's the deal. Unless you can tell me that the WNBA players are making the same amount as the NBA players, of course you can, or the TV rights deal. Women's sports is not there yet. So the notion that these people play hard, but we saw, of course, the cheap shot by Kennedy Carter, and then the I ain't talking about Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
What's that? She's certainly living rent-free inside all their heads, right?
Yeah.
But she got them the charters. She's going to get them a much bigger TV contract and more money. I would think someone might speak out and say, hey, kid, thanks. I want to, beat you by 40 tomorrow. But, wow, nothing.
Yeah.
Crickets. Interesting, isn't it?
Yep. Christine, you mentioned in this report that you mentioned where some of the vets were concerned how her fans would react if she only got limited minutes. Did it not cross their mind how they would react if she was left off the roster completely?
Well, that's it. I'm going to be at the Olympics, and I will not cover. Here's the thing. By the way, this is my editor and I talking already. I cover swimming the first week. It's nothing but gold medals and, Katie Ledecky and everything. So you have to be there. Second week, I would have then peeled off to Caitlin Clark. I would have, for sure, once or twice, just to see the scene. There's no way now. Not because I don't care, but every Olympics, there's 30 medals giving out every day at least. So I have to go to something else that's going to be competitive and interesting. The women's basketball team, unfortunately, is too good for their own good. The women's soccer team loses. So often they'll play the same day, and you got to go to the soccer because they could lose the gold, whereas the basketball players won't. So, I just think, right, the first question they're going to get in their press conference is, what do you all think about Caitlin Clark not being here? And the second question might also be about Caitlin Clark, absolutely.
Christine, last one for you here. In terms of the discussion around Caitlin Clark, and clearly the narrative has been so much of an issue for a lot of these WNBA players and these women's basketball players, is there any of this that's just actual firsthand Angel Reese type dealings with Caitlin Clark, or is this all just narrative that has them pushing back so hard? Is there anybody who actually has an issue with their interactions with Caitlin Clark that you've come across?
No. And I'll tell you, let's just take a second and I don't think I need to do this. Most of your listeners who probably are in love with her, she's 22 going on 40. Everything's been thrown at her. Her comments about this, what I think is, just the worst decision ever by the U.S. Olympic national governing body ever about selection and player selection, just terrible. And they won't even talk about it, but 50, 60 hours and silence from USA Basketball. Caitlin speaks up, and she's classy and dignified. The winner in this, of course, is Caitlin Clark. We have hit the jackpot. Absolute gold mine with role models here for girls and boys. she goes out there and she autographs, does autographs. I saw it in Washington. Of course it's a road game, but it's a home game because every game is a home game for Caitlin Clark because she is women's basketball. She is basketball in many ways. I realize you've got a team playing the championship for the boys that they allow to play, the men. But you know what I'm saying? She's just absolutely remarkable. And I met her for the first time, as I said, interviewed her, and looks you in the eye and is direct and kind and funny. I've covered 40 years of sports, and I've seen a lot of jerks, and I've seen a lot of good people. And already she's got to be one of the best I've ever seen. And what a delight for this country and what a delight for our children to be able to look up to someone like this now, hopefully for years to come. But around the world, they could have done that. Could you imagine the 22 USA jerseys that kids in Africa would have wanted, and Europe and Asia?
Yeah.
And that's all gone. That's all gone.
Christine, thank you so much for the time. Appreciate it. Great job with the story, and enjoy the Olympics.
I think I will. Thanks, you guys. Really enjoyed it. Take care.
Christine Brennan, longtime reporter, USA Today, broke the Caitlin Clark Olympic story on the D&M Leasing Hotline. I want to get some Mavs calls. I want y'all to unleash. Go ahead and vent. What's up with Kyrie? Is this thing over? Why is it going to be evened up coming back to DFW? 877-881-1053 if you want to vent. 877-881-1053. Your Mavs Finals calls are next.
Let's get you over to Zerez. Get that carpet clean.
products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Pritchard fields it, gets across half court, 2 seconds. Pritchard from 35. Got it! He banked it in! Peyton Pritchard, he's been making that shot all year long. He's been the one to have to carry the mail in the final couple of seconds. And now, on the biggest stage there is, he banks one in to beat the third quarter buzzer.
Give that man the damn cheeseburger.
Absolute backbreaker. That sucked. Because I was tweeting, Mavs have to feel great. Only being down 6, went to 9.
Shinks. Doesn't even take you sending it out for it to be the Shinks, man.
Just like that. And I almost tweeted out, this thing's over, third quarter. This thing's over. Kyrie, not built for the moment. Just to try to Shinks it. But the Mavs started cutting it down a little bit. I did Shinks the referee non-overturn with handball with the replay and J.J. Redick being the latest to admit, I didn't know that was the rule if the ball left. Was that P.J. Washington?
Yes.
Making the defensive
that was
play?
P.J. Washington who looked back and was like, yeah, definitely review that. And ultimately, now you don't have a review for the foul at the end.
Let's, did that cost from that? The carryover first half, second half? They got to change that.
Yeah, I get what they
And if
they
you
don't want to
win
stop
your
it down.
call-
If you win your call, you should never lose.
Never.
Never.
You keep it. Why are you
Absolutely.
penalized for
You should-
winning your challenge?
Absolutely. You should not be penalized.
Let's let the Tolos vent as the Mavs are now down 0-2. Do you think the series is over? What is your Kyrie theory? Who else needs to step up? Your NBA Finals observations for last night in Game 3 on Wednesday back at the AAC. Zach and Plano, start us off. Zach, you're live on The Fan.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Long-time Tolo, man, the first-time caller. Hey, we love Caitlin Clark, but we got a crisis in downtown Dallas right now. We need Kyrie to initiate the offense, and we need the Mavs to stop being soft and put a body on these Celtic boys because they're soft as heck and get some rebounds, and that's it. That's all we got to do, clean up the small stuff, hit a body when the ball goes in the air, block out, and just play strong, initiate the offense through Kyrie, and that's it. That's all we got to do, and it's a wrap. But got to stop being soft, so JK got to wake up. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for the call. You know, someone else brought up the point again of Kyrie hitting a wall, that these are his most played games and minutes since when? How long ago?
2016 or something like that. It's been
a long time.
A long time.
2016 and 17. Think about that. Coach Steve. Coach Steve is here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Are you a coach in basketball, Steve?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm a baseball coach.
Basketball, baseball, or both?
I'm both.
Okay.
I'm actually both.
Okay, what area?
Dallas.
Okay.
West Dallas. Oak Cliff.
Okay, nice. All right, draw it up for us. What are your thoughts?
So my thoughts is I don't think the Mavericks are in as great as danger as everybody thinks because we lost by 5. We played terrible, and Boston didn't play great, but they had a great third and fourth quarter, right? So they didn't play great, and I really think that what's hurting the Mavericks most is they don't get a lot of those contact free throws, right? So most of our free throws tend to come from on the floor in the bonus versus Boston get those contact fouls and they get the bucket as well. But when you don't get those fouls in the bucket, you tend to start the fast break, and that's what's hurting the Mavericks. They're not getting those same calls. And I think if they just call it even, and which that's not going to happen in the playoffs, we can overcome. But we pretty much had the lead a lot up until the refs kind of just get trigger happy and keep Boston in the game. Boston is not running off from the Mavericks until those referees start making calls that players really can't pick up on because they're not consistent.
Thanks for the call. 17 to 15 in terms of the foul calls. You know how I usually am. I don't want to hear it. The referees have not cost the Dallas Mavericks in this series. Yes, it was a push in the back last night. Dallas Mavericks have a lot of problems, a long list of problems. And I'm not simplifying this down to free throws either. I'm not just saying, okay, it was a 7-point difference. The Mavs missed 8 free throws. They would have won the game. They just would have won the game if they went 24-24 from the free throw line. I think that's making it way too simplistic. We got a lot of issues.
I just looked it up, by the way, after you had referenced it. This is the third most minutes Kyrie's ever played in his career cumulatively between regular season and playoffs, and it's the most he's played since 16. So We're talking about 8 years since he's played this many minutes.
Don and McKinney. Don, you are up next here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
Hey, what's up, family, man? This is that same Don, man, that lost his mother. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, I still appreciate you guys.
Oh, yeah, man.
But, yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? Still appreciate you guys, man. Y'all family. But hey, y'all, look, the floor is not falling. What in the hell did y'all think was going to happen? It's Boston. They've been leading. They were the best team in the league the whole year long. You know what I'm saying? What did y'all think was going to happen? It's a 7-game series. Of course, Dallas is down 0-2. It's okay. You come home, you get your leg back, you tie the thing up, you know what I'm saying, and you're right back in the ball game. Y'all relax, man. Relax. It's a 7-game series. It's not game 7. The thing is not over. Relax, people. It's going to be okay.
I like the motivation. I like the talk. Here's the problem. Last night was a really, really, really bad loss. Like that felt like the opening. That's how I'm going to forever remember game 2 if this thing ends in a sweep. If the Mavs lose, period, we're all going to look back. I think we should look back and say that was the opportunity. It was game 2 to be had. And
that was it.
You could not capitalize.
That was it. You had your chance. Like, that was your chance to steal a game on the road. That was the...
I'm way more fine with the game 1 loss than last night's loss.
For sure.
Way
game 1,
more.
you just got beat. Game 1, it was an avalanche of their talent over yours. Last night was... you didn't take advantage of opportunities. You should have had a much bigger lead than 3 after 1.
Yes.
You should have been ahead at half,
yes,
not down 3. I mean, there was a lot of issues with that first half yesterday. I could see a scenario, not easily. I could see a scenario where they go back tied to 2. I could see it. You know, they can hold serve at home. You're going to have to win 1 on the road. I think that was your chance. That was your best chance.
This is when Don says, "What did you expect?" Don, I did expect Kyrie would play better.
Yeah,
that I did expect. And in fact, if you look at it,
and he would say he won't and can't continue to play as bad.
Of his last 15 games here in the playoffs, how many do you think he scored 16 or fewer?
In how many?
In the last 15 games here in this playoff run, how many has Kyrie scored 16 or fewer?
5.
Chop.
3.
7. It's every other
7.
game. It's every other game over the last 15.
Wow. This is what I went through the other day. Like, is he going to definitely show up from a scoring mentality? He's not being gun shy, just being bad.
It's not falling.
William in North Richland Hills. William, you are live on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hope y'all are doing well.
You too.
So not a lot of good things last night. The one thing I did like, though, was the physicality that Maxey had on KP. You know, he is a physically and mentally weak individual, and I think him coming into Dallas after being beat up by Maxey, you know, if he actually plays, I think that will go a long way in, you know, helping stop that Boston attack when he's on the court.
Maxey 0 for 4. You're talking about Maxey, right?
Yeah, defensively.
Yeah.
0
for 4 starting with the shooting. He is Tim Hardaway out there. It is bad. Like, feels like a desperate search to get any other scoring. Is PJ the second leading scorer for the series?
Yes, 3 points more than Kyrie.
Yeah. Gosh. That's bad. Trey and Dallas.
I wonder if Maxey getting a lot of run is they're trying to with the matchups with size and stuff. I mean, defensively, he's an advantage. He's good.
They might want their bigs away from the basket.
Yeah.
Defending Porzingis are a big.
The paint's been tough for them against Boston.
Trey in Dallas, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Trey.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Morning.
Hey, I just want to say, I coach 12U and 14U basketball, and I coach kids too. And one thing I'm watching with these games, man, we're not boxing out. We can't have that many turnovers. And the main thing, when you get your free money, you got to hit your free throws, man.
Yeah.
16 for 24 at the line last night. That's 8 points. That's 8 points. That's 8 points we left at the line. And it was a 7-point game. We win them games easily if we cut down the free throws, we box out, we hit our free throws, and just play solid defense like we did. It was a better defensive game last night than it was Sunday night. I give them than the other night. I give them that. But we got to box out. We got to hit our free throws. And y'all be blessed, man. Y'all have a great day.
You too. Thanks for the call, boss. Fred in Arlington, you are up next. Mavs NBA Finals talk. Go ahead, Freddie.
Well, good morning, guys. Hope y'all are doing okay.
Same to you.
I will say that I did predict this. I texted y'all and said that the Mavericks are probably going to lose 4-1 to this team because the role players are a big difference. You know, what they're doing is they're taking away Kyrie, and the role players aren't stepping up to fill that void.
Yeah.
And the role players in the Boston Celtics are stepping up to fill any void that the Celtics have.
Yeah.
And I think if we don't get any role player, if we don't get the role players stepping up, we're going to lose this badly.
And their role players, unfortunately, are Drew Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis. Ours are Derrick Jones Jr. and Jaden Hardy.
They got 5 guys averaging 15 points a game in this series.
What's the stat after Luka?
So Luka is the leading scorer in the series, and the next 5 are Celtics.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got 5 guys averaging 15 or more.
That's why we did rank the rosters.
Mm-hmm. And that was the problem that they were going to run into. It's not Tatum. It's not Brown. It's a dozen guys they have that go. Not quite a dozen, but they've got a ton of guys they can go to.
As someone said, what other team can have their superstar play like this and be up 2-0 with the way that Tatum is playing? So
this Celtics team, the way they play, it does remind me. It's very 2014 Spursy. And they move the ball well. They're not an ISO team necessarily. They're making extra passes. Dick Vitale would love it now. Oh, the extra pass! Just love it. It's a different brand of basketball that we're used to seeing now in the NBA.
Back to the Mavs at 9. Which NFL quarterback has the most to prove this offseason? That's next. And below the belt on the home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. But let's get you out of that.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Friends based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. Enough of that depressing stuff. Let's talk about the Cowboys. All right, so this was an interesting discussion that I had seen over on Reddit last week where they were kicking around the topic of the quarterback who has the most to prove coming up this season. And in the discussion, you had all these different people throwing out tons of different names and then arguing about the idea of like, well, what are we defining pressure as? Like how do you define that term of like the most pressure on them? And we see these lists all the time. Dan Orlovsky last year, you remember his who has the most to prove or who has the most pressure on them. And Jordan Love was like his number one name or something like that.
Stupid.
So to me, I think you've got to break this down into a few different topics or angles to say who has the most to prove in terms of this, in terms of this, in terms of this, because they are subsets. So the name that got thrown around pretty frequently in there was...
I have 6 names, by the way.
6 names, and they all fall under different categories for you, don't they?
Yeah.
Okay, so the name that got thrown around most frequently in there was Trevor Lawrence.
Yep.
And that one, I think, is if you're talking about, you know, contract potential, like the potential contract you could earn, maybe you could go at it from a legacy angle. Because to me, I look at it and say, the 3 ways that you can be under pressure and have the most to prove are in terms of the money that you're going to earn, your legacy, and then avoiding being labeled a bust. And those are the different kinds. If you wanted to have another one where it's just job stability or staying in the league, I guess you could throw that one in there. But Sean, when I say which quarterbacks have the most to prove this upcoming season, who comes to mind for you, and how do you break those up?
In no particular order: Dak, Josh Allen, Lamar. And then in a different category for me is Bryce Young.
Yep.
And I also have Justin Herbert written down. Those are the names along with Trevor Lawrence going through the league.
That's interesting.
Kyler?
I don't even.
Are we past that?
I think we know who Kyler is.
I'm kind of past that. I'm interested to see if is he that, and you could maybe throw Hurts in there as well.
Yeah. I think Lamar's a good one. I think Tua. Not necessarily prove, but like he was
under contract.
For a contract, he's under pressure. Lawrence, Josh, Lamar, Dak, Hurts.
Allen, Dak, Lamar, Bryce Young, Herbert, Trevor.
One of the guys who has probably embraced the moniker of pressure-filled situation, all this pressure on me, is a guy that neither one of you had on your lists. And so I'm curious if you view it this way. Is there anything on the line in terms of pressure under any of these three categories for Aaron Rodgers this year? Is Rodgers' legacy in jeopardy at all? Because that's the way he seems to talk about it, is that his legacy's in jeopardy.
I think his legacy is all-time gifted, complex, probably should have had more than one. That's his legacy for me.
I think for me, the biggest thing with Rodgers is not that he has just one Super Bowl championship. It's that he's only been to one Super Bowl.
That's like pretty damning.
And I'm not...
Like anybody could we've seen like in the NFC. The NFC went like 15 years in a row with a new quarterback going like every year, right? The AFC was different. There was a 20-year stretch where it was three guys. It was Brady, Manning, and Ben. Like Ben went to 3, Manning went to 4. Like for Rodgers to only go to 1, that to me stands out far more than he only has one title. You could go to 4 or 3 and only win 1. At least you went. Like Kurt Warner went a bunch of times. He went to 3 different Super Bowls. For Rodgers to just go to 1 is like if he were to run back his entire career, there's no way he only goes to 1 again.
Since he won a Super Bowl here in Dallas in February of 2011, these are the quarterbacks. I won't include last year when he was in the AFC, but if you look just over the course of his career, these are the quarterbacks that went to the Super Bowl from the NFC where he was playing in order: Eli Manning, Colin Kaepernick, Russell Wilson, Cam Newton, Matt Ryan, Nick Foles, technically, Jared Goff, Jimmy Garoppolo, Tom Brady, Matt Stafford, and Jalen Hurts.
And Purdy.
But I mean, this past year he was in the AFC. And so and he got hurt at the beginning of the year. So
I'm not putting any pressure next to Rodgers because I'm past that. Like he's old, he's broken.
His legacy, I think, is what it is. Yeah, he could get helped if he wins another one. Obviously, he'll boost him big time. But I think he's set. I mean, I think most people consider him to be a top 10 quarterback all time.
I can read though,
and he can read.
I think in terms of if you talk about new contract, it's Lawrence, it's Tua. Those are the guys that have a lot of pressure. If you talk about avoiding being labeled a bust, that to me, I think that was a great name you threw out, Bryce Young. Bryce Young, because his whole, the book on him was he is pro ready. He's ready to go right now. CJ Stroud may be better one day, but you're banking on a ceiling there and not what you can get right now. Right now, Bryce Young can give you this, and he didn't. And if he doesn't give it to you again next year, Carolina has to start looking at things and saying, okay, what's wrong with him? Something's clearly off about him. So that's when the more interesting one, and the one that probably relates to the Cowboys directly, is the legacy question. When you talk about legacy and the type of pressure that's on there, I think 4 that stand out, like you just mentioned: Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Dak Prescott. Herbert might get a pass from people because of the coaching changes that he's gone through.
And all he does is get passes.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, look at his numbers. He puts up great numbers. Those are his passes right there. But I think when you look at Lamar, Dak, and Allen, there's probably there's an argument to be made at least that nobody has more pressure on them in terms of the impact on their legacy this year than Dak. Because this very well could be the end here with Dak.
From a non-Dallas discussion, Josh Allen and Lamar have more pressure on them because these are guys that could go to the Hall of Fame. Dak Prescott's
already there.
Dak Prescott is not in that discussion. So a ton of pressure on Josh. You want to be in a Mahomes conversation? Well, now you're going to have to win like Mahomes without that true number one receiver, which, by the way, Jordan Love over the weekend was like, I like that we don't have a true number one. It makes it more difficult to defend us. And then Lamar Jackson won't because it's the Cowboys, more national pressure. Dak Prescott, he's playing for his next contract, but Josh Allen, higher stakes, in my opinion, in terms of legacy, and Lamar Jackson too.
So that's interesting. So you think that
it's not interesting?
No, this is
or funny. It's brilliant.
I consciously said interesting on this one. That to me is interesting. So you think the Stephon Diggs angle will put more pressure on Josh rather than have people potentially build in an excuse for him? Like, well, look, the Bills didn't do him a favor. They got rid of Diggs. And that's how
because Nick Wright is going to be every week. Oh, you told me that Josh was in a Mahomes conversation.
Look, I'd take Trevor Lawrence over him. I mean, what has Josh Allen ever done?
Yeah.
While he's got those hair plugs to try and not look like Shaka Smart anymore.
I think it's going to be a loss. It's going to be a loss for Josh Allen if he struggles instead of blame towards the Buffalo Bills front office, just because it's been like Allen and Mahomes in the AFC.
The only reason why I would think that Dak might get nationally more pressure put on him in terms of his legacy than those two, and I think you can make an argument for any of the three, but I think the reason why Dak might is because I wonder if they're going to build in the excuse, like I said, of just, well, you did him dirty. You got rid of Diggs and you didn't give him anything immediately to help with. And with Jackson, he's got to get over the hump, but I feel like people have settled already on like, but he's great. You know, he's great. He's 2-time MVP. He's awesome. What's he supposed to do? Like he's already shown exactly how great he is. We know his legacy. His legacy may be Dan Marino. Even though Dan Marino didn't win a Super Bowl,
right?
I don't know if people, maybe I'm off on this. Do you think people view him as eternal choker or just there was never enough around him?
I don't think they view him as a choker.
I don't either, and I don't know that people have viewed Lamar that way yet. Right. I think they view him as like, you got to help the guy. He's great. Do something to help your great player.
I agree.
Whereas
I don't view Lamar, necessarily as a choker. Maybe his style. The question with Lamar to me is not, is he a choker? It's, can you win in the playoffs that way?
Right.
It's not does he choke?
Is there any pressure on Deshaun Watson this season?
Yeah.
Or is it just he settled for his contract and people have kind of just, wow, you did them dirty.
They're loaded, man.
I should have written him down. He's a huge one, and he's flirting with being a big loss of mine.
They have 17. I think you
from a personal take.
I know this was in our emails in the last week. I don't remember if we did it on the other. If you look at the point spreads for the Cowboys, the point spreads are out for all 17 of their games.
Yep.
They are favored in 14 of them. One of them that they're not is Cleveland. Is on the road against Cleveland, opening week, presumably against Deshaun Watson and the Browns. But
that's against the Browns defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's that's a big factor for it. But I think that the built-in excuses are all there. There won't be a built-in excuse for Dak this year. In most people's eyes, they're going to say, "What you have had it rolled out for you. You have silver spoons the whole way. This is laid out completely for you. How is it that this hasn't clicked for you yet? Why are you not elevating your team? Why are you not in a weak conference ultimately for quarterback play?" All these names we just threw out, the names that you threw out for pressure, we threw in Bryce Young, but outside of Bryce Young, I mean, it's all AFC guys. It's AFC guys that are in a highly competitive, difficult conference. I mean, it's like when we compare the Celtics to the Mavericks and we run down who are the best players. It's like, well, here's a Mav and here's 8 guys for the Celtics. When we talk about the best quarterbacks in the league, there's usually, okay, there's an NFC quarterback 1 maybe in the top 7, but otherwise you've got the stacked conference over here. So Dak absolutely has a ton of pressure from that perspective, and I just think that if you're looking at it from, is he going to get paid? Is he about to hit the free agent market? Or is Dallas going to lock him in? And what he has to produce in terms of to quiet doubt and discussion about him, he's going to have to be one of the
What really sucks for him is the regular season basically does not matter.
No, it doesn't.
Like, wake me up when the playoffs come. That's what sucks for the reality of judging.
He
Dak
could win
Prescott.
MVP and it won't matter if he loses his first playoff
no one
game.
gives a crap except for me that he finished second, and you that he finished second in MVP. Nobody cares.
Oh, I care. He shouldn't have finished second.
He
should have won. Should have won.
He should have won.
He actually threw the ball, unlike the other guy.
Oh,
by the way, did you see the lovely? I sent it to you last night. The Jaden Daniels first pitch.
Yeah.
At the Nationals game, skipped it far left. Looked exactly like his throws at LSU, baby.
Man, the inability for athletes to throw a baseball will never cease to amaze me. Because these are quarterbacks. You should be able to throw.
Yes.
Dak threw a perfect first pitch.
You know, even you talking about Dak and the word legacy in the same sentence, like, kind of made me sick a little bit. Like, oh, God.
Well, then what's the pressure on him?
What's the pressure
Yeah,
on
if
him?
it's not legacy, which one is it?
It's not legacy. It's like, is someone else going to...
Reputation? Fine, don't call it legacy.
Yeah, it's not
reputation.
legacy. Legacy is way too serious
Reputation,
of a term
then.
for Dak. Yeah,
Then-
reputation.
Yeah.
Good. Compromise.
Okay, see? We can do that.
Bring your face over here so we can high five. 877-881-1053, the Franco Franco injury attorney text line. That is below the belt right here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Did the Jason Kidd mind games actually work? Game 2 and looking ahead to Game 3 next on Sean and RJ. But are you looking ahead?
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
How many different ways do you have to win games on the way to a championship? Tonight, in Game 2 of the NBA Finals, there was nothing pretty until the clock hit triple zeros. They wanted the Celtics battle-tested, and tonight, they get it. The final score in Game 2, Boston 105, Dallas 98.
Opportunity blown and lost. That's the way we're looking at it here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Final hour, kind of fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. Hopefully you had a good weekend. We appreciate you. Turning it on, leaving it on. The Boston Celtics got nothing again except for Jason Tatum assists. They got horrible three-point shooting. Kristaps Porzingis banged up. And the Dallas Mavericks still cannot capitalize and take advantage. Kyrie Irving 0 for 2 now in these finals. And the Boston crowd, not even that worked up. Not even that bad. So that's where things stand. As right now, I think if this went 6, we'd all be thrilled.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like now at the moment they're completely overmatched. In Game 1, they absolutely were, and then last night, even the Celtics, C game was enough.
Yeah, you knew this was over after the first half. First quarter, worry. You're
not
barely
big enough lead.
You're barely winning. Like, you're up 3 points after the first quarter. Tatum and Brown have 2 points. They shot 37%. But then you knew it was over when the Celtics were up 3 at halftime.
Yeah, it's it gets to the point where it's like when they beat you like an Avalanche in Game 1, that's fine. When they beat you with a C game at best for them, then you come to the realization that
from different guys. That's the other thing. X Factor Game 1 was Porzingis. X Factor Game 2 was Drew Holiday. The others, Shaq would say.
The others. But when they start beating you like that, you kind of realize that you're just on the schedule now. You're just in the way of the inevitability. That's at least how it feels this morning.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm looking for optimism here, but it does feel to me like if you get anything close to what Kyrie is supposed to be, you win.
And they're going to say if we get anything close to what Tatum has sucked. But so you have to balance these things out. I love when Mavs fans, they just throw out all of your problems that get corrected. No, let me finish. They're like, oh, no, all we got to do is make our free throws, and all we got to do is rebound better, and all we have to do is get like 6 more alley-oops, and all we have to do is get Kyrie. Well, they're saying on the other side, yo, man, our MVP-type candidate scorer is a joke on the internet right now. He is a walking meme and GIF. You have to include Jason Tatum in that. I know you're part bit this morning with it that he just sucks and he's not capable of that. This guy who drops 26 a night. This is a guy who's in the face of the league discussion at the midway point from the talking heads that are out there. This is all first team NBA. So they have counter arguments too.
Right, but the counter argument over there would also be that Drew Holiday is not shooting 11 for 14 in those nights. Like, in all likelihood, the other balance of that is Drew Holiday not going 11 for 14, Porzingis scoring 20 points in 18 minutes or whatever he did in Game 1. Those sorts of things.
And they're going to say we're not going to shoot 25% if we just don't shoot 25% from 3 as well.
I'm saying on the Dallas side, there's no counter to that of, well, you didn't have Kyrie play well, but PJ scored 26 points, and that's not going to be the case when Kyrie goes off. Like, they
because
have
unsustainable 26.
But that's the thing. They have unsustainable positive things in their check, like Holiday doing what he did last night. Holiday's not doing that every night. So when Tatum goes off, or if Tatum, like, that balances to that point. You're just waiting for Kyrie to click and make shots. There's nobody picking up the slack for Kyrie. There's people picking up the slack for Tatum that wouldn't be doing it if Tatum was making the
There's like 6 of them, so when, let's say, Holiday has a bad night and Tatum has a good night, chances are someone else is also going to have a good night that didn't necessarily.
But the follow-up to that is a question that RJ asked earlier. Like, Kyrie's not just missing bunnies. Kyrie's not just missing wide-open shots. Man, they're making his life hell. That's the problem. Like, this isn't just Kyrie off. He's being affected. He's been affected. That's what really worries me. And the difficulty of the Mavericks shots versus the Celtics shots is a humongous disparity, I think.
Kyrie versus Drew Holiday and Peyton Pritchard defending him in this series is 2 for 11. He's 2 for 11 with those two on him.
Well, Drew Holiday's a beast.
No, I know. Holiday's been the primary defender. Holiday spent more time in defending Kyrie than anybody else this series, and he's completely locked him down. There's nothing that Kyrie's been able to do against Drew Holiday.
And Drew Holiday talking about the other guy that you just mentioned in that stat.
I think it helps a lot. Throwing different guys at him, different guys that play defense differently, some aggressive, some not, but I think even our white guys guard. So it's hopefully it's a challenge on them, and hopefully we can continue to do that.
Even our white guys are guarded. Go ahead, Chot. Let it out.
I love it. I love it. Maybe it's growth. You could say something like that. No, because nobody's batting an eye. I haven't seen a single thing about this. I thought it was funny. It doesn't bother me at all.
Sounds about white.
It's a shift. Maybe it's a shift.
Jason Kidd, mind games, saying Jaylen Brown, he's their best player. Well, Jay Kidd tried to clarify that yesterday with Dennis Scott.
I got to support Cal Bear, and so he's family. But also, it was maybe taken out of content because I displayed everything that he's done.
Mm-hmm.
I even forgot that he was blocking shots, and so he is playing at a high level. He won the Eastern Conference MVP, the Larry Bird Trophy. Understanding he picked up Luka full court. He was doing everything, and so, for my opinion, to think that I was playing mental warfare, I don't think anybody understands what mental warfare is played if I'm playing it.
You have to have two cards ready to play. You play the first card where you try to get inside their heads, and then you have to have the explanation card.
Right.
This is Cal Bear.
Yeah.
I mean, look at all the great things. That's not mental warfare. That's not what that is. I was worried that it was a sign of desperation early on in the series, and I was worried it would cause Tatum to go off for 30, and I was wrong, at least in last night's game.
And maybe I think the thought was that he's trying to create division within the team, right? Like get Tatum to think, hey, well, Brown and Tatum to fight.
Right.
I mean, it is desperation. You are, grasping at straws.
Right.
The Celtics are they're just good. They've got a lot of solid players. Like they've got a deep team.
Did you like that Kid did that?
Yeah, I loved it. Because, I mean, look, here's the thing, is that I don't know that it even needs to be desperation. Just find an advantage. It's an advantage. That's the
Why
toxic.
rile up Tatum?
And have him, kill you for 6 for 22? My gosh, he cooked you. How great was he on...
Did not work last night.
No, it didn't. That's the thing, is that there's no...
And it really didn't work because he didn't come out and, try to force it.
Who is I'm trying to think of who all we had,
we're treating him... We're treating Jason Tatum now like a bum. We're treating him now like I asked you all to group them last week. Paul George, Donovan Mitchell, Tatum, Chris Paul, in terms of coming up big or small for you in the playoffs, because he's losing this. He's plummeting in the social media reality debate of a guy that you want to win it for you.
I'm trying to think, who's a guy in any sport?
A dog.
Yu Darvish. Okay, Yu Darvish is widely considered one of these guys who gets himself sick almost in big moments and has a tendency to collapse. That was the book on him whenever he's gotten in big playoff games. It's almost the pressure that he puts on himself, and he tends to fold. If Yu Darvish, this is why I don't have a problem with what Kid did, and I don't even view it as that desperate. If Yu Darvish is on a 3 straight game roll in the postseason of pitching really well, and then somebody gets in there and goes, yeah, I mean, Darvish is fine, but what they actually have over there in this guy is that's who's really the difference maker for them. And you're then I'm not worried about you going, oh, I'll level up now. I think that there's a pretty calculated chance that Yu is going to fold from that. Same thing with Tatum. Tatum clearly was aware of what was being said about him and Jaylen Brown and knew the type of reputation that he had.
For years.
But knows the reputation he's had. And so there's nothing, if he happens to go off, it's more fluky, I think, than looking at it as I woke him up, because nobody's woken him up from these types of discussions before. It only looks to put pressure on him. And so to me, it's a calculated risk that if it goes the other way, it's, well, okay, that's the odds game you play. The odds said he probably was going to fold, and he did yesterday.
The issue here is, to me, like if you're somebody if you're in your head in basketball, you're gun shy. Like to me, when I think of like somebody who like just collapses, they don't even try to shoot because they don't want to miss because that's when they truly are exposed. He's still shooting, like he still threw up 22 shots.
Okay, so he's not Ben Simmons.
To me, Ben Simmons is the head case. To me, missing shots is not the mental collapse. The mental collapse is when you can't even get the shot off.
There's a difference between collapsing and not being built for the moment, though, and he's shown he's not built for these moments.
So I think not being built for the moment would be like again not shooting.
So
he's not having
he's not
having
totally
bad
go
games.
into a hole.
Yeah,
Like,
he's not having a bad game. Yeah, he was one rebound away from a triple double.
Well, that doesn't
let's
mean
not
anything.
do that.
That doesn't mean
Look,
anything.
we talk about Luka's triple doubles all the time,
And we laugh whenever somebody references it as like a stat line.
Having 12 assists and 9 rebounds, that's not a bad game.
Yeah, 12 assists.
That's not collapsing. He didn't shoot the ball well. That's not shooting the ball well. There's plenty of guys who have. The sign of a good player is when you don't shoot the ball well and you still impact
The last seven playoff series he's played, including this one, his shooting percentage in those series is significantly down from the shooting percentage he had against that same team during the regular season.
Would that not be though? Defensive pressure is
the same team he played during the regular season. Those numbers are down.
Everybody's defense intensifies during the postseason. Even the same team.
Choppy, true or false me? Great players just don't get stopped, period. But true or false me, all right? Maybe we should do this tomorrow with a longer version. This series has caused you to rethink whether Brown or Tatum is better. True or false?
I wouldn't say that, no.
Okay. I think a tremendous amount of people would say it's caused them to rethink. Secondly,
because I thought going in they were pretty even anyway.
Okay, but it was Tatum's team. If you had to pick one,
sure, he's the All NBA guy. Yeah,
yeah. And now
you can have a market correction that he never should have been there.
Yeah,
in the first place.
Yeah. Look, it may not matter because if they win the championship, then whatever. But was Jason Kidd trying to have Jason Tatum force things or division within the team? I still think it was a little bit of a desperation play. I'm hearing you out, Bobby. Especially, I thought it was going to become a bigger issue. I was hoping it was when Drew Holiday agreed with the comment.
This is the first I'm hearing it, but I mean, I don't think he's lying. I think JB he's been aggressive in every single way. He's been getting to the paint, getting to the free throw line, also making plays for other people. And then he's guarding Luka. He's guarding the best player. I've been on teams where, just any team, where does your best player have such a heavy load on the offensive end and then a just as equal heavy load on the defensive end? That's hard to do. That's hard to do, especially against somebody like Luka.
He then tried to walk that back, like Jason Kidd said. I think y'all taking this out of context. I don't prefer either one. I prefer both. Maybe Jason Tatum is so lifeless, this wasn't going to affect him. And he's like, okay, fine. Not going to get him worked up.
Yeah, he just happens to be a 31% shooter naturally. Look, who did they mic up? Who's leading those huddles? Who is getting the attention?
Alternate.
It's Jaylen Brown. No, but Jaylen Brown is the leader on that team more than Tatum is. Tatum's just that's not his MO. He is one of the most anonymous stars that somebody at that level playing that high at the top of one of the top 3 sports. He is relatively anonymous in terms of a personality and a skill set that stands out to people that crossover, that ability.
Do you think that his star/superstar stock is dropping as a result of this series so far?
I don't think he was ever a superstar.
Okay.
I mean, I think he's a really good player. He's not a great player. I don't think he's a.
You don't think his stock is if he was a stock holding?
I think people have overhyped him. I think the perception of him was higher than where it should be. I think he's probably somewhere between the 10th and 15th best player in the league. 8th and 15th best player in the league. I don't think we need to look at him. I think if you're looking at him as a top 5 player in the league, that's your problem.
I don't know. I look at it and say,
like, he averages 9 of 19 from the floor for the year. I don't know. That seems like not a great shooter to me.
Averages 9 for 19.
Yeah, his average for the year was 9 for 19 from the field. That just doesn't seem like an elite player to me.
Well, I mean, what do you want him to shoot?
I don't know. I'm just my perception is that just seems not great.
Are the women
Maybe I'm wrong.
screwing everything up again? Next on 105.3 The Fan. But first, let me go ahead and get you set up.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Weight loss, that's soda. Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Woj says that Dan Hurley is expected to make up his mind today after meeting with the Lakers over the weekend, that they made a very compelling case. So we'll get the decision on going to the NBA with the Lakers or staying at UConn. Vegas says it's minus 400 for LA. That's an 80% chance. So we'll see what happens with Dan Hurley probably today.
Probably today. You brought it up. Maybe it's a leverage play for him to get more money out of UConn. I mean, I suppose Kentucky could have been that too earlier this year when that job opened up. Because that was they wanted him. I mean, that was their first phone call, and he basically gave them a hell no. So I don't know. This sounds like it may not be, because he would have used Kentucky already for the leverage play. I think this is a challenge for him. This is just about having a challenge.
I'm still going to be fascinated to see how this plays out in terms of if he does take the job, what this means for LeBron. Or if he doesn't get the job, that this legitimately was the hire for LeBron, and then you don't get him. What does that mean?
Dang it. Who was being quoted saying what LeBron wants? Someone was saying in the know that LeBron wants or is in love with JJ Redick. I got to see who that is. It was quoted on TV. But what is this LeBron keeping it at 6 thing? What is that?
So LeBron was on with Redick, right? Obviously on that podcast with his favorite simp, JJ. And so LeBron, listen to this. This is peak LeBron here. This is very A-Rod. He almost tries to act like he invented the philosophy of fouling when you're up 6 late in the game.
How do you feel about also fouling up 6 to keep it a 2-possession game? I was sitting here watching the game, and I'm like, if I'm up 6 and they make it 3, it becomes a 1-possession game. But if I foul while he's bringing the ball up and they go to the line, he makes 2, it's still a 2-possession game.
Well, Joe Mazzulla did that in game 1 in overtime. I don't know if you caught it.
I don't think I caught it.
I don't think I caught it. Yeah, he's completely. I don't think I caught it. Of course you did. The guy's streaming NBA games while he's watching his kid play at his AAU game. Of course he caught it. The whole thing is LeBron trying to act like he invented fouling up 6, just thought of it there while doing the podcast, as opposed to seeing it live in the series against Indiana.
That's obviously peak LeBron right there to approach it that way. The other thing that I take away, I thought I would like listening to him and Redick a lot more than I do.
How much have you listened to?
I check in on an episode every week or so, but I mean, like, when I listen to it, it's JJ's kind of developed a reputation as like, hey, I'll challenge you, I'll say this, I'll do this. He really is. It's slobbery with LeBron.
It is.
It's very like, oh, go, like you're the king. Like, he doesn't say that, but that's definitely the demeanor is completely different sitting there talking to LeBron than it does to anybody else. And maybe you would say, well, yeah, of course you'll defer to the greatest basketball player of all time. He's a high IQ player. You should defer that way. It's just he doesn't do it in any other setting, and so it comes off painfully simpish. Like
someone named John Fanta, some NBA insider, went on the Zach Gelb show and said that there's some who don't love J.J. Redick's smartest guy in the room attitude within the Lakers. And that caused them to sit there and look at Hurley. But this is going to drive me crazy on television. Maybe someone send a text on LeBron really liking J.J. Redick. I'm not sure about Anthony Davis. I've seen Anthony Davis loves Charlotte assistant coach. But I'm going to throw out the random prediction that he stays at UConn. Stays at UConn. And that would probably be the smarter thing for him to do, unless they're going to get rid of Anthony Davis.
And then who? Redick? They just default to Redick?
Default to Redick. Just default back down to JJ.
I think that's a decent thought because it's just it feels like usually when we get that Woj report, there's something that follows right behind it of just here's confirmation. This one is dragged a little.
I mean, I'm not saying this. I'm just throwing out a random.
Yeah. No, I know, but I mean that's the way. That's kind of how I'm leaning because of that.
Caitlin Clark left off of Team USA. Christine Brennan, USA Today, broke the story, and she joined us at 8 o'clock this morning. Another Caitlin Clark topic to blow everyone's heads off.
Yeah, it is. Now, from a basketball standpoint, you can easily make the case that this is the right call. Easily make that case. I know she's got, she's decent in points per game and assists. If you look at the traditional stats, if you look at her advanced numbers, and the advanced numbers in the WNBA, they don't have nearly as many as they have for the NBA. I assume that'll change over time. But, her win shares for 48, her player efficiency rating, they're way down, like below league average. It's from a basketball standpoint, there are far more players that are more deserving that got left off than Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
That said, there's also a business side of this.
Well, you can also say, okay, fine, she's played a handful of WNBA games. She's still the all-time leading scorer in the history of college basketball. That should qualify her. Judging her off of 10 WNBA games or whatever they played, it's all devil's advocate stuff.
Yeah, you're right.
Really unfair and really stupid.
Because they let Leitner on the team. They always had a college guy on the men's side.
Yeah.
They a lot of times would have a college player on the team.
But I think Caitlin Clark, she definitely suffered. She definitely suffered by her professional career starting. If this was right after Iowa, she's on the team. I believe.
And also, she's had zero break. She went from national championship. The draft was the following week.
Yes.
And then training camp started like 3 days later. There's been absolutely no breaks. That's tough because the WNBA players, unless they played overseas, which a lot of them do, they had an off season.
And while this news hits, she goes and sets a WNBA rookie record by hitting 7 threes and scoring 30 in front of the largest WNBA crowd in 17 years.
It was wild.
20,333. That was the first $1 million gate for the Washington Mystics in their history.
The two teams combined going into this were 2-19.
Yeah, now they're 3-20. The other games over the weekend at non-Caitlin Clark games. So again, 20,333, 8,800, 8,900, 10-3, 10-1, 9,000.
Oh, what about Angel Reese's games?
That was Angel Reese.
It's the rookie class. It's not just Caitlin. It's the whole rookie class.
That was Atlanta, Chicago. They had 8,800.
Good numbers.
Look, I kind of have a little bit of respect for first off, this is Isaiah Thomas 2.0.
Mm-hmm.
This is when Michael. This is when Michael froze Isaiah off of the Dream Team. I don't know. I can't compare women at the end of the Olympic roster to Caitlin Clark's numbers. I don't know. As a sports fan, this sucks. If I'm the WNBA commissioner, I'm putting pressure behind the scenes to grow my sport. If I'm an advertiser for the league or Team USA, I'm furious and ticked off. Now, if you want to go to Tony Romo meritocracy, did she earn it? You can have the discussion over she earned it just coming out of college. But I am happy. The only aspect of this I'm happy about is for the women who wanted to make her life a living hell and who are jealous and petty. I hope that this not being a blip on anyone's radar during the Olympics, as Christine Brennan, who's covered 40 of these, said that it won't be. I hope they suffer. I hope they suffer from your overinflated ego and sense of how much you actually matter and what your league actually was and is before she got there.
Man,
I'm motivating her. It's motivation, baby.
I root for people suffering all the time. I'm not shy about it. I'm petty about it. And for all those Kennedy Clark and Angel Reese, I hope the reality hits you over no one caring about what you do.
She's basically Luka. This will be the motivation she needs to go out there and stop turning the ball over more than she makes shots.
Yeah.
And it's going to be, she's going to go nuts now.
But again, I can't argue that, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th person on the roster versus Caitlin Clark. I don't know.
No.
From a marketing standpoint, obviously, it's a humongous, you're punching yourself in the face. They just continue. I'm almost more fascinated to watch the self-infliction of the WNBA versus Caitlin Clark's games.
Oh, they are self-sabotaging.
How much can you take something? Yeah, self-sabotage is the perfect term. How much can you take something and F it up? And
they're figuring it out.
And I love watching them figure it out.
I don't know. I tried to find Olympic TV ratings for the women's game before. I saw Jamel Hill post that the women's game has a built-in 10 million. There's 10 million viewers for every major Olympic event.
Well, Christine Brennan told us in the press room it's tumbleweeds.
Press room. But I'm talking about from a TV viewer standpoint.
Yeah.
I have no idea. It depends on time slots. If these games are on live at noon versus tape delayed, that's going to play into it because it's going to be in Paris in, 6-8 hours ahead.
Because Brennan reported they were worried that Caitlin playing limited minutes would infuriate her base.
Yeah, well, what do you think not having her on the team is going to infuriate?
All right.
All right, you got tomorrow, 42-year-old Diana Taurasi, who is on, who tries to, basically slap Caitlin Clark every chance she gets. They're trying to knock her down a little bit. Do we need to see Diana Taurasi in the game again? Again, from a basketball standpoint, it's 100%, for everything I've read, the right decision. This is a business, too.
And who's the head coach of the team? How's that playing maybe into this, Bobby? You have that?
Yeah,
I got it.
Gino Ariema.
No, it's Cheryl Reeve. Cheryl Reeve is the head coach.
Guest.
She's the Minnesota Lynx head coach. And she had posted, so that somebody had made a tweet about the opening game, right? The opening game of the season, and then she said, "Hey, by the way, because of somebody, our game is not going to be aired nationally. You could catch us on our Lynx app." And then somebody responds, "It's more than one person," and then she basically says this. So she co-signs it's more than one person. So she's obviously one of these, it's a rookie class, not one person type thing. And I understand if you're the WNBA, that's, if you're the rest of the league. But you also have to be self-aware enough to know that it's not the rest of the rookie class. It is
the other thing,
person.
Give me the similar treatment and comments towards Wembanyama when he came out.
None.
I'll wait.
They were propping him up.
Exactly.
They're trying to tell you this is the greatest basketball player of all time.
Yeah, or hey, the skills are captivating. You don't have to kiss her rear end. You don't have to anoint her, but you can do exactly like LeBron and everyone else did towards Wembanyama coming in.
It is
this is going to be a treat to watch. This is going to be fascinating to see.
They allow.
We look forward to putting our skills up against hers.
It is an entire league treating her the way Isaiah Thomas treated Michael Jordan as a rookie. That's in the All-Star game. That's the entire league adopting that one dude's mindset and applying it and shooting themselves in the foot.
Because there's
heel.
Heel. I get it.
I was expecting you, Bobby.
I get it.
To be the heel. I was calling you a heel.
They're the league allows them to play physical, right? The league allows.
Good job not topping.
I did.
It looked like your teeth were showing. It looked like you were coming out.
I was ready. There's plenty I've wanted to say this segment that I haven't.
The league allows for physical play in the WNBA far more than they do in the NBA. They allow them to get away with a lot of things.
I'll take your word for it.
Just look at the fouls. They're the way they're playing her. They're not even getting foul calls half the time when they're not giving these technicals and such. They allow for it. It's like early 90s basketball in the NBA. That's part of the problem.
Let's see if we can get any hope from the KMC masterpiece for Game 3 as Mike Bassick was texting me at the end of last night. Mavs cross with the fellas after this.
Let's get some hair put on top of your head.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Derrick Jones with the rejection. Here's Irving. Washington drives. Blocked by White. Oh, what a block from Derrick White.
It is now time for Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. Not sensing the same level of optimism that I did Friday from one person in the room.
7.
Good morning, Kevin Hegman, Mikey Bassick, and Corey Majors. Corey, what is coming up on your program.
Guys, we do have Eric Strickland joining us at 10:20 today, former Dallas Maverick player, and also Danny Green joins us at 1:20. I think we're going to have some Mavs discussions today.
Okay. How you feeling?
I'm concerned, obviously, like most people, but at least this game was closer, I guess is what I've got for you this morning. I've been trying to come up with more positives. Your second best player still hasn't shown up in the series, so maybe that will help.
What if we do a whole segment on what Shaq wants the Mavs to do, and that's play Tim Hardaway Jr. about 36 minutes.
And Michael Wilbon. Wilbon in the preset, I was like, Michael, no, I expect it from Shaq, but not you, Michael Wilbon. What are you doing?
I think they look at career stats and they look at season stats and not look at
what about like a game log? You got to look at a game log of the last 10 games. Wilbon's supposed to be on top of that.
You think Shaq's looking at game
No,
logs?
not Shaq.
Okay.
Wilbon. I hold Wilbon responsible, not Shaq.
I didn't really want to watch
Shaq
NBA.
didn't even realize last night that the segment was still on. That's how checked out he
might be getting drunk with
No, he's going
Pierce.
to Acapulco. Oh, yeah. He was sitting next to Paul Pierce. Shaq somehow randomly finds the one open court floor seat every single game. I don't know whether it gets reserved for him, but they're like, "What do you think, Shaq?" And he's like, "Oh, I thought the last segment was actually the last segment."
Was he
wearing sunglasses?
Pierce is obviously cheering for the Celtics. I get it. At the end of his career, he moved to a few teams, but he's kind of a Celtic.
Sure.
Is Shaq just sitting there observing? Because if
he played on the Celtic,
I know, but wouldn't that make you? I don't know. There's nobody in the history of, let's say, the Rangers who is like Shaq-like the way that the Lakers and Shaq are. He has three. He led a team to 3 championships. He's MVP. He was the best player on those 3 championships.
Shots fired.
Oh,
and he's just like he's just like yeah, I'm a Celtic right now. I'd be like, that really would.
Dude, that's what I would do. Then the Suns make it to the NBA Finals.
I
don't think he's tying himself to Boston at all.
I just wanted to make sure that
he doesn't even look like he's watching. He's not even watching the games, let alone rooting for them. How dare you? Come on, it's not happening. What were you about to say, Ralph?
We're still gonna win.
I was saying shots fired at Kobe.
I mean, it's factual. Surely,
Kobe was the best player on the next two.
No. That Shaq was the best player on those 3 championships.
I mean, he was the most dominant for sure. Yeah,
and the best.
I mean, even Kobe was like, that's why one of the reasons he wanted to get rid of Shaq at that point. He's like, I have 3. I need to get 1 or more, showing that I can lead. I can be the best player. I can lead the team.
Shaq did say yesterday, he was like, that's what Brown and Tatum have to work through. He's like, I wasn't the best player on my 3 titles. So Shaq was willingly saying it yesterday anyway.
What do you think?
Bashaw just spent all that time saying he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
Well, what do you, that's some Kobe placation that a lot of people did after he passed away. That's to be honest.
Sure.
Everyone forgets what type of teammate and gunner Kobe was.
Stuff like that.
Until he passed away. What?
People don't placate ever.
Right.
What do they not?
Never.
What's up with Kyrie? What is this?
It's got to be mental, right?
But that crowd is not. Give me the Jerry Jones pie of their defense, crowd, wear and tear, just missing shots.
I give more of it to their defense. They're doing a good job of playing one-on-one defense. It's incredible. Like it really is.
Their defense makes Minnesota's look like nothing.
They've taken away the ability to lob, which is when Kyrie decides I'm going to go in. That's where his safety valve was I can put it up to one of these guys, but he's one-on-one trying to make that happen, and nobody's ever coming off their guy. That's tough. And Drew Holiday's good. I mean, give them the credit. Now, when they start moving the ball around a little more, when they start saying, you know what, we're going to figure out how to pass the ball around the perimeter, we're going to get everybody involved in this, and instead of being you go, I go with Kyrie and Luka, this game could open up a little bit more. But right now, the way that Boston's playing defense against the Mavericks in general is somehow Luka's able to do it, but Kyrie hasn't figured it out yet.
I'm not going to say wear and tear. I'd probably say 60% mental, 40% Celtics defense. I still think it's more mental than anything, although I do think the Celtics have a damn fine defense.
He's lost, 12 straight against Boston since the logo incident. What do you think, Mike?
I'll give Boston credit defensively. When they block his shot, when it's very contested, What's the defense when nobody's within 10 feet of him on a three-pointer? What's the defense when he pulls up and the guy runs by like we've seen every team in the NBA run by because he can stop on a dime and shoot a 10-foot jumper?
Yep.
He's missing all of them. Almost. He was 2 of 8 for 6 points in the second half. Look, I'll talk about it more during the show. We don't like admitting it as men, and we don't like admitting it as professional athletes. And I know I was never on Kyrie's level. We all are scared and fearful of certain things, and it sometimes wins. Magic was scared of Boston. He had to overcome it. In '84, he crapped his pants. They had that series until Magic took a dump all over the Boston court. And then he had
literally pooped on it.
Yes, and he had to overcome it. So did James Worthy. They had to figure out how to overcome the fear of Boston. And unfortunately for Kyrie, against all the other teams, none of the Boston media is there. All the people that crapped on him and said all the horrible things and wrote all the horrible things, they're all there at practice asking questions. They're all there before the game asking questions. They're all there in the press conference asking questions. There are demons there that he didn't have to deal with in the first 3 rounds. And yes, Boston is the best defensive team, so you have to give them credit too. But
definitely,
there are a lot of things there, the crowd, the media, and everything that unfortunately is getting to Kyrie because he was able to hit contested shots over Jaden McDaniels, who's 6'9" and 185 pounds in Game 5. He figured it out.
Bobby,
I don't
saw some stat of shots contested. I was shocked. It was the same percentage.
Lower. Boston is lower. They're contesting fewer shots than the first 3 rounds. He was getting contested 84% of the time, and against Boston, it's 81.
I wish so in baseball they'll have like hitters batting average at different parks on like Baseball Reference. On Basketball Reference, it just shows the opponent. It doesn't show the stadium or the arena. Like surely there's a situation where
guys like the shooting background or whatever.
Yeah, because even all mounds are the same. They're not the same, right? Like there was pitcher's mounds that you hated.
Right.
I wonder if that plays.
Or somehow the pitcher's mound looks 56 feet away, and sometimes it looks 65 feet away. Just your perception. Obviously, they're all measured out at the same.
But I wonder how much, if that plays in at all to his shooting. You have to be able to break it down from the arena.
I have a split stats from this year. I don't know whether they're factoring the playoffs. No, just 2 games against Boston. He was at 41.9% from the field, 28% from 3. Oof. This is now right.
And I
1
agree
and
with
1.
everybody. Like Corey, it's both. It's their defense is very good, and then also he misses open shots when he gets them against Boston.
But I do think that's
and he averaged 21 against them this year.
I do think that whatever factor is there, whatever pressure is there, it's the overall backdrop of Boston and the history there and what he puts on himself. I don't think that crowd actively in the moment is getting to him. And that doesn't appear to be the case to me.
Last year against them, he averaged 20 a game against them, 39% from the field, 21% from 3.
So he's been getting his points kind of, but not shooting well whatsoever.
Yeah, but 20 points.
Kyrie, since he left Boston, when he plays in Boston heading into this series, he had played 8 games there. He averages 25 points a game, shoots 42% from 3 and 46% from the field.
That's not bad. Wow.
No, it's actually above his career averages.
In Boston.
In Boston against the Celtics since he left.
After Game 1, now we know he let us know he's trying to convince himself it doesn't bug him. Because when he made the comment about the crowd, that was him trying to convince himself it's not bugging him.
And he went back and forth a little bit with the crowd, waving like we'll be back here for Game 5. Did all of you love Jason Kidd's Jason Tatum comments, or were you worried like I was? I proved to be wrong last night about it.
It was interesting the way, like...
And funny?
The media, yes. The media instantly was like, Jason Kidd's playing mental warfare. None of the Celtics players are taking it. And then you go to Drew Holiday, and he's like, I don't think that's a lie.
Right.
I was like, I don't know.
agree.
It kind of feels like at least Drew Holiday was like, yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. But were you worried that it was desperation or that Jason... or that kid was going to cause Tatum to try to score 40?
Or maybe that's just what he really thinks.
Well, since when does that matter?
Are you insinuating that people don't say what they think to the media?
When does that matter?
Always matters.
What you really... It doesn't matter in the sports world if you say something dumb.
Well, if he was trying, I guess it did work because Tatum couldn't make a basket in the first half, and it still didn't matter. We were down by 3.
I mean, it's absolutely part of manipulating a series.
Yeah.
And that was that was something that from that Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce audio they were talking about when Jason Kidd was with the Nets. What's that?
Honey Nut Cheerio.
No, it was a very different discussion. They were talking about the Nets versus Boston. By the way, Eric Strickland was on that team. He lost to Jason Kidd and the Nets in the Eastern Conference Finals that year. But he was like, he manipulated the whole series. The way Jason Kidd's like the whole thing. He manipulated his way into working it to where they beat us. And I don't think that Jason Kidd is like, it's just strictly basketball. I think he understands there's so much more into it. Whether or not it works is a different story. Now, could that have been looking for a little crack somewhere? Maybe. Probably so. Looking to see if I can find a little crack in what they have. But because they did it with Rudy Gobert. They know that that's a crack for sure. You beat Rudy Gobert and embarrass him, you're embarrassing his team. So I think Jason Kidd's constantly looking for that. Whether or not it opens up, they gotta get wins first before they can make that happen.
Who was the second player you're the most frustrated with after Kyrie on the Mavericks?
Oh, man. That is a wide selection base.
Yeah.
Maxey.
Tim Hardaway.
Yeah, I guess.
Maxey?
I don't. Should Maxey be if he's going to refuse to shoot? And
Mine's
I don't
PJ.
know.
Mine's PJ. And a little bit of Derrick Jones. My guy Derrick, not hitting any threes, getting stuffed at the rim, but I would say PJ Washington for me. Any other candidates?
I think him or Derrick Jones.
I mean,
Jr.
Derek Lively's, but he's just turned 20.
Yeah.
Like on the road, I'm hoping that at home, Derek Lively, 20 years old, the crowd for us plays a little bit better. I'm hoping that our 3-point shooting at home is better. It usually goes that way. But if Kyrie, I can remember when I first kind of got to know you guys in 2010, and I can't remember which series it was, but you're like, shouldn't Ron Washington change the lineup? And I can't remember who it was. I'm throwing out.
Was it a good or bad point?
It was a bad point.
What I was saying is like, this got you here. Yeah. If they all go 0 for 3, or if I move Michael Young from the 2-hole to the 8-hole because he's gone 0 for 6 to start this series off, I'm just going to lose. There's nothing I can do as a manager if my best hitters aren't going to hit. There's nothing. Jason Kidd can make minor adjustments. I do believe that he can try to make a few more adjustments to do a few things. But if Kyrie's going to go 6 of 18 from the floor for 14 or 16 points, you're just going to lose every game. There's nothing Jason Kidd can do. He can't say, well, let's just not give the ball to Kyrie as much. We don't have another person to give the ball to. If Kyrie doesn't play better, you're not going to win a game.
Let's let the fellas take over and maybe restore any hope. It's the KMC Mass.
Hope?
You do?
Yeah.
The Ranger, you going to screw it up with your Ranger stats again? Happened again yesterday. Happened again. Kevin Hagelin.
Or why don't you just give me credit for recognizing the trend and trying to help?
I give you credit for that. The KMC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
How about some commercial? Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and what can only be assumed is the most positive radio show on the air today. Guys, are you positive? Maybe it's about the Mavs, hopefully. If not, are you positive about other things?
Well, you can be positive about a lot of things. It doesn't mean you're optimistic about them.
Fair.
Interesting. That's a different approach, Mike. I like that.
That is very fair.
He's talking about, what's that word? Semantics.
Oh.
Let me use big words to start the show today.
Man, that is impressive.
You're welcome.
Alec, are you positive about the Mavericks or just life in general?
Life in general today. Yeah, I'm excited that the team's coming back to Dallas, but outside of that.
Kevin, you're trying, like, it feels like you're trying to push some P right now. And positivity.
I'll tell you what, Corey, you be quiet.
All right.
I'm gonna be quiet
so
too.
All right.
Oh no.
Alec, you be quiet. Kevin, optimize us.
That's not the word.
You said optimism.
It's not the
I
word.
just shortened it.
I think you're on to something here. Mike, I know you just said you're not going to say anything and you're not going to respond, but I want to go back to what you said on Friday. You convinced me that even if the Mavericks lost this game, you're going to be positive. You're like, hey, guess what? You got smoked in games 1 and 2 against Phoenix, and then you came back here and won. And you got smoked in game 5 in Phoenix, won game 6, and then went to game 7. You're like, we're probably in trouble. And then you won. Well, guess what? You didn't even get smoked in game 2. You lost, to be sure, but you didn't get smoked. What happened with your attitude shift? I thought we still got this.
Losing sucks. I'm worried about, well, now that's going to be pessimistic. So I'm going to pessimize people right now.
I don't. Okay.
All right. Celtics shot bad for the most part from 3.
Wouldn't you argue so did the Mavs?
Yes.
Like, that is something that it did agitate me on the TV broadcast, is they kept talking about it time and time and time again. I was like, well, the Mavericks are shooting terrible from 3 as well. They're the second highest 3-point making team in the league.
And I'll give, for a percentage of that shooting bad, the Mavericks played better team defense to make that happen. I felt like they were contesting shots better than they did most of the time in game 1.
So looking
that
at that
sigh doesn't lead me to believe you're about to say something positive.
If you hold them to 25% 3-point shooting, you have to win all of those games.
Okay.
And in the end, it wasn't super close. I get it. That's a bad call. PJ Washington was going up to dunk, and a guy pushed him in the back. I don't know how you missed that call. That really stinks. I don't know if the Mavs would have won. First, I don't even know if PJ Washington makes free throws because he was good at making free throws yesterday, but usually the Mavs aren't good in those situations at making free throws. But I look at it and go, Tatum stunk in the first half scoring. He didn't stink as a player. He was rebounding. He was creating shots for his team. Like, Tatum was contributing to the team in other ways than scoring, but he couldn't score in the first half. Brown couldn't really score in the first half. They both had bad first halves offensively. They couldn't shoot as a team, and you were down by 3 at halftime. Now you're close. I get it. You were close, but you're like, dude, if their 2 best players are going to struggle to score and they as a unit, as a team, can't shoot threes and make them, and you're still going to lose by 3 points in that 24 minutes, that's scary to me.
Okay. I'm not discounting any of that. 2 counters that I did think of that make me feel a little bit better, and this might just be foolish optimism, is Luka had almost as many turnovers as the entirety of the Celtics team. I don't think that's likely to happen again. And Drew Holiday, this is the first time all year he had a 20-10 game. And so I do think that was an anomaly. So while you were talking about Brown and Tatum stinking up the joint, I do think Drew Holiday, at least offensively, played above his head. Defensively, he's great. Offensively, I think he played above his head. And then I agree. For the Mavericks, I'm begging anybody besides Luka to really contribute offensively. Like, because you talked about it. The Celtics shot very poorly from 3. The Mavericks actually shot worse. And that's the crazy thing to me. So as much as the Celtics were stinking it up 3-point wise, the Mavericks shot worse than that.
Yeah, 23%. Obviously, that has to get up to a minimum 33%. That's not great at this point.
And Mavs probably even low. Yeah, I think you're right. So look,
Maxi Kleba is either hurt or maybe shouldn't be playing. Then I get where all of a sudden he'll randomly hit 3-3-pointers in a game, so you kind of have to play him because he contributes defensively. He's not a rebounder, but he's a good defender. But
I'm not arguing that the Mavericks are a better team. I'm not arguing anything close to that. I'm arguing why it shouldn't be over because you lost the 2 home games at a time when offensively you have one player that's like really, really contributing offensively. You're not hitting threes. You are, you're still struggling in a variety of aspects. I'm going to argue you're still struggling on the boards. I know if you look at the whole of it, they ended up winning the rebound battle. I still think you're struggling some on the boards, and you at least were a lot more competitive. I'm not saying that it was nip and tuck down the stretch because clearly the Celtics kind of took over early in the fourth quarter and had a pretty comfortable cushion most of the way. But you also shot free throws for garbage, and I still thought you had a shot. A shot.
No, I'm with you. You did.
One of the things I asked for last week, Kevin, because you were like, hey, what would you want to see happen? What would you want to see more happen? I wanted to see Daniel Gafford establish himself. I needed him to be somebody in the game. And he was. I mean, he had 13 points. That's nice. He served some purpose down there.
He grabbed some rebounds for sure.
He grabbed some rebounds. He was more physical than he was in game 1 by far. He was more active, and he beat a bunch of the times he beat those guards to the basketball. Still need Derrick Jones Jr. and PJ to not leak out so much and be able to help in that regard because that's a huge factor. If you can get some rebounds for that can change the game there. So I saw that there was more physical. I mean, Maxey was pretty physical with KP, so there was some physical play from the guys. Not as much as I wanted to see, but there was some physical play. The 3-point shooting being missing on relatively wide open shots that Luka still delivered on. That's a factor that I'm like, man, can they get that back at home? Is that going to be the difference for them? Is finding that back at home? And then Kevin, I know you're saying somebody else on the team. I'd love for it to be Kai, but any production from your bench would be nice too.
Yeah.
Any production from one of those guys, like watching Josh Green hit the front of the rim and then the top of the backboard on 3-point shots is just annoying to me. I'd find somebody on that bench needs to contribute.
Just to add to your point, the Mavericks were 2 of 17 from 3-point land if you take out Luka for the game, and PJ Washington hit one to start the game.
Yeah.
So to go up 7-2, PJ Washington has hit a 3. You made 1 3-pointer not named Luka the rest of the game, and that was the Exum crazy ass pass from Luka. That was the only other 3 you made besides Luka making 4.
And quite honestly, Luka's trying to do too much now. He's like, I have to be the catalyst for this thing. And I understand like everything's on him, but he's trying. The Derek Lively pass into the double coverage, it felt like. I know it was one guy, but it felt like he was passing across 6 or 7 safeties at the time. He didn't need to do that, but he was trying to make something. He was trying to get some life out of this team. And I don't think that's on him to have to do all these things. He needs somebody with him.
Somebody brought this up, and I do kind of want to dissect this because I understand it's tough to kind of chop up credit and blame. Boston did not stink it up from 3. Dallas locked down on perimeter defense. Give credit where credit is due. All right.
They did do a better job than game 1 for sure.
Agreed.
I thought it was a combination of things, yes.
But Boston did still miss its first 7 open 3-pointers. So
they didn't look good out of the gate. Yes.
So I agree. I thought Boston played better defense, and then we'll circle back around to one particular
Dallas
player.
Did, you meant.
Yes. I thought they played better defense, but there were still some open looks that Boston missed that I was like, I want to credit the defense. I can't. What do we think about? And I'm just asking because it felt like he got picked on a couple times. What did you think about Luka's defense in particular?
He can be better.
Not great. It can be better, but they're doing. I couldn't believe that Minnesota didn't do this. The thing is, they're doing 2 things, and this would be like we're break down the pie of is it 50-50? They're going. We can attack Luka 1 because he's one of the worst defenders on the court, even though they would rather have Gafford out there. But they're like, here's the other part of it. We're wearing his energy down. So in the fourth quarter, if we get these switches and he's having to guard Tatum or Brown one-on-one, even if he does a good job in that possession, we've sapped 3% more of his energy out on that possession.
1,000%.
So they're doing two things here, picking on him to try to score and then sapping his energy.
Yeah, that absolutely. You saw it against Anthony Edwards, right? That's what the Mavericks did to him.
Yes.
They wore him out, and offensively, he couldn't get downhill.
I do think that's a really good point. This keeps coming up, and I think this is a fair thing to bring up, and let's discuss why. Hey, I hope you're right. I hope it, not you, people in general. I hope it does change. Free throws. People keep bringing up the free throws from last night. The issue is was it Oklahoma City that it felt like you straight up just lost a game because of your free throws? They have been a consistently poor shooting free throw team throughout the playoffs. So as much as I would love to tell you, go 21-24, and it doesn't feel like as much of a problem, and maybe you get more realistic looks to win it at the end of the game. There's only been like one Mavericks game in this postseason where they've done that.
I don't know if this has played out this year. Chuck Cooperstein had this stat, I believe, from last year and then throughout Luka's career. If he misses his first free throw, and he did last night, he went 0-2 to start the game from the free throw line. He's like a 50% free throw shooter in those games. If he misses his first one, whether he gets to the line 15 times or 5 times that game, I think throughout his career, he's close to a 50% free throw shooter off of the first free throw of the game. If he makes that free throw, the first one of the game, he's like over an 80% free throw shooter. So I would need to make sure Coop has that still. I'm going off of what I remember Coop talking about at some point in Luka's career and recently is the first free throw for Luka is everything. He's either going to be around 50% for the night or he's going to be around 80 to 90% for the night. It's crazy based off of his first free throw of the game.
That is... I'm fascinated by that statistic.
So
that
now
is really
all you want to
interesting.
do is watch Luka hit a free throw or not to start the game.
That's Coop and see. He'll know that.
That's kind of all I want now. Is whatever
like,
that
what
stat
does Vegas
is.
think? And they're like, who cares?
And then Vegas is like, we're not doing that. We know it's too accurate.
So somebody brought this up, and this is the tough thing about like frustration with the way these first two games have gone. From the 2-1-4, I'm surprised you guys are saying you're disappointed in PJ during the crosstalk. I think he's been the second best player. He's amazing driving to the basket. I will concede to that. But on the flip side, we talked about the need for PJ Washington to hit the threes, whether it's a corner three or otherwise. And from 3 in this series, he's 1 for 8. Now, he is by far not the only problem when it comes to 3-point shooting in this series, but that's one of the reasons that he comes up, because you think he's most capable of, like, if I tell you in the next game PJ Washington drops 4 3-pointers in, you'd be like, I could see that.
Yeah.
And you haven't gotten it thus far.
No, you haven't. And whenever Kyrie isn't scoring 24, 26 points, you feel like, well, now PJ's 17 didn't matter. And again, because Boston's playing so well one-on-one, it's creating tougher shots for 3 from some of those guys. But that's also limiting Kyrie's ability to do what he's doing, and which is amazing because they're playing incredibly against him.
Yeah, I will say this about PJ Washington. At least they respect him shooting a 3-pointer.
Fair.
Boston does not respect Derrick Jones Jr.
Nope.
They don't respect Kleba. They don't respect Josh Green, and they don't respect. He played for 11 minutes. They don't respect Dante Exum, who did make his one.
Yes.
So literally, Boston is doing a great job of going respect PJ, respect Kyrie, respect Luka from
you can
the
pass
line.
on the others.
But yeah, everybody else, if Maxi Kleba gets the pass for an open 3, who cares?
Yeah.
And they're right. So far in 2 games, they're right. Do not respect Derrick Jones Jr. or Green or Kleba, all the other guys, and they're winning by that right now. And so we have to change that, or they're going to get swept if they don't change.
Because the rest of your offense is going to be screwed if you create the open shot and the Boston defense is like, that's fine. Go ahead and take it. I'm not moving off my position. You're like, well, crap.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, former Dallas Maverick and Boston Celtic Eric Strickland, this time, really, we're pretty sure, will join the show. Next, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to pop on Eric Strickland in just 1 second, but Corey, don't worry. I already helped out the person who said we outscored the Celtics bench, and they gave the numbers, and I said those were minutes played.
Okay.
Not point scores. So don't worry. I already helped hop in there. From the 972, and this is a really great point because I found myself oddly excited for the lob dunk. Celtics have completely taken away the lob, which carried us to the finals. I think I can remember at least 2, and I was like, here we go, we're doing it. And like, clearly it has been nowhere near as effective, but I remember it felt like you got 0 off of that in game 1. So when you did see it in game 2, it felt like such a huge deal.
Well, and the one late was because Porzingis was hurt.
That is true.
You did take advantage of it.
Yeah, and so I was encouraged by that, but it really hammers home the fact that you just haven't been able to get anything going there, and like just shows how good that Boston defense is versus even Minnesota. Minnesota's got a good defense, but man, it feels like a whole nother world of defense here.
Yeah,
you know, Mike, on Friday I did ask you because you were feeling pretty positive about this.
I'm still optimistic. I thought they were going to win game 2.
And you said Monday when we come back in here we're going to feel differently, and I said what if they lose by the same kind of score. Like, what if they get blown out? And you were like, then we're done. And that being said,
get blown. I realized they didn't get blown out.
This wasn't a blowout.
In the game.
Yeah, this was better. This was better.
Right now, we bring to you former Dallas Maverick and Boston Celtic. Don't worry about that part. Eric Strickland, good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Sorry I missed y'all last week. That traveling was kind of threw me out of whack, but I'm glad I was able to catch up.
Who do you think missed by more? You calling us on Friday or the Mavericks shooting 3-pointers in game 2?
Man, definitely them. I mean, it was a bad look. I mean, there's a lot of things to attribute, and this is one of the reasons why there's just other elements involved. This is why I put the asterisk on the Lakers bubble championship, because when you add in these other factors like having to go into travel, another gym, time zone changes, and then similar things like with Kyrie, with having to go back to Boston, a place where he basically told them, you know, I'm coming back if you'll have me back, and then kind of bolts on him, goes over to Jersey, and now he has to deal with that mental part of the game, you know, and sometimes you want to do so well against a team like that, where you left and you've got all this kind of banter going back and forth, and it can put a little undue pressures on you. Then, you know, you have another element being brought into place, and that's Porzingis coming back. And so you have all these different things happening, and Boston's looking good right now.
You know, I was watching this video of Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce talking about Jason Kidd in the Eastern Conference Finals against Boston, and I went back and in that video I saw you and Jason Kidd, like after the game, y'all, you know, shook hands and everything, and I was like, hold on. So I went and kind of looked at it, and they were talking about Jason Kidd manipulated that series. The way that he goes through it and all the things he does. Do you see a lot of his team, him in his team, and do you see Jason Kidd being able to manipulate this series from the sideline like that too?
I think it's possible. I think more so than anything, I think he's well coached. I don't think nothing he's done, anything he set up has put his team in a position to lose. I think he's definitely done that. It's just they haven't shot well. I mean, you have, you know, struggles at different points in time where they're getting good looks. The difference is Boston is, even though they started off bad, but they were timely when they hit their big shots. And so it just hasn't happened on the other side for Dallas right now. And so that's what they're having to deal with. They're having to overcome when you have a two-headed monster-dominated situation, whereas on the other side, you have the return of Porzingis, danger. You also have White capable, anytime 20 to 30 if he gets going. And then you have guys even just stepping in at times where your Hauser or your Pritchard, they do something timely, whether it be a defensive play or something like that. Horford is capable. He's been there. So these guys have been challenged. They've been there before. And when you look at the other side, the only one is really Kyrie, and then just Luka's a big gamer. You can see the tension or the hesitation, like when Max Kleber's wide open, capable shooter, but he's looking to Kyrie or looking to them, and whereas on the other side, those other guys are doing that. Drew Holiday, those guys are stepping in and making plays when it matters.
I know the physics of this might not totally work out, but do you ever think when somebody goes to the basket, they're like, fine, you can try to block my shot all you like. You'll end up breaking your wrist over the rim with it. Like, because I'm just going all out to the basket.
Yeah. 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 Was that the finish of the question?
Yeah. That's what I want to see. I want to see more aggression on a dunk.
Yeah. And the thing is that they're trying and they're attacking. It's just, I think they're doing it to go for the foul. You know, I don't even think that they're attacking to make, like, you see a difference. When Jaylen Brown's going in there, he's going in there to put you on a poster. Like, he's attacking with that kind of advantage to where it's like, you're going in this rim, and it's happening right now, and there's nothing you're going to do about it. Whereas on the other side, like, for example, Gafford gets the ball, sees Porzingis, and immediately kind of fades back as opposed to trying to go up and through him to make the play. And that's what they got to do. They can't go and avoid it. They got to either go in and really try to put somebody in the rim or go up to try to create the extra man in the paint to find. And that's what Boston's doing too. I mean, they're going downhill, but it's to find guys for making the right plays, and they're making those shots when it matters.
So I know it's a different game today, but I saw the Clippers do this when Porzingis was on the Mavs. And this is very tough to do and get away with it without getting thrown out of the game. But we had a guy, Mike Procopio, on last week who's a big-time scout in basketball and stuff like that. And he said that, look, ever since he saw Porzingis play in Latvia, if you get really physical with him, it irritates him and can take him out of his game. And we just talked about trying to slam dunk the ball. Is there a time, and how do you do it, where you knock the living hell out of him into the third row and let him know, hey, you can go shoot your 2 free throws, but we are going to destroy you now and get you into a part where you're afraid of contact?
Well, you're right. I mean, I think they tried to do that. They definitely tried to. Game one was lively, very physical, all in him. So forth and so on. But you're right. In his attacks, knocking down one time, as he's shooting a jumper, just really put that thought. It was very similar to what Golden State did with Dirk when Dirk was, I want to say, it was maybe 2009-ish when they were the top seed in the West.
It's 2007. And, we all remember it as the worst year in basketball history.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and they were the number 1 seed, and Steve Jackson and Baron Davis and those guys have basically said, we're going to pump Dirk, and they did, and that was the difference, because Dirk was very tentative, but Dirk learned a lesson from that, and that's why 2011 happens. But I think they're trying to do the same thing to Porzingis. And I think Porzingis learned from that time, that moment as well.
Yeah.
And you don't see him backing down or backing away as he did. Not as dominant as Dirk was in that 2011 series, but still, he's an integral part. And this was the danger, because really the Mavs don't have any matchup for him especially when they do a lot of switching. And they're taking advantage of the switching by getting downhill on those guys, Tatum and Brown, to the rack. And it's giving them great opportunities, and they're starting to make them.
We're talking to a former Mavericks guard, Eric Strickland. Eric, when it comes to Luka Doncic, and we see this, the great players at times can take over a game and win it on their own. We kind of question here, is he at times taking over too much? And I know that you weren't the superstar guy who would shoot the ball 20-plus times a game, but how difficult or easy is that to assess when do I just start going, screw it, it's my game now, versus I still have to keep my players involved?
Yeah, that's tough. It's a tough question because it is a fine line to it. And it could be a situation where it becomes too much. And when it's too much, you lose rhythm as other guys because then, like you kind of mentioned or alluded to, is like you start getting stagnant. You're not ready to shoot. You become kind of bored, and you're just standing there. And when you need a bucket, because then they start collapsing or they start getting to, as they were starting to do with Luka, they started just running guys from behind. That's why you saw a couple steals, because they just started running guys. They weren't going to let him get into his mojo. They started late running. That's when you kind of just got to make sure those guys stay involved. Pick your poison. Usually I would say into the second half. Late in the first half. I would say maybe start of the third, then maybe again a 5-minute stretch, and then ending in the fourth. Like you got to kind of pick those certain moments, and because there's runs, there's multiple runs in a game by both teams. That's why 20 points are never enough in the NBA game, because there's always some forms of runs, and sometimes you get run over. when it's you're on the bad end of a run. So that's kind of how it happens.
You know, we talk sometimes about hitters in baseball hitting great the certain parks they hit very well. Is the shape of a room sometimes a deterrent on 3-point shooting, on shooting? Is there something about the backdrop when you're shooting, or why do people feel more comfortable shooting at home?
Yeah, usually it's the tension of the game which causes bad shooting.
Okay.
Right. Usually, what I mean by that, like you can tell in the first game, there were a lot of nerves. You could tell shots from P.J. Washington and the way that they were coming off of their hand, they were guided. You could tell they were guided. They were trying to like form and do everything perfect instead of just stepping into a shot that they've been taking all damn near now their life for the most part, and stepping into it and stroking it. And that's the same thing like I'm seeing with Kyrie. It's like Kyrie's not into his just relaxed flow. He's really pressing. Like he's trying to shut guys up for the Boston side. I think that him coming home is going to help. And I think it'll make it better for him, hopefully, as you go back to Boston, maybe in a game 5. Hopefully, that's what you would hope. So yeah, I think there's this tension that comes with that, and the ones that can overcome that, and you can see the freeness of when Boston's shooting without tension. They're just kind of stepping into shots and they're flowing, and when they're not making it, they're still feeling confident. Sometimes home can do that to you as well. Just continue to build confidence. This is where you spend most of your time.
Now you're just kind of alluding to, hopefully we get back to game 5. Obviously, a lot of folks are a little downtrodden in the Metroplex today. The series is at 2-0. Do you think it's over?
I personally don't. I think with Boston style that they're capable of falling off. But what they've done now as of late, they figured out little chinks in the armor, and it's really on the defensive side where they get after you pretty well defensively. So you're going to have to make tough shots. Whereas it's weird to me, fellas, because I'm a defensive guy, and when I watch the footwork on the way that they're defending these guys, leaning into them, not drop stepping and getting into cutoff position, and they're just kind of letting these guys go to the next level, it just creates too much pressure. You still got to stay with it, even if you're at his side or on his hip. Like they're kind of just giving up and they're letting guys go, and then they're not Xing. So meaning they're letting guys go by him, they're at the rim taking the next defender. But then there needs to be some form of an X. Like, don't just stand there. Go to the next guy, you know. And that's where they're getting into trouble. They're not getting those extra help movements where they're helping somebody and they're going to the next one. It's not like everybody's on the same page.
Man, we really appreciate you jumping on with us today. Besides listening to you here, where can people catch up with you if they want to follow along and see what you're up to? Well,
yeah, I mean, I have my own show, 2 shows actually here. We YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter. We also have a channel 961 on Allo Fiber, but it's 93.7 The Ticket. And my shows are on the block 2 to 4. You can find it there on those streams, and then also on Twitter, on X, I'm eStrick20, and on Instagram, I'm eStrick2020. That's it.
Did you say you think? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very
Love
much,
it, man.
good sir. Appreciate you jumping on with us.
Man, I appreciate it. Thank you guys for your patience. I appreciate it. Please forgive the oversight.
Absolutely, absolutely. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Eric Strickland right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to switch gears because it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
I think we saw yesterday the Rangers are going to have to start trying to steal wins.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Nick at Dowerth.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, I'm just going to do this for fun because I think I missed one last week. But baseball nuggets usually brought to you by Twin Peaks Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views. Yesterday, the Rangers win 7-2. It was a noon game. It was on, I think, Roku. So there might not have been a lot of people watching. I get people will yell at me and like I have anything to do with it. But
what about Bally, Mike?
Yeah. And some people like, I don't have Bally, so I don't watch any of the Ranger games or most of the Ranger games. So maybe if you don't have that, maybe you do have Roku and you did get to watch the noon game yesterday. The Rangers score 7 runs, which is awesome. And something that the Rangers obviously didn't do in games 1 and 2 of the series as they once again struggled to even get to first base. At this point, getting to first base is a big challenge for the Rangers. Yesterday, the Rangers get 9 hits and 3 walks. So 12 guys got to first base or better.
Yeah.
But that's way better than it's been, but that's still not what we were getting used to with these Rangers of last year. They were getting, it seemed like, to first base 15 to 18 times on average, it felt like, which meant there were so many opportunities to score. Even if you didn't score in this inning, you felt like you were going to score in the next inning. The Rangers stole 4 bases yesterday, and I believe they all happened in the first
two innings.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. And I made a note about this because I was like, you know what? I bet that comes up. The Rangers had 3 stolen bases in the first inning alone, the most in any inning since June of 2022. So it's been 2 years since in any inning they stole that many bases.
But they didn't convert anything, though, right? Like they didn't turn into runs?
They did. In
the first 2 innings, you're saying that helped them score runs?
Yes. We actually stole home.
What?
It was a double steal.
Wow.
Here's the deal. Simeon, I'll agree with this, and I will agree with what Marcus Simeon has said publicly and what I will do the rest of the year. If Corey Seager's up, everybody can just stand on the base and wait for him to hit it in the gap or over the fence. That's the only time we don't need to steal bases. At this point, with what is happening with our slugging percentages, very few guys can get extra base hits. And this has been for a while now. It's not like, oh, it's just a bad stretch. No, it's for a while. Then we have to create doubles and we have to create triples. Now, I'm not saying steal second, then steal third, but if maybe you get a double and there's one out within the first 2 or 3 pitches, you need to try to steal third because you're not getting doubles. So we have to create doubles. Right now, the Rangers have 30 stolen bases. That is 27th in Major League Baseball. Going into the series, they were 28th. They overtook the Braves, who had 29, which is crazy because last year they had a dude himself steal 70, but he's out for the year. And Ronald Acuna Jr. wasn't reaching first base a ton this season, so he wasn't able to steal bases. And he was dealing with a knee situation early in the year before he blew out his knee. So I look at the Rangers and I say this. You have to start taking risk, and if it leads to outs, it leads to outs. Because the likelihood of this team, after over 2 months into the season, getting 3 and 4 hits in an inning is unlikely.
Yeah.
Now, if it changes, and not for a game, but if it changes over
prolonged period.
Yeah, let's say 2 weeks, you play 10 to 14 games, and in those 10 to 14 games, you're averaging 5 or 6 extra base hits a game. I can maybe back off if it's not helping me out as much as I hoped. But at this point, Simeon should try to steal second base every time he gets to first. If Corey Seager's up, I get it. You can shut it down. But besides that, if Corey Seager gets out, the next guy, one of the first 2 pitches you have to try to steal. Josh Smith should be trying to steal second base every time he gets on first base. Adolis Garcia should be trying to steal second base every time he gets to first base. Because right now, Nate Lowe's struggling. I don't know how much he's going to come out of this slump. Last year, he didn't have much power, and this year it's kind of continuing, even though his numbers overall aren't bad. When I say not bad, 264 average, I'll take that. But his slugging's 345. 345.
Yeah.
Just to give you an example, because Wyatt Langford's played more this year, Wyatt Langford's slugging is 318. That's not good. I'm not saying that's good, but you're not much higher than Wyatt Langford in slugging. Wyatt Langford, you should try to steal 40 bases this year.
Yeah.
You have to get to first base, But
yes.
if you're just going to hit singles and just walk, then you need 40 bags. Jonah Heim, you can't run. It's fine. Like, I get it. Like, there's Nate Lowe, you can't run. It's fine. Leody Taveras, you should try to steal 30 bases this year. Jankowski, he doesn't play enough, but yes, he should try to steal. When Evan Carter is healthy, he should try to steal. At this point, you got to try to steal and Josh Young, when he comes back, don't try to steal. You're not fast. But at this point, I think the Rangers, if you look at their lineup overall, they should be way more aggressive stealing bases with the athleticism that they have. I named the guys that can't. Jonah Heim can't. Nate Lowe can't. Josh Young, when healthy, can't. Pretty much, obviously, some bench players can't, Kisner, but everybody else should be trying to steal bases, and Corey Seager can't.
All right, so aside from the Corey Seager moment, are you saying, like, situationally, be damned? Like, just get all right?
I don't want to steal third base with 2 outs. There's not much value in that. So I don't want to be stupid. But if I'm on first base and Corey Seager's not up to the plate, I got to steal second because right now Nate Lowe's not going to get a double.
Yeah.
So if he's only going to get a single, his stats tell me, and over a prolonged period of time, Nate Lowe's going to get a single if he gets a hit. Well, then I have to be on second because me being on first base and him getting a single does us no good. Ezekiel Duran, try to steal. Wyatt Langford. If Wyatt Langford's up, I need to be on second base or I'm not scoring. I mean, he did hit a triple yesterday. I'm pumped about that. Until it changes. If it changes, great. Then we're stealing bases and we're getting extra base hits.
Yeah.
But at this point yesterday, one of the major reasons you scored in the first 2 innings is because you were aggressive on the bases and trying to take the extra base. Now, I will say this, because he said be damned. I guess I need to make this clear. If the pitcher's under 1-3 to home every time and the catcher has a good arm and he's tough to steal on, then I don't want to just give him a free out by being out by 20 feet.
Yeah.
But most guys are power pitchers in the game today. Most guys are not every time, but they're lifting their leg at times and not being super quick to home plate. The bases are bigger. It's a little bit closer. The guy covering second base cannot in any way, shape, or form be over the base at all. He has to catch the ball in front of the base. That means you have to move your glove to make the tag. That takes longer to do. That gives you more advantage. The bases are bigger, so if you slide to the back part of the base, it takes them longer to get to the back part of the base. At this point, we are far enough in this season that it's proven this is not an offensive team. This is an average offensive team at best. At best. Until that changes, I have to try to steal as many bases, especially second, as possible.
I'm still kind of curious, and I don't have a solution for this. With the same hitting coach, a lot of the same players, why they're all so different than they were last year, and I can't. That's the thing that's probably difficult for Boach to figure out too.
It's a great question because then you have to ask this. Was that all just career years coming together in a magical season?
Maybe.
It's really not who the Rangers are. I'm asking a question.
I've been trying not to ask that question.
Everybody played at career highs, right?
Yes.
Like for the most part, if I take Nate Lowe, notwithstanding, Jonah Heim career year. And I know Josh Young hasn't had a big career, but career year from Josh Young. Career year from Adolis Garcia. In a way, career year from Corey Seager.
Yeah.
It's the best season he's ever had. Now we hope it's always the same. Ezekiel Duran, wow. Can you believe what he did, especially the first half? Taveras, almost an all-star in the first half of the season. I get it dropped off, but I think you might have just had career years from so many guys, and it's magical. I'll take it. If the Rangers never make the playoffs again with this group of guys, I'll take it. But maybe you just have to start looking at this team and maybe look at it in a little bit more of a Chris Woodward version and go, what he's like, I got to steal bases because they're not going to get 3 and 4 hits consistently in an inning to give me a 3 or 4 run inning. So if you're never going to put up a crooked number by hitting 5 hits or a walk and 4 hits in an inning, then I got to manufacture more runs. And that means I have to take risk on the bases.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, back to the NBA Finals, solving the Porzingis problem. And is he now hurt again? Let's talk about it next right here on the Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record. O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I do believe that Mike Bassick might have inspired a potential segment pivot right here. Are you ready? We can talk about KP, or we can talk about how do you cope with a tough loss. Mike, I know you were kidding.
Let's call it, why did you get drunk?
Yeah, well, because Mike just goes, yeah, he's not going to go into work today. He said he's probably getting drunk because of the Mavs. And I know you just made that part up. But I don't know. I know Colby would do that. I'm curious, how do people react to the loss? Do they get drunk? Do you smash things? Alec, what do you do when you get mad after a loss?
Yeah, I went to the glassware and I grabbed a rocks glass and pulled out some Irish whiskey.
Oh, okay. My wife created a man, I want to say this right, so this is not used as a drop. Oh crap, I don't know how to do it.
Watch out.
Okay, look.
A sex chart?
Try not to take this out of context. She created a Smashbox. But she put, see, I knew you guys were going to be jerks about this. She put a box in the garage of things that I could break.
Wow.
That's
because
awesome.
I sometimes have anger problems. And she's like, here, because you know how they'll have like the destruction room or whatever it's called where you can just smash things.
Yeah.
She's like, here's a whole bunch of stuff we don't need that you can just smash if you need to.
So your wife just brings you the Smashbox.
Oh, see, and that is what I was afraid of if we went down this avenue. But
you have to make sure Noah's asleep before you use the Smashbox.
Oh my God.
I think he does, honestly, because, well, I don't know. Maybe you want him awake, just not in the room.
I don't want him awake.
Come on, Daddy. You're going to wake him up.
Oh my God.
Or scare him,
Throwing your G.I. Joe that you can smash or whatever. I don't even know what's in there.
It's like plates or stuff like that.
You need it to break?
Yeah.
Have you ever?
I need it to break.
Like if you got like a rubber Hulk Hogan,
yeah,
you know, like
and it comes up,
it bounces
and
back.
yeah, just like, are you just like break? Damn it!
Yes.
You ever invited any friends over to use the Smashbox?
You shut your mouth. I knew.
Well, sometimes, Kevin, it's group therapy, is what I'm saying.
5-on-5 action. From the son of a gun, this was a critical error on my part. From the 806, I ignore the sports world. I watch something funny like The Office to put me in a good mood and take my mind off of it.
I try to do that at times.
How does that work for you?
It helps a little at times. I'll tell you what did help yesterday. After the game was over, I was not happy.
Yeah.
And my son goes, hey, I think A&M's still playing. Do you want to see if it's on ESPN still? And we flipped over, and that's when A&M scored their 9 runs, and they hit a grand slam to pretty much go the College World Series. That was, I think, the 7th inning when they scored 9, and they were down 8-4 going into that inning. So that made me feel better.
Yeah.
I'm not even like a huge A&M baseball fan, but my son is, so it kind of makes me a fan of A&M baseball.
I could see that.
So that was cool. I didn't know Jeff Kent's son was on A&M, and he is a really good player. So that made me feel a little bit better, but I still stayed. I struggled to go to sleep, and then I just woke up and just kind of depressed.
Sounds like a Smashbox might help for you too, man. Maybe you could use one of those.
I just cuss too much.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that at 12:45.
Okay. From the 214, I punched the kitchen counter. I feel like everyone at some point has maybe punched an inanimate object and you realize you chose the wrong one.
I usually throw the remote into like the couch. Like that's usually
better.
It feels good. I'm pretty accurate. Except for that one time I threw my phone and it slid into that spot. You know that black cloth that goes above the springs? It slid behind and underneath that. So then my phone was literally in the couch.
Oh no.
And I couldn't get it out. So I had to like cut it open to get it.
Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Are you saying there's a man in a couch?
Yes, that's what my phone did.
Alec, can you see if you can find It's Always Sunny Christmas special Frank in a couch? From the 817, I'm so bummed that I don't even want to talk about basketball. I might not even watch Game 3. You should definitely watch Game 3. It's only 2-0.
I can't. Yesterday, I did flip to NBA TV, and it was literally for 1 minute as Shaq pleaded with Jason Kidd to play Tim Hardaway Jr. the whole game. And I was like,
really did.
I'm turning this off. It just, you can't say that. Like, I guess you can say whatever you want, but
But that's not. What's that going to fix?
Dude, have you not? He's tried Tim Hardaway Jr. before.
Yes.
And it's not working. And literally, it's like the worst shooter in the history of basketball right now. Tim Hardaway Jr. has had a nice career, has been paid a lot of money for it, but it looks like his career's kind of coming to a close.
Yeah.
And I get that Shaq he's not paying attention like that. So then I'm like, I can't watch this.
There was a moment where in the game where I was like, why don't we just go to Timmy? Like in my mind, I was like, but everything in my soul was like, can't do it because he's at that. Jason Kidd doesn't trust him. All those things. There's a lot to it.
I saw this come up, and I guess a lot of people have made a bigger deal out of it. I didn't think it was the end of the world from the 817. Have y'all talked about the super clean block he had at the end of the game? I mean, Jason Kidd, I love very matter-of-factly, is like, well, they didn't call it a foul, so it's not a foul. I know people are caught up on that. I don't think that had an impact on the end result of the game. I realize how you can make the argument is, hey, you get the foul right there, all of a sudden you're like, oh, we just got it. But I don't think that impacted the result.
I don't think it would have. I do think that Greeny this morning, I flipped over to First Take. That's the show he does, right? Or whatever it's called. The ESPN morning show. He said, I hear you, because Kendrick Perkins made the same claim that you just made. And he said, I hear you, and I pretty much agree with you. But he said, I just seen recently in these playoffs, the Philadelphia 76ers make an impossible, improbable comeback. And so if you call that foul, which it was, everybody agreed on the set it was. Some of them said they didn't see it in real time, but on the replay, they see that he shoves him in the back and doesn't allow PJ Washington to elevate to dunk the ball. So it wasn't even a blocked shot. It was just that PJ got pushed in the back, and then instead of going up, he just goes immediately forward. And he said, if he goes to the free throw line, and they then put the if on because the Mavericks weren't consistent on making free throws.
No, they weren't.
But if he makes both free throws and now it's a 3-point game with time to play normal defense and put pressure on the Celtics to make a shot in the half court, and then giving the ball back to most likely Luka to see if he can tie the game or get it down to 1, they're like, we missed that moment. So they're like, probably the Celtics hold on. But there was a moment there, if you call that foul, then the Mavs can cut it to 3, put pressure on Boston if they get the stop, and then Luka has the magical moment that we've seen him have multiple times. Greeny was saying that was taken away. So yes, the probability is low, but he said, I recently saw he didn't say this, but I recently saw a player of lesser caliber than Luka and Tyrese Maxey make the impossible happen in a playoff game.
Yeah. And look, you continue to see there's 2 things that have popped up again and again and again. The free throws, and then I don't know if you know or care about this phenomenon whatsoever. Do you care at all about air corgi?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is, Mike?
I no clue, because then I'll tell you what popped into my head. That show that I watched as a kid, Obla Di, Obla Da, Life Goes On, because there was Corky in that show.
Yes, that is true. This is Corgi the dog, like the dog.
It was a popular show.
I think it was Life Goes On.
Yeah.
So if you care, or look, on this day you're looking for more reasons to hope. Air Corgi is a little corgi dog that predicts the winners of NBA series in the finals by bouncing an inflatable basketball into...
Surely makes our job a lot lesser if that's how
That's probably true. Last year, he predicted the Nuggets in 6, the Nuggets won in 5. Air Corgi predicted that the Boston Celtics would win games 1 and 2, and then the Mavericks would win games 3, 4, 5, Celtics in game 6, and the Mavericks in game 7.
I'll take it.
So
I like this.
Okay. So I didn't know if people needed reason for optimism today, as people are also telling us what they do to ignore the world of sports. But Eric Corgi said this is the way it would go, and the Mavericks win in 7.
Can I add to this though on the front of how you handle the loss or whatever? That's kind of one of the reasons we do the show the way we do it. I
can see that.
I mean, I could come on here and we could yell at each other for 4 hours and gripe about everything. or we could, talk about the game a little bit, have some fun with Kevin in the Smashbox, and
see all your texts.
Do lots of other things too that take our minds off of it. For these 4 hours, there are people that are working right now that probably are still bummed about it, but they're like, those guys make me laugh, so I'm part of that too. So
optimize it.
Exactly, we got to be Captain Optimizer.
Optimize it.
So that's kind of the whole reason, the way we do our show is to kind of keep. Our interest is what happened last night. I'm interested in what happened in yesterday's game, but at the same time, I can't live or die by it. So
yeah, do you guys see this as a little bit of therapy for us? We're lucky enough to have the mics in front of us and get to talk to you people listening. Thank you very much for listening. Because I wake up this morning and I feel like I think a lot of people who might not be listening to us right now, and screw you if you, but just kidding.
I mean, they won't hear it.
I'm with Mike on that. So screw you again.
Hey, Steve, I was listening. This guy in sports radio said screw you this morning. Oh,
but because I didn't really feel like talking about this, like in general.
Sure.
I'm like, this sucks. But it does help to kind of talk about it, and then to do it like Corey said, not in a, hey, stupid, this and
like
that.
we should have started yelling at each other about the foul. How can you not say that changed everything? It should be 1-1 right now.
But it's kind of therapeutic, and it gets you over it a little bit, because I didn't listen to, I have no clue what Stephen A. Smith is saying about this game, because I just don't want to know. I did see a little bit of the conversation.
If we would have won, would you want to know though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
sure.
Just make it sure.
When you win, you want to know all. You want to hear everybody's good opinions about why
I
you
have
were right.
my perspective, which I've been giving, why the Mavericks lost and why I'm a little bit scared that they might not win more than one game in this series. I hope I'm wrong on that. Looks like I'm going to be wrong on picking the Mavs in 7 right now. But I feel like this whole losing thing, the closer we get to the championship, whoever it is, Dallas Stars, because I guess in a weird way, the Dallas Cowboys, they don't really give you that much pain because they never get close.
True.
Like, it hurts more.
You knew that was coming.
When you get to, it's the example of
I get you.
When you lose in the first round, you think of the adjustments you need to make, and it really stinks because you didn't even get that close. Like, we need to make like more adjustments than making just bring them back type of thing. But when you lose and you are 4 wins away in these series from being the champions, or for the Stars, you were 6 wins away. You were 2 wins away from making the the Stanley Cup Finals. Yeah. Is that I just look at it and go, God, this hurts so much. But I want to be here because no matter what, this was a overachieving, spectacular year from the Mavericks. But even my own brain says, shut up, Bassick, on that crap right now, So I just want the Mavericks to win, but it hurts so much right now when they lose. And then when they don't perform up to your expectation, they're not performing up to their expectation 2 games into the finals.
Which I'm sure is crushing to them.
Kevin, you asked why I still had last week, why I still had confidence after game 1.
Yeah.
And I was like, because we got Luka.
Rolando Blackman.
Exact confidence, baby. But we got Luka. I still feel like he can break down, figure things out. I thought he did a decent job of figuring some things out last night. I still have that kind of optimism and faith that get home, I feel a lot more comfortable.
It's interesting that you say that. Is I just want to throw it over to cut 10. And I do think this is the sign of a leader right here. And this is Luka essentially saying, it's my fault we lost.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it didn't work because we lost. But, at the end of the day, we got to make some more shots. I think my turnovers and my missed free throws cost us a game. So I got to do way better in those 2 categories. But at the end of the day, we got to make shots to win the game.
One thing I will say about that, Luka's obviously kept you in that game yesterday, and he's your hope for staying in the series. But the turnovers, because we were kicking around to maybe start the show, what are some things that haven't gone your way that you think could change? I think Luka could dramatically alter his assist to turnover ratio. Yeah. I realize game 1 was an anomaly, but he has, I believe, 12 assists and 12 turnovers in this series. That's never going to work for a player that good. I think that can dramatically change. And I appreciate him saying, now it's on me.
Yeah, and that's the superstar. Because guess what? If they win, it's all on Luka.
Yes.
I mean, he's going to be the MVP. He's going, the history of basketball will remember Luka. I would say you need a combination of game 1 and 2, and that would be I need the assist from game 2, and I need the turnovers from game 1.
Yeah.
Because he's going to turn over the ball.
Sure.
He handles
a high
the ball
usage player.
Yeah, but anything over 5 is just too much. 5 is like on that borderline of, but like I get it. 3 or 4 times he's going to turn over the ball. He's trying to make spectacular plays for his teammates, and there's just going to be a few mistakes that happen in those situations. But 8 is too many for me, Corey. I'll give you. You can take it. It's Kyrie because he's so important.
Yeah, and I completely agree with Mike. We talked about 60, 50 points combined from them in the last series, and we were bumping that number up even more. Kevin, it might even come down to maybe you should just get a collection together, send the entire team their own smash boxes, see if that might help them. They can take out a little aggression on those boxes and then get back into the game and focus a little bit. This is my new favorite thing, and I'm so glad that you brought it to the show.
Definitely going to cost me. From the 972.
Do you smash them outside?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you ever smash them inside?
Yeah.
No.
Because then there's a lot of cleanup.
Jeez.
Well,
From
there
the
it is. Like the glass goes
There's just
everywhere.
stuff all over the place.
I want to get you a box of smashing plates that look glass, but they're plastic. And
I'm just like, break, you damn plate!
Yeah. But then it's even more worth it if you can break the plastic.
I know, just breaking that one plate, I'll be like, oh my God, I can't be mad anymore. From the 972, and that's probably what it takes, so you're not mad anymore. Waiting over an hour for effing bags at DFW, I'm too pissed off to get mad at the Mavs. That's just a distraction. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? And more of your clever texts next right here on The Fan.
Is there a man on that couch?
Of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
Shane Bennett across center right. Now the offensive line. He'll play it down off the end board. Bennett in half up front. The chance. If they score, and Devin Rodriguez, what a setup, what a finish, and the Panthers take a 2-0 lead early in the second period of game one. 1-0 turns into 2-0. The Panthers double their advantage.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. It's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend?
The Oilers aren't good at hockey again?
They lost 3-0 in game one.
How did they score 3?
Panthers are very good, dude. The Panthers are very good.
Duncanville Panthers.
Did you? Well, actually, it's funny that you say that. Did you see there was an ABC affiliate in Los Angeles? They put up their Stanley Cup preview, and it was the Edmonton Oilers, but the logo they put up for the Panthers was the Carolina Panthers logo.
Sweet.
And it even said Carolina Panthers. Wow. And so people took to photoshopping it like, no, let's go all the way. And they wanted the Oilers to be the Houston Oilers logo versus the
I've
Carolina
been in a Carolina
Panthers.
Hurricane, but Florida Hurricanes are worse.
I think that's probably accurate.
So, I mean, obviously.
Although, to be fair, I actually don't know.
No, you do. I mean, think of the damage. There's been damage in Carolina to Hurricanes, but way more damage in Florida to Hurricanes.
Probably. But that feels like a pretty bad oversight to just put the Carolina Panthers.
I've also been in Carolina. Never seen a Black Panther.
No?
Nope.
How often have you seen a Black Panther not in a zoo environment?
0% of my life.
Okay.
But I figure that there would be wild Black Panthers in Carolina if you're naming that team that.
It's a good point.
It's like we're the Mavericks. That's why they put a horse as the logo, because they're like, there's horses in Texas.
Galveston hurricane in August of 1900 is the most significant hurricane in the history of hurricanes.
So maybe one of our teams should be called
the Galveston Hurricanes.
Yeah.
The Houston Hurricanes is a cool sounding name.
That is a cool sounding name.
Yeah, no, it looks like that the Gulf area, Mike, is the one that dominates.
You can find wild cougars in the Houston area.
You can find a lot in the Dallas area, too.
Yeah, well, not really. The real cougars, not women that are looking for loving. Right? Isn't that what they are?
That is. Alec, did we find that other audio? All right, let's take to this Boston Celtics fan. Luka signed an autograph for him.
Sorry, somebody goes, does Mike think there's wild lions in Detroit?
No, they need to change their name.
All right, text in right now other mascots that you think are inappropriately named. Luka signs an autograph for this kid from Boston, and then he decides to eventually still run his mouth.
Luka, right here. Luka. Thank you. Yo, Luka. Let's still Celtics in score. You know it's Celtics in score. Luka, Celtics in score. 0 points.
So
say 0 points?
Yeah. So Luka signs an autograph for this kid, and then he's like, hey, but it's still Celtics in 4. You know that, right? Celtics in 4, 0 points. That's a weird way of saying, hey, thanks.
It is a way of how they raise people in the Northeast, though. Because I was called an F and C one time by like an 11-year-old when I was on the Mets, and then he said, can you throw me a baseball?
What?
So I'm like, you're 11 and you're calling me the C word?
You didn't throw him the baseball, right?
No, and making sure to put the F word in front of it too. So I'm
now give me a ball.
I don't think he could have rode the train to the game by himself at 11. I don't think he did, which meant his mom and dad were nearby. And he was comfortable enough. Now, can you imagine any of the kids in the state of Texas? I'm sure there are some, but not many, that would say, and I'm not saying like you Celtic here. I'm saying, hey, you effing C to Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
And you're 10 to 12 years old.
Yeah.
Your dad and mom are next to you, or at least somebody that's around. And then you go, can I have an autograph? Or can I have your shoes from a basketball game? Like, we don't raise our children to say those things, but they do in New York and Boston. And they're cool with it. Like, the parent is okay with it.
It is a weird phenomenon. By the way, a lot of people weighing in. I saw Reggie send this in. Lakes in Los Angeles. At least then I know.
He said there's no jazz in Utah.
Exactly. At least I know that they moved it from New Orleans to Utah and Minneapolis to Los Angeles. But the one that seems to have gotten people's attention There's no Giants in San Francisco or New York. That's a good point. I feel like I've never heard of that.
No such thing as Giants.
And there ain't no damn Raptors out there in Toronto.
But I guess a giant is just your definition of it and then somewhat fictitious.
Yeah. Like,
You're okay if it's fictitious. What bothers you is it's a real thing, but that real thing is not in that area.
The Washington Wizards. Yeah, I get it. There's no wizards anywhere.
Goliath, in my mind, was taller than this building. And somehow David took him down. And that's how it was in my mind. He was a giant. That being said, I did hear this the other day. What are the only two in all of sports? The only two mascots that we can't live without?
What?
I don't know.
The Suns and the Heat. We have to have sun and heat.
From a distance.
Sure, Mike. I don't think anyone is putting forth that. I wish the sun was closer.
It felt closer in Franklin, Texas yesterday. We'll talk about that later.
We will.
Will we?
That's good. Well,
all right.
Yes, Mike likes it coming up.
Yeah,
Fair point.
You have to deal with whatever I say.
How is that reserved to that one segment? There's no way.
I get the topic there.
All right. This obviously came up a ton for national media folks. Do you think that the U.S. Olympic Committee are wankers of the weekend for not putting Caitlin Clark on the U.S. Olympic team? Because this is the worst thing that has ever happened in the history of sports, Corey.
I think they're wankers of the weekend for the leak of if she was on the team and only played a limited number of minutes, her fans would go insane. That's stupid.
Yeah.
When Choppy asked the question this morning, that was my follow-up question was, what did they think her fans were going to say if she didn't make the team at all?
Yeah, they'll be fine.
That being said, and I will always defer to Reggie on this, I do not know enough about that team to know whether or not she deserves to be on that team.
She's an alternate.
Okay. And she might be there because I believe, as I heard this morning, Chelsea Green might be too injured to play. So there's a possibility that Caitlin Clark still gets on there either way. But I don't know enough to know. I know that she would draw eyeballs.
Sure.
But and they're probably going to win by a ton, right? Like they're probably going to be a boring win for them anyway. But again, I don't know if she deserved to be on that team, but a lot of people across the country are like, oh my gosh, she needs to be. I don't know, man. I don't make those decisions.
Who cares? Aren't they going to win the gold anyways? Isn't women's basketball
running away?
It's not like men's basketball where it's changed, where it's very competitive.
I think it's more competitive, but still not
right.
Super
it's kind of
competitive.
Like 2000 competitive. We won in 2000, right?
Yeah, I can maybe
the
see
2004 where we decided to go with youngsters, LeBron and Carmelo and Wade, where it went really bad.
Whoops. Now, I think this falls on, I don't know if this is fair. Is it FC Dallas? Is it Nico Estevez, who is the wanker of the weekend? Unfortunately, he got fired after a slow start to the 2024 season. This is his third season. They're second from the bottom in the Western Conference standings.
Kevin.
They hired Tattoo?
No.
Do you think it's FC Dallas for not keeping them on the station? And that's when we were prospering.
Good point. Good point right there. We were fantastic.
I thought we got the coach fired too. Didn't we used to talk to the coach and he's like, I'm getting fired. I know.
You know what, Mike? That is a heck of a counterpoint that I did not think you would be able to dial up. So good job.
I just remember at the end, you guys started asking questions. And he's really like, I know I'm getting fired, but I got to keep coaching my best until they fire me.
But he didn't say that.
Not quite like that, but you can kind of tell. I'm gonna say I'm kind of the wanker of the weekend for when my wife asked me. She was like, "Oh my gosh, did you see that he got fired? Nico got fired." And I was like,
Nico.
Is that his name?
Yeah.
Sweet.
And
I don't think I ever heard of a Nico, and now we had
you definitely have, because we said Nico Estevez and you were like, oh yeah, Mighty Ducks. Like I'm almost positive that exact thing happened.
Yeah.
Had you heard of Nico as a name before Nico Harrison?
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't keep
Nico
track
sounds
of
like
all
a
the
shorter name, like you shortened something, right?
Like Nicholas.
Yeah, something like that's my Nico.
Yeah, but whenever Adrian told me about it, I didn't like act too shocked or concerned at all, and you could tell she kind of wanted it to be a bigger deal, and I was like, oh, that stinks. But the Mavs are playing right now. It's kind of what I wanted to say to her. So was I a wanker for not making it a bigger deal, Kevin? It just happens. Are they as talented as they used to be? No. Are they as good as they used to be?
Definitely
No.
not.
They
Am I
going to
be at their game this weekend? Yes.
Get after it, man. I know some people that work out there. I'll send them your way.
We're ready to turn it around, and we're going to bring a bunch of kids from our refugee resources program.
Look at you, man.
It's going to be fun. They
Why don't
love
they get
soccer.
Mbappe. That'll help.
We got about 20 more years before we do that.
Oh, Messi.
Well,
Like
no.
you're saying, because Messi's old, right?
The
you're
way-
saying
yeah.
Mbappe, once he gets old,
Yeah.
we'll get him and the dude who plays for Man City, Blondie. He looks,
Holland?
yeah,
Erling Holland?
yeah, Drago. Looks like Drago out there.
Would you, okay, let's just say that the MLS or FC Dallas in particular today picked up Mbappe and Erling Holland.
I'll go to the. I'll go. I will go.
Okay.
If they both showed up, I will buy season tickets. I will buy a 10-year package. Mr. Kansas City Chiefs owner, brother, I will buy. I will buy 10-year season ticket package tomorrow if you figure out a way how to get Mbappe and Holland on this team.
All right, so I know his contract is like 40 million pounds a year or whatever.
That's a lot.
In soccer. How much is that in American money?
More.
Yes.
You get more money. We found out pounds are.
No, it's like 50, 55 million.
Pounds are better than money. Pounds are better than dollars. That's a better way to say it. Money is
16 million euros a year. So it's 163 million. Dude, they could pay that. And Mike just said he'd buy 10 years worth of tickets.
For what? That's not going to offset the money.
But everybody else will do what Mike's doing.
Yeah, up front, too.
That stadium, the entire stadium will be season ticket holders.
I'll buy them at the price you're charging right now, though. Because I think if you get Mbappe and Holland, they might go up to like $1,000 a ticket.
And then finally, I wanted to throw in.
Yeah, that's what I could do. I could sell them too.
Yeah.
Holy cow! I just thought of.
You
I'm
don't even
making
have to
money.
go to the game.
It's not happening.
You don't know that.
I do. You're right. 99.
You're just guessing right now.
That's fair.
What if the Clippers owner bought a soccer team? He would have enough money to do something.
Steve Ballmer?
Yeah,
he could do it.
That's the only way soccer's going to grow.
I don't know what you want me to say, Mike. I'll look into it. I'm not sure
Thank
where
you.
we're
I
going on
appreciate
I
this.
wonder how popular, since we're out of time, I do wonder how popular soccer would get if all of a sudden owners came here.
Yeah.
What is it? MLS.
Yeah.
If MLS had just 50 to 150 billion dollar owners and they're like, screw it, we're going to screw over the world.
The Man City owner comes over and he's like, let's do this.
And they just buy all the premium players, or let's just say 50% of the top 25 players in the world. And they're all in the United States of America. And then you have to get very good role players with them.
We're going to have to build bigger stadiums really
but
quickly.
I think all of a sudden this would become a $30,000 to $60,000 people. That many people would go to the game because I would want to go.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go see Messi play with 14 minor leaguers.
He's got some other good players on that team.
Heck yeah, they do.
Name one.
Pink shirt. Oh, they wear pink. That's all I know.
You just called him Pink Shirt?
Yeah, the pink shirt guy.
Boxer Ryan Garcia got arrested for a felony of vandalizing his room at the Waldorf Astoria in Beverly Hills.
And he plays on Messi's team?
Yeah. No.
He's a boxer. They can arrest you for
Yes, you can get arrested for
messing up your
vandalism.
room. What did I put a deposit down for? To pay for that crap if everything
That
goes wrong.
deposit isn't necessarily going to cover it if you wreck the whole
unfortunately,
room.
you put a credit card down, so now they just charge the card.
Yeah, do that. Don't arrest me. Charge my card. I got plenty on it.
We're the KNC masterpiece
Yeah,
right
like your
here.
Bon Jovi.
Yeah.
Don't they destroy rooms? Like rock stars.
Bon Jovi is your contemporary rock star reference?
Yeah. I don't know. I guess Smashing Pumpkins, because that is in the name.
Motley Crue would be probably the first thing I'd kind of like look in that vein. Def
Rolling
Leppard.
Stones.
Yeah.
Coming up next, Corey and Mike
The Beatles.
feverishly continue to seek out a rock band from the last 20 years. But also,
Creed.
It's time for
Disturbed.
Gridiron
We played
Gravy.
Creed for our World Series.
They may not like it.
Papa Roach.
What is the NFLPA
Slipknot.
actually going to do to stop this? And what am I going to do to stop this? The answer to both? Don't know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Commercial free.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
How many different ways do you have to win games on the way to a championship? Tonight, in Game 2 of the NBA Finals, there was nothing pretty until the clock hit triple zeros. They wanted the Celtics battle-tested, and tonight they get it. The final score in Game 2, Boston 105, Dallas 98.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan, where you just heard it. Boston 105, Mavericks 98 in Game 2 of the NBA Finals. Mavericks down 0-2. Series will resume in Dallas on Wednesday.
If I ask you this question based off of last night's score, the Mavericks hold the Celtics to 105 points. Exactly 105 points. Here in Dallas. We'll be tied at 2?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
What say you?
They better be, because I don't know if you can do any better than that.
Yeah, if not, I get it. You're cooked. And remember, we just need to remind people, because I know this has been going around forever. It's not 2-3-2 anymore. Remember, it's 2-2-1-1-1 like a regular playoff series. So Wednesday and Friday in Dallas, and then you go back to Boston.
Monday night, right, is in Boston?
I believe that is correct.
Because after you play the Wednesday, Friday, I think
that's the only short gap.
Yeah, then you get 2 days, so there would be travel. So, yeah, I'm just, looking at that. I was just thinking to myself, man, 105. And you only got 98.
You should win that game. No, absolutely. I'm with you on that. Right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and maybe somewhere else and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go.
That's my guy. I don't even have to do anything.
Does he know the story about what you called Peyton?
I don't know. Do you know?
Oh, I need to hear this.
I couldn't remember his name, and so I knew it started with a P, so I called him Phil.
He goes, yeah, old Phil back over there.
So Phil Payton is really mad at me.
That's amazing. Thank you for that. I needed that content. This weekend's going to be a good one. Thank you, Mike.
All right.
Old Phil.
So, Corey, you demanded that we talk about this leadoff gridiron, and so I will. Wade Phillips is in a championship game. He has led the Brahmas
Should have never let him go.
to the UFL title game. They beat the St. Louis Battlehawks in front of 30,000 people in St. Louis to win the XFL conference title.
Oh, it's the XFL.
But now...
Conference title.
Yes, now they move into the championship for the UFL championship.
Well, good for them, man.
San Antonio Brahmas getting work done.
Will he put this on his resume as the... See?
Hell yeah, he will. I'm a championship winning coach.
It always felt like that dude just never got the right team, to be the head coach of.
What do you think he said after they poured Gatorade on him?
Oh, hey. Oh.
Oh, you're close. He said, oh, ass.
Really?
Yes, he did.
I didn't know he cussed.
I thought he was going to say, well, we made it to the second round.
That counts as a victory.
We got the bye.
Yeah, the bye is a victory.
Give me credit for that W.
Don't ever forget. That's a real thing that he said. All right. Mike, what is the NFLPA actually going to do about this? Because
that's a strong organization.
That is not. So Ryan Kelly with the Colts, he said this at the end of last week. 18 games sounds great when Roger's saying it on Pat McAfee. But until you're the one that's going to go out there and put on the helmet for 18 games, then come talk to me. And he's like, it's too many. They think that is the tipping point. He said, I wish people understood how hard it was to play 16. Then they added another one, and they get rid of preseason games. And now they want to add another one. What are they going to do to stop it?
What I would ask the question back to this player. What have you guys stood up for in the last 30 years? What have you guys decided? No, that's not happening. Everything the owners
I can't think of a whole lot.
They do get paid a lot of money. I'm not saying that you don't get paid a lot of money and this and that, but there's literally been 0 losses that Jerry Jones, as the owner of the Dallas Cowboys, has ever taken against the Players Association. They win every battle. And then the small ones that you think you win, when you look back, you go, do you know what you gave up to get that? To smoke weed. Do you know what you gave up for that?
You know, it's really funny that you say that because, like, it's kind of related then. The Lions just lost their last OTA practice session that was supposed to be today because they violated off-season rules regarding contact on the field in these practices. So they're like, because you had too much contact in one of these OTA practices, we're taking away your other OTA practice at a time when they're like, we're not going to allow 18 games to stand. I don't. I mean, I know the CBA goes for like another 8 years or whatever it is, but maybe 7. I just don't think they're going to be able to stop it if this is what the owners really want.
Last time there was a vote, and the NFL is so strong right now. I think the NFL is 10 times more important than any sport in the United States, at least. Is they said take it or leave it, and the players voted, we'll just take it. The first offer. Yeah. Think about that, how powerful the players are. If they don't play, how miserable are those preseason games? And that's what they would get. That's what we would get as an audience. That's what Jerry Jones would have to provide. They'd have to take the Brahmas, who we just said, or whoever, and like, that's who we're throwing out on the field. That's all we have to throw out. Support our Dallas Cowboys. And we wouldn't. And the players don't even see it that way. They don't see themselves in any position of power at all. They're just like, we take it.
Yeah. They frequently do.
They really do. Now, let's go to Jason Kelsey, who has been offered a foot soap care package.
After not washing his feet.
Yes, from Defense Soap's CEO, after him and Travis Kelsey talked about how you don't have to wash your feet every single time you're in the shower. And they're like, look, your feet smell because of this, and we're going to try to help you out. It could be a nice way to fall backwards into an endorsement, right?
Yeah. I mean, a bunch of rich guys just got free stuff is what you're telling me. As part of marketing for somebody, for a product.
It is very interesting that, like, the more money and fame you have, the more free stuff that you don't really need you end up getting, and the people who could, like, really use that free stuff are like, hey, I'm here, and they're like, you don't help us with anything.
Mike Piazza got so many free things on the Mets. I was like, he doesn't need it, man. He's making a lot of money. I need it.
But they didn't give it to you.
Heck no. They're like, how are you going to help us?
What's the best free thing you got as a baseball player?
I would get, I don't know if this is the best. I would get free things to, like, when I was in New York. So if I wanted to go to a Broadway show with my wife,
neat.
They would give me tickets there. But I don't know, do you consider free? Because I feel like I worked for this a little bit, is I would get free Reebok stuff and I would get free Rawlings.
Okay.
But that was...
I think I would count the Broadway tickets more in that.
Yeah, because I'm wearing their product on the field, so it's on camera.
Yeah.
So they're getting a benefit out of giving me that stuff.
I did see that they talked, Kevin, a little bit about the movie Life is Beautiful. I don't know if you've ever seen that movie before.
With the guy on the boat with the tiger?
Sure.
I don't think I have seen that, actually.
I thought that was the Life of Pi.
Oh, what is Life is Beautiful?
I don't know. I know you don't make jokes like that, but I was like, that's a Bassick joke, but I think you're being serious.
No, I was serious about that.
Yeah.
Life is...
It's from 1997.
Oh, is that during the Holocaust and the guy's like trying to be a sort of like a clown and cheer people up, maybe?
Yeah, they went
Roberto
back,
Benigni?
Yeah, they went back and watched it and compared it to The Waterboy, and they were like, this is a great movie. And
I mean, I'm pretty sure he won Best Actor for that. Yes, now I'm...
81% on Rotten Tomatoes. 58% on Metacritic.
Sometimes Rotten Tomatoes does not always lead the way.
Since this is Football Nuggets, I'm all in on that.
Yeah. Okay.
On Life is Beautiful?
Get it? Because the Cowboys are all in, and this is football time.
I do get it. Darren Waller.
I quit.
He did retire.
He did. Yeah, he did quit.
He quit.
I guess.
Just a nicer word.
I don't understand. I don't know why that happened just now, but
so he said at one point he had to call 911 because he couldn't breathe. Spent several days in the hospital. He didn't share his diagnosis specifically, but he did say that a medical condition is what forced him to reevaluate his stance on retirement, and he is in fact retiring. I hear what you're saying. It just felt kind of harsh to say.
I know, isn't it?
He
Isn't that
quit
amazing?
because
when you say retire, you're like, hey, 2 thumbs up. But I mean, because you're like, you're not quitting, kid. But why don't the kid just say, I'm just retiring?
Yeah.
Right? Like if you're a junior,
yeah.
if you're a junior in high school and you're tired of baseball, if you tell your parents I'm retiring from baseball, you think they'll say, we get it. Let's throw you a retirement party. But usually you have to say I'm quitting baseball,
Right.
and then your parents like, you're not quitting, quitter.
This is interesting because my first thought was it's okay. He's got Kelsey Plum to take care of him they got married last year.
He's been writing tracks about her and
they
stuff.
filed for divorce in April. She said, I'm devastated. I walked through fire for that man, but now I see it's time to go.
That's what happened. So the movie thing happened with Dennis Quaid.
Yep.
He said he was retiring, and she slapped him in the face and said, no, you're not.
I don't know about that.
I'm not promising
That's how
all of these
Sunday
things.
is what he's talking about.
I know
Any given
that.
Sunday.
I know. I can't tell you all of these things are related that we were just talking about, but there you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the MLB player poll. Worst organization. Is the season too long? How much love did the Rangers get? And so much more next right here on The Fan.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll dive back into basketball in just a little bit, but The Athletic put out their MLB player poll, and
I haven't seen it.
Okay, great. So we got to break down. They interviewed more than 100 players across Major League Baseball to get their thoughts on like the important happenings of the day. We'll start with this. Who is the best player in baseball?
Shohei.
By how much?
Mile.
You're right.
Out of a
They're
100
gonna
mile
vote
race.
Shohei. I just wonder because he's not pitching, this year. But yeah, you're right. I would say the next closest person, if let's say 70% said Shohei, then you're going to get 12% on. Crap, would they say was this voted before the season started?
I mean, it's as the season has gone along. Keep in mind, it probably took a while to compile all of this.
I'm gonna guess Acuna is second.
So Acuna is second. 46% for Ohtani.
It's lower than I thought.
26.5% for Acuna. Betts and Trout were at about 9%. Excuse me, Betts and Judge were about 9%, and Trout's 4%.
Yeah, people are still holding on to Trout.
Yeah,
he's a Hall of Famer.
Sure,
it's unfortunate. He would have been maybe a top 5 player of all time.
I could see that.
It's not going to happen.
Who is the most overrated player in all of baseball?
So they have to be good. This is always the tough one because they have to be good. Isn't Bryce Harper sometimes on this list?
Bryce Harper did get a vote, but not enough to like. No, I didn't. I did not get a vote in this.
Fernando Tatis Jr.
Fernando Tatis not in the top 10.
Edwin Diaz.
No, he's
not in the top 10.
He is hurt. So, Francisco Lindor.
Also not in the top 10.
Dang, I don't.
Jazz Chisholm is number 1.
I wouldn't have guessed.
He has like 8 home runs.
I just don't think he's good enough.
Well, and that's what I think about this second player.
Okay.
I don't think you would have gotten this because of that. Anthony Rendon. I feel like we've all kind of come to the conclusion that
career's over.
Yeah, so it goes Jazz Chisholm, Anthony Rendon, Carlos Correa, and then Tim Anderson and Jack Flaherty.
Okay.
All got at least 5% of the vote. Jazz
I would have
Chisholm.
been bad at this because I was thinking they have to be all-stars. The only one that maybe I could have eventually got to was Carlos Correa.
See, it's only after that you start to see some upper tier or like bigger names. Pete Alonso's on there, Ellie De La Cruz, Manny Machado, Alex Bregman. They are all in the top 10, but none of those guys in the top 5. All right, let's go from that to putting aside, I told Corey this question earlier, putting aside their stats and going solely on vibes, who do you most want on your team?
Mookie Betts?
That is the number 1 answer. Alec, I am also shocked that the vibes question is where Mike really locked it in.
That's so odd.
Mookie Betts, number 1, Shohei 2, and then
Freddie Freeman 3. I'm just kidding.
No. It goes Acuna, Harper, Judge, and Kyle Schwarber.
I was gonna say I think Kyle Schwarber seems like Derek told us he's a really fun teammate. But every time I looked up for like 2 years, it felt like every time I saw baseball on TV, Kyle Schwarber was at the plate. And I was like, why? Why is he always there?
I'll tell you who I'm surprised wasn't on that list because one other one that I was thinking about was Juan Soto.
Okay.
Just his energy, his vibe.
What about Adolis?
That's a good one too, especially since they won the World Series. Things are going so underwhelming for the Rangers.
Yeah.
I just don't know if the Rangers are going to get much love from what they've done this year.
Soto only got 1 vote. I don't think Garcia got a vote.
From the 682 Ellie De La Cruz for vibes. Was he on there?
I'm with that too.
Yeah, he is.
But he was on the overrated list,
Yeah,
you said?
yeah, he was on the top 10 overrated list. He only got 1 vote as well. Francisco Lindor is up there. So is Altuve, Garrett Cole, Lance Lynn, and Marcus Semien are all in the top 10.
I can see Marcus. That's a good one for Lindor. Obviously, my kid loves him. I think he's a great person, but his vibes are not doing that well in New York.
I feel like Freddie Freeman vibes are always pretty good too.
Yeah, I was interested that he was not up in the top mix here.
Austin Hedges from the 940 number one. For
They named 1 and 2 the leadoff hitter and 2-hole hitter for the Dodgers. They're like, we should probably stop voting for Dodgers.
I was really intrigued by this question.
All right.
Is it the perfect message with the imperfect messenger? Anthony Rendon, who obviously we just said is in the baseball wasteland, he said the baseball season is too long.
Okay. Evaluate
this statement.
Too many games, probably, rather than too long.
Anthony Rendon was right. The season is too long. Do you think players said agree or disagree?
I'm going to say majority say disagree, but not by much. It's not going to be overwhelming. So I'll go like 60% would be the highest I would go.
Okay.
That they would say, look, the season is great at 162.
Yeah, I just based on talking to players, I'm closer to 75% feel that it's perfect. And because even like when we talk about it with Mike's just like, yeah, but like it's baseball, like there's this. I've been pushing for like a 70 game season, and Mike's like that just wouldn't feel right. So I feel like a little higher.
Think
than
about
that.
how silly we do think the COVID year was at 60 games.
It
Was it entertaining? It was, not from a Rangers perspective, but is entertaining because games meant much more. But you got to the end of the year like, this is silly. Like, it really stunk.
Now, there was a couple people who said 120 games would be great. Most of the people who said shortened up said 140 to 150 games.
Because they're used to that in the minor leagues.
However, the vast majority said it's fine. 68.3% said no.
Yeah.
No issue with the season being too long. So for as much as...
Seems like players like it.
Yeah,
man.
they do. I mean, look.
They got into it because they wanted to be baseball players.
The number,
they love it.
All of these people they surveyed are all active players. So there's the whole thing right there. 68.3% said that's fine.
It's interesting. If you talk to guys that are kind of utility guys, Jankowski, for instance, he's not going to complain. He's a great teammate. But only getting like 2 starts a week is really tough to be a good hitter. If I only pitch, now you could just limit the number of guys you have pitching, which would make the game, you'd say maybe better because then I don't need 5 starters. I only need 3 starters. But if you say, hey, you're going to pitch every 7th day or every 10th day, you would think, well, that'll make those guys better and maybe more healthy. The healthy thing, I'm not sure. Maybe it would make them more healthy. But guys would be like, I can't throw the ball where I want consistently if I'm not pitching more.
This question was really surprising to me.
You're surprising to me.
Thank you. We go down the athletic player poll for baseball. Which team would you sign with if contracts, state taxes, and roster were not a factor?
Yankees. I would love to be part of the Yankees history for a day and say I wore the pinstripes.
They're 5th, which I have to admit, like I said, I was really surprised by the results.
Yeah, I was thinking Dodgers.
Dodgers are 3rd.
St. Louis, because they're like a baseball town.
I'd sign with the Rangers.
The Texas Rangers are 4th, wedged between
the Astros,
the Dodger. No, wedged between the Dodgers and the Yankees.
Wow.
The top 2 are the Braves and the Red Sox. So it goes Braves, Red Sox, Dodgers, Rangers, Yankees. Huh?
Why the Red Sox? Is it because that short?
Somebody did.
The wall.
Somebody did answer that playing in their ballpark would be basically like playing in a museum of baseball history.
Okay, I can see that.
And so, like some people picked like San Diego, got plenty of votes because it's like a nicer climate.
Oh yeah, no, that's why I said Dodgers because I mean LA is pretty
You know what
nice.
I'm still confused about, and I said this with Sandler when I was in Miami, is if you ever got an owner that had money in Miami, a lot of Latin players want to play there. A lot of guys come from the state of Florida that make it to the major leagues. It's a hotbed for baseball players. Like, I would just think about Miami if you bring up the city of Miami to NBA basketball players.
Yeah.
I mean, 90% of them are going to go, dude, yeah, Miami.
Yeah.
And I do think a lot of baseball players would say, yeah, dude, Miami, especially with it being indoors now. But it just isn't a place because it's considered just this poor place, which it's not. It's I don't want to say beautiful, but there's a lot of money there.
This one, you'll know number 1. So I want to go from there. What organizations have bad reputations among the players?
A's.
Easily the A's got the most votes. What about from there?
White Sox.
The White Sox are second.
Remember David Robertson
on the
in spring
list.
training? What did he kind of say to you guys about like the cold one, but just the organization?
Yeah,
stuff
is
was
not good.
Angels?
The Angels are third.
Wow, that's a good guess.
They have I think we looked while we were at that game, 5 people in their retired numbers and 3 of them are non-players. It was something stupid. We were like, what is happening here?
And then the Rockies and the Mets finish out the top 5. No votes for the Texas Rangers. Unfortunately, only 1 vote for the Houston Astros.
Yeah. They don't know about the zoning in Houston.
That is true. What is the most irritating criticism of the current game from former players? So, what do these players get upset about that old timers that didn't used to be that way in my day?
Would it be the pitchers, how deep they go in games, or
Yes.
the batting average?
That's got to be it.
I think this counts as part. I think you kind of hit 2 and 3.
Okay.
3 was toughness or lack thereof, and I think that feeds into ability to go deeper into games. Second was overlooking the current game's degree of difficulty, which I think kind of speaks to the batting average. Because number 1 on the list, celebrations.
Excuse
We're
me?
having too much fun.
That's
I
true.
think everyone gets tired of hearing it. Just let us celebrate and have fun. The bat flips. This feels directed specifically at Jeff Fry, although I know it's not. Complaining about pimping home runs. And so they don't like listening to old school baseball people being like, why are you having so much fun?
Mike, I've always been okay with the game policing itself, and you're not trying to kill anybody, but you are trying to send messages, and if you want to pimp the home run, that's fine. You might get a player on your team hit. That's part of it. That's always been part of it, and I've always been okay with that.
Yeah, look, I love the game. Am I saying it's better today? No. Am I saying it's worse today? No. It's different than 15, 20 years ago, and obviously way different than, let's say, 40 years ago.
Sure.
But I still love the game. The players are very talented. If you told players, we're going to pay you $30 to $40 million a year to have a 300 batting average, you know what? Batting averages would go up.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that's the one thing that when they say, well, the guys just throw so hard, it's impossible to bat over 250, on a consistent basis for an average player. I'm like, no, it's not. It's just that they know that
that's not where the money is.
There's no value in it.
I got a few more for you really quick. Should MLB shut down mid-season so players can participate in the 2028 Summer Olympics?
I would love to say yes, but I would want to play those games quicker than the Olympics want to play them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like we're jamming in the round robin. Like it's every day. You're playing every day for 5 days, and then we are putting together the bracket. We'll give you 1 day off after we put together the bracket, and then it's you get in. I think 8 teams get in because it goes 8-4-2. I think in the Olympics it's immediate. It's 3 days, so you guys are showing up to the Olympics like 2 days before it starts, playing your 5 games for round robin. And then if you're in it, day off, and then it's 3 days in a row. And that's not the Olympics, kind of spreading it out.
So only 46.6% of the players said yes. 53.3% said nope, don't shut it down for the Olympics. Have analytics help your career. 76% said it's helped their career. 11% said no difference. 8.5% both helped and hurt.
Corey Seager's part of that 11. He's like, I'm just going up there and swinging anyway. I don't even care about the analytics.
Only 3% said it just hurt versus 76% said it helped.
And they might have had a bad coach. Does that make sense?
That is possible, yeah.
Like they gave them such bad information off of the analytics that it made them worse.
Last one for you guys right here. And I admit, I thought this was the case with Evan Carter. Clearly, I don't feel that way anymore. Have you ever seen or heard of a player being put on the injured list when they weren't injured enough to merit it?
I bet it's closer to half.
I think 100% are going to say yes. We've seen plenty of players that are not hurt that go on the injured list.
Only 64.2% said yes. Okay. The rest said no.
The rest are liars.
The people, well, to your point, listen to these quotes from the people who said no. I mean, I've seen it in the minors. That's all I'll say. Another person, I have my suspicions, but I guess I don't know for sure. And another person said, no one's ever been like, I'm completely fine, and they put them on the injured list. But I think that's a product of it's late in the season. You're like, well, I'm not 100%. They're like, injured list. There you go. But you think everyone has seen it probably, or it's definitely
and I'll be
happened.
this, if you want to put hurt in the mental game.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's a lot of times the phantom injured list, because obviously it used to be the DL, the phantom injured list sometimes is used because mentally they are broken.
Yeah.
And we need to get them mentally right. So if you want to play the game of, well, they're hurt, their brain's hurt right now.
Yeah.
You know, their confidence is shot. We have to get them back that way. But in the minor leagues, there's more of, hey, we don't want to release you. But what we're going to do is we're going to put you on the injured list because right now we don't have the room. But more than likely in these 2 weeks that you're on the injured list, somebody's going to get hurt. Instead of calling somebody up from A ball to AA, we'll just activate you on the AA team.
Coming up next, it's time for the Expressway. All content, no breaks. We'll do Mike Likes It. Plus, down 0-2, where has Kyrie Irving gone? We'll get into it next right here in The Fan.
Are you
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Shot clock at 5. Irving the drive, gets inside. Bank shot. Oh, beauty from Kyrie Irving.
K&T Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know we played a highlight there, but for the most part, Kyrie has, if you don't feel like I'm breaking any news here, been largely non-existent in this series thus far. Where has Kyrie Irving gone? I know you talked about this, Mike, specifically on the second half. I decided to back it up just a little bit more. Kyrie started off really well yesterday in the first quarter, 4 of 5 for 8 points. From there, so the rest of the game, 3 for 13 for 8 points. And you were wondering where he was in game one at times as well. And honestly, where has Kyrie been in this series thus far?
Well, not on the 3-point line, that's for sure.
Well, he misses them all.
Is it 0 for 8, you said? Yeah, 0 for 8, 35% shooting overall.
Ooh.
It's bad. He's taken 20. He has 28 total points. Luka's got 62. That's supposed to combine together for something big. And Luka's having to carry all this by himself.
You can see, by the way, the ball gets, some of those turnovers, the ball's getting picked from him, and it just feels like he's like, I don't have the will to
Or
stop
he's lost his dribble a lot more than we ever see in a game. I get he loses his dribble every once in a while because he's trying so many different things. But, man, I don't know. It feels like now when he's dribbling against the Celtics, I'm just nervous he's just going to lose it himself.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's longer, more athletic people. Like Jaylen Brown's stronger than anybody he's gone up against so far.
McDaniels, but McDaniels 6'9",
yeah.
And I don't know, man. Like he's been so good against so many different people in his career that I give the Celtics credit. I don't want to take anything away from the Celtics credit, man. They got good defense, but if he were to get hot, they would actually have to call a timeout and go, should we keep playing this defense? At no point has Joe Mazzulla ever had to make an adjustment on Kyrie. He's like, this is amazing. It doesn't matter who's on the court. Everybody can guard Kyrie.
Yeah, but in the way they're, again, playing straight up, unlike anybody else has really been able to do against the Mavericks, the way that they've been able to do that, it takes away Kyrie's last thing, which is the last resort, which is pass it to somebody and let them finish. And I set them up perfectly. It looks that way a lot of times because Kyrie's dribbling and dancing, and then if he can't finish himself, he's got somebody else to give it to. But the way they're defending him and defending the team in general is making that difficult. So that's one little thing. I am fascinated by the idea of just being there is too big for him right now. Being in Boston is just too much for him to mentally overcome at the moment. As he's leaving the arena, I don't like it, but as he's leaving the arena, he's telling him I'll be back for 5. And I feel like that's cool and everything if you got a plan nobody else knows about and you're just waiting to hold on to that, you're sandbagging it. But right now, I don't know where you get that confidence from. Or maybe you're just trying to speak it into existence. My confidence is here. This is what it is. But I do wonder, Mike brought it up as he walked in this morning, was, hey, man, maybe it is in his head and he can't get over that thing that they have going on.
I think he's trying to convince himself after game one, I thought the crowd would be louder. I think he's trying to give him, in a weird way, how confident Kyrie has been as a Dallas Maverick, and I've loved him as a Maverick. I still love him as a Maverick today. It happens. He's playing like crap. It happens. I hope that he plays better Wednesday night, but he has a very major mental situation in Boston.
All right. And you guys talked a lot about the mental aspect, and I definitely get that. I was going to point out, since you mentioned Jaylen Brown, a couple of things. He talked about just relentless physicality is, he feels like, not just against the Mavericks, but is the key to beat any team. He has also now ascended to the slight NBA Finals MVP favorite, just ahead of Tatum.
Well, he's the best player on their team.
That's what I heard. And then Drew Holiday is actually third now at 5-1. Now, I think that's reflective of where
Boston,
you are in the series.
Winning 4 of 5. It's not fun to say, but let's just be honest. Probably not going to happen.
It's going to be exceedingly tough, and Luka is 6-1. So that just gives you a reflection of where the Mavericks are in this series.
At this point, you have to almost take Kyrie off the board.
Kyrie is 66-1.
Yeah.
2 games in. You just think about how the difference was. Remember, we went through the NBA breakdown. They said 9 people said the Mavericks would win. 8 people said the Celtics would win. Of the 9, they said 7 Luka MVP, 2 Kyrie MVP. Now, he's not off the board yet, but it's 66-1. Pretty dang far off.
30-point game with an 18-point fourth quarter changes that very quickly, though, right? Like, that becomes an immediate, oh, hold on, he's back, and he makes a game winner. That changes everything.
I could see that because not only did he have a standout individual game, but obviously that means you win the game. And a lot of these MVP odds are reflective of like who's going to win the series.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't look very likely for the Mavs right now. But
because they're down 0-2.
That is true. I'm going to make the argument tomorrow. Not as bad as you might think.
I'm with you.
For Kyrie, we talked about it going in. One of the predictions was Kyrie will win one of these games by himself. Well, you know what I'm saying. Like, I realize other people need to contribute, but you get the idea. Have you given up hope of that now? Not to say that he can't play well, but like he'll take over a game and win it for you.
Not given up,
okay,
but I'm not as optimistic.
Okay, I think that's completely fair.
No. Well, I mean, this team gives me no reason to give up on them unless the series is over. They've proven, they've given me enough.
I think you can give up if they lose Wednesday.
Well, I mean, maybe the series over then and everything. But
I won't have any. Look, Corey, if they lose on Wednesday and you're depending on me for a segment on Thursday about how history says we can come back, I got nothing. Nothing. I can put together the segment now about how they got a shot. If they go down 0-3, I do not.
You also got, I mean, I also got to take into consideration the likes of the players on Boston's team probably want nothing more than to shut him down. Like we would love,
definitely.
We would love for everybody on the Mavericks team right now to be like, I can't wait to shut down Porzingis.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure how many of those guys really like have that kind of same hatred or dislike or disdain, whatever the word is you're looking for, but wanting to make sure we shut that dude up.
I mean, you look at the way it ended, it's easy to see how Brown and Tatum obviously just want to win the title for themselves, for the city, for the organization. But I'm sure it doesn't hurt that it's going up against somebody who he was like, you need to defer to me. I'll lead you to the promised land. And they're like, well, you left and now it's your shot and we're going to keep you from getting to the promised land.
Yeah,
I don't think that's lost on those two at all.
I'm with you.
Yeah. Then so that's where when it comes to time to sit down and study and do all that, they're locked in on making sure they are aware of what he does well.
Can I give you, I'm just looking at his box scores, Kyrie.
Yeah.
His worst game, you would say, of the playoffs so far was game 2 at Oklahoma City.
9 points or something?
Yeah, the Mavericks won. So he was 2 of 8 from the field. He was 5 of 6 from free throws for 9 points. He had 11 assists and 3 rebounds, so he did contribute assist-wise, but 2 of 8 for 9 points. He didn't get 10 points in that game. The next game at home, 41 minutes, 10 of 17, 2 of 6 from 3, 22 points, 5 rebounds, 7 assists. So at least there was a major, it wasn't like 30 plus points, but it was from 2 of 8 to 10 of 17. So just kind of go over these series and go, all right, when he had a bad game, did he always have a good game the next game? Not always, but that's the one that he had a really bad game, but the Mavs won.
And he struggled against Oklahoma City. They threw really good defense at the Mavericks, and a lot of things that you're seeing the Celtics do, Oklahoma City did the same things to them. They got to figure out how to overcome those. Difference is, I think the roster for Oklahoma City wasn't quite as adept as what Boston
experienced.
is. Yeah.
Or I want to go to cut number 8 and just see what you guys think about this, and maybe what you think about the question as well. Cut number 8. This is Kyrie. Do you feel like it's only a matter of time before your shots start to fall?
Yeah, that's the confidence that I have in myself. A lot of shots were hitting the back rim that could piss you off as a competitor. But it's all part of the game of basketball, and you got to accept the ups and downs of this. That's the I would say the toughest challenge when you're in a series. You want to play extremely well, especially when you're playing in the finals. Felt good in the first half, but in the second half, just shots weren't going down, and defensively, I was out of position, got some ticky-tack fouls, and just kind of took away from our flow of the game as well. It wasn't just all on me, but I'm definitely taking the majority of it just because because, my teammates look to me to convert a lot of these shots and ease the burden, not only just Luka, but everyone else, and settle our team. We've definitely made our identity on defensive end, but now offensively, I got to play better.
I like everything he said there, and especially the foul thing. He's actually not a veteran guy when it comes to fouls.
Yeah.
It's weird to me that he picks up 2 fouls, and not every game, but it feels like every third game in these playoffs, he has 2 fouls in the first 6 to 7 minutes of the game.
When
and
he said ticky-tack, did you think he was talking to himself or the officials? Like, did you think he was like, I made it? Okay.
Yeah, I like the both answer, but dude, like, we got to be better at that, because then you got to watch for charges. Now defensively, you just got to let them go and lay it up. I kind of look at Kyrie and I'm like, dude, you have too many, the first 6 minutes of games, you have too many bad fouls, and you wouldn't expect that from a 32-year-old guy.
Now, there's a couple of things that people have weighed in on here, and this is what I wonder about. I appreciate that he has confidence. Like, what else is he going to say? Now I'm probably going to keep missing the whole series. But a couple.
I feel like that's something Mike would say.
I mean,
Mike
that's
would be
fair.
like, I don't know.
And he did say, what he's saying is, I'm online.
Yeah.
I'm not left and right. That's a much more major adjustment. Ask all the other shooters for the Mavs.
He said it pisses him off. But from the 972, really don't think it's mental with Kyrie. I think Boston has been amazing on defense. And another person for the 940, Kyrie. I love Kyrie, but give the Celtics credit for putting a good defender on him. So I know it's not a singular effort by Jaylen Brown, but Jaylen Brown continues to come up in some of the most glaring plays that you see of him absolutely getting shut down. It was I think it ended up being a travel call, but it was the ridiculous attempt at a three-pointer where he kind of like hop-stepped off of Jaylen Brown, just shutting him down. Was it a travel call on that? But with the Mavericks turned the ball over because he got shut down, and you see Brown in those situations a whole lot. They have been playing good defense, but also physical defense on Kyrie and the rest of the Mavs, and clearly that's thrown at least some of them off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The physical defense, they are an imposing group. The entire group is longer and probably stronger than anybody that they've dealt with. So, well, maybe Minnesota, but Minnesota they were able to abuse in a lot of different ways. But they're a very long and strong team right now. I
told my son about this. I said Denver probably would do better against Boston's defense.
I could see that.
And Dallas does better against Minnesota's defense. So I think they're both great defenses. But it's like, what personnel do you have to attack? And if you're Jokic and you have Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns and Naz Reid and what they had for the other role players, that affected Denver more than maybe, because Boston, if you ask Al Horford and Kristaps Porzingis to guard Jokic or one of their wings, they're probably in big trouble. So Denver probably wouldn't be this offensive struggling. I know it's just a horrible sentence, but wouldn't be struggling offensively against Boston the way Dallas is, because Denver struggled offensively against Minnesota. So that's where everybody's like, oh my God, this Minnesota defense. But Dallas had the personnel to attack their defense, and Denver probably has the personnel to attack Boston's defense better, where obviously with Kyrie can't get anything off. And even when he is open, he misses. Who are we supposed to go to? Obviously, that's where Shaq is stupid and says Tim Hardaway Jr. But if you do look at it, the Mavericks' other players do play off of dominant ball handlers, and they have to. They're not talented enough with the ball to play off of themselves. So it's just, this defense might just be the kryptonite to the Mavs offense.
And this part is extremely frustrating because people keep bringing up nobody can beat Drew Holiday off the dribble. That's why, like, on the ball, he's an incredible defender. That's why his offensive contributions are so frustrating, right? Because you have talk about, hey, this is one of the best defensive backcourts we've ever seen. After most of the Mavericks' march to the playoffs has been, this is one of the best offensive tandems we've ever seen. And you talk about it, offense usually wins out. And I know Luka's getting him, but their defensive backcourt is incredible. And then when Holiday's also like, hey, I can drop in 20-plus points. Were most of them on layups when you're like, what the hell were we doing there? Yes, but still, that's frustrating.
Yeah, I saw a video this morning on Drew Holiday, and it was like he spent the entire offseason playing only defense. Like working on his
it looks like
it was just video after video of him denying people defensively, and I was like, oh man, what work? He was trying to go in there and be better than Marcus Smart. And he's shown up as a viable option for them as they've gone along. I know people have been talking about ball movement, and I've been talking about ball movement. Here's something I don't know, and I would love for Mike and Reggie to be able to help me out with this. When they're playing one-on-one like this defensively, does moving the ball around, does that affect it as much? Because it feels like you're trying to find the open guy because there's a double team somewhere else.
So what I'd say is what you have to watch is the other guys who aren't strong doubling Luka, how are they playing off the ball? Because you'll see like Gafford's not double teaming at times, but he's in the paint for 2.5 seconds and then steps out, and then he's like, I'm long enough to try to sprint to the corner to get to that corner three. So they're not just guarding closely the 4 other guys and going, we're not sending any help if Luka wins this one-on-one matchup, because Luka's winning a lot of one-on-one matchups. It's then, all right, we throw it to Kleba, and they don't close on him.
Yeah.
They're like, we don't. So then Kleba's passing it to a covered guy, or they pass it to Josh Green and he just bricks, or they pass it to Jones Jr. and he just bricks. And so the thing is those guys are going to have to knock down shots to get them to either not help as much, or I guess you can remember this in other series, or they start cheating towards the corners. And then the alley-oop is available because we've made enough corner threes for them to respect that. So far in 2 games, the Celtics haven't had to do anything different defensively because we haven't made them have to adjust.
Okay. Yeah. And that's a big difference right there.
Now, I was desperately thinking that you guys wanted tennis updates, but I have a feeling that instead we're going to go to the Corey news desk for a different update.
We do not want tennis updates.
Alcatraz.
This is breaking, right? Is this breaking news?
If this is about basketball, then yes.
Breaking news on 105.3 The Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Adrian Wojnarowski has reported that Connecticut's Dan Hurley has turned down the Lakers job.
Oh, in your face!
Lakers offered a 6-year, $70 million offer, and will return. He'll go back to his third to try and get his 3rd straight title.
Breaking news.
He would have been thank you, Lucy. He would have been the 6th highest paid coach.
I just still couldn't imagine how that works when LeBron does something where he doesn't have a defensive rotation or gets really lazy, and then Hurley yells at him as he's coming off the court.
I thought it was going to happen, though, because when Hurley came out, it was like, it made a really compelling argument for, or whatever the exact verbiage of it was, and I was like, oh, I think he's going to go there. All right, Mike, since you just did bring up Alcatraz, that's Carlos Alcaraz. He did win the French Open. He becomes the youngest man to win a major final on all 3 surfaces ever. So
what's the 4th surface?
It's hard court again. So they do 2 hard courts, and then there's a grass and a clay. And so he's the youngest.
They should do rubber.
I'll look into that. I don't know if the Australian Open will be pumped about that, but maybe.
There aren't rubber tennis courts?
Yeah, there are in the United States. Not for tournament action, I don't think.
Where is a rubber tennis court?
There's rubber basketball courts.
There's rubber tracks.
Like at crappy high schools.
Okay, sorry. In rubber, I'm almost thinking like trampoline.
No, not trampoline.
Okay,
Like you know what I'm saying.
No, I got you. And then Coco Gauff won the French Open doubles title with Katerina Siniakova. So she's an American. I thought you might want to know that. Now you don't care at all.
I told you what I would do if you started talking tennis.
Layout. Now that's fair. It's time for Mike Likes It.
All right, so
are you happy about no Dan Hurley to the Lakers, or do you think?
No, I wanted to. I thought
because you thought it was going to implode.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought that was going to be a horrible move because I don't think he can coach. I think he's a great coach. Don't get me wrong. I think he's the best coach in college basketball today. Right. The best.
Yeah.
Because I don't even know if he has the most talent at UConn. Very high talent. I'm not saying he doesn't have great players.
They've been playing amazing.
But he gets them to play to their max. But he does it by coaching kids. And you can't coach that way in the NBA. And so I was just like, how is he going to do this with people making, I don't know, so what? His contract would have been what? 6th highest on the Lakers? 5 other guys on the team are like, I'm making more money than you. Shut up, old man. So I just don't think it would have worked. So I would have loved to have seen it.
Right.
Because I think Bobby Knight, people wanted Bobby Knight in the NBA in the early 80s. all of them are like, if we could get Bobby Knight. Now, a little bit different time because you would see Doug Moe and Dick Motta and people like that screaming and yelling at their NBA players, and NBA players they were okay with it for the most part. They might have not been okay with it, but they understood it was part of, being a player versus being a coach. Now, there's no way NBA players could take his style.
I agree.
So then he would have to change his style. So then why are you hiring Dan Hurley if he's having to change the whole way of he coaches?
Yeah.
With his personality. It's great for 18 to 22 years old people. I just don't see how it would work in the NBA. But that being said, I'm sure Wednesday right before tip-off, we'll have a huge Laker update on their coaching search. So
actually, I could definitely see that.
All right, so yesterday I drove down in the morning to Franklin, Texas. A lot of people are like, where's Franklin, Texas? I honestly had no clue when I heard my son was playing in Franklin, Texas. But it's pretty close to College Station.
Yeah.
It's about 30 minutes away from College Station.
I've been there.
And so they have in the middle of nowhere really nice baseball facilities where they host, I think, probably a lot of baseball tournaments. So yesterday, my son had honestly a great tournament. Our team did not have a good tournament at all. But
sweet double out to the wall, though.
Yeah, so on 5-tool, it's really cool. So this is where I'm going with this. I'm not just bragging about my son, but I could do that for a while. Is yesterday he gets put on 5-tool. Well, I don't have a Twitter account for him. I actually had him get a Twitter account last night because I was told by college coaches that they do not a lot of their recruiting, but part of their recruiting is through social media.
Okay.
So they are going to look at these videos in a way that they can interact with the student athlete to try to get to contact them more, see more of their stuff is through social media, and then these highlights and different things that they can see there. So I was like, Jake, I think you need to get a Twitter. I think you need to start following college coaches that you might want to go to or colleges that you might want to go to, this and that. But doing that, so this is the part about Kyrie getting a lot of criticism today, right?
Yes.
So I did that, but I had to just search for Bassick without at whatever. And I don't do Twitter much anymore at all. I feel like it's a bad environment now for the most part. And doing that, which stunk, I get it. Everybody can have their opinion. And I know, especially a personality like me, can rub people the wrong way. I get it. And some people think I'm the greatest thing they've ever heard in the history of sports talk radio. I'm not saying I'm either or. I'm not saying I'm the worst ever, and I'm not saying I'm the best ever.
It does seem to be that's where most of the opinions fall on you, though, doesn't it?
Yes. So doing that, I search, and then I see that there are Ranger fans, I assume, because they would be watching Ranger games like, Bassick, not good on television. So I'm like, dude, that's stinks. I'm trying so hard and I know I'm new at it and I want to be great at it, and it's just a dream come true to do this. And if this was my last year because enough people think I stink at it, then still in my life I can say I can't believe I got to do approximately 50 games of the world champion Texas Rangers from obviously 2023 world champs, but doing it in 2024. But that just really stinks. And I don't know, I get what Kyrie's having to go through, and this is what a lot of athletes and the great athletes do have to go through. He's stinking it up. I watched MLB Network this morning, and Cliff Floyd had to do a whole segment on the Rangers and how they're stinking it up, and can they become any better than what they are through 65 games in the season or so. And so I'm like, but it does hurt. I'm not saying not to do it. It's your opinion. You can put out there, Mike, you stink at that. Or Mike, you're the greatest at that. Whatever it is. Or Mike, I think you're pretty solid and have room to grow. I really hope that's the case. But I guess I'm going to throw this out there. Don't read them on the air. I don't look at the thing we do, the text line. But if you think there's something I can improve on during the Rangers game, I'm not saying I'm going to do exactly what you say. But if you don't think I'm doing a good enough job on it, I'm throwing it out there.
To the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys text line.
Yes. Or you don't direct message me, because I'm not going to probably, I try not to follow a lot of people on Twitter. But if you want to put on Twitter, if you just want to say, just be specific, don't be mean. Just say, or I guess if you think I just am horrible and never am going to be good at it, then don't respond. Yeah. But if you're like, Mike, if you did this or did that, I think it would be better. I'm not saying I would do it, but then that would be constructive criticism.
Yeah.
So I feel like Twitter, you don't get constructive criticism. And I'm not saying you would have criticism
you're
that
you're a piece of S.
Right.
Yeah, I get
so
it.
I was just like, dang. So that kind of hurt a little bit yesterday. But I'm not saying what you did is wrong. I'm just saying if you want to give maybe a little bit more constructive criticism on how you think I could get better at it, I'm open to it.
You know, Mike, when you say words is when it wears me out.
Yeah.
What?
No, I meant on the baseball games.
Words.
No, I'm just here's what I've really, my constructive criticism, I don't have a bad one yet.
Yeah.
Is like you're going to get more natural with some things, your intros and stuff like that. That's going to come along just with more comfort to it. I really enjoy when you're telling us why a player is doing something. That's one of my favorite things. Why is he thinking this way right now? And that's what I think you're doing a great job, man. I've enjoyed it thoroughly.
Thank you. So
and I would be honest with you and tell you if I thought you stunk.
I know, like, let's just say Troy Aikman, for example. I love Troy, and maybe I'm biased with Troy. Maybe a lot of people listening are, because he's our Cowboys Super Bowl Hall of Fame quarterback. But there's people that think Troy's horrible at it and he's getting paid 20-something million, or Romo, or Greg Olsen, or we'll see how Tom Brady does. And maybe people are just going to hate Tom Brady no matter what because they hate Tom Brady.
Kevin will.
I'm going to try to be open.
Lies.
But I just, I'm hopefully going to get better at it and improve on it. I would just like to say, remember, I don't know. I'm guesstimating. I've done 20 to 25 games so far in my life.
I think the fact that you can even say, hey, I'm trying to get better, I recognize I need to get better, that's a big deal.
Yeah, I don't want to share to the public after a game's over and go, I did a pretty crappy job on that one.
Right.
But there's been a few games this year where I'm like, I think I didn't do that good, and I think I can do better than that. And you just, a game happens, and then you say something, you're like, I wish I wouldn't have said it that way, or I wish I wouldn't have commented at all on that. I wish I would have commented on that, and I didn't comment on that.
You need to do more characters. You need to have more, you need to have more bit characters. And
and then what's going to be tough is if somebody says, you need to be more like your radio personality and goof off more, and then the Rangers like, we're going to fire you if you goof off more. That's always the tough part, too, is doing that job. But
I'm sorry, Mike, definitely don't do this. But when Corey goes, you need to do more characters, I was thinking about Bike Masick, and you always have like some kind of wheel with you or something. You're like, hey, it's time to roll, or whatever.
Some British accents and stuff like that. Yeah, man.
So I have 2 minutes here. I will say this, and I'm not bragging on this. This is something that bugged me. I'm doing better at it, but still not good at it.
Just real quick, Mike. I'm sorry, and I don't mean to take away your 2 minutes. This came up on the fan text. We're having a real conversation. May I ask you about it? When you see the mean things that people say, does it ever make you rethink some of the things that you say?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Not always.
Yeah.
But yes.
I was curious.
At times, yes.
A couple of people brought that up, and so I was just curious your take on that. Sorry to jump into your time.
Yeah, for sure. This is not an easy job from that standpoint because you do have to be critical being a sports talk radio host. If you're not critical at all, there have been people that have done it. They usually get fired.
Yeah.
Just to be honest.
Yeah.
Like it's just not for them if they're just going to be for everything. Yeah. And they can do other things. There's other things in media to do if that's your deal, but sports talk radio, probably not your deal at all. Now I just kind of forgot what I was going to say.
I can help you out, Mike. Do you want some compliments? Okay,
no,
go ahead.
No. Okay. We'll hear those during the break because then I don't want it to sound like, this is a Mike Love Fest. I cussed last night pretty bad.
On air?
No, with his family.
Oh, okay. I was like,
when it's Pritchard, right, at the end of the third quarter.
Peyton Pritchard.
Like, to be honest, look, I'm not proud of this, but just like I'm trying to work on this. When he hit that shot, I did say, F you, you MFer. And it's not his fault. He's doing his job and everything. But I've been noticing this with me, and this is me personally, is I've been noticing more. I get these emotional, I'm more emotional now, and I think that I'm growing in my relationship with God. Is that I'm noticing quicker my mistakes. I do think therapy has helped me with this too.
Okay, I agree.
I'm noticing quicker with my mistakes, but I'm also feeling things more when things are maybe more happy or sad. I'm noticing them more, and I do think for me, it's the Holy Spirit that it's the Holy Spirit that is within me, because I feel like most of my time spent now, if I have the free time, is watching sports. Also part of my job, but I do love doing it.
Sure.
I'm lucky enough to do that. And then watching religious stuff or reading the Bible.
Yeah.
Like, I don't read the Quran, but I am learning more and more about the Quran and even a Jewish perspective from different things. So because I think I'm doing that a lot and praying more, I feel like I'm feeling more, as in happiness, sadness, and then also if I do sin, I'm noticing it quicker on how I have done something against God. So there you go.
That is a very interesting perspective. And look, it can be a number of things for a number of people. Sometimes it's religion. Sometimes, like you said, it's just talking to a therapist and like getting that awareness of where you're at. So I appreciate you sharing all
Maybe
that.
you need a Smashbox.
I don't think my wife could have enough things in the Smashbox at times. What happens when you run out?
Go get new things.
Like, have you ever ran out and you need to smash something else and you're like, I don't have anything else to smash?
Well, I definitely don't go off and smash something else, Mike. That's a big no-no.
Speak for yourself.
Okay, for the KNC masterpiece, I so regret bringing that up.
It's so awesome.
Coming up next, it's time for the Smashbox starring Corey Majors. No, I'm just kidding. The C block.
The thing that your significant other uses of yours that drives you nuts. And will there ever be a topper for this ceremonial first pitch? Next on the Fan.
From our Hurley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. And the question of the day is for the C Block. What's the thing that your significant other uses of yours that drives you nuts? And I cannot repeat what Chiafalo told me in the hallway, so you'll just have to tweet him and ask him, or maybe DM him or something like that. So it's always a good, fun joke, though. Yes, Mike.
Would it be like, not for me, but I'm trying to guess.
No, don't try to guess.
Toothbrush?
What did I say earlier? People are going to text that in.
Toothbrush.
That's the most disgusting thing. I've never used anybody else's toothbrush.
I guess because when you're husband and wife,
you're already making out.
Yeah, so
stuff.
You kind of feel like
I want to use my toothbrush still. So that is weird.
You're right.
Now that you say that, I'm like, I don't know.
But at the same time, you kind of don't like that.
Yeah.
Feels like a very personal thing of like this one's mine, that one's yours. Like we're not messing with that.
Yeah, no, that's while y'all think about that for a minute, we'll get back to it in just a moment because there are some texts coming in right now. I ask you this: Will we ever top this ceremonial first pitch? Now, Mike, there was a game played overseas, across the pond, as they say.
I missed it.
And
Mets and Phillies, right?
Yeah, the Phillies were involved here. Kevin?
Did you know somebody who we used to work with at the paper, Jared, that was on Jeopardy, just threw out the first pitch at the Rangers game?
What? That's awesome.
He won like 3 games of Jeopardy.
Congratulations to him. I did not know him. I don't remember him.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about.
Okay, well, you did not work, man.
There's 2 Jareds.
How much fun we had with Mike
You
at
would
the
have
paper.
hated so many people at our newspaper, Mike.
Mike, the ceremonial first pitch usually includes somebody walking out, standing on the mound, waving, and throwing a first pitch. For the one in London, because Rob McElhenney has Wrexham, they asked him to come out to throw the first pitch out.
What a name.
McElhenney?
No, his team name.
Wrexham?
Damn near killed him.
He goes out there, he walks out there, he waves to the crowd. Then his wife, who evidently has a new show coming on.
Okay, because Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
He's actually, he's a big Philadelphia fan of all Philly stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
His wife then walks out, and she has a look of concern on her face. And the cameras are like, they're playing it up and everything. And she calls for Chase Utley to come out.
Okay, that's awesome.
Chase Utley comes out, and then McElhenney looks over, and he calls Bryce Harper out. So the question was always, who's going to catch the first pitch for him? Then something weird happens. Bryce Harper runs to first. Chase Utley runs to second. And Rob McElhenney runs to shortstop. And his wife rolls a ball to him. He gets it, flips it over to Chase Utley. Chase Utley throws it over to Bryce Harper for the first ever ceremonial double play.
That's awesome.
And I love this idea. I think it is. It's obviously genius because it's not in the box that we always see.
I think we're going to have Pudge on soon.
Okay.
I talked to the Rangers, I think, coming up here for the All-Star game. Pudge is going to join us here in the next month and talk All-Star game, Rangers, all kinds of stuff. I think at one point, one of his ceremonial first pitches in his life after retiring, I think he threw one down from catcher to second.
That
was
Elvis was at the plate, right? Am I wrong about this?
I can't remember, but I think Pudge has done something unique, which was cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would be super cool.
And Jeff Burkett rolled one in because he's a big bowler. So he rolled one in.
Yeah.
So that was or John Burkett. I'm sorry.
Would you want
close enough? They're Jays.
Would you want to try to do
Phil Payton
an opening game sack fly? Like someone just chucks the ball out into the infield, and you got somebody waiting back there in left field, and you just take
Like
off.
Griffey
from third
goes
base.
and leaps up on the wall and takes one off the wall.
I think that would be.
I was thinking Griffey throws one out, from center field. He throws it from. I don't know if he's.
I thought what you're going to say is he spun around like he was the pitcher and threw it to second like a double play ball.
I guess that's in his mind. He always.
But shortstop, that's super cool. That's very smart and cool, and hopefully the game grows a hair in London.
Really a lot of steam with that end of that sentence.
Kevin, you said that the end of the game.
Man,
did we not ask for the
I'm sorry, I didn't ask for the end of that game because it was an incredible
Didn't play. the Mets come back and win or something?
Yeah, and then you step on home, throw it to first, and he's like, "Oh, the drama!" He sounded so pumped for that. Game.
From the 817, punch through to Michael Young at second. I think it was a number retirement ceremony.
Okay.
So yeah, even still, it is the being asked to do the first pitch would be a dream come true. Like that would be an awesome moment to go out there and do it. But then to be like, hey, let's not do it normal would kind of be wild because we'd have to convince John Blake and the Rangers that, hey, we're gonna do something a little different. And then they have to be like, we trust you to do it. And I don't know if they would trust me, but they trusted Rob McElhenney.
Sure.
So that was nice.
Maybe he was like, I'll make it worth your while.
What do you mean? You think he paid them?
Can't rule it out.
You think he's going to have them out for Wrexham games?
Look, man.
How come he didn't have Ryan Howard at first?
Oh, good question.
Well, I don't know if he was available.
Because he's part of The Office.
Maybe so.
Subway Eat Fresh.
And I don't know who greenlit this show, and I like Caitlin Olsen, who plays Sweet D. But I saw a preview for her new show, and she's like, hey, I'm a single mom. I got 3 kids. I also have an IQ of 170 and help the police solve crimes or whatever. I'm like, no.
Oh, I think I've seen this. She gives her baby off to like her husband.
Who greenlit this show?
And she brought her baby to a death scene, like a person laying dead.
This show, I want on record, I do not believe is going to work. Okay. I like her a lot, but
I guess for some reason I didn't recognize it was her. I was kind of half paying attention to those. Because it kind of looks stupid to me.
It does look stupid.
Is anything successful on regular TV anymore?
I don't know. I don't watch it. Unless it's sports, I really don't watch regular TV.
I watch YouTube and sports.
Yeah, whatever streaming stuff I have, I'm watching some show that Kevin probably suggested. He's been on fire lately, so I got to just kind of accept that.
The number one show this year on regular TV that wasn't sports, I think, was The Tracker, which had the guy from This Is Us, and it just looked like the most generic show that has ever been made.
Those things are very boxed, very canned, if you will.
People like them.
And movies are done, right? Alamo Drafthouse closed, so
you can never see a movie again.
Well, I don't know.
Where are we going to go see movies?
I mean, how hard is it to present a
Studio
script?
Movie Grill, Kevin, is open.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't.
If you go to
not much longer than this.
If you go to Hollywood and you present them with an original script, are they like, do you have a Bad Boy 73 we can work on?
Number one,
dude,
man.
I
Number
watch
one.
every Bad Boys movie.
Is there another Planet of the Apes we can come up with? Like, is there how many
this newest Planet of the Apes is part of a new trilogy, Mike. Don't worry.
So like Oppenheimer, I think it did so well because we don't have those, but maybe once every 5 years. I wasn't as big of a fan of that movie as a lot of people were, and I'm not saying it wasn't a good movie. I think it was good, but I think because we don't get original movies anymore, that it makes those even better. They're just like, wait, a new movie?
Yeah.
Not like just a sequel or a prequel.
So I was in the shower the other day.
That's good. I'm proud of you.
Cleaning my body, not my feet.
What?
And I looked at my razor and it reminded me.
Oh, what? We went back to the thing.
Yeah, we're going back to the thing.
Okay.
It reminded me of something my wife does that drives me nuts. And this only came about recently.
I don't mind if my wife uses my razor. I'd like for her to shave her legs.
Okay, and she has her own razor for that. Like, she has her own razor for that. However,
do you keep your razor in the shower?
Yes.
Sometimes, yeah.
Huh.
You don't have oh, dude, you need to get the mirror that sticks on the wall that you put water in it so that it doesn't fog up. And then you're just like, bam, bam, and you're done. It's awesome.
Fascinating.
So Adrian and I were in the shower recently, as a couple does sometimes.
Oh, my Lord.
What?
And
you're talking about this on the air?
It's 1:12 in the afternoon.
And so I reached up and grabbed my razor, and I turn it around because right here under the lip, it doesn't grow as thick as it does on the outsides and stuff.
Okay.
So I take the backside of the razor.
I don't know where we're going either, Mike.
I take the backside of the razor. Y'all know what I'm talking about? The one that has the one straight blade on the backside of the razor. Have y'all seen these?
No.
I do not have that razor.
Y'all don't have this razor. Look it up. It has 15 blades on one side and it's like one on the back side. It's for details, all right? And so I cleaned that up and she looks at me and she's like, where did that come from? She's never seen this before either. She's like, where in the world did that come from? And I was like, it's been there for like the last 20 years. I remember like when I was turning 21 the first time.
Thing?
Yeah, there's a little razor on the other side.
I've never seen this in my life.
Yes.
Or heard of this.
It's a detail razor.
I typed this into Google incorrectly. I typed in razor on the back, and it's these guys with like these back scratch looking things that have razors,
their back.
and they're just shaving their back with this razor thing. And it has before and after pictures.
Can you get those on Amazon?
I think you probably can, Mike.
So, and I've
sorry,
seen exactly
Corey.
what he's talking about.
I didn't mean to lay
it
out
looks
on
amazing. That being said, it has this one blade on the back, and my wife was like, "Oh, I've been using your razor for other things," and I was like, "Why are you using that? I use that on my face all the time." And now I've found out she's starting to use the one-bladed side for I don't know what. There are places.
Did she just say other
places
things?
to shave?
Pits.
Okay.
And I'm
Corey,
like,
you be quiet.
she has her own razor, but occasionally she decides that it's time to use mine, and it just drives me nuts. 877-881-1053. Your significant other.
I don't mind any of that. It's all soap and metal and stuff. Like,
what was that?
The metal part of the razor. You know, the blade. It's made of metal.
But did you say it's just soap and
It's all
metal?
just soap and metal.
Yeah, you're soaping yourself and then shaving, and so I'm like, I'm fine.
Okay.
Do you have? Is there a thing? Did you say yours already though? Is there something that you have? Does she
If you
use
need
your
time
golf
to
club?
think, I can answer
go
this.
ahead. You go.
We've had
All
this
right.
whole segment, but go ahead.
My water. So I had this conversation with you before the show. I am very meticulous keeping track of how much water I've drank for a day because I don't know. I have lots of like OCD things. Anyways, my wife and I will go on a walk, or we'll take the baby on a walk, and we'll head for the door. And I'm like, "You got everything?" She goes, "Yeah." And I was like, "Are you sure you don't need to bring some water?" She goes, "No, I'm good." I was like, "Are you sure?" "I'm good." I don't know. Might get to the end of the block or turn around or something like, "Oh, could I have some of your water?" And I was like, "I thought you just said." She's like, "I know it's hot." I was like, yes, I know. That's why I asked you.
Why don't you just make her a water and then she'll appreciate it more? Because then you're like, "Hey, I made you a water."
That's a great idea. Just
That
have
is a
an
good
extra
idea.
water bottle.
So then
on
you don't
person.
even.
I like it, Mike.
And
Thank
then
you.
she thinks you're just thinking of her when really you're just thinking of yourself, that you won't get irritated.
Dude, he nailed that.
Mike, I think that could be a segment someday for Mike. Things that he does to make her think he's thinking of her, but really he just doesn't want to be irritated by her.
From the 214, she uses my razor. From the 903, everything. I had it all to myself until she showed up.
Oh my gosh.
It's not
I
from
guess
the
I don't have one.
from the 512. It's not my significant other. It's
My
my
wife's
two teenage
perfect.
daughters that constantly take my t-shirts that are way too big and oversized for them because that's what's in style.
Oh, my daughter has some of my cool shirts now because she likes, I guess, sleeping in them. I don't think she wears them out. I don't know. I'm not, but I do know that she likes sleeping in some of my t-shirts. But I think it's kind of cool. I don't get mad at that for some reason. I'm like, yeah, at least she likes me that much.
That is nice. That story took a nicer turn than I anticipated.
My hats, she has big hair and stretches them out.
Oh.
No, you could stretch it out with your hair, but it makes sense a little bit.
Alec, do you care to weigh in? You look like you're deciding if you
Use
should
your
weigh in or not
toothbrush
get in
or-
trouble.
Not the toothbrush. No, I will say phone and electronics chargers every time, anytime, because she lives about an hour away from me. So we have a trek. Anytime we go to a concert, a game or something, I'm like, okay, I need to plug in my phone for the CarPlay to GPS. And then I have 10% battery on my phone. You've been home all day. Why have you not charged your phone?
Yeah, you know what? I would like to include multiple family members in this. I know you said wife, but my older son, those two charge electronics as if the apocalypse is coming within the next couple of hours, and they have to charge everything they've ever owned. And I asked my son, I was like, "Have you seen my phone charger?" And he goes, "Oh yeah, I took it." And I was like, "Were you gonna bring it back?" And he goes,
"No."
"Oh yeah, I could do that." Like, it had not occurred to him whatsoever at any point that should happen.
My eye contact lenses case and my solution, my tank. She likes wearing them and tying them on the side. My wife takes her hair. Okay, that's a different topic for completely. All right, so yeah, a lot of people, things that happen.
Man,
somebody said theirs uses all their weed.
That is probably a lot. See, for the contact solution, at first I was thinking the contact lenses, and I was like, well, don't you need those? And they're like, nah, I had to borrow them today. We only, as a group, we only have one. We have the exact same prescription on our contact lenses.
I'm out here looking, I can't see anything, but she's driving around just fine today.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go back to the NBA. We will talk with three-time NBA champion and our Odyssey NBA insider, Danny Green, next right here on The Fan.
Before we do that,
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Danny Green in just a second, and this reminds me, the last time we talked to him, he said, I love where I live, I love my neighborhood, but my service or my connection out here
I do remember
sucks.
that, yeah.
So we'll get back to that in just a second, and just remember, when we do bring on Danny Green, our Odyssey Insider Calls are brought to you by Hyundai's family of EVs, the most electric EV lineup. So we will get to him in just 1 second. There's no Rangers tonight. There's no Mavericks tonight.
Yes, I got to talk to my kids.
I was going to ask, do you take a sports break? Are you diving in on the finish of Super Regionals?
Is there only one game tonight for Super Regionals?
I think so.
I'll double check on that in just 1 second.
I will say I have not made an appointment to watch Super Regionals tonight. I know there's one game tonight going on.
Okay, right now, this is an interesting question. Let's ask Danny Green. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How you guys doing? What's the question?
We'll get to basketball in a second. We'll be sad, but our question is,
how do basketball players spend their off nights?
Yeah, there's no NBA Finals tonight. The Rangers are off today. Obviously, the Stars got bounced in the Western Conference Finals. It feels like a slight sports break. Do you ever need to decompress from sports? Or are you like, what else is there out there sports-wise that I can watch instead?
I think sports players need to decompress from sport. They don't want to get burnt out, so I think they try to find something, especially if they're not playing well, take their mind off of it. Because we do a lot of hours, a lot of time in the gym, and when you're home, you want to focus on your family and relax. Some guys are fanatical and enjoy the sport, enjoy the game and watching it, but I don't think a break is something that we are opposed to when we get the opportunity for it.
Was there a show, a movie series, video games?
Call of Duty?
Yeah, how did you
All the above. For me, I was never a video game guy, so I was always TV shows, movie series, or a movie, or just hanging out with the dogs, going to a dog park, with them, or hanging out with the family, doing some little things, maybe go to bowling or something like that. Sometimes it's anything to take your mind off of it. But if you're struggling, some guys might just go to the gym and get a couple shots up and do some recovery. A lot of times it's Normatec, a lot of hydration, and watching your favorite show or current show that you've been binging for the time period.
What's your binging recommendation for us right now?
Oh man, back when I was playing. Right now, I don't have anything that I can give you. But when I was playing, it'd be great. Game of Thrones, Breaking Bad, those type of things. My younger days. But so it depends on what's viral at the moment. I can't give you what I've been forced to watch as of late because it's the wife's choice. So
hey,
not great TV that I would not like to admit that I'm watching it, but it's a reality show.
Let me ask you a question, though. Perfect. You can deny it if you need to, because I'm in the same boat with you. One thing I will admit that my wife watches that is absolute trash that I really like now is Bachelor in Paradise. I don't know if you've ever seen this show. It is the worst, but I have gotten sucked into these people's train wrecks and their whatever they're doing.
I'm caught up into these people's lives in the UK. I'm watching Love Island.
Okay, see, that's that. I don't think we're that far off.
Yeah, we're not that far apart, but that's what I've gotten sucked into. So yeah, that's what I've been as of late. I've been trying to watch the Godzilla movies. The series. It was kind of slow. I'm a big Marvel, DC, into some of the sci-fi movies. So I've been trying to catch some in theaters. I want to see the new Bad Boys movie. I want to catch some things, but when you have a little one, it's kind of harder to get out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes. So we kind of get stuck in the house and just have to watch a series when he's sleeping. He's fine sleeping through the night the last couple of months. So when we get some free time, we get to catch up on some shows. And she loves Love Island. So.
Well, get ready to be introduced to the world of Miss Rachel and Danny Go and all that good stuff.
Yeah. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I'm okay with that. The other stuff, not so much. So I told there's a limit. I'll give you a season or two, but there's 10 seasons of them. I'm not watching that. There's no way I'll give you a season.
I think we've done as best as we can to not talk about basketball, and I appreciate that because talking about basketball makes me a little sad. It felt like yesterday, because of a variety of factors, was a game that the Mavericks could have taken.
Should have. should have. You got a team like Boston shooting 25% from three. You should win and take advantage of it. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but there's a lot of upside. You guys are going on back. You come back home where I don't think Boston has relatively in this postseason been great on the road. They've always turned the switch on at the end.
Danny,
They've always won at the end.
I have a terrible fact.
So there's a lot of basketball left. Kyrie will play better not in that Boston building, being at home. So there's a lot of things to look at. You guys are still within the game. There's a couple calls here and there that could have been turned over. Early review I thought was bad. They still didn't overturn it with P.J. Washington foul. So you lost the timeout and the review to the opportunity to review at the end of the game. And then P.J. Washington on the break, I thought was for sure a clear foul. I don't know how you don't call that. But, I mean, it's the end of the game, so they want to decide it. But you could see the momentum. He couldn't even get above the rim with how he got a little, push in the back, the inertia of him moving so fast. He couldn't even, jump. Even if Derrick White and then Jalen didn't block it, I don't think he would have been able to make the attempt because he didn't have his legs under him. He got a little bit of push. So I thought that was a foul that could have changed the momentum.
If I told you that the Celtics were undefeated on the road in the playoffs, should I now be concerned?
No, because the people they played is not somebody that they were still losing the games. Indiana should have won Game 3.
Yeah,
and they could have won. They could have won Game 1. They should have won Game 1. They could have won Game 3 for sure. And they were up most of the games. The games they were at home, and it's Indiana without Tyrese Halliburton. So to me, I'd be a little more positive about it. There's a lot of basketball left.
We know, and the Mavs are smart people. They know they have to win both games at home. And I'm sure you've been in this situation at some point. You can only play one game at a time. So how do you approach this from the Maverick standpoint, knowing you have to win two, but you obviously can't win two until you win one?
Just going in with that mindset, man. You got to get that first one. You got to get over the hump of winning the first game. That was the only time I've been down before. The only time that I won being down 0-2 was when I was with Toronto. We fought down to Milwaukee. So, yeah, ultimately we had to make sure we got that third game, get over the hump, and that was a close one. And after that, floodgates, Game 4, we just played more free. We played really well. We shot the ball well, and then we kind of beat them pretty handily. And after that, it's a new series. Once you get to 2-2, it's evened up. So just they get a little more tight. They get a little bit more, lose less confidence. So it's really up to you to kind of just take it one game at a time and win that first one at home. You got to get that one.
We've kind of been trying to figure out where Kyrie Irving is here, and you brought that up just a second ago, that building specifically. But I feel like there's Boston playing very good defense against him, and then there's also that place, and maybe it's in his mind a little bit. Which one weighs the most there?
I think it's a little bit of both. They're playing really good defense. Can't take nothing away from them. I think you guys could do a better job screening. Getting him over, because Drew is very good at getting over screens, but I can set up a little better, and they can screen Drew a little bit more and get some of the guys off him. But also, they're able to play defense well because the guys just aren't shooting well. The shots that PJ was hitting, the shots that Derrick Jones Jr. was hitting, you need to use Tim Hardaway at some point if you're not making shots. They're able to crowd the paint and use their length and not let Kai and Luka work the way they used to. They were in the other series, because those guys aren't hitting the threes as well. If you're back home in that building, I think those guys hit more shots. Ultimately, they can't just shift off Derrick and PJ as much as they have been. Kleber, and that'll open up the paint some, and then hopefully you'll get some more floaters, layups, pull-ups, mid-ranges, and lobs. Kristaps is also probably getting a little worn down some, so you're hoping that happens, and that you guys have Gafford and Lively back on the rim and offensive glass. So I said there's some positives to look at it. Ultimately, you got to win Game 3. If not, the series is over. But I think there's still a lot of basketball left. I don't know if they'll pull out a win, but I think they can for sure get these next two, and from there figure it out. But it's going to take a lot of energy. I don't know how. So Luka being hurt, how he's going to be able to sustain it for the rest of the series if he exert all his energy to win the next two games.
Talk with Danny Green right here on 105.3 The Fan. Obviously, within the confines of the rules, but when there's players like KP who don't love physical contact, do you look at defense and you're like, hey, we're not trying to foul left and right, but we can play a little bit more physical on this player, and hopefully that will help throw him off?
For sure. Gafford, Lively, all those guys, you got to kind of be physical. You want to set the screens, bump them here and there, give them this. give him a little check. That's part of the game. And also try to get into his head a little, mentally. They're trying to do a better job of not switching with Luka. I think the same with Porzingis because he's getting smaller guys on him and he can just shoot over the top. Ultimately, you just got to make him a driver. Make him drive the ball. Whoever switches on him, you got to have weak side help to help him. But he's basically, I think his biggest attribute to the series is how he's protecting the rim.
Yeah,
and you got to somehow get him out of the paint and get him away from the rim as much so that you guys can get finishes, lobs, that the stuff that you were getting in the Minnesota and OKC series, because he's really dictating a lot of you guys scoring contestant pull-ups, threes, and at the rim. He's doing a great job of it. So we got to get him, if you want to attack him, get him moving his feet, get him in switches, and make him play. Kai and Luka kind of want to get out on the floor and make him play off the catch, make him play off of closeouts, that type of thing. Swinging the ball, moving it a little bit more, and see how well he does doing that.
I'm exaggerating here, but it feels like every long rebound, Drew Holiday knows exactly where it's going. How do you teach?
He's been in the right spot at the right time this whole series, even on offense. He's in the dunker spot. He had all layups, and that sometimes it just happens. I think last game, he had 23 or so, 26, and I think maybe 2 of them were threes. I think the rest were layups and maybe it was a fast break dunk, but he was just in the dunker spot getting easy layups. And a lot of it is due to how much attention Jason and Jalen draw. Jason Tatum did a great job of playing a floor game, but he was just in the right spots at the right time all game last game. So, slashing and cutting through and finding the rim at the right time. I don't think that'll happen every game, but it just so happened to be in game 2 where he was just everywhere at the right time. So
are long rebounds just luck when they long shot, 3-point shot, and they bounce 10 feet away from the big guys? How do you get those?
I mean, if you play the game of basketball, you could kind of see where the shot is taken from, and you can assume where it may bounce or land too. If you shoot from the corner, it may bounce over to the other side or bounce back. Very rarely does it bounce the corner over to the front of the rim. Shooting from the wing or the front of the rim, you get similar in who's shooting it. If it's flat, so you get some arc on it where it's going to bounce. A lot of it is seeing timing and watching where the flight of the ball is and where it's hitting it on the rim or the backboard, and you can kind of dictate. Some guys' reflexes are better than others. Drew has really good reflexes, so he's able to do that. But he ultimately said it happened so fast. He's at the right spots at the right time yesterday. I don't know if he will be because everybody in this league is pretty fast. And, if you're close, it's a 50-50. Whoever's going to, I guess, assume where it's going to land first or whoever is going to react first. And Drew was that. But you guys have some guys on your team that could do that as well. Derek Lively gives you extra possessions. Derek Jones Jr. gives you extra possessions. P.J. Washington gives you extra possessions. They're going to have to continue to do that and do it at a high clip, especially if you shoot 20 to 30% from 3. That does you no favors.
And we love talking with you every single week, and hopefully next week we'll be talking about a 2-2 series and a whole new renewed set of optimism rolling into Game 5. Thank you very much for your time, as always.
Of course, man. Yeah, anytime. Yeah, hopefully, man. Good luck. I'm hoping to see a good series. I want to see it be tied up and going back to Boston 2-2. So it's time. It's gut check time for your boys. We'll see what they do.
Love it. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That was Odyssey NBA insider Danny Green. Insider Calls brought to you by the Hyundai family of EVs, the most electric EV lineup.
Electric.
He's rooting for us.
He kind of is. Well, he's rooting for a good series, is what's happening.
Hey, I heard the part where he said, I also hope it's 2-2.
I want more games.
I chose to believe.
Well, we need some national people rooting for us. My God, this is I brought it up before the series started, but it's tough when you're the team that, in a way, nobody really cares about because it's Boston or LA. You're just not going to get much love, and Mavericks haven't deserved much love so far in 2 games, but it's definitely Boston.
Yeah, you're right about that. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Like Kyrie's got to come along. Oh, Pritchard banks in the three at the buzzer. The Mavericks making some good plays in the final minute. Pritchard answers.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Still trying to figure out why TH Jaden getting 30 minutes per game in the finals.
We'll get to it.
Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, basketball aside, how is ya?
Doing pretty good, Haggy. How about you?
I'm doing well. Does it make your day better when Dan Hurley rejects the Lakers, or do you wish it would have come together because it would have failed?
Yeah, I wanted him to go to the Lakers for the off chance that LeBron would be like, no, I'm out of here, man. I'm not here for you culture building and yelling at my team for 2 hours of a training camp practice. So I kind of wanted Hurley to go be there. But I think watching J.J. Redick fail, with his smug arrogance will be nearly as good.
Man, when you hear the reports that didn't like his, quote, attitude,
Yeah.
I was like, I could see that. I could, obviously I'm contractually obligated to like J.J. Redick, but I could see how people would find him to be annoying.
Why are you so sure Dan Hurley would have failed?
Because he likes to yell at players. And
LeBron doesn't like to be yelled at.
Yeah, but
never going to fly with
the
LeBron.
LeBron thing. That's a short sample size, right? LeBron might be there another year, maybe 2. So that's a big picture type of hire. I don't know. I mean, Dan Hurley at some point might be a good NBA coach.
So then, okay, I could see that. Just not in that
LeBron,
situation.
I 100% agree with you. I don't see that working with LeBron.
What if that's the conclusion Hurley came to? He's like, I'm not accepting this until the veteran guys are gone and I can coach younger guys the way that I coach.
I mean,
they won't know any different, because when you come to the Major League Baseball or NBA, you don't know any different until you then know different. So maybe he's like, if I'm ever going to coach in the NBA, I need to coach a very young group of guys who don't know how they can dictate my style.
Are you guys purveyors of the rodeo at all?
Well, when they go viral, I am.
All right,
this one's amazing.
So,
you ever been down on what's it called?
The guardrail at the rodeo?
On in the dirt, chasing one of those little cattle around.
Oh, absolutely.
Back when I was a kid, that was the weirdest thing when they'd be like, "Hey, we're gonna let a little calf run around. Y'all got to try and catch it."
One of my favorite things to see when you're out there driving the country roads is you cruise by a rodeo grounds. Maybe it's outdated and shut down. It's just the skeleton of one, or maybe it's something that gets rocking every Saturday night or something. It looks cool.
Now, you might need to help me out with this pronunciation. Are you familiar with an area in Oregon called Deschutes County?
Yeah.
All right.
They have good beers.
Who's not?
So I'm sure, of course.
They do make great beer.
Did he say it right?
Yeah, Deschutes
is right, yeah.
So there's this bull on parade in the circle, and he makes a conscious decision. I'm going to pretend like I'm going to run up against the guardrails again, but instead breaks at the last second, gets ahead of steam, and jumps the railing outside of the rodeo. Amazingly enough, only 4 people were hurt. Obviously, the crowd breaks into a panic. Did you ever consider, if you did go to the rodeo, that one of these animals might jump over the railing and take...
No!
That was never something I considered. Now, I've only been to, I guess, the Houston one time, and maybe that's big enough where you can't
Skeet's
even
got a big old rodeo.
Oh, that's true. Do we? Oh no, we were doing a soccer thing.
We
over
did,
there.
yes. But
Did you go see the sidekicks there?
Yeah, yeah. Somebody we saw.
So here's what I don't get about bulls: how they haven't figured this out yet.
Oh Lord!
All right,
what I don't get.
Yeah,
they put a rope around their backside, and then they take the rope at the bottom, and then they tie their testicles up. That's why they're jumping up and down and kicking so hard, right? Because their testicles are tied up, and they're in complete and total pain, I'm assuming. And they just keep kicking because they think they're going to get it untied. But there's no way. It's never happened. Everybody has to come there. Some rodeo crazy person has to go there and untie the rope. So finally the testes are released, and then they stop jumping up and down.
The best feeling ever.
Like, there's no way us as humans, like if somebody did that, I'm not kicking like this the whole time going, eventually this is going to come off. I'm in such pain. I'm just like going down into the fetal position.
Yeah, you would think after all of these years of this.
The Bulls would figure out.
The
I've
adaptation.
had this before. I'm not jumping up and down. Nothing good has ever happened from jumping up and down.
Well, maybe because they're like, at least I know it's not going to remove this thing from my testes, but maybe I'll get to hurt somebody. You know, I'll get to take some anger out on kicking the hell out of somebody. Or in this case, jumping over and hurting 4 people. I saw the like another angle of it where he ends up getting out of the entire arena area. He's like in the concourse area, just not like sending one dude who was unfortunately wearing a red shirt. Like now you're the rodeo clown, and he just gets launched into the
think he threw 2 people up, and it looked like knocked over like a Gatorade cooler at some point. He's like, the hell with it.
When you guys get a football pick wrong this year, is there a way we can get a little rope?
Ooh, dude!
And they say if you ride the if you ride the bull for 8 seconds, you win.
Oh man, 8 seconds.
So
we can do this for
yeah.
Broadus. He thinks that a punishment is just getting drunk with the Tolos.
So somebody has it lightly tied, but then somebody then pulls both the strings, and for 8 seconds you have to just take it.
Do I get to jump around kicking people?
You can do whatever you want.
Wow.
You can be the bull, or you can be a human and probably go down in the fetal position and start crying and, like going like, this is the worst thing ever.
My mom goes to a quilting festival every July in the town that this thing is in. I've driven through here quite often.
By the way, the guy in the red shirt, Eric is right. He got effing lit up, and it's like the bull caught him and then threw him again.
Well, and shame on that guy. Don't wear a red shirt to the rodeo.
Okay, but in case what? In case the bull escapes?
I'm with you, but regardless, don't just. I'd rather be safe than sorry. In
This
that
isn't
situation.
Spain. I didn't know. Like, that's where they do the Olay thing, right? They don't do that at the rodeo.
And that's also running with the bulls. What idiots are going to do this?
Even
Every
when
year
somebody
they get
gets
people
hurt,
to do
you're
this.
like, I don't feel that bad for you.
We're going to probably do a video breakdown of this at some point, perhaps during football's finest, because why not? And
would you rather run with the bulls or jump out of a plane? Well, you have a parachute.
Probably the bulls. And neither.
Bulls.
Jump out of
Yeah,
a plane.
I'm with you.
Yeah. Oh God, that's bulls.
Maybe that
in a wheelchair before I jump out of an airplane.
Even if it's the tandem thing where you're just like,
Yeah.
and you just trust the person behind you.
I think I'd rather get gored by a bull intentionally.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
What do you say
As long
like
as I
that? It
survive
makes it seem like you're thinking of a way to make
I
this
feel like
happen.
there's more of a possibility you get hurt running with the bulls than jumping out of a plane.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But you'd have to jump out of an airplane.
Yeah.
To jump out of an airplane.
I don't want to do that. I agree.
I don't
with
think I
you.
could do it.
1,000,000% on
Someone will have somebody push you.
Yeah, they just push you, unfortunately.
I'd be the guy in the back of the plane like, no, I'll just ride home with you guys. Yeah.
You guys turn around.
Because they would try to psych you out and be like, oh, are you really going to waste all this time? I'd be like, yep.
Yeah, that's right.
You guys got to take the plane back. Take me with.
Me and my brothers did that twice on a trip to Florida when we were in like probably anywhere from like 8th to 10th grade. And like my dad paid like $30 for us to get on top of this thing, only for us to not jump down. And then the next day we're like, no, we're going to do it this time. He paid again. We got up there and said, no, not doing it today either, dude. Yes.
What do you guys got coming up on the program?
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking. I can't believe this video taker of the original video, like right as the bull jumps in, goes, oh, I'm going to put my phone away now.
Yeah.
That's not the time.
What do we have here? We have Bobby Carella joining us 3:20.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Smashbox, Kevin.
Oh, man. Smashbox.
Do you smash them outside?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you ever smash them inside?
Yeah.
No.
Because then there's a lot of cleanup.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available. Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Alrighty, welcome in. Here we go. Hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We're off and running. General at your service. Salute to you. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexanders in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here, both in attendance, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And the question is out there for you, the Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text line. Talk me off the Mavs ledge. I'm losing hope is the first text we get in on this show. What would you guys say? Do we have hope? How much hope do we have? Wolchuk, Chiafalo, Mr. Brian Broaddus. Boston Brian picked the Celtics in 6. He's looking like a genius over here. Okay.
Should have picked him in 4 if he was a real genius.
He didn't want to do it. He didn't want to do it. Okay. He just spoke his mind.
He did.
And it appears that mind might have been the only correct basketball mind going into these finals, Brian. So,
they play poorly on the road, which they haven't been in any of these series. So, I mean, Game 2 was better than Game 1, of course. I don't think Boston was at their absolute best yesterday either, and they found a way to get the W. I was worried about, I thought the Mavs would have to do it on the road if they were going to do it. I thought they were going to have to win 3 games on the road. I just don't see Dallas beating Boston 4 out of 5. That's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, and that's a fair, an absolutely fair assessment for sure.
I mean,
I am 100%.
Dallas has got to play better. I mean, Dallas is going to have to find a way to do something at home, which I think they haven't done as well in these series. I mean, something's going to have to turn around. They were great on the road, and they weren't great the last 2 times out against Boston.
Yeah, they've got a channel, I guess, like Game 6. They were able to clinch that series at home against the Clippers. You know, they've had some good moments at home, but they got to make sure, like, it's do or die now for Game 3.
Yeah.
And Kyrie, I mean, look, Luka's doing everything he can. For Kyrie to not have a single three-pointer made in the first 2 games, and I get it. Like, from Boston's perspective, they're going to say, we didn't shoot well from 3 last night. Jason Tatum hasn't played well. That's all fine, right? But from a Maverick lens, your role players, you can't have Luka Doncic, and outside of him, it was just P.J. Washington and Dante Exum. They each made 1 three-pointer yesterday. That's not good enough. The only thing that's giving me some hopium, and I understand that it is a totally different sport, just kind of a similar conversation that we had Game 1 after the first 2 games, Stars, Golden Knights. I thought there was no chance. I was like, Vegas is better than the Stars. They got down 0-2. I didn't see any way the Stars would be able to beat Vegas 4 times in the next 5 games. They did. Mavericks did this 2 years ago against Phoenix, as Mike's talked about. I understand, different team, right? But I think Phoenix was better than the Mavericks that year. So Luka still played like the best player in the series. He just needs help. And maybe coming home, Game 3, they played well enough to win last night. That was a winnable game. If it had been completely like Game 1, then I'm thinking this is going to be a sweep. But they showed enough to me on the defensive side of the floor that if they can knock down shots, this series is not 100% done yet. I'm not completely thrown in the towel.
Well, you better figure out rim protection then, because they're killing you in the paint.
Well, when KP doesn't play, that's going to change things. And he can say that, I'll die. He's full of crap.
Yeah, overall, though, that the Dallas hangs their hat on their ability to protect the rim.
Drew Holiday had his way.
Look at the numbers. I mean, the numbers, if the Celtics continue to shoot poorly and they know they can just go ahead and take it inside on you the way they did, I mean their numbers they were almost perfect in Game 1 in that protected area, in the restricted zone area, and then was maybe 2 or 3 baskets away from being perfect again last night.
Yeah.
And Dallas hangs their hat on rim protection.
Well, Derek Lively has not been good. I mean, 2 points last night. A big reason they're here was Derek Lively was a double-double machine this postseason, and he hasn't been carrying his load.
That's part of what the Celtics bring to the table, though. The 5-out situation is I'm pulling your big man out. You have to respect all of us from the 3-point line. So you're not going to just have Gafford and Lively hanging around the rim like they've been able to get away with throughout the postseason, and that's been hugely detrimental to them on this one. But the Mavs lose by 7 points. They missed 8 free throws. They turned it over 15 times. They gave up 10 offensive rebounds, and they had just a god-awful night from the 3-point line. You get nothing from Kyrie. You borderline get nothing from anybody else. P.J. Washington, respect, but you're still not hitting the 3-ball.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? So it's basically Luka dragging these guys, and you're still within striking distance in this particular game. Now you're banking on Boston having another night where they suck to high heaven from
the 3-point line. Whatever.
Boston didn't play well; they still beat you.
For sure. But you only had one guy play well, and
that's
you're
the thing about
a foul call away at the end from you're
Which
right
was
there.
a foul.
Yeah.
So I do think there's still a reason for optimism. It's clear the Celtics are the better team. You're going to need to get some bounces your way, and you're going to need superhero efforts out of Luka for sure, and then Kyrie's going to have to do something here. Yeah. But the series, and I'm a firm believer, the series doesn't start till a road team wins. So yeah, I like that. I mean, this is tough because it's a matchup nightmare for you. You've built with two bigs a system that can overwhelm teams that want to play 4 out. Throw it into the big guy. Now I got a guy down here who can handle your big and is here to rim protect. And when that was playing out in the first 3 series, the Mavs looked invincible. Now you go up against a 5-out team. This is what Vegas Bob convinced Mark Cuban would be the future. And a lot of teams have gone in that direction. Very few of them can actually make it work defensively the way that Boston does. I think you got to tip your cap to Joe Mazzulla and the overall court IQ that is on the floor for the Celtics, because they flow as one. It is amazing to watch them be able to handle the 3-point line and cut off every time a ball handler is coming through, like Luka or Kyrie both have a major problem on their hands, to the point that Kyrie's just turning it over when he gets sandwiched. Yeah. Luka's like, not going there. I'm going to turn around and try 20-foot fadeaway jump shots. That's what allowed him to cook last night to the extent that he did. So those are difficult things to sustain. You need another skilled big who can switch everything on the perimeter. You need Maxi Kleber not only healthy, but the absolute best version of himself to truly match up in this series.
Right. And he's playing with no offensive confidence whatsoever. I mean, he took early, he drives straight to the rim, and KP goes ahead and blocks him, and he does not want to pull the trigger and shoot from 3 at all. And this seems to kind of be a trend. I get it. Maxey coming back from injury, it takes a little while for him to build that confidence up. You don't have time, though. And I wonder, do you just have to sit Maxey at some point?
I think so. Yeah, you do not play Maxey. It's his shooting shoulder that is hurt. He is not able to get up enough shots in practice to make him confident, and his hesitancy makes me nervous. It looks like Leody Tavares getting, buckled on an 0-2 curveball. It's bad right now for Maxi Kleber. So 34 out of 451 teams in this situation have been able to come back. What is that, like 7 or 8%, something like that? I'm not flip-flopping yet, but I tell you what, there is a lot to be concerned with. Sure. Your corner threes are a crucial part of your offense.
They don't give them to you.
You're not able to get many of them.
Yeah.
Okay? Luka made a hell of a pass all the way back like 180 degrees to get that ball to Exum. How sustainable is that play? Not at all. So you got to get comfortable shooting above the break. You got to, reconfigure your offense in a very short period of time to do something that no other team has made you do all year. I think it's tough. So where do you draw optimism? Derrick Jones Jr. has had a storybook playoff run, right? His 3-point shooting has been great. Now he's regressing back to the mean, which is about a 32% 3-point shooter. But you need him to suddenly become a good shooter on the wings and at the top, and the same with PJ Washington. And I don't think that's crazy. The corner 3 is the best shot in basketball, but it's only by a couple of percent. So can you get those guys hot? I think there's a chance of that happening for sure. Like 2 of 16 from 3, other than Luka Doncic last night, 12.5%. That's crazy. It's disgusting. You make 3 more of those, you win the game. Yeah.
Yes.
Shoot 30% from 3 if your name's not named Luka, and you win the game last night. So I think, it's difficult right now to imagine being optimistic. Come home, win game 3. And now everything will change with the outlook.
Now it's
on
a different
game 4.
series, and I hope Luka's doing nothing but shooting free throws between now and Wednesday, because that's a huge discrepancy. I mean, Boston's a team that's been great from the free throw line. You can't be as bad as the Mavericks were last night.
Do you guys draw optimism from the idea that Kyrie can at some point play like himself offensively, or are we just comfortable in the idea that this Boston defense, and especially Drew Holiday, is so putting the clamps on him that that's just not going to be something that we're not going to get the best version of Kyrie scoring 30 or whatever points in this series? Are we?
He had some great looks yesterday that didn't go down.
Yeah, I think
it wasn't all defense on him. Something else is wrong with him, and I don't know if it's the being in Boston or the whole thing. I don't think the fan. I mean, it's booing. That's what it is. I mean, it's not like they're violent booing or anything like that. But to me,
there's boos and then there's violent boos. Yeah, everybody understands that.
They were violent towards that doll. Or
he had open looks last night and just couldn't knock those shots down.
You know, I'm a big proponent of mindfulness, which Kyrie Irving is huge on, and it can make you aware and maybe help you play defense against your emotions and your mind getting the best of you, because I guarantee what's in his mind right now is, I'm not going to make this series about me, right? A lot of younger players would be like, oh, you want to boo me? I'm going to take you on. I'm going to force a bunch of shots. He is turning that into being a little bit too passive, right? It's not my team. I'm not here to be a ball hog. We're going to play team basketball. I got to find my guy shooting the threes. I got to defer to Luka. Right now, the team desperately needs him to eject all that mindfulness and being the team guy and just be a dog going at the hoop. And I think being down 2-0 should turn that loose. But then you look at the quality of defense being played on him. It's similar to OKC. Whenever he does turn the corner, there is a second player coming to make it very, very crowded for him. One-on-one, he's going to get to the backboard and flip it up with either hand. But you bring multiple guys. It's been a lot of turnovers, blocked shots, just failed possessions. So I think he needs to decide, I'm pulling up from the outside, and I'm going to take, whether it's 8 threes or 12 threes, but I need to get this ball in the air, because Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic are, basically your trump cards. Right. And we talked about it going into the series. The reason I was so confident is when team concepts break down at this stage of the postseason, because the opposition defense is so good, you have individual stars that can say, I know you're playing great team defense, but I'm going to cook you.
Yeah.
And that's what Kyrie was able to do against Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors. Steph hurt. The Warriors didn't, commit the on-ball defenders to Kyrie like the Celtics are. And a combination of age, I think game plan, quality of the defense. Maybe there's a little something mental going on with Kyrie Irving as well. I mean, it is 12 in a row against Boston now, the bad way. So there's a lot going on. But I think the greats, when they're backed into a corner like that and everything's going against them, that's when you get that dog-type performance.
And I think moving forward, it'll be interesting to see, okay, how effective is KP? If he's not, they certainly now are limited when it comes to their rim protection. And I think you've seen Kyrie at times be able to break down the defense, but the shot hasn't been falling for him. I mean, he talked about it afterwards, right? It's hitting the back of the rim. There were some things that were frustrating, but the Oklahoma City thing is spot on. Very similar defensively. Boston a little bit better defensively, in my opinion, and Drew Holiday's causing him a world of problems. But 22 was, I think, his high in that series, which was in the Game 6 clincher. Otherwise, he was like 9, 12, 9. It is possible that we don't get the 30-point Kyrie game.
Yeah.
So where there's a lot of pressure now on P.J. Washington, they got out of the OKC series because that's when you had P.J. Washington really go crazy. He might be the guy that you end up needing to step up and be your second leading scorer.
Yeah, and, anybody in a Mavs uniform. I mean, I'm looking at Jaden Hardy right now. I'm looking at Derrick Jones Jr., but, I mean, to be held under 100 points in both games, it's really about this offense and the ability to make shots. I underestimated how good Boston's defense was going to be. I underestimated that they're so good, probably 1 through 5, that they can afford to have Jaylen Brown spend a bunch of energy on defense because they have more than enough offensive energy. If he wants to take 5 possessions off, it's fine. I was right that Tatum's a beta. And he shrivels in the game's biggest moments. But even with him playing really bad offensive basketball, it's more than enough right now with everything that Boston brings to the table.
Dude, Drew Holiday, Derrick White.
Yeah.
Gosh, Derrick White was frustrating. Heck, your guy Pritchard.
Yeah.
You lobbed out the Pritchard grenade at us the other day and leading up.
That was his first big bucket that he made.
It was a huge bucket.
Before the half.
It was a huge bucket.
Quarter, yeah.
I think he had some moment in game 1, too, that bugged me. I don't know if it was offense or defense.
Rebound.
Okay, it was
that
an
really
offensive
got under
rebound.
my skin, too.
That was aggravating. So he's had one moment in every game.
You cannot talk like that if you bank in a 3. Like, this is my house. Yeah. That's right. This is what I do.
You don't think
you're going back to the bench? Maybe he did.
No, I don't think he did.
But I mean,
he called bang.
No, that's just the way it was going for him. It's like they do have, like, it feels like they are getting sort of the like the puck luck or whatever, like just the way the ball is bouncing at times. Yeah. Some of these rebound opportunities, but they're also getting the loose balls, just like kind of the championship little moments, intangible moments, whatever. You're just like, okay,
That's a moment right there, and they won it. It's like 50-50 opportunities, and they keep winning them, and so it is frustrating.
How do you explain the free throws?
The Mavs have sucked at free throws all year.
That's what I'm saying.
They've sucked at free throws all year.
Yeah. They just haven't been shooting well.
So to me, ultimately, this could be the end of them. Yeah. Free throws could be because Boston isn't going to let you get to the line much. They're not. But when you do, you got to punish them, and Dallas just doesn't punish them. They don't make enough free throws.
Should Luka be do you have to crowd the line? Or could he step back a couple of feet? At what point did you just start changing stuff up? Luka, you hit everything from everywhere except from that line. Maybe you just decide, hey, this line is not friendly to me. Let me get away from it. Yeah.
Well, if he's going to be that bad, if you're Boston, go hack a Luka. Go ahead. Well, go ahead and shoot your free throws, bro. I don't want you shooting anything else. I know you're not making them from the free throw line.
They're fouling
the Shaq treatment.
They're fouling your bigs too, and your bigs can't shoot free throws.
Well, Kyrie only having 2 free throws, that might be an area like if Kyrie starts to get a little bit more aggressive, maybe he can get to the free throw line because he's your best free throw shooter.
Yeah. A lot to hope for going into Game 3. We have the G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. We're going to call this thing the Chuck Wagon.
We'll go Chuck Wagon.
Okay.
Shall we Chuck Wagon it up? Let's get a live insight on Dan Hurley as he's talking to the UConn locker room. They're making his big decision. Caitlin Clark, Snakes and Candles. That's next.
Fellowship.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a good one. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 7.5 minutes here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. Rangers off tonight. They'll be in L.A. to take on the Dodgers tomorrow. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for that free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Here's Wolchuk with that Chuck Wagon.
Shout out to Scotty Scheffler. He wins again. It's his 5th title this year as he was able to hold off Colin Morikawa to win the Memorial. As Scotty's been on a tear. He had his newborn baby boy out there as well as he was celebrating. So Scotty, man, I mean, that's another $4 million purse that he's taking home the bag. I mean, his earnings this year are absolutely insane.
I think he set the record for the PGA for earnings for the year.
For one season. And there's still how many more months left?
He's got the U.S. Open next weekend, too. That he can
Number
win.
one player in the world, Dallas' own. It's exciting.
Yeah.
Brian, we're going to be very excited about this. I meant to get to it last week. I didn't have time.
More cricket news?
No, it's Peaky Blinders.
Oh, movie?
The movie is officially greenlit at Netflix, and Cillian Murphy is going to return. So, Peaky Blinder fans out there, we got something to look forward to. And Lucius, Arby's for this week, baby. We got a $1 beef sandwich through this week at Arby's. So go ahead.
Beef and cheddar?
Just the beef.
Oh.
Maybe you could add some cheddar.
Definitely add the cheddar. You're still getting a sweet deal.
Like $1.50. I don't know how much they charge for the cheddar, but that's a bargain right there. If you're looking to save some money this summer, go ahead and capitalize on that, my friends. That's going to be
cheddar,
awesome.
I love that. Oh, just the regular beef, that would be all right.
Absolutely. With some horsey sauce or Arby's sauce.
You just get your own cheddar. Just throw it on.
Cheddar.
You bring your Kraft singles in the glove box.
Take it home, and now you go ahead and just get the Kraft singles out of the freezer or the fridge, and now you go ahead and melt it.
I like how Lucius talks about he always brings his own ranch into the
Wingstop ranch.
Wingstop, other places,
no doubt. We've got a new date in November for the Tyson Paul fight. So that one, of course, was canceled in July. We can look forward to November, still at AT&T Stadium, to have that. But the big news, there's 2 big NBA and 1 WNBA storyline. The NBA, of course, Dan Hurley turning down the Lakers' 6-year, $70 million offer. He's going to return to chase a 3rd national title at UConn. The live reaction to him going into the UConn locker room has been circulating through social media. Here was Dan Hurley telling the squad.
I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving.
The show goes on. It sure does, baby. Going for 3 in a row at UConn. It's a party there. They are partying in the streets of Connecticut. He is not bleeping leaving, baby. The show does go on.
And somewhere that women's coach is now in his office, hanging his head.
Oh, Ginori Emma? Yeah, he was there last night at the game,
He
too.
was. Yeah, but he was probably sitting there thinking,
He's like, damn it. He's going to go for the 3-peat. Nobody's going to remember me here at UConn.
I won 1 million of these, and nobody's going to care.
Goodness gracious. That is a great segue there.
Damn.
Speaking of the of women's basketball, so the big headline this weekend, and I know Sean and RJ covered it. They had the writer who broke the storyline early this morning.
Brennan?
Yes, Mrs. Brennan. Now, Caitlin Clark, not on the WNBA or the women's Olympic roster. She is an alternate, though. And I think that the people that are losing their minds over this, which there's no other rookie that's on the team. And I think that in the Olympics, we see this. Like it trends towards veterans, right? Like Diana Taurasi, this is going to be her last Olympic go. She's 41 years old. Caitlin Clark's going to get 3 more out of these. She'll play 4 years from now, 8 years from now, 12 years from now. So I understand it like from an eyeballs perspective, and everybody loves Caitlin Clark. I wasn't losing my mind over her not being on the roster, but she is an alternate, and I think there's a couple of ladies that might have some injury issues right now. So there's still a likelihood that she ends up making the team, but this kind of blew up with her not being part of the Olympic roster going to Paris here next month.
This is a hard team to make, though, isn't it? Haven't they won like 7 of these in a row?
Yes, they dominate.
I mean, they don't lose these gold medal opportunities when they get to the Olympics. So this is a tough team to make anyway.
You're asking the question, though, like, don't they dominate? Who knows? Who's paying attention?
Oh, so you're saying if I'm just asking you this, if she's on the team, we pay attention?
I mean,
there are probably people that wouldn't, that will.
The proof is in the pudding with what she's doing. A Caitlin Clark game is averaging over 1 million viewers. A non-Caitlin Clark game is less than 500,000 viewers.
I wonder if it would be the same thing with the time difference and the tape delays and all that.
Yeah, and who knows if that's even really the point when it comes to bringing the actual ratings eyeballs, but just general brand awareness for the league. Like you're pushing, you're constantly wondering why you're not being talked about and why the league's not, everybody's not discussing your league for the last few years. You're still upset about what people haven't been doing. This is a great opportunity pushing forward here.
Yeah.
For like the actual league itself, bringing awareness to your league, having the most popular. Is she the most popular athlete in America right now? If she's not 1, she's 2 or 3. I mean, you're talking about just a giant walking marketing for, and the excuse is, well, we didn't want her fans to be upset when she doesn't get that much playing time. That's a horse-ass excuse.
I think,
and even Taurasi, you mentioned Taurasi. Is she a top 12 player in the league right now? I don't know. I'm asking. She's 42 years old, so I'm just like, damn, if she's still top 10 or whatever, then kudos to her for being that awesome in year 20. That
her numbers are comparable to Caitlin Clark's numbers.
She's really gritty the way she plays.
But yeah, and again, it's her final Olympic team that she's going to make. So like, I'm not going to sit here and bitch about, oh, Diana Taurasi's on the team, they should have put Caitlin Clark in.
Yeah.
I don't know that any of us could give a legitimate this girl should not be on the team and Caitlin Clark should.
Yeah.
Now, if they're putting Cam Brink or Angel Reese or one of the other rookies on here, then we can have a conversation, right? Like, okay, are they trying to do this because they don't want Caitlin Clark on the team? I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think the biggest argument for Caitlin Clark is the eyeballs. Do you want more people to tune in and watch? Because clearly she's having that impact. Otherwise, the roster's dominant, and Caitlin's going to be on there eventually. And again, she's an alternate. There's a likelihood she still ends up being on the team. I don't really get the freak out about it.
Yeah, I think if you wanted the ratings, you would have had to make a decision as the U.S. Olympic Committee that, hey, whatever the coaches say, you have 11 spots to pick. You don't get 12 spots to pick because they're going to pick the players that they believe gives them the best chance to dominate, and they're going to pick the players that they have built relationships with. They're going to pick a player, Diana Taurasi, who's a veteran and has just barely over 1 turnover per game as compared to Caitlin Clark, who has 5 turnovers per game.
Sure.
So I think if you want to do that, I could see the benefit of it. Like, hey, we're making a move for women's basketball, and if some of the players and coaches don't like it, then they can come talk to us and voice their frustrations with us. But we're trying to grow the game, and we see Caitlin Clark as. But I think the players and coaches inside of it are insulted by that idea. I have 20 years of blood and sweat equity into this sport, into this program. We don't want to be drugged down having to put a rookie in the game who, could cost us at a crucial moment. So I have no problem with putting the best competitive interest of yourself first. I think that's what all coaches and players would want to do. If anything, you look at the committee and say, was this a missed opportunity to try to promote the game and make it better for everybody?
That's a guarantee it is.
Yeah. It's time now for the G bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius Alexander.
I woke up for some money. Our winner right here is the legendary Nancy Lieberman. She's talking about Caitlin Clark and her squad. She sounds off, and I stand on it.
Well, I mean, if I were Caitlin Clark, I would have punched her in the face. But I'm from New York, and I would have told her to f*** off.
Yeah.
And that would actually cure the problem, because I've known Kennedy since she was in high school here in Dallas. She's a tough kid. She's a really good basketball player. She's going to come after you because she's very physical, which is okay. Yeah. But damn, where's Caitlin Clark's teammates? I'd be pissed as shit at my teammates that nobody came to my defense. Gretzky had an enforcer. Michael Jordan had Oakley. I mean, that's honestly, it's just bullshit.
I hear you, Nancy. I hear you.
It's just bull.
Yeah. Let's see what else we got for you, boys.
Sister Christian.
Yeah, a little bit of that. Calm the nerves out there.
Calm it, yeah.
Nerves all turned up. You couldn't even do the you can't see me to your face in front of Caitlin Clark. Everybody lost their damn mind.
It's ridiculous.
You can't even do this, bro. All right. Let's go to the MLB on Fox. Big Pompey on how to fix the Mets. How do you fellas, how do you think they should fix the Mets?
That payroll is ridiculous right
Need
now.
new leadership.
Yeah.
New leadership.
Yeah,
That's a
new owner, new
toxic,
front office.
More money.
Cohen.
There's a long history of this.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen to Big Pompey.
Mets looked their playoffs a couple years ago. They're trying to find it. Poppy, how do you fix the Mets?
Move to Oklahoma. I mean, too much pressure here in New York. I mean, playing under the shadow of the Yankees. I will move to Oklahoma. Without a doubt. What?
Consultation, move to Oklahoma.
There you go.
What's your solution besides buying the Timberwolves?
You're in the wrong state, man. You gotta go somewhere else, baby. Spread it out. Have you ever heard of Omaha? Omaha. Come on, baby.
There are a lot of teams in New York, I think, like that. Like the Knicks are definitely like that.
Oh shoot, what I just do?
It's tough to focus.
What? The Knicks? The Knicks or the Nets?
The Knicks.
The Knicks. Yeah, it's tough to focus. You know, I think maybe UT is like that. There's just so much money and so much attention. It's hard to focus on the sport. I think that's the point Poppy was making.
Okay, I get you.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we got right here for you. Ooh.
Cowboys.
Yeah, you're a star as soon as you get signed by the Cowboys. Haven't touched the field one time, you're already a star. It's amazing how that works. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessings yesterday. Shout out to my pastor, Pastor Dr. Freddie Haynes, Reverend Ike. Oh, hold on, God darn it.
Here we go.
Take the ride. Hey.
What's your price for flight?
All right, let's see here. Yeah, shout out to my other pastor, Reverend Ike. He's no longer with us. He's with God now, but he's got plenty of gems if you try to get some gems. You dig what I'm saying?
Gems.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You guys ever heard of bowel paralysis?
No.
I didn't know it was a real thing, bowel paralysis. I thought it was just being constipated, but there's actual bowel paralysis.
Uh-oh.
I also found out that you can have gas trapped in your belly for months, sometimes years.
Dang.
What trapped gas?
There's videos of that what they do to cows and cattle and stuff. Have you seen that? They stab the side and let it all out.
No.
Yeah, there's videos.
Stab the side?
Yeah, they puncture the side and the bellies go from huge to like.
I was thinking there's been Thanksgivings in my life where I wish I had that.
We had the punctured side.
Yeah, dude.
I didn't know it was real.
Cow goes blowing away like a balloon.
Yeah, I didn't know it was a real thing, man. I learned that on Friday, and then Saturday I learned that Jack in the Box don't agree with me anymore.
What part?
Got paralyzed?
All of it, yeah. I had to trap gas, got released. All damn day.
That's the secret, Jack in the
It
Box.
wouldn't stop. Those hot ones would go.
Yeah.
When you're kind of nervous, you're like, man, I don't know, should I? Then you give it a check, and it's like, okay, that's air. Yeah, all right, anyway, too personal. Let's go to testimony service. This got personal, too.
I like bowel paralysis, where I just cannot feel a bowel movement. And so I got prayer last night, and hallelujah, I know this is terrible, but I had 2 bowel movements in one day.
Thank you for your humility, sharing that. Yay! Hey, totally normal. Yeah.
Totally normal. This is Pastor Game Show host?
What she's saying is she pooped. And she knew it. Yay, Jesus. Bring that thing alive. Woo! That's the best testimony.
Oh my.
Praise God.
Praise
Heavenly
God,
Father.
yeah.
Won't he move it? Won't he move it?
Won't he move it?
Prayed the poop right out of that girl.
She was not embarrassed, too. Well, I had to let you know. All right, let's see. Last one right here. Let's go to the WNBA. Phoenix Mercury guard, Kalia Copper. She's not a fan of dumb questions during the post games.
Khalil, This looks like the bench production. You didn't get a lot of it in this game here. Talk about what they need to do going forward.
You said what?
The bench.
Yeah.
Not score a lot in this game here, give you a lot of production. What do you have to do next in the next few games to help you guys most likely get to the next level?
What does the bench have to do?
Yes.
What did you?
I was saying that the bench didn't give a lot of production today in this game here. What do they got to do to help you all out as what they did in the previous game?
What they got to do? What they do last game? That's a real question. You for real?
No, what I'm asking is just really trying to get an idea of what they need to do.
So what the bench do the last game?
No, they actually played well. They played well.
So what they do this game?
Today they didn't do well this game.
Okay, so what they got to do?
Score,
right? Yep. All right, bet. That's it, right?
Gosh.
Bench.
Such violence.
Kalia Copper, not here for your stupid ass questions. Church patron thanking the Lord for releasing her bowels. MLB on Fox. Poppy says move the Mets to Oklahoma. I think if they, I don't even know if CY could clean up that mess. No. That man's a baseball god.
A lot.
By the way, CY is going to join us tomorrow at 4:20. Not today. We have basketball guest Bobby Carella coming up at 3:20 today. Or is it our champion, Nancy Lieberman? I don't know who to vote for, Chief. How about you?
I'm going to go with the no longer constipated chick.
Lucius?
Kalia Copper. She's not a fan of those dumb questions.
Bully?
I'll go with Nancy.
We're still tied at 1, Brian.
I'm going to go with the dumb questions.
Okay, I was voting for Big Poppy, which means by a score of 2-1. And your new G-Bag Today champion, it's the Phoenix Mercury's.
Hey, Poppy, have you ever heard of Boise? Come on, man. Move the team to Boise, baby.
Hey, it's time now for Krusty's Corner, Brian. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, I've got some questions for my guys. We'll do those next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, the series is over. Kyrie's not showing up. Let's do a Mavericks version of True or False. Plus, Brian brought us his favorite segment of the show, Ask Reddit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Central Fire Station, 310 Central Expressway.
Free food from Palmer's Hot Chicken, as well as the return of the Tolo Sweat Towel that went fast the last time we gave them away.
Proudly presented by Palmer's Hot Chicken, Firehouse Heated and Chill Boys Box.
Join us and support our finest in Allen on June 14th. We'll see you there with the Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. NFL News of the Day is coming up at 3 o'clock. Then we're talking Mavs with Bobby Carrella at 3:20. It's time now for The Corner. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Thank you to sponsors there for helping us out on that. I was just checking. Bobby and I recorded. Okay, yeah, I see it. It's now up. Bobby and I recorded a Love of the Star podcast for you guys. It has been posted. I'm retweeting it right now. So if you follow me on Twitter or Bobby or Peyton or any of those guys, Peyton Russell, then you'll get it. But hopefully you take a chance to, after our show today, maybe you're working out at the end of the day or something like that, and give it a listen. Bobby and I chopped it up pretty good on some stuff. What else do I got for you guys too? That's about it, I think. Okay, I was looking through some notes in the NFL. If you had to guess a team that just lost OTA practices for being too physical,
Chiefs.
This past, who is it? You say Chiefs?
Oh, it'd be either, to me, the Lions or the Jets. They got the two main least coaches in the NFL.
You want to take a guess?
I'll go with the Lions. I'll go with Man Campbell biting kneecaps.
How about you there, Chief?
I'll do a little old school with your guy, Sean Payton. You know,
Ooh,
getting
like
a little
that
bit
guess.
frustrated watching that crappy quarterback room. All of a sudden, you start taking it out on your guys.
So you're saying we got Chiefs, we've got Denver, and we've got the Detroit Lions, right?
Yeah.
Oh, let's throw in the physicality of the new Jim Harbaugh setting a standard and a new culture of physicality.
Oh, with the Chargers.
I like that play.
And maybe he forgets some of the rules.
Does anybody want to change? Does anybody?
That's my final answer.
I want to change to the Chargers.
Chargers.
I'm going to stick with the biting kneecap, Man Campbell's.
It's the Detroit Lions.
Of course it is.
They're losing practices.
He can't help him damn self.
He really can't.
They got turned in on May 29th for going at it a little hard.
I don't
care if it's your damn teammate. You bite that knee.
When you get turned in, is that somebody in the organization saying like this wasn't good?
I think everybody, the league gets your film.
Okay.
The league, and they determine by watching your film if you're at.
Wow. So they have like film snitchers sitting inside their whole job is just to find somebody that's overstepping their bounds.
Yeah, there will be people that show up at your practice and check rosters, but they'll also watch how you're practicing too.
Damn.
That's interesting because there's no pads.
Yeah.
Like, why would you even want to get physical when there's no pads?
Because it builds toughness.
That's fair, Coach.
Team was in the NFC Championship game. Maybe the Cowboys did lose some practices themselves from last year that they got in trouble for.
Was that for not practicing? They're like, guys, we really want you to
physicality
practice.
practices.
That's right, they did.
Too much physical practices. But yeah, the league watches your tape and they go, a little too physical, a little too. Oh, looks like you're working on some dry blocking here. Kind of stuff.
Dry blocking.
Yeah. So anyway, the Lions. I liked what you guys did with the Chargers, though.
Yeah.
I figured Harbaugh he would be that guy.
Establishing a new
maybe
pretty good culture.
Maybe training camp. He's waiting.
I like what you did with your reaction there, Brian, as well. It made made me curious.
He sold it maybe I nailed it with Harbaugh.
Yeah, quite a bit of intrigue there.
I'm getting better at this. I'm getting better at this, like trying to trick you guys on some of these because we have that Friday game. I love the Friday games. I'm sure everybody out there is like, But I love the trying tricking you guys on these names and stuff. And so I'm trying to develop a little bit more.
That poker face is getting pretty good because Walchuk blurted out first, Man Campbell and the Lions.
Yeah.
So you could have easily started leaking confidence and be like, throw in the towel. He's already ruined my game. But you played the straight man pretty damn
I just
strong.
like the way I like the way you jumped in and immediately said the Chargers, which created doubt. And then Dawson's like, oh, yeah. Chargers. Yeah, you're right.
I drew him off sides with me.
You did that.
Yeah, I was on the Chiefs, though. They practiced the most. Apparently not the hardest, though.
Not the hardest.
Reed will stay in between the lines.
All right, got some questions for you cats here. And I'll start with you, Wooly, since you won the day.
Wait, does that mean that wasn't we weren't doing football guy of the day?
No.
Were we?
No,
that wasn't.
No, that was
okay.
Football guy of the day.
Nope.
Right here.
Right there.
Unofficially.
Right there.
Go bleep yourself, Giafalo.
How about this one?
Take down Sharif with that kind of footballing.
Did I just hear a promotion that Sharif quit on the Mavs? Did he?
I think they're doing like a true or false or true or fart situation.
I thought he just said
they better not be stealing true or fart from us.
Series is over.
We can sprinkle niggles.
They have been very pessimistic.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're probably taking a victory lap right now. It would not surprise me at all.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Wooly.
Yeah. Being those East Coast guys probably couldn't help themselves. Pick Boston.
Yeah, them and Broadus.
I think they all picked Mavs. I think they did.
Really?
I think they did.
I think Broadus might have been the only voice at the station.
Yeah. We'll see.
Picking the Celtics.
I'll be out there. I'm going to cheer him on for you guys.
Shows up, his credentials been revoked. We actually heard you pick Boston in 6, Brian.
Got my Bill Walton jersey I'm going to wear out there.
Hey, Cuban threatened to do that back in 11.
I remember that. They did. And I picked,
you were at ESPN then, weren't you?
I'll just have my team website do all the media if you guys don't want to pull for us.
I picked the Mavs every series. Every series. I said, man, I'm scared to lose my credential. All right, here we go. Wooly.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons is a distraction.
Oh, geez.
Yes, I'll answer this. He is a distraction.
I wonder, like, in the law. Yes, I think ultimately there are probably some players, and definitely that we know some other people in that organization. They can get rubbed the wrong way, probably by some of the things that he says on the podcast. I think it was probably a distraction day one of mandatory OTAs when he was there, and you got to answer all the questions about why haven't you been here. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely like not a thing. So I'd lean more yes at times. I think he probably could be.
Chieftain.
Yes, it's definitely a distraction. Now, how much of a distraction that it's actually affecting the product on the field, that is fair to debate, but he is certainly a distraction. It's being talked about plenty, and most of what's being talked about Micah has nothing to do with actually football. He's now managing and editing Bleacher Report's content for sports or whatever. He's hosting his own podcast. He's sumo wrestling in Japan. He's showing up just to record Sunday Night Football hellos. My name's Micah Parsons. I went to Penn State, and then leaving while he's literally there walking onto the practice field, and he's going to his car to probably go record another podcast or eavesdrop on somebody else's because that's his job now as a full-time managing editor of Bleacher Report.
I'm going to go with.
Wow. That was some good commentary.
I mean, it's definitely.
No, I mean,
a
that's some good commentary on your part there.
I appreciate that.
I usually don't give you enough credit. I will that time.
Yeah,
I usually don't. I'm usually he'll say stuff and I'm like, unbelievable.
Well, usually maybe it's not good commentary. Spot on right there. Come on, fire.
Dawson, what do you got? You're a distraction. What do you got?
Well, Brian,
you're a distraction.
I would say not a distraction.
Okay.
For the players, for the team.
Turn this damn mic off.
I think it's more. It seems like more of a media storyline to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. How about this one, Dawson?
Yeah.
The starting running back for the Cowboys isn't on this team.
Unfortunately, he is. I think they're wanting to give guys a shot. They're happy with Zeke. They're not. I mean, they're not really urgently going for it. This is kind of a rebuild. I think this has probably been established for 3 or 4 months now. We've known this to be a rebuild. They're not throwing everything to try to win. I think they're trying to make the playoffs, and I think they look at spending on running back as, appropriately, just something that's going to drain future salary cap space. So to me, it's a place they're going to go cheap on, similar to how they went cheap on wide receiver in 2019, thinking we can get away with this, and we'll see how ugly it gets. I guess if you're under 4 yards per attempt, they might make a trade at some point in the regular season.
Chieftain.
Yeah, this is the starting running back is on the roster. I do think there is an avenue in which they try to add another body in there that is sort of a rotation piece. But I do think this is more running back by committee than anything. But Zeke will be your starter.
Wooly.
No, the starting running back is not on the roster. It will be a trade for Tyler Algier from the Atlanta Falcons.
I like what you're doing there. Proactive. Real quick.
Do we have any rumor-riskies about that?
Just being different. Honestly, I agree with you that it's probably
like picking
Zeke,
the Celtics in 6.
Yeah, I'm just trying to throw some chum out there on the water. But I think that is an option.
Real quickly, if we can. Gosh, I'm sorry about this question. I should have asked it first. Player with the most pressure on them. Player with the most pressure on them.
Jalen Tolbert.
Ooh, that's really good. I mean,
Mozzie Smith. I like that one. Dawson.
Yeah, I'll go with Dak. I think if you don't play great, if the team doesn't win big, you might find yourself on another team.
Yeah.
And I think he's one of the few players that matches that. It'd be a total career shift. You're going into anonymity.
Yeah.
If you get moved on from. So I'll go with Dak.
Yeah, I kind of felt like the Mozzie Smith one was a good for me. There's so much expectations for him right now. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Brian. We'll have Bobby Corella talking Mavs with you coming up at 3:20 from Mavs.com. NFL News Today is coming up next. Well, Chuck, what do you got?
Yeah, Cowboys have the best duo in the NFL at this position. Retirements, could these be week 1 starters? That's next.
Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports lodge with a menu to match, and it is calling you. Off night of sports tonight, but there'll be stuff on TV for sure. Why tomorrow at 4:20, and then scheduled Marcus Simeon for 5:20. Marcus Simeon highly likely for tomorrow at 5:20 for your Rangers player show. And see why I'm at 4:20.
I mean, Marcus, that's a guy who never misses a start.
That's right. Yeah, so we're excited about that. That would be back-to-back Seager and Simeon right here on your home of the Rangers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty strong right there.
Loving it. Okay, it's time now for the NFL news of the day, and here's your host, Wolchuk.
All right, football guy of the day on the line.
Oh, wow.
Let's go around the horn here.
Thanks for the preparation on this.
No
Is your
prep.
body ready over there,
No
Broadus?
prep. Put it all on the table here, boys.
I'm going to lose to you because I think you're football guy of the day.
Thank you.
Not you.
You were looking straight at me. I'm just going to accept that, Brian.
Yeah, but I could feel that you were talking to me.
Yeah, but we know that's a lie. We're not talking soccer here, boys. We're talking American football.
I had my Pat Mahomes kind of look you off kind of a thing.
Yeah, you and Stafford.
Molchuk doesn't even have the balls to ask this question.
The Cowboys have the best duo in the NFL according to PFF at this position. What position is it?
Cornerback.
Corner. None of you are right.
Wide receiver?
No.
Wide receiver, quarterback. Defensive end, edge.
Oh yeah, it's the pass. It's Tank and Micah.
I mean, none of you are right yet.
Quarterback.
Guard.
Yes!
Tyler Smith and
Let's go. Football guy.
Yes. Guard. Yes. Guard. Tyler Smith ranks the 4th best guard in their rankings heading into the 2024 NFL season. Zach Martin coming in at number 7. You think that's a little low for our guys?
7?
Tyler getting it done.
But yes, you've got
you guys
two
want to move
guards
to tackle
in the top 7, and Tyler was an absolute badass. And in fairness, I do think he'd be a badass at tackle as well. But Zach Martin at 7, I saw some Cowboy fans were taking offense to that for our guy Zach, who's made more Pro Bowls than he has damn holding calls in the entirety of his career.
That is an epic stat.
Man,
It
there
is,
must be some
right?
dang good guards out there.
Are you seeing a little bit of dip and maybe a little bit of decline in Zach Martin's play? You think that's why they're putting him at 7?
Don't be shy
Does
on this one,
Does he have a little something to prove this year? Is there a
You be
little chip on
honest.
the shoulder, maybe going into the final year?
I thought he was better last year than he was the previous year.
I agree.
Yeah.
I don't think at 7, I think maybe we're doing disrespect for our guy here.
I thought it was a real struggle for him 2 years ago. Yeah. But he bounced back pretty well.
But that's exciting. All of a sudden, maybe if you hit on a Tyler Guyton at left tackle and my guy Cooper Beebe slides in there and is a badass at center, or hell, maybe Brock Hoffman just says, I'll be the center.
What are you going to do when Brock Hoffman's the starting center?
I'll be okay.
We be okay?
Yeah.
Cooper's
Cooper's going to find his way to get into the lineup. He can play guard. He can play center. Cooper Beebe's going to have a long, outstanding career here. It'll be all right.
Is he the guy we could be most wrong about? Brock Hoffman?
In terms of we don't think he'll start?
Yeah, I mean, I throw a bunch of dirt on him.
Yeah, absolutely. But now, I mean, in fairness, I thought the 2 games that he had to play last year, he played well. But the pushback was he was going against backups there against
and then
Washington.
you're wondering why they drafted Beebe,
Yeah.
Then you wonder why.
Well, the one big sponsor he has is the line coach.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And that's a nice one to have there.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, I mean, Cooper Beebe's a guy that's flexible. I mean, he's a guy that can play multiple different spots. But I am definitely a Cooper Beebe stan, as you know, and I'm pulling for him to win that job. Darren Waller's retired from the National Football League at the age of 31. He made that official.
Got a lot going on in his life.
He does. Giants are going to free up $11.6 million in cap space with this move. He posted on YouTube. Also talked about, a near life-death experience there. Very scary situation. Right? See, he came out of that experience. I'm sitting in the hospital. I go back into my daily life, and I'm pretty clear. I almost just lost my life, and I don't know if I really feel as if I would have died, that I would have felt great about how my life was going if I died at that time. So he's going to focus on other things outside of football, and I'm wishing Darren Waller the best. I mean, his career and the journey that it took to him to get to, he was with Baltimore. John Gruden sees him during a pregame warm-up session. Who the hell is this guy? They bring him into Oakland at the time, ends up moving to Vegas. He was fantastic. And unfortunately, it didn't really work out for him with the Giants, and no pass catcher really has so far.
I was so worried about him going to the Giants. I thought he was going to be just a wrecker.
But he was a physical freak. And then all of his challenges with drugs and alcohol that he's been able to overcome. So I'm hoping for the best. Life after football.
Married to the basketball lady, right?
Yeah, Kelsey Plum. And then he just came out with that rap last week about their divorce.
That music video was definitely something to behold.
It was.
But so a near death experience is and that was his moment where he's I don't think football's for me anymore.
I think he was probably contemplating that, and then that happens. Maybe that's kind of the last thing that he needed.
The rapping or death.
Yeah. But I think he's trying to really pursue this rap career.
I had a near death experience while watching that music video.
Sure. Just started
It was going to be self-inflicted wounds.
Heart attack.
I felt a little constipated in the moment.
Couldn't breathe.
But it was because it was my own hand. I was choking myself. I had to pull my hand off.
What?
Steven Nelson, the cornerback, who was a really good slot corner for multiple teams, most recently with the Houston Texans. He's retiring after 9 NFL seasons as well. Spent time with the Chiefs, the Steelers, the Eagles, and then the last 2 in Houston, former third-round pick back in 2015. Now, this is fascinating. Mercedes Lewis. This is a guy that might never retire.
He's as old as a gold wing.
He's 40 years old. He's going into his 19th season in the NFL. Guys, he was drafted in the same draft as Maurice Jones-Drew, whom he played with at UCLA.
Yeah.
How long has Maurice Jones-Drew been out of the NFL? It seems like 10 years.
I would say
at least probably 12.
Yeah, I would say double-digit years.
And here's Mercedes Lewis, who's re-signing with the Chicago Bears, and he is most likely this year going to surpass our guy Jason Witten for the most games played by a tight end in NFL history. Witten's the leader with 271. He's got one more game played than Tony Gonzalez had. Lewis is sitting at 268. So assuming he plays and suits up, he can break that record week 4 home game for Chicago. So what a career for Mercedes Lewis. Crazy for him.
Career earnings, almost $63 million.
Damn.
So
that's what like Kelsey gets a year now, I feel like, with all the endorsement opportunities. And
yeah, I mean, his career average is $3.5 million. But his career earnings is almost $63 million. So he's been in it for a long time.
Just, you collect the paycheck.
It's a long play here,
I'm
dude.
here for it.
That's
Like he's
crazy.
doing- like he's doing radio.
We need to see his numbers and see like what type of production is he. What are his is he a blocker?
I feel like blocker.
He's a big. No, yeah, he's a big.
He's mostly what he's been able to stay in the NFL for. I think like with Jacksonville when he first got in the league, he had some fun years.
Oh yeah, he was at UCLA. He had some ability to get up the field.
I think he's a red zone guy now. He had 10 catches combined over the last 2 seasons, but 3 touchdowns.
There you go. Hey,
Yeah.
big body. Go find him in the baseline there in the end zone. Vikings. They drafted J.J. McCarthy, right?
Mm-hmm.
All signs, though, right now are pointing towards Sam Darnold being their starting quarterback right now, week 1. Apparently, Sam Darnold's been slinging it there at OTAs. He's been looking really good, and he's been ripping doobies there on the golf course.
What?
Did you see that picture go viral over the weekend?
I did see him with a what looked to be like a Swisher Sweet or something.
Oh, yeah.
Or a Black and Mild, but I didn't know. Was
With
it
maybe some devil's lettuce rolled up in there?
Was it?
Yeah, 100%.
They had a little jazz cabbage in there.
Oh, yeah, you had a little jazz cabbage.
Wow, and he was just flaunting it like that? That doesn't seem
It
like
might
very
be an old
Sammy D.
picture. That's been
Who's the
recirculated.
buddies who are taking pictures of you doing that?
Well, he's holding it up very proud like it's show and tell. Look at my golf
So he's
bleezy.
not like
at my rolling ability.
He's not like waving off like Bill. Hey, Bill, don't do that. Don't take a picture.
No
of me."
cameras, right? That's where you need Michael Finley to step in.
No cameras.
Yeah,
please.
but this is a new world that Mad Dog's just telling you on live television. It's gummies and golf on the weekend.
Damn
Sam
right.
Darnold's like it's
G-square.
bleezies
G-square in
and
this.
golf for
it's
me.
amazing.
They just legalized last summer, so maybe it's totally cool. I
This
don't know
makes-
how the NFL looks at it.
Okay, then maybe that's why he's just not worried about it anymore.
Makes plenty of sense though. Like Sam Darnold is probably more suited to go ahead and start. It doesn't mean he has to start the entire season, but there's the infatuation with making sure your guy starts immediately. There's obviously quarterbacks that are based on the situation or just how good they are. Like you can step right in, you're CJ Stroud, boom, it's no problem. But I don't think these teams need to be so scared of, oh no, we just drafted this guy, we have to start him in week 1. Who cares if he starts in week 5 or week 8 or whatever?
It used to always kind of be like that.
Yeah, but you know the thing about it is we fire these coaches after 2 years. You don't want to give up a year of maybe having a guy that could save your job. You know, that Minnesota team last year, they were on the brink of like being in the playoffs, and all of a sudden they just fell apart at the end.
They did.
Because they didn't have a quarterback. So am I going to sit there and say, oh, well, let's wait another year on this guy. Why am I getting him ready for somebody else?
Yeah, but it's not even necessarily another year. It might just be a month into the season, two months into the season.
If I'm going in, I go in at week 6, I put the guy in. What's my record? Am I going to change quarterbacks if I'm 4-2, 5-1?
No, then you're in the sweet spot. Why? Then you're good.
Okay.
You don't have to worry about it if you're 4-2. Who cares?
I don't know, man. I could say
Some of these quarterbacks need a little bit of a slow cooking. They don't all have to be
that
thrown
dude's
to the
played
fire.
like a million college games.
He sure has.
That's just my
but you got to
opinion.
learn the offense. You got to learn the speed of the NFL defense, or you're going to throw multiple picks. To me, the bigger issue, though, is that it's Sam Darnold blocking you.
Yeah.
It's one thing if Alex Smith is standing in your way, a solid veteran.
It's so funny.
But, like, Darnold's not going to have us in position to make the playoffs.
Yeah, well, you bring up Alex Smith. I've seen some Viking fans on social media that are putting side-by-side pictures of Alex Smith and Pat Mahomes together at Chiefs camp, and now Sam Darnold and J.J. McCarthy. And they're like, yeah, same situation.
Yeah.
This is what we've got working for us now in Minnesota.
Chief, you have found out this guy isn't like out of the box good to go, right? He's not a super fast learner. He's not so composed that NFL defenses don't bother him. He failed the first test to be NFL ready, and I definitely think that's a storyline.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Yeah.
The other one is Bo Nix, who I think was maybe the biggest reach of the draft.
Yeah.
Can't say the nickname, Brian. We can't say it on air.
I think Eric came up with a great nickname, and I wish we could use it.
Yeah, I do too. But it's for off the air. Maybe some other platforms we could talk about. that.
Let's just see. 877-881-1053. How would you turn Bo Nix into a funny nickname?
But your guy, Sean
that you
Payton,
can't say on the air.
Yeah. Is trying to resurrect Zach Wilson's career. And there is a lot of signs that are pointing towards Zach Wilson possibly being the starting quarterback
Sean
for that
needs
week
to stop
one.
being stupid.
Can he? Can he get out of his own way?
You could just text him. Can you text him?
I will. I'm going to tell him stop being stupid.
Dude, is Zach Wilson going to start for you week one, or is
I'm watchdogging that depth chart of yours.
Yeah.
I know it's only June.
And why wouldn't you start Jarrett Stidham, Sean? We know how much you love him.
But that's bad for team morale, having to watch Zach Wilson drop back time and time again, even if it is
I think I'm
June.
going to say something at the break.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. Go ahead. Let us know if he falls back.
Send one of those audio recordings so we can all get in the mix here.
Yeah, let's do that.
Hey, I'm just going to pass the phone around the room, and people are going to tell you what they think of your quarterback situation.
All right, 840-325 and the 864. One of the words that you're using, similar, but not quite on point.
Nobody's nailed it to this point.
Nobody's got it.
On the off-color nickname for Bo Nix.
Well, one of the quarterbacks that has been drafted within the last 3 years and is now on a different team, Mac Jones. He did have a good rookie season, and then all things went to hell.
What's all these videos he's taking? Like, they got him in Jacksonville,
he's like
in front
goofing
of
around,
cars.
dancing.
Yeah.
And it seems like he's loving life there in Duval. But former New England running back Damian Harris recently went on the Athletic Football Show podcast, and he was ripping Bill Belichick. Does this make you think twice about him as a future head coach? Here's Damian Harris.
What happened to Mac Jones in New England was not because of Mac Jones. What happened in New England to Mac Jones was because of the fact you took away an offensive coordinator who coached him to be a Pro Bowler and almost coached us to winning our division with a rookie quarterback in his first year. And then you take, whenever Josh McDaniels left, then you take Matt Patricia, who's coached defense his entire life, Joe Judge, who's been a special teams coach, coach receivers at some point, and then you just throw him in there and be like, hey, coach this kid up. He's a first round pick, but as long as you teach him what I say, everything's going to be fine. And it wasn't fine. Now Mac Jones is in Jacksonville. Now they're on to Drake May. They're on to a whole, it's like Mac Jones, the breath of Mac Jones in New England, it came and went. And it shouldn't have the way that it went. And the only reason that it did was because Bill Belichick, being stuck in his ways, was very much so like, as long as I am here, as long as I am, along with Robert Kraft, the top dog at this organization, no matter who, no matter where, what position, where they coach, whatever, we will have success.
Man, this was Damian Harris?
Damian Harris.
I mean, it was just absolutely spot on evaluation.
Yeah.
It is still baffling to this day that the greatest coach in football history also made the single dumbest decision in football. It's rare that you have the best at something also owning one of the worst aspects of it as well. He's the greatest coach in football history, and he made the single dumbest decision in all of football history at any level when he paired Joe Judge and Fat Patricia to be the co-offensive coordinators. That's a special teams coach and a defensive coach.
No doubt.
Who has a pencil in his ear with a laminated sheet on the sidelines.
And I mean, for Josh McDaniels, obviously he goes on and it's a dumpster fire. Clearly that dude is not a good head coach, but it is reflective of maybe he is a solid offensive coordinator. And for Mac Jones, it makes sense. Like, you are put into a position to fail when you do not have an actual offensive coach that is calling your offense right now. And it's unfortunate the way things unraveled for him in New England.
Genius analysis there, gentlemen, and salute to multiple texters here, 972-817, that figured out the nickname. I didn't get it. I didn't get it until they did it, and I saw you type back to them winner. Mm-hmm. So you need to add an L to the first word and rotate out the N for a D in the second word.
Yeah.
And now you're there.
Boom.
And that's classic.
Now you're just talking football with your boys.
Yep. All right. It is the G-Bag Nation here. There's your NFL news today. We're talking Mavs with Bobby Carrella next here on 105.3 The Fan.
This nation is growing, and it's thanks to you. Let your friends know that the hottest afternoon show in town is G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
RJ Chop here, real talk time, man. Does it work the way it used to? Not a chance. You're not 25 anymore. I'm 44 years old. It doesn't work some days. And some days when it works, it just doesn't feel like it did when I was 25. It's not the same. I don't have the same punch, the same power, the same energy, if you know what I mean. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. First order's free, $5 shipping. Let me introduce you to Chewables from Blue Chew. They are a PED for the bedroom. If you have ED, they fix your ED. If you don't have ED, it's still a PED for the bedroom. It takes your game from average to savage. It is Blue Chew. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. Chewables from Blue Chew, same active ingredients as those other pills in a chewable form at a fraction of the cost. Also available now in mint flavor. First order's free, $5 shipping. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. All you got to do is get your confidence back and your little fella feeling big again.
Congratulations to the humble paper coaster holding that cold, crisp, refreshing Dos Equis. The paper in that coaster could have been a coupon or a losing lottery ticket, but instead, it's a glorious pedestal for Dos Equis. Nice work, paper coaster. From where you sit, you're holding a winning lottery ticket. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy? Totalmente. Now you can get 50% off any unlimited data phone plan. That's one line for only $25 a month, and you keep the phone you love. Hurry, this is a limited time offer. So find a store or switch suavemente at totalbyverizon.com. Offer ends July 31st, 2024. Promo subject to cancellation after 12 months. Available exclusively online and in Total by Verizon stores. Requires a compatible unlocked device and SIM. See totalbyverizon.com for device compatibility and additional details. Taxes and fees may apply.
Glad to finally have you over. What do you think?
You could install a bay window to let in more natural light over there.
Huh?
Sorry.
Sorry, it's just that I saved hundreds on my Navy Federal Credit Union home equity loan. Now I see potential home improvement projects everywhere.
Learn more about how our home equity loans with no closing costs can help you get more from your home base at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Equal housing lender membership required. Loan subject to change.
The Toyota Tundra's powerful, available iForce V6 engine means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. To your neighbor, it means helping them with their new chainsaw carving hobby.
What do you think of this thing, eh? It's a bearfish birdman wood carving, if I've ever seen one.
To your cousins, the Tundra means as they jump off the boat onto the sandbar.
Now watch this flip.
No, don't. You're gonna...
Cannonball!
Definitely nail it.
To your co-pilots, the Tundra means an extra comfortable journey.
I can just...
You sure can.
And to you, the Tundra means... Whoa. Right now, qualified lessees can lease a rugged new 2024 Tundra SR5 for $449 a month for 36 months with $49.99 due at signing. Hurry into your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Visit Toyota.com for feature availability and offer details. Offer available in select states and ends 7/1/24.
If you turn it on and leave it on The Fan, you know we're DFW sports leader on insight and original content all day long. No need to go back and search for it. We send it to you. Yeah. Sign up for our fan newsletter today at 1053thefan.com. Proudly presented by Bosch Power Tools.
You get the most for your lease with an auto backstage, yeah.
If you want a new car for less, listen up.
Leasing your new car is the best way to get your new car, any new car. That's right. When you lease, you can get a new car every few years. You can always be in warranty, and you'll save money. Autoflex Leasing is the leasing leader and is the #1 place to go to lease your car. Autoflex compares the top 50 lease programs in America, not just one or two like the others, so you can be sure you're getting the best lease. They call it the Flex Lease. Autoflex pays less for the cars you lease.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
No.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a good one. It's time now to talk with one of our favorite basketball guests, Bobby Karalla, Mavs.com. Segment is brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. As Bobby joins us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, Bobby. How the heck are you?
I'm pretty good. The weather matches my mood. You know, a little murky, a little cloudy, a little hot, and maybe some sports tears falling every now and then. But I'm trying to get through it.
We're hoping for a breakthrough. You know, if we can get this thing to 2-1, it'd look a whole lot different, a lot more fun going into Game 4. How clear of a path to victory do you see here for the Mavs for just one game?
You know, I think whenever you go down 0-2, you can really talk yourself into pretty easily thinking that the other team is just way, 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 way better than you, right? But then, I mean, I went back and watched Game 2 today. There are just so many correctable mistakes that the Mavs are making. I mean, I'm talking like very simple stuff, like turning the ball over, bringing it up the floor, you know, and just kind of like soft layup attempts against KP, who's a great shot blocker, and just things that are like, they should know better than this. They are better than this. They're very good players. Like Kyrie Irving is not going to travel and dribble it off his foot 3 times a game or whatever like he has been so far. So I think if they can just control the things that they can control, they should be able to win a game. The problem is, though, the Celtics are such a great three-point shooting team and a volume three-point shooting team can't really count on them shooting sub 30% from beyond the arc the way they did last night, maybe even one more time in this series. So for every three the Celtics make, the Mavs' job becomes a little tougher, but hopefully, at home, role players step up a little more. They feel a little more comfortable with the fans behind them. Hopefully they can get at least one. But I mean, they're probably going to need to win both at home to have a realistic shot at winning the series.
What do you, Bobby, attribute to the Kyrie struggles? Is it just great Boston defense? And how much confidence do you have in him moving forward that he can look more like the Kyrie that we've become accustomed to?
I think Boston's defense has a lot to do with it. The Minnesota series, obviously, the Wolves only won one game in that series, but in game 4, they switched Jaden McDaniels onto Kyrie as opposed to having Ant or sometimes even like Mike Conley guarding him or Nickeil Alexander-Walker. And McDaniels' length really bothered Kyrie quite a bit in that game 4. That was the only game the Mavs lost, and that was Kyrie's worst shooting game, I think by percentage, maybe even of the playoffs, at least at that point. So, Boston's got a lot of similar length. Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, they're tall, they're very long, they're very quick. And then if you're able to avoid those guys as Kyrie, well, now you have to score against Derrick White and Drew Holiday, who are just as quick as Kyrie and who both have very strong hands, very good anticipation skills. So there's no target on the Celtics defense that Kyrie and Luka can just take turns going at over and over and over again. They're trying to do that a little bit with KP, but KP is dropping beneath those screens, which takes away, any sort of driving angles around the rim and forces the Mavs into those little 8, 10, 12-foot pull-ups. But again, the Celtics players are so long that they're able to recover through that screen and still get a pretty good contest on Kyrie. Luka, not as much. Luka's had an unbelievable series so far, and the Celtics' smaller guards aren't really bothering him. But pretty much everybody has had some good defensive possessions against Kyrie. So I think Boston's defense has something to do with it. But I mean, I'm not in the guy's head or anything, but I have to imagine that atmosphere was not easy for Kyrie to play in. They were very, very excited to boo that guy. I don't think it's going to be the same in Dallas. So hopefully, in a little friendlier environment and with 2 games under his belt, he can figure out some tricks to beat those guys.
Bobby, what's your evaluation of how Maxey's looked? Because, I mean, we know what he does defensively and the versatility, and he was so important until he got hurt in the Clippers series with the way he was shooting the 3-ball, but it seems right now he's just not playing with any confidence on the offensive end.
Yeah, I think he subbed into the game last night and took one shot pretty quickly, and I think KP might have got a piece of it. I'm not sure if he got credited with the block, but it was a corner 3, and I'm pretty sure KP got a piece. But then the next possession, Maxey goes to the opposite corner and gets an open 3 and misses that, and then not long after that, tried taking KP off the bounce. He got a pretty good angle at the basket, but KP was able to recover and block it, and it was a pretty demoralizing play. Obviously, Max's ability to space the floor is really important whenever he's playing center, but so far in this series, he spent most, if not all of his time playing alongside either Lively or Gafford. The Mavs really haven't gone to that classic 5-out small ball look that they relied on so much, earlier in the season and in that 2022 playoff run. And so if Maxey's playing power forward, but he's passing up shots, or if the 3-point shot's not really falling, well, you're not really gaining any advantage offensively in that situation because you still have a center around the rim. So you're only playing 4 out, and one of those guys might be maybe a little hesitant to shoot. Maybe that has something to do with the shoulder injury. I'm not sure, but the percentages would suggest that there's something going on. And then defensively, if Maxey's playing power forward and you still have one of those bigs on the floor, you're not really playing a switch everything style. You're kind of doing the same thing that you always do. It just so happens that you have a slightly taller power forward than you would in PJ Washington. So, I think Maxey's best traits, he's able to contribute those at the 5 as opposed to the 4. But through 2 games in the series, the Mavs just haven't found the time, to give him extended run at the 5. They've wanted Lively and Gafford in the game, and those guys have had their own fair share of struggles. Really, it's like all the Mavs bigs, I feel like, are trying to keep up with all of the speed, all of the pace, all of the space on the floor, and they've had varying degrees of success. But obviously, the 0-2 hole kind of speaks for itself at this point.
That's an interesting point that you brought up with the small ball lineup. And is that an adjustment that you think maybe the Mavs should utilize? It seemed like Jason Kidd definitely wanted to push the tempo more to avoid Boston being able to get set defensively. Maybe you do go back and add a Jaden Hardy in there with Maxey there at the 5 and try and add more speed.
I think so. I thought Dante Exum, he made a 3 last night, which is nice to see. Hardy's had some good moments, obviously, throughout this run. So, the Mavs need their wings and their guards to up the scoring, if they're going to put those guys in, because obviously if you take size off the floor, you're probably going to be giving something up on defense. So you have to be able to get that back on offense. But throughout most of this playoff run, Josh Green's shooting has been kind of up and down. Hardy's been pretty good, but he didn't play much early on in the playoffs. Exum and Hardaway have been kind of in and out of the rotation. So there just haven't been as many guys off the bench that they could count on. But, through 2 games, you're down 0-2. And if you fall behind in game 3, it's basically your season's over if you lose. So you have to go down swinging. I would expect, if the Mavs do fall in a hole, I would expect to see a lot more 5-out, maybe even P.J. Washington at the 5, and just say, hey, Luka and Kyrie, we're giving you as much space as humanly possible. See if you guys can drag this offense out of the mud and get something going, because there's really no advantage to be gained right now with the pick and roll game, with the ball screen game. The Celtics are just switching everything, or they're dropping KP and not really giving up much around the rim at all. The Mavs bigs, Gafford got into it a little bit, in the second half last night, but for the most part, Gafford and Lively haven't really done much scoring. The Mavs haven't really been scooping up every rebound at either end of the floor either. So, what advantage, I guess you have to ask yourself, are the bigs providing that you would then lose if you went to that small ball look? And I think through 2 games, they're not providing enough of an advantage to justify leaving them on the floor. I think you have to try the 5-out look. So I would be surprised if we didn't see that, to be honest, in game 3.
Bobby, just watching these last 2 games, though, it's, the Celtics can afford to be really aggressive on defense. And if they foul, so what? Because the Mavericks, you put them on the line and then they're having problems with free throws. There's nothing that they can do about this right now, is there?
Just try and make them. Really, that's it. You just have to try and make them. I think free throws are almost entirely psychological. Luka has been unbelievable in both of these games, but he's shooting like 46% from the free throw line through 2 games, which is unimaginable for him. Other guys like, Gafford and Lively, you expect them to miss some, and, maybe other guys like Derrick Jones, P.J. Washington, those guys are in the 70s. But Luka, you'd expect Luka to be close to 80%. And the free throw misses really add up. They really, really add up. But unfortunately, for Dallas, their other mode, other than just all-out aggression, going to the rim and trying to score, is shooting a bunch of threes, and the threes aren't falling either. So, it seems like we're really seeing kind of the role players press. They're trying to make something happen, right? They're trying to force the issue. They're trying to create something. And sometimes that is going to result in some uncomfortable turnovers. Sometimes you're going to draw a foul, but then you have to finish the play at the free throw line and knock those down. Boston's offense is just too good to give away points like that at the charity stripe. You almost knew, watching the first quarter as they're missing a bunch of those early on. Like you could feel it. Like these are going to matter later. Like it's this very ominous foreboding thing. And unfortunately it became reality later on.
Can the Mavs get more corner threes? What needs to happen for that to occur? And, can they still hit a high percentage of those above the break threes if they can't?
I think their best bet at getting more corner threes is to go 5-out. The way the Celtics are playing, they were in the second half, they were putting 2 on the ball, a little more on Luka, but that was generally KP or Horford kind of abandoning the big man and following Luka. That help wasn't coming from the strong side or the weak side corner. They're not really rotating off of those shooters at all. And so I think the best way to engineer looks from the corner is to space the floor, put your best shooters in the corner, and basically Luka and Kyrie have to beat their guy one-on-one and force help from somewhere. That's pretty much the only way you're going to get it done. Through the Eastern Conference portion of the playoff run, the Celtics had only allowed 6 corner 3 attempts per game. That is a mind-bogglingly low number. And really the only guys that are getting corner looks for the Mavs so far in the series are guys like Kleba or Derrick Jones, who Boston is willing to leave open. So if you want your best shooters to get the easiest looks from 3, which is that corner spot, I think you have to respace the floor. You have to put more pressure on them, like laterally, vertically, all over the place, stretch the defense thin, force them to help off someone, and then find that guy. But otherwise, you're going to have to hit those longer ones from top the arc.
Bobby Karalla, Mavs.com. Final question. Do we want Kyrie to force the action if Drew Holiday is going to stick with him that close? Do we want him to pass out of it? What needs to happen for Kyrie to be that player that he was for Cleveland in these moments?
Yeah, I think force. The series isn't over. Obviously, they're only down 0-2, but I'm going out on my sword, man. I'm going out with my sword in my hand. I'm going out on my shield. Like I'm going down like a warrior. I think if Kyrie gets double teamed, passing out is the right play. But if they're going to play Kyrie one-on-one, it doesn't matter who it is on Boston, whether it's Tatum, Brown, Holiday, White, any guy off the bench. In order for the Mavs to win this series, Luka and Kyrie have to dictate the terms of battle. They have to go out there and beat their guy one-on-one over and over and over and over again until the Celtics are forced to adjust, And if you are very aggressive, you could be rewarded with a whistle. You could wear the other guy out, which means it's tougher for them to knock down threes. So, there are a lot of benefits to playing aggressive. You just have to keep your pedal to the metal. Don't get derailed. Don't get bothered by missing shots or by the crowd or whatever. You have to stay aggressive. Otherwise, you're kind of playing right into the Celtics' hands, and so it's unfortunate to kind of encounter a shooting slump at this point of the year, but the only way out of a slump is to shoot your way out of it. And so I would expect early on in the game, man, Kyrie's got to get going. Maybe this is one of those games where he's going to take 10 shots in the first quarter and see what he can do. And I think the Mavs really, really need, obviously, him and Luka to have great games to have any chance in this thing.
Okay, I lied. It wasn't the last question. I mean, so many things we could ask you about, but I do want to look forward. How sure are we that it can work with Luka and Kyrie? I mean, I know we got to the finals, beat some great defenses along the way, but it really helps if your first and second best players are great defenders. How much does it work if neither of your two best are good defenders?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, we're seeing Tatum really go at those guys, Jaylen Brown to a degree as well. I don't think that, if the Mavs end up losing the series, I don't think it's necessary to get into this existential questioning because you lose to a historically good team. But, the fact remains, in each series throughout this playoff run, there has been one guy on the other team that the Mavs haven't had to guard from three. That you don't have that luxury against the Celtics. Everybody's got to play. So, fortunately for Dallas and fortunately for most of the NBA, there aren't many teams that have five shooters and five guys that can dribble, pass, and shoot. But yeah, I mean, with Luka and Kyrie, it's going to be really, really tough to beat these guys unless they can, really dial it in. I think, moving forward, if you're trying to idealize a version of the Mavs, it's you have a little more dynamic stuff going on from your wings that can take some of that offensive responsibility off of Luka and Kyrie's plates so that they can dig in a little bit more on defense. But I mean, throughout the playoffs, they've played some of the best defense I've ever seen them play before. It might not be good enough to beat this really, really, really dang good team. But I don't think that means they need to, tear it all down and start from scratch. It does mean, though, that, Luka and Kyrie are going to have to find a way to get even better on defense, and hopefully starting on Wednesday. But if not, then certainly starting, next April, May, and June.
Thanks, Bobby. Enjoy the rest of the finals. We always appreciate you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Cheers. There he goes. Bobby Karalla, Mavs.com, with what you need to know about this finals down 2-0. Okay, Chief, where are we going next?
A brand new invention, best of the weekend here. 2 hilarious sports moments, and should Wolchuk be ashamed of himself? Next in the nation.
Coming up Tuesday morning on
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It was a bit of a tough sports weekend. Rangers dropped 2 of 3, and the Mavs now find themselves down 0-2. But there's some good stuff going on, okay? Like, for example, CY on the show tomorrow, plus Marcus Simeon tomorrow in the 520. 520 tomorrow for Marcus, 420 for CY. We'll get you all rangered up as they get set to visit the Dodgers. It's time now for Eric to tell you about all the good stuff from the weekend. Here's the Chief.
All right, so I discovered a brand new invention this weekend. This is news to me. Maybe you guys are familiar with this, but this is not something I've been privy to. A shower? I'm the shower question man. I've been very, very involved in the shower process for many years now, at least 3 or 4.
Soap.
Yeah. I mean, it might be a little bit different of a soap than what you use.
Shampoo?
You know, like I believe I've been washing my body with goat cheese for like 6 months now. So, but it's
I have heard
What is that
the
thing
milk bath is actually very good. Apparently, like if we have leftover breast milk, that's something that we've been tipped off to use for the baby.
I think you're getting ball sacked on
Is that a ball sacking? 877-881-1053. Did I just get ball sacked?
Somebody's suggesting if you have so much milk that your baby can't even consume it, the next best thing to do is to just bathe them in
Good
it.
for the skin, apparently.
I will say there are things that you can do that can heal. Like the milk can be pretty healing. Like I don't know about a bath. Like is it going to make you clean? But I do think it can be healing if there's like some type of baby wound or whatever, and you just squirt a little milk on there as opposed to like a I don't know, a Neosporin or whatever.
Yeah.
I think there's I do believe there is some healing qualities, but I don't know if there's a cleanly baby. I became a dad like 4 years ago. I got 3 kids over. I've had 3 babies, just been baby. So you get all these. I haven't done the full on. I haven't heard the bath thing. I haven't heard about the bathing the child in the breast milk.
Okay,
but
well, if you haven't heard of this, then I'm second guessing it because I figured like Marion would have been on this.
There are healing qualities. I've never come home to my kids bathing in my wife's breast milk. Okay,
damn it.
So
that was just me that one time.
How about you?
There's my vulnerable moment. Have I bathed in it? No, I have not.
Would you throw in just like a little bit, like it's a bubble bath? And you get that all blended up?
I'm not really sure how
it have to be all milk.
Nobody can explain it. He's making stuff up again.
Hey,
no, I heard milk bath.
Oh, it's you. It's
Walchuk. No, the milk bath.
Sorry about that.
I think he's being ball sacked.
817. Well, I'm not going to say the T word that they said, but that's real. Milk is good for the skin. It's in certain soaps. 214. Breast milk in the bath is good thing for the baby. 903. I'm not getting ball sacked here. We got genius Tolos that are backing me up.
I'll tell you what, man, you scared me to death with your picture of the baby in the pool yesterday.
Why? She was very secure.
I didn't know Wolchuk was going to be one of those dads that just throws his infant into the waters and says, fend for yourself.
All
but
those straps and stuff.
I wasn't even immersed. We were right there. We're like ready.
I don't know,
Trust
man.
me, I was nervous
How
at
old's
first.
that baby, like a month?
She's 3 months old. She's almost 4.
You act like she's 4 years old.
You know what?
She should only be like 2 weeks at this point, right? Should be 2 weeks old.
Realistically, yeah, she should be. Yeah, like a month old.
Yeah. So when they're a preemie, do they develop at the same pace?
She's got damn superpowers.
So it's basically a newborn now?
She's already talking to me telepathically. I know exactly what she wants.
No, I think you're making the right decision.
She's more potty trained than Wolchuk is.
Hell yeah, she doesn't even need a damn diaper. That is a lie. My gosh, there was a disgusting one. I should send you the video on Friday.
No,
the problem is you don't see any poop. It's just my reaction to the poop.
Oh, okay. I'm down here. I'm down for a poo reaction. As a matter of fact, we should throw that on the fan cam.
Yeah, that's exactly why I didn't send it.
React to Wolchuk's
It's a personal thing.
reaction.
It's a moment of privacy. Next thing I know, I sent it to one of you schmucks. Everyone's seen it.
Dude, it's already in the cloud. I bet thousands of people at Apple have already seen that video.
I was just worried about your baby harnessed into that little
No,
device.
I hear what you're saying, but no, she was very secure. Everything was good, and she wasn't in the water for very long. It was just to give her a little bit of a taste, just to kind of see like how she handled it.
Yeah.
But I mean, over the summer, I think we'll more and more.
I was like, I was a little nervous.
I get it
because I never, I never harness them in the right way.
It was a whole new world, man.
Yeah.
Two separate sports clips that I believe I don't know how it gets much funnier. We'll start at a random wedding reception that James Harden was in attendance to. And he had a girl with him, a date. She catches the bouquet.
Oh.
His reaction to this is pretty incredible. Carter's going to go ahead and throw that on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube right now, so you can see.
Man, they're going for this thing.
Oh yeah! Oh my gosh!
Going
It's a big deal
for
for these ladies, especially after a few drinks. They're willing to fight over it.
Yeah. And especially if you get into one like
they're throwing elbows.
If this is like a 30-something-year-old wedding and you got single 30-year-olds, they are as rabid as you've ever seen competing for that. It's like throwing a little bit of bait into the pond and watching the fish all just swarm to it with their mouth. That's what like a wedding reception with a bunch of 30-year-old women who are single. Oh my gosh, the competitive spirit's through the roof. It would actually get you fired. It's teaching tape.
Put a damn helmet on these girls.
It really is. But this girl, shout out to the athleticism on her. She has got a nice high point here. I mean, she really, you could tell she's a 50-50 ball kind of chick. She nailed it. But this is the hazard of dating athletic girl. This is why Wolchuk for many years was going out of his way to date unathletic, stone-handed chicks.
I wish
so that when he took him to the wedding, he didn't bat an eye. When it was bouquet time, he knew his broad was not showing up to the party ready to grab that thing.
That's facts.
He knew it.
I'll tell you what, I've seen ladies, when they have that event, walk off the floor and go get drinks.
Yeah.
Like they don't even want to be part of that. And I've seen others use flipper technique with their arms, and like if it comes in, flippered onto another lady, like not even try to extend, just kind of bat it to somebody else.
Oh, because they were trying to help out.
Yeah, they don't want.
That's embarrassing. A pity grab of the bouquet when everybody lets you or sort of tosses it to you is one of the saddest things I've ever heard.
I've seen weddings where like
you got to get this girl married.
I've seen weddings like
everyone
talking
back
to
up.
girls. They're like, oh wait, it's the toss, the flower toss thing. And like I've seen like girls go, hey, you want to go get a drink at the bar? They're like, let's go and like not even be.
I would do that.
Those are the ones you want to party with.
Yeah. They're the ones that are ordering shots of Fireball while
they're broken. They've given up on love.
Yeah.
They just want to drink.
They're there to get
Go home
drunk
with
and eat the free food. Yeah. That was, and do some dancing.
Tattoo on the lower back might as well be a bullseye.
100%.
James Harden's face when he sees
turned away like, what are you doing?
Oh, he looks so concerned
with the bouquet.
Yeah.
I made a mistake.
He is as concerned
But
a
she
human
was
being
in
as there
the. It
ever
looks
was.
like she's in the very back. Like they're in the back area. That bouquet made it all the way to her. Look at the replay here. Look, middle. Oh, and now she's
Somebody
in the back.
threw it to her.
Look, and now they're all the way in the back. Like she's standing by him. He's like, he's not part of this. He's like, whoa, what did you just do? It's like on the floor at her feet.
I think the camera catches a mid eye roll. Like there is no way.
Look at how big his eyes get.
Yeah.
Like
She's thinking in that moment what happened to me. No more baby dolls for you, James.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's thinking.
She's not. She's taking that home as a souvenir. That's all she's.
I don't think a wife is going to keep James Harden out of baby dolls all of a sudden. Okay.
Yeah, probably not.
Now, the other great video is I didn't even know that this was a thing. Okay. Did you guys know they do like speed walk racing?
Yeah, a lady got beat the other day.
It's an Olympic event.
I did. Just found out about this too.
Lady lost.
Same here.
Lady lost. She was walking for the bronze medal and got passed.
That's the video that I'm putting up here.
Yeah.
How funny is this, dude? This is a Spanish speed walker. She finds out after premature celebration.
She's got the flag. She probably stopped to get the flag and everything.
She got so excited she preed a little bit.
Yeah.
And this is during the women's 20-kilometer race walk, which is just hilarious to watch. Watching these girls try to walk really fast is just funny. Like you think they're doing a bit. There's no way this is real, but they're dead serious about it. She's getting ready to cross the finish line, and she does the premature celebration of tongue out, smiling, fist bump into the sky, only to see through the peripheral that a Ukrainian lady is passing her by and now medaling in this event. And she is not. This is like a 90-minute speed walking thing. Look at the shock and awe on her face. It's just jaw-dropping. She goes from as excited a person as you've ever seen in your life. She's medaling for the first time.
Looks like she starts jogging. Probably got eliminated.
I mean, the biggest smile, tongue out. Just the hooray fist in the sky, and then Miss Ukrainian comes. Oh no! Look at that face.
What if that was for a qualifying spot like in the Olympics?
That's embarrassing.
Like she got beat by somebody. Now she's not in the Olympics.
I don't think you go back to your home country.
Oh my gosh, no! This is gut wrenching for her, dude. Yeah. You've got to.
Man, there's some jogging going on.
You got to finish that. It does seem like they're jogging here.
We saw way too much of this last Olympic cycle, Brian. Do you remember this?
Oh yes, the one in Tokyo where we'll watch that.
And they have close up on dude crotch as these guys are walking, and they're hip swishing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's Bobby Belt like.
Bobby could be an Olympic speed walker.
Very sashaying, and that Bobby would be great. At
shimmy.
Yeah,
it was one of the most graphic things I've ever seen on television. It's dang near R-rated material.
Yeah.
The ratings are huge for the women, huh?
Well, I mean, the women are significantly less graphic than the male event.
The men,
because the short shorts.
That's too much. We got to change
this.
There's
slogging go all over the place.
Slogging.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Slogging and flopping.
Yeah, a lot of things going on.
I don't know. I don't know if that's a safe for TV event. With family wholesome
I think
programming.
Olympics.
It should be on after midnight.
Hey, Olympics. They don't care. Have you ever seen the underwater shot of the pool diving thing?
Mm-mm.
Like the ladies' swimsuits come off under the water and stuff
sounds like you
that.
got it on
Yeah.
DVR.
No, they do.
He's pausing and rewinding and pausing and rewinding.
But they do. They get out of the water, and I mean, their suits all jacked up. It's a worth a watch.
I'm just uncomfortable with
it. It's a worth a watch.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you. Yeah. It's like, what are we doing here exactly? I get some of those countries are like, no, we're not wearing the mandated uniform to compete in this event.
Yeah.
We need something a little bit more modest, for the love of God. Okay, we got a proper rim session coming up next, right, Chief?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're going to laugh at the Lakers. We got multiple stats of the day, and who would be finals MVP through the first 2 games of this series. That's next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat about my friends over there.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. NBA Finals, 2 games down. Hopefully 5 to go. We shall see, though. And I know a lot of Mavs fans were excited going into the weekend, the chance to 1-1. By the time about 5 minutes were gone last night, I was thinking, oh boy, this is going really well. But from about that point forward, it did not feel like the Mavs are the better team. Now, new experience for role players. I think it's likely going into Game 3, you get much better performances from guys like P.J. Washington and Derrick Jones Jr., Gafford and Lively, and we could feel a lot different heading into Game 4. So that's the hope I'm holding on to. Just get home and get right, and maybe we will go back to Boston tied at 2. For more on the association, here's Eric Chiafalo.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that finals rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the Dallas Mavericks are in the midst of an NBA Finals, and now it's coming back to the AAC for redemption. Series hasn't even started yet. When a road team wins, then you can start waking me up, talking to me about how the series is all over. But I believe in the Luka magic, and I believe in this team to go down at least swinging. This is not going to be a sweep room. Okay, how about that for a hot take? Are you guys as confident as me? And apparently Kyrie, did you see the way Kyrie left the building last night as he was heading to the locker room and going through the tunnel looking at Celtics fans who were probably shouting all sorts of obscenities at him, but he threw up the number 5 and kind of just said, well, I'll see you back here in Game 5. I'll see you back here in Game 5. He's still carrying some confidence around. Are you?
Oh, yeah. Lots of confidence.
We'll go back to the Garden, right?
Yeah. We're heading back, hopefully with a chance to take a 3-2 lead.
Pivotal Game 5.
I'm much less confident. But you're going to win Game 3, and if you don't, you will win Game 4. You're not going to get swept on your home court with things being this close. So, yeah, got to make some shots. Maybe a strategic adjustment is in the cards for Jason Kidd. I think it's got to be. We were just talking with Bobby Carrella. Maybe you go 5 out.
Maybe.
Maybe you decide ultimately that going small is going to be our only path to victory, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, this hamstring that KP has re-aggravated is going to change this series. I'm sticking Mavs in 7, baby.
Yeah, but he says he's going to die on the court.
Yeah,
so
but that's the biggest cap I've ever heard. We saw KP here. That dude doesn't play unless it's 100%. So he might go out there and get around a little bit, but he's not going to be the same.
Is he? So it is a hamstring. Is that what they've deemed it? Or?
Allegedly.
Okay. All right. Yeah, he was definitely not himself. At one point, he fell down, and I don't know. He started hobbling a little bit. That's going to certainly impact things, especially if Jason Tatum's going to keep shooting as poorly as he's been shooting. But I mean, the Jason Tatum stuff's pretty interesting when you see where he lands here. I mean, they're 6-0 on the season. In the postseason, when Jason Tatum shoots below 40%.
Yeah.
They don't need him to, and he still does a nice job getting to the rim, setting others up. I mean, he had like 13 assists or whatever.
He had some really gorgeous
But he's 6 of 22 from the field. That's you can't say that.
I mean, he's
good.
impacting the game defensively, and he still is a good facilitator. But I mean, the history of him in the finals now, which dates back to that Warriors series, he is not good. I mean, I jumped on with WEEI there in Boston, and they were trying to compare Luka and Tatum. I'm
brag about that.
There's no comparison, guys. It wasn't fun. Trust me, it was after the game last night. I didn't want to do it, but I had said yes, and I fulfilled my obligations.
You did a good job.
I tried, man, but it was hard to be positive. But yeah, I told them, go bleep yourselves. Luka is a far better offensive player than Tatum. There's no comparison there.
Jason Tatum, actually, congratulations to him. This is historical, and anytime you can get historical this time of year, you got to feel pretty good about it. He has the lowest career field goal percentage in the NBA Finals since 1980 at 35.4%. So, historically awful from the field, and last night was no different, 6 of 22, but their team is good enough to not need him in a scoring situation. I mean, right now, Luka leads the finals in scoring, and then it's a Celtic, a Celtic, a Celtic, a Celtic, and a Celtic in terms of the next 5 guys who are leading this series in points.
We finally got to a point where, Luka's teammates compared to the other team are significantly different, and Luka's inability to play defense is hurting. This does draw existential questions up for me. Is this roster construction, good enough to try your hand the next 4 to 5 years? Say, hey, Kyrie's going to be good till 36 or 37 years old. Let's just run this back a bunch of times. I don't know how I'm feeling about this right now. I don't know how I'm feeling about Derrick Jones Jr. When he's on fire against the Thunder and the T-Wolves and knocking down threes, I'm like, shoot, yeah, this is the guy. But now it's dude, the advantage when everybody on your team has the ability to break somebody down, dribbling the ball, and is going to be a consistent above 35% three-point shooter, it's massive, And I find myself looking at guys like Drew Holiday and say, we need one more of those, especially if your 2 best players aren't even going to be above average defenders. It compromises you too much at the highest levels.
Did you guys see Luka and just how much he was being iced down through portions of this game? Ben Roethlisberger started trending during the game, and it's because everybody was reminded of the Big Ben years at the end where he's just got ice packs around both knees. He's got it around the torso here. I believe Carter has the photo. Look at how much ace bandage and ice packs are on Luka as he's sitting on the bench before the game, and then throughout the game when he was not actually playing. He was just covered in bandages and ice packs. Look at that on his torso. I don't even the thoracic thing that came out before the game where he's being downgraded from probable to questionable. I don't even know, is that a back thing? Is that a chest thing? I don't even know what it is.
Chest when we were talking during BetQL yesterday, but I don't even know either. I've seen definitions that oppose each other.
Dude was absolutely gassed though at the end of this game. They are making him. He's having to do so much offensively, and then the way they're making him work defensively as well. I mean, this dude I was waiting for them to tell me that he was doing the Anthony Edwards oxygen mask in the tunnel for the last few minutes of the game. You could just see it. He's got nothing left here. And that's exactly what's playing into the hands of what the Celtics' whole goal was. Sure, Luka, if you want to have one of these quarters, and how annoying was that? Prize Picks last night. I'm the one surefire. I got a 5-leg parlay situation.
Especially after the first quarter.
Everything hits.
This is a lock.
Except for Luka. He's a point away or whatever from hitting his over, which was just... And again,
it's the free
you
throws.
said. It's the free throws. I still think he needs to take a step back or try some type of just weird... Make the shot tougher, which for him actually makes it easier. Yeah. I don't know if you... implement a fadeaway or something in there, but he's got to figure out a way to get rid of the issues at the free throw line.
I'd be trying to bank him in, bank him in, granny shot him in, do something. You got to, it's weird though how much of these he's missing, and definitely feel like it cost you a chance to win the game last night. I love Boston's team defense, how quick they are to, make adjustments. Their rotations are phenomenal. And then their speed, I don't think can be overlooked as well, because their simple passes, you're swinging it around, and all of a sudden there's a guy in your passing lane from out of nowhere. He was just in the lane, right? And now, this is another turnover? I mean, like, Celtics are flying out of nowhere.
Yeah,
so
they've got the best defensive backcourt in the league.
It's putting a tremendous amount of pressure on almost every entry pass. And those are clear signs when you're dealing with a better team than you, like just how difficult it is for you to get your shots compared to theirs.
Yeah.
And I need that to change. It's more than just shots going in, which is, what's giving me the biggest concern coming home.
Well, I think all the stuff that you're talking about when they are playing lockdown, they're making you work for everything. You can see it, especially Kyrie and the struggles he's having, and Drew Holiday's doing an unbelievable job on him. And it's like, why is Kyrie struggling so much? Is it a mental thing, or what's the deal? And I think a lot of it has to do with Drew Holiday and even Derrick White, but especially Holiday and them just putting the clamps on him. He can't really get into a rhythm. And then when he gets the wide open look, he's not in any sort of rhythm, and that's with all these guys. Nobody can get going, and then you get the random opportunity for a wide open shot. Now it's like, oh crap, can I knock this down? They haven't been able to. The Mavs are generating
horrible.
Oh, Josh Green, man, at times you want to pull your hair out a little bit, but I mean the Mavs generating 12 wide open threes per game. Shooting 25% on those.
Ouch.
That's killing
Yeah,
you.
it is.
And Boston is generating 18, so they're able to generate more wide open three-point looks. They do a great job with Tatum and Brown with his driving kicks, but they're also hitting 36.1% of those. So that would make a huge difference here if you could knock down the wide open looks that you do get, and if Kyrie could get back to being just close to his best self offensively, that would go an extremely long way for you.
Got to open up the lane. You saw how Luka going off for some double teams last night, and those were like your only lobs and rim running dunks of the entire series, just briefly. Right? If you can make your threes have the same effect of like a magnet drawing those defenders out of the lane. Right now, there's no reason for them to leave other than doubling Luka. Can you also make them be worried about your open three-point shots? And maybe that changes what I was just talking about as far as how difficult it is to find a quality look right now.
Celtics have 52 assists. You have 30 in 2 games. Think about that.
Well, that first game especially was.
Think about that.
And that, you're not having your role players make any shots.
Not at all. I mean, you tell me one team has 52 assists and the other team is down 0-2, only has 30. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I believe it. Free throws too is another thing, by the
100%.
way. I mean,
but they haven't been good all year at that. That's
you got one team shooting 63% in this game. In these 2 games on free throws. They're not going to give you. I mean, you've gotten more opportunities to shoot free throws in this game, in these 2 games, than they have. But you're 28 of 43 in free throws in 2 games. Think about
too many times we've had guys go up there and miss both.
They're 32 of 39.
Yeah.
And you're 28 of 43. Think about that. You don't get any assists, not making shots, and when you get to the line, you're 28 of 43.
The worst free throw shooting team in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Which, was fine when you were hitting a high rate of threes. But now when you're playing against a team that is better than you, the margin for error, there is none. And you can't afford to be that bad at the free throw line.
Jaylen Brown's now the favorite to win Finals MVP. It was Tatum coming into the Finals, but Brown has overtaken him. Then it's Tatum, according to Bet Online. Then it's Drew Holiday, and then you
Drew
get to Luka.
They don't have a real good answer for Drew Holiday, have they? Working underneath the basket. It's like he kind of finds a way to position himself, and then
very strong.
It's step up, step back, step underneath, and everybody's jumping around him, and he's just standing there, and then now he just kind of lays it in. You don't have a great answer for him.
Yeah, I saw from ESPN PR, it was the most watched Game 2 for the Finals in the last 5 years. So Game 1, the blowout, awful ratings. Game 2, a little bit closer, and the ratings showed that. Now, you also have the Dan Hurley news. He has rejected the Lakers contract offer. They kept talking about how it was going to be this huge monster contract, thinking it's going to be in the hundreds of millions.
Wasn't at all.
It's a 6-year, $70 million offer to make him the 5th highest paid coach in the league.
I guess that's not going
to get it done.
Right?
Yeah, for the Lakers, that's huge because they perpetually underpay their head coaches time and time again. But it's still, when you compare it to the league, like he would have been the 5th highest paid coach. That's not going to get the job done.
He needs like a rock bottom do-over situation like we're building. If San Antonio would offer right now, like, oh, let me see here. OKC 2 years ago, 3 years ago. I think that's more what Dan Hurley's looking for than to jump in with high expectations and maybe a tussle for control of the culture of the locker room. That's just not what I think a coach like him would be looking to do. I'd say, I'm going to go win a couple more at UConn, and when LeBron does retire, maybe that's a year from now, maybe that's 5 years from now, and you guys win a full-on rebuild with high lottery picks, I'm your guy. That's what culture builders step in and do. What you want right now is a tactical genius that the players love, right? That's what you need right now if you're trying to win a championship. It's not what I do.
They're talking about that Jay Wright from used to be at Villanova. He's become a name.
Yes, I did see that. Yeah. He's a dark horse candidate.
All righty, Dallas during the regular season, 75.1% free throw shooting. What are they now this series?
About 63%.
63%. Wow.
Actually, 64 is what it is.
That was second worst in the entire league.
How many blocks do you think the Celtics have in these two games?
Oh, I would guess, honestly, 1,000.
1,000's a good guess.
18.
I was going to go 25.
14. 14
felt like 14 last night.
Yeah, I thought that was like game
14 blocks in 2 games. Dallas has 6 in 2 games.
Wow.
Yeah, in game 1, they had the same amount of blocks as you had assists.
Yeah.
It was 9-9. That was brutal. Thank you, Chief. Sir. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Tomorrow at this time, CY is going to join us, the World Series winning general manager of your Texas Rangers. Chris Young will join us tomorrow at 4:20. Marcus Semien at 5:20 tomorrow. We're excited about that as they open up a series with the Dodgers. What you got next, Wolchuk?
It's a big day for me. It's National Egg Roll Day. You guys know my love for the egg rolls. We also have somebody whose Twitter account has just been hacked. I'll tell you about that. And what's your favorite egg roll? That's next to The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. And here he is, Zach with an H, your woolly bully.
Poor Buster Olney. Yep, he's been hacked. And it seems it might be from somebody in Russia right now. If you go to Buster Olney's Twitter account, there's all kind of weird things being posted. I hate Mets. I swear to you, I don't even know who I hacked. Who is this Buster? Okay, if I get an unlimited prison sentence, who will come and bring panties? Is the latest tweet, among others that are a bit bizarre. But we'll see if Buster ever gets his Twitter account back.
I bet Marv Albert would be down to bring him some panties.
You think so? Take out the red panties. Okay, let's get to some
Oscar De La Hoya, maybe?
Oh,
De La Hoya would be down?
He might just be down to wear them.
That's true. And then give them to him used.
Yeah, just worn and used. And
he'll give you the underwear off his back.
Yeah, literally.
He's that good of a friend.
Just free ball it. 877-881-1053. Your favorite egg roll on National Egg Roll Day. It's also National Iced Tea Day, Brian. It's a hell of a day.
There we go.
Grab some iced tea and a nice, delicious egg roll. Bad news for you.
I didn't know that rapper/actor had his own holiday.
Oh, hell yeah, he does. You kidding me?
And
he's
pretty incredible.
I miss those commercials, man. The iced tea commercials. So good. Usain Bolt revealed that he ruptured his Achilles after he was doing a soccer aid charity match.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he put on the social medias, ruptured Achilles, but you know me, I'm a warrior. And he was stretchered off at the soccer aid charity match. He's 37 years old. Of course, he's retired now, so he wasn't supposed to be competing in the Paris Olympics coming up, or else this would be a big-time bombshell for the rest of the track and field world entering the Olympics. But maybe the greatest athlete, one of the greatest athletes we've ever seen in the Summer Olympics. You know, he's got a recovery time now. And it's very sad to see that for Usain Bolt. All right, boys, let's talk egg rolls, shall we? And I've always said, I think the egg roll is a very versatile vessel. I don't think it gets enough credit for all of the variety of things you can do with an egg roll. And I found a list of the top 10 best homemade egg rolls. So these are going to be a little bit different than your typical, just, hey, I'm ordering some Chinese food. There's nothing wrong with that, man.
Nice.
I love a delicious Chinese egg roll. But this is filled with a variety of different delicacies. Now, I know everybody's a big fan of the Del Frisco's.
Yes, that's lighting up the text.
Yeah. The cheesesteak egg rolls.
Yeah. Lucius, I know, is a big fan of those, the cheesesteak egg rolls. Brian, you actually picked those up and brought them to us
a couple different times here.
Golly,
yep.
that was outstanding. I do vouch for the cheeseburger egg rolls at Cheesecake Factory. Those things are absolutely divine as well.
Southwest? What about a Southwest?
The chili Southwest egg rolls, my God. Those have a special
See, and that's what I like to see when it comes to the egg roll. No disrespect to the original, but I want American foods egg rolled. Like a cinnamon roll egg roll.
Yeah, okay.
Pepperoni pizza egg roll. The cheeseburger egg roll. The Philly cheesesteak.
Yes.
Then that's when we're really cooking. That's when we're doing our best work. We don't need to stuff cabbage in there.
Yeah. I knew the hate.
The vegetables.
I knew the hate for cabbage was coming.
If I want a salad, I'll eat a salad.
Yeah.
I'm not having an egg roll for my health.
Yeah. But when you mix it with like pork or chicken,
it's all right.
Some carrot in there.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Get a good bite.
Yeah, it'd be better with cheese and bacon, but if you want to put cabbage in there and carrots, have at it.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well lean it. Like the egg roll itself connotes unhealth. You know what I mean? Right. It's a fried wrap. So why are you going to try and health it up on the inside? You might as well just lean into the fact that you're an unhealtty food item.
This is going to,
and just I dessert this thing up, dude. Like the dessert style egg roll, I think is that like a untapped market, if you will?
Dude,
or is there a lot more egg roll desserts than I'm
I've tried to make the egg rolls, man. Those are hard to do.
A chocolate chip cookie egg roll?
No, I've tried. Dude. I've got the deep fryer and all that.
Tough.
I remember I brought egg rolls up here that couple of times.
Yeah, you have.
I have, and it was.
That's right.
I did the.
You did the homemade cheesesteak ones.
I must not have been here for that because I would have.
You guys thought they were good, but man, they are hard to make.
Yeah, there's a lot of love and care that has to go into that.
I mean, to get them to wrap up tightly so they're not when they tend to explode sometimes while you're putting them in the hot grease there. I mean, if you don't cinch it up the right way, and so it's difficult, man. I admire people that can do it the right way. I really do.
I think that there's just a lot of good variety of things you can do with the egg roll. Cannoli, like a cannoli egg roll.
Ooh.
That could be something that got texted in. The egg roll sampler at Cheesecake Factory, absolutely, because they've got a good variety there of egg rolls. I do think the cheeseburger egg rolls are the best ones. The cheesecake egg roll from the 214.
Yeah, see, like that makes plenty of sense. The dessert egg roll.
I've never had a dessert egg roll.
Oh, we need to start
it.
Is anybody willing to admit that they've tried the J and the B egg rolls?
Yes, and they're actually not bad at all.
Really?
Yeah, I've ordered them. If I got a hankering for an egg roll, I'm going to get a J and the B egg roll. It's not bad. Their sweet and sour sauce is on point, too.
It's shocking, man.
Yeah. Can I just ask you, I don't mean to interrupt egg roll talk, which is fascinating right now. How are you so congested, Wolchuk? I've never heard you this congested.
It's weird to me. And I even took like nasal spray today.
Yeah,
like life, bro.
Both nostrils are fully jammed, aren't they?
It's bad.
Yeah, swimming in that cold
It sounds like
pool.
he's pinching his nose sometimes.
It does, and I'm sorry. I mean, I'm fighting it here, and I even took prevention for it. Like I've bought nasal spray
kind
for
of a
this
sickly
reason.
guy.
Yeah, you're
maybe
right, though.
you're missing sleep a little bit with the little one.
It's been tough. We the witching hour has begun with her.
Yeah.
And last night, I'll tell you, I could not get her to go to sleep.
That'll bring the immune system.
It was
Whiskey.
difficult. You think so? I need to start drinking more. You know me.
her.
I'm down to drink.
Her. In the baby bottle.
I
That'll
can't do that.
That's too old school.
I'm going to get frowned.
That's something your mom and dad did back in the 60s.
You put it in the bottle?
Oh, they put
whiskey in the bottle?
Beer.
Last time I saw it was summer of '95 at Camp Pendleton in San Diego. I was visiting my brother.
Yeah, he did it.
And his Marine buddies in the cul-de-sac were doing it.
Yeah.
And these kids were wild.
Yeah.
They're three-year-old alcoholics, as you can imagine.
In the 60s, yeah.
Damn.
And you kept track on how these kids have performed as their lives have
never saw them
gotten
again.
into adulthood.
Okay.
It's funny that they do that because
Did you
one
see
of
the movie Deliverance?
Actually, I've never seen Deliverance.
Why? I name a movie. You guys have seen a million of the worst movies ever.
Yeah.
And I name one.
Deliverance.
Oh, I've never seen that.
Yeah.
That's just me. I'm sure Wolchuk has.
You go back in time, when you're talking about like 70s movies.
Came out in
I haven't seen
72,
all those.
bro.
Yeah.
Well, you need to maybe watch it.
Yeah, read a book for once, huh? Yeah, Jack in the Box, not Jack in the Bowl. Jack in the Box egg roll is my favorite. That's from our guy Pappy, Tim, and Carthage.
Now we know what Wolchuk and his buddies call it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jack in the Bowl. Well, you will end up on the bowl. That's for damn sure afterwards. That's 100%. Brisket
Oh my
egg rolls,
gosh, I can't imagine. Yeah, there's not a person in the world that those Jack in the Box egg rolls like sit well with.
No, that's going to go right through you. Okay, here are some of the honorable mentions. They
What?
sound delicious. Yeah, you know that.
Hey Brian, try
Those
chilling
tacos?
the egg rolls after you wrap them. Says the 972.
Try chilling. See, I worry because they tell
Like an
you
ice bath?
They tell you don't let
Like
any
a
moisture.
tea milk bath.
No moisture because moisture hurts them when they fry. So if you chill them, that gets them cold, which brings moisture to them. But I'll take a hint. I mean, I'll take a hint here and try and. But I just because when you put water and hot oil together, that does not work well. That just doesn't.
Okay.
Getting a lot of love for the brisket egg rolls at the Rangers ballpark.
Let's go.
I mean, brisket egg rolls, sign me up.
I haven't
tried that?
I haven't tried
I don't think
those.
so.
We
I don't
did?
think they brought those over to us. No, I don't
By
think
the
we got
way, we
those.
need to change you out as the official getter of food or trying to get official food.
We finally got the burrito quesadilla the other day.
That's right. We did. It took, it was the last minute.
Tolo finally stepped up.
Yeah.
Salute
And
to
he
him.
wouldn't even accept anything. Like we tried to give him the baseball.
What was that gentleman's name? He was very nice about it.
He's a
Tolo, I know that.
He ran
He's a
off
Tolo.
before I could get it. Come back next time, sir. We owe you.
We did get a picture. I'll try and find it. The peanut butter chocolate chip cookie dough egg rolls is an honorable mention to me. I don't know how that's on a top fiver. Like that sounds divine.
That might be a little much.
You think so? That's a little bit. Maybe that could be bacon, egg, and cheese egg roll. Now we're doing some breakfast egg rolls. Sign me up for that.
How about just put in a burrito and call it a day?
Well,
That'll work too.
I mean, an egg roll is kind of a mini burrito, right? Like a mini chimichanga almost.
Fried.
Number 10 are the pork egg rolls.
Pork rinds are good.
Pork rinds are good.
Let me tell you. Can I real quick? If you have to put out special dips, you want to put a dip, dips out or queso or whatever or hot sauce, salsa. not hot sauce, salsa, use pork rinds instead of chips.
Okay.
Instead of, because what it does is pork rinds has, it's kind of porous, so it soaks up all the.
Yeah, I'm going to go home and do that now.
Ooh, it acts as like a sponge for the queso.
It's a sponge for the queso. Good. So if you ever have to, just get you some pork rinds. So it's just regular pork rinds, and you can use them with your dips. It makes it fabulous.
Apparently, BG Tolo said Panda Express has some fire apple cinnamon egg rolls. I did not know this.
Ooh,
but that sounds worth trying. In
I
fact,
used Panda Express's sweet and sour sauce on our meatloaf the other day.
Their chicken's really
tremendous.
Good. Yeah, it is. And now I think
chili.
Certain locations have been trying out the burritos at Panda Express. And that sounds awesome. Like you're basically getting whatever you usually order in your plate or your bowl, but they're stuffing it in a burrito. I'd be on that.
Wow.
Caramel apple egg rolls is 9. Number 8, jalapeno popper egg rolls.
Ooh.
Yeah, the Twinkie things I think are a little bit better. You can watch Matt Pittman on that stuff.
7, and I would be in on this. I know Lucius would be too. The crab rangoon egg rolls.
Oh, geez, yes.
And they look so freaking good, dude.
Yeah.
Number 6 is a strawberry shortcake egg roll.
Oh, I bet that's fire.
5 is a Philly cheesesteak egg roll.
Yeah.
4 is a supreme pizza egg roll. Everything in a pizza in an egg roll.
And that, the little Totino's things we used to do back in the day.
The pizza rolls.
Yeah. Little pizza rolls. That's what that is, right?
This is an elevated version of that. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
3 is a pumpkin pie egg roll. Could be good for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I'm going to bow out of that one.
Not in the pumpkin pie. People are either in or you're out.
Yeah, pumpkin pie.
But I bet you could use like any type of pie. Like you could do a pecan pie. You could do chocolate cream pie. You know, Boston cream pie egg roll.
I'm not doing anything Boston cream pie related until the end of this series. When the
all right, we'll
Mavericks
give it 2 weeks. Then you're back in on the
O'Brien.
cream pies.
And
I know
I'll be
you're
back.
a big guy with
That's right.
Boston cream pie. 2 is the avocado bacon egg rolls.
Sounds delicious.
But number 1,
Really?
Southwest egg roll.
I like an avocado. Yeah.
Do you
Southwest.
really? Whoa, really?
Avocado guy.
Yeah,
well,
I'll do that.
when did this
Yeah.
start?
A couple years ago.
All right.
Don't put any chopped onions in there. Okay.
Or tomato.
Just a little
I thought-
cilantro.
I thought you were always out on guacamole. Every time we table side that thing, you're like, no.
Probably because there's always onions.
Bro, nah. Can I have another Diet Coke? Nah.
Diet Coke. Don't have Zingers. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, that might be better than the Chiafalo you did last week.
I just knew we did the table side guac. You're like, oh, no, man. What are you, nuts?
Unless you crunched up donuts in there, I don't want a piece.
Got another Diet Coke for me?
Is it donuts? No, thank you.
Yeah, the donut egg roll. That's the next one.
I'll do it, but
donut egg roll would be awesome.
I'm shaking off the guac. You know, I just dip it in there and I shake it. You know, but I don't.
Okay, but
I don't
you
want
just
it too
said
heavy.
you like guacamole.
I do. I had it in a burrito last night. You know, it got
Chipotle.
Yeah,
last
he
night.
he just scraped it off, and there was like the little remnants on the burrito. But you scraped off the guacamole. Don't lie.
I ate it all. Now, I'm not going to lie to you, but I'll tell you what.
Here we go.
Towards the end of the burrito where it pools, I was like, this is a lot of guac. You know, at that point, I was looking to spoon
That's
it
what I'm
out a little
saying.
bit.
I've been in enough places eating with you in the table side guac. We do that. I order for the table, and you're always like, oh. You just give
they put a bunch of onions in there.
You give it that look. You're watching her make it, and you're just shaking your head.
Yeah, and I'm watching you be like, no, more onions and tomatoes, please.
Add all the veggies.
Now it's perfect.
Cilantro.
She does. She always says that. Would you like some? Oh, yeah. And then Dawson's like,
I'm out.
I'm out.
Yeah, just bring the salsa.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. His top 10 at 420 every afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation. Except tomorrow, CY is going to be on with us.
Let's party with CY.
And then Marcus Simeon at 520. Okay, we're coming back with a proper round tripler. What you got to tease for baseball, Wolchuk?
Yeah, we got some Ranger updates. What did Scherzer do in his rehab start yesterday? And the MLB player poll is out.
Let's go.
Do they want a shortened season?
I'm in. Okay, I want to chat D&M leasing with you before we do.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
That ball is history. It's on Greens Hill. It's number 400 for Adrian Beltre.
Tolos, your attention please. Join the Fan and the Rangers in celebrating Adrian Beltre at the Hall of Fame luncheon to benefit the Texas Rangers Baseball Foundation Friday, August 16th at Live by Lowe's. Tables and individual tickets to celebrate the amazing career of Adrian Beltre are available now at Rangers.com/Hall of Fame luncheon.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. Hope everybody's having a good Monday. Plotting on Game 3 Wednesday evening. I was not lying about that guacamole. 214. That goes for you as well, Brian. I would not lie about guacamole. 682 says, I agree with Gavin. Too much onion, tomato, and guacamole will ruin it. And that's coming from a Mexican, says the 682. Thank you very much. Thanks for having my back.
Bueno.
It's in addition to the finest coming up at 5 o'clock right now. A proper round tripper brought to you by Uber Eats. Here's Wolchuk, our baseball expert.
Hell yes, and thank you to Uber Eats. Big win for the Rangers to salvage what was a rough series against the Giants. Again, the offense just was not there for them. But yesterday, Marcus Semien, big home run, helped propel the Rangers to a victory. And Nathan Eovaldi was absolutely brilliant as he went 7 innings. Bullpen did a great job to come in and secure that thing as well. But how about Wyatt Langford, too?
2 for 3.
Wyatt starting to really settle in a little bit now, and maybe he's turning a corner. You know, Wyatt's been hitting the ball hard, and the Rangers stole 4 bases in the first 2 innings at Globe Life Field. You also had Adolis Garcia stealing home in what was an absolutely gorgeous play. But I think that's an area, I know Boach talked about this last year with KNC, where he said it didn't really fit his roster. I think being a little bit more aggressive on the base path, especially when you have guys like Wyatt Langford who can run. That's something like the small ball type when you're really struggling and the home runs aren't there, the power's not there. Maybe that's a way to try and help this team generate some more offense as the Rangers get ready for a series against the Dodgers coming up starting tomorrow. Of course, first, I think pregame will start about 8:30. We don't know who's going to start yet for the Rangers tomorrow. It'll be Paxton on the bump for the Dodgers. Corey Seager, remaining day-to-day. I know when we talked to Jared on Friday before we left, leading into pregame, he said maybe Tuesday for Corey. I'm sure he would love to go ahead and be back and get to play his old team there with the Dodgers where he did win a World Series. But he's day-to-day. Boach said he felt okay. We got a day off, of course, today. We'll see where he's at tomorrow after the day off. So It'd be nice, right, to get Corey Seager back tomorrow. But the point is they haven't put him on the IL yet, and I think that means we can be optimistic on his return. And how about we laugh at the Astros' misery? I don't know if you guys saw yesterday, but they're in the 9th inning, and Josh Hader, their big money acquisition to come in and be the closer, gives up a walk-off home run as the Halos beat the Astros 9-7. So yesterday was a very good day, as Jared Sandler likes to say. Rangers win, Astros lose. Today was a good day.
That's wonderful. Just the way that, I mean, anytime the Astros lose, it's awesome. But to lose with the big money closer Hader giving up the walk-off, was it a walk-off dong?
Yeah, walk-off dong. Oh, it was beautiful.
Wow, what a bullet dodged for the Rangers. They didn't have any money to spend, but several were trying to talk them into spending it anyways. And if they had, they would have pushed you way into luxury tax hell. And if he would have also been an unreliable reliever, that'd have been too much to stomach at this point in the season. We'll check.
Is the 162 game season too long? We know Anthony Rendon thinks so. You say absolutely. I think some others might agree with you, and I wonder, we've got the Athletic MLB player poll out. That was one of the questions they asked. Now, the majority said no. 68% of the league said no. The other 31.6%, or 68.3% said no. 31.6% said yes. One player said it's a perfect amount. Another one, I don't see a problem with it. One AL hitter said it's not long enough. But then you did get some pushback from some others and said, yeah, we absolutely would love to play 10 games. And in regards to Anthony Rendon's comments, one teammate said he's right. I think cut out like 10 games, that's all, nothing crazy. I think September gets a little washy at the end.
Yeah, multiple days off. I mean, you can see it in how you have to give guys days off because the grind gets to them. I think I'd probably try to cut it down to around 100 games. Like 3 or 4 games a week would be fine. Would give you something to look forward to, more downtime. The structure comes from a time pre-sports cable TV, pre-sports on TV, where it was like, hey, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm on my way home. The team's playing a day game again. I'm at work. I have the game on in the background. I'm at home. There's nothing to watch on TV. So while I'm playing with my kids, the game is on in the background. It's not built for tuning in for now, I guess, 2.5 hours. Thankfully, they at least got the time down. But it's not built for any modern family structure at all. Like the schedule of it, you can only do in your 20s before you start an actual family.
Yeah, I feel.
Or if you're retired and can go to the games, as we see in Arizona. Kids are out of the house already.
For the team and the players, I mean, when we talked last week with CY, they were coming off of CY. They were coming off of the trip to Miami, and they took the families with them. And I think every team does that at least once a year, but they're away from the family so darn much. It's absolutely crazy. One player said maybe even move it to 120, 125 games because it allows more days off and recovery, but it ruins records, and the world likes the records.
That's why they won't do it.
Yeah, that's why,
Well, I think even more than that, isn't it just the money factor?
Oh, it's money for sure, but the deal is it's all about baseball has always been built on numbers, and your ability to compare players has always been because of 162 game schedule. At one time it was 154 games. Eric Nadel was on with us the other day talking about that. Him watching the Yankees and the Dodgers and stuff like that, and they're playing in 154 games. But that's now I think, to me, I would say give me more interleague games.
Okay.
And less divisional games. How about that?
And they did move that. They changed that a couple years ago.
Yeah, I don't need to play the Oakland A's 13 times or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Let me play them 8 times. 4 and 4. Let me figure it out. 3, maybe 6 times. Let me figure that out. But I want to be able to do all the games with the interleague play stuff. I'd be more interested in that than I would more divisional games. And then like the month of September, that's all we do. But they try and do that because they think they're going to be pennant races and stuff like that.
Well, and now with the addition, I guess, of the extra wild card, that has helped that a little bit. But before it was. I mean, it was like now we got all the call-ups and we're playing a bunch of the AAA guys in September. So
yeah, I will watch interleague games before I watch a lot of the regular games. I mean, I do watch the Rangers games, but I mean, if it came down to Yankees and Dodgers, I'll sit down and watch that. Yeah, I'll watch that game.
I would look at that, but I would also look at the Chiefs' point. I would look at expanding the playoffs so we can replace the revenue. Because that's really why it's not going to change. I mean, you take away all of those games for, but maybe you could take away 10 or 15. The move back to 154 seems like a natural fit.
What if you started a month later?
You could do that, but also
you didn't start in April. You started in May.
Yeah, but you could also go like 7-game series throughout the entire postseason, right? Like the DS is a 5-game series right now.
Yeah.
So you do it like hockey and Major League Baseball does. The good news was Max Scherzer had a really good outing yesterday in his rehab assignment at AAA Round Rock. He allowed 1 hit, 1 walk, struck out 5 batters, and he left with a runner on first through 53 pitches, 37 for strikes. Sinker averaged 93 miles per hour. His max was up to just under 95 miles per hour. So pretty darn strong there. That's from our buddy Sean McFarland, but really good outing from Max yesterday.
I thought you said he left with arm tightness. That's what you're about to say.
Proper round tripper brought to you by Uber Eats.
It's the tingling that we're more concerned about than the tightness at this point.
And normally we're in on it tingling.
We're into the 5 o'clock hour now. An edition of the finest coming up next, Chief. Which way are we going?
A lamb, a bull, and perhaps a traitor walk into a segment next year in the nation.
All right, I want to chat about.
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It is time now for an edition of The Finest, and here's Eric Chiafalo.
How about this, dude? I was so excited yesterday when I saw Scott Hansen tweeting out that he was thinking about us, just everyone. And he says that he'll see us in 13 Sundays. Hashtag NFL Red Zone, ladies and gentlemen. Inching closer and closer to the football season. Red Zone Sundays. Oh my gosh, I cannot wait. Maybe we'll blink our eyes and we'll be in Oxnard, man. We'll be doing a couple of live mics action and doing all the footballing, man. It's right around the corner. Congratulations to Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin. Got the re-up situation. He was going into a lame duck year. I didn't realize that. He was going into the final year of his deal. And now he gets the 3-year extension. Again, the only coach in football history to just never dip below 500.
17 years?
Very consistent there. 173 career wins as a head coach. That puts him 20 wins behind Chuck Noll.
Wow.
For the Steelers.
I'm telling you, most underrated coach in the sport.
So
Chuck Noll?
No, Mike Tomlin.
Yeah. Chuck Noll. Is Chuck Noll a little underrated?
Won a lot of Super Bowls.
He did.
As a kid growing up for the Cowboys, he was a nightmare to me.
Yeah, we're not big fans of
He was a nightmare to me.
I don't know that his name gets tossed around. You hear like Don Shula when you talk about like Belichick being the GOAT, then you hear like Don Shula or what? Tom Landry, obviously. Chuck Noll, I don't know. He's just sort of hiding in plain sight.
Chuck probably is underrated big picture. He can go bleep himself for robbing a couple of rings from Landry.
How about that? If you think of the last 3 coaches, Chuck Noll, Bill Cowher, and this guy.
Mike Tomlin.
Mike Tomlin.
It's a great organization.
3 in all those years. Since like 1969, I believe.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It is pretty awesome. Do you guys believe Tyreek Hill? We had National Donut Day the other day. He put a video up eating. He's a legend that he tried his very first donut. It's a chocolate glazed donut. Looks pretty incredible. I mean, it's like the perfect. Somebody knew that they were making Tyreek Hill's first donut. It's just like aesthetically gorgeous, shiny chocolate, smooth icing on the top, and it looks like he liked it. But I just can't fathom somebody at like 30 years old never having tried a donut before. It breaks my heart for him.
I guess it's possible. I mean, his body fat percentage looks like he's never had a donut.
It's true.
I've never drank coffee.
That's wild.
60 years old. I've never had a cup of coffee.
Never curious?
Never.
You ever smoke a cigarette?
I have done that.
Yeah.
But I never had a cup of coffee in my
When's
life.
the last time you smoked a cigarette?
It's been a while. Yes. I might have if you'd hand me one at the parade, the Rangers parade.
We got to try that next time.
That would be epic. I might
have
do it
this
on
beer.
air.
It's filled with coffee.
Yeah. If the Mavs decide to rally here a little bit, maybe we'll have, like drink in hand with cigarette.
Smoking broad.
I'll be like Dean Martin or like back in the day, Frank Sinatra kind of thing.
Be like Luka.
Yeah.
I was so inspired by Wolchuk's top 10 Friday about the top 10 donuts. I think I ate 8 of them over the weekend. I did. I got after it.
Donut shop donuts or donuts?
Is that your biggest weakness?
Yes.
Donuts?
I think so.
Not donuts. I'm talking about donuts.
Yeah. They're so good. I only get them about once a month or so because I'll get like a dozen donuts, a bag of donut holes, and I'm going through those. The family's just looking at them.
Are you just...
I need some help over here.
They're done.
Are you the guy that puts the box down in the passenger seat, but you're reaching in as soon as you get in the car?
That's what the donut holes are for, or the ride home to me.
Yeah, they're easy to eat. Yeah.
It's like the French fries. You're snacking on those from the drive-through window to your
You ever
driveway.
buy an extra bag of fries to snack on so you don't eat your game day fries?
I've never done that, but that's such a pro move, Brian. Maybe we should.
It is a pro move. I don't know that I've ever actually done that.
Order
but that
2
is
bags of onion, or 2 bags of fries. Eat one on the way, and then when you have your meal, you've got all your fries together. Still, you haven't eaten them all.
You have this little appetizer on the way. It's the full meal.
It's a snack ways.
Double up on the French fries.
I'm surprised Wolchuk's never done that.
I know.
To be honest with you.
I know, man. Me too, but I never did.
Yeah, I don't catch that stray. Thanks.
Who do you believe has the most 10 or more yard gains in football since 2022 over the last 2 seasons? Who's got the most 10-yard gains?
Nick Chubb.
Jefferson.
Tyreek.
Is it a pass? Is it a catcher? I mean,
It is a pass catcher, yes. The first 3 are pass catchers, and then you'll get to Christian McCaffrey, the running back, at 4.
Okay.
CeeDee Lamb.
CeeDee Lamb is number one in the sport on 10-plus yard gains over the last 2 seasons.
Yeah.
That jumped out to me. In a world with Tyreek Hills and all these big game-breaking kind of players, he's a dude that is consistently getting you 10-plus yards majority of the time that he touches the football. So that's pretty awesome. I saw something else in regards to CeeDee Lamb here. We always talk about how he's just gotten better statistically, like in every category, it feels like every year, from rookie year to now, and this obviously being his best season. And then it's like, wow, what are you going to improve on this year to continue this hot streak? But apparently CeeDee Lamb and the only other person to do what Lamb has done is Reggie Wayne, which is being a first-round pick going back to 1967 to increase their receptions, receiving yards, and receiving touchdowns in each of the 3 seasons following their rookie year. So we talk about Lamb being a guy that continues to improve, but it's sort of historical improvement at the position with what he's been able to do. And it's part of the reason why him being absent from OTAs and stuff like that doesn't really concern you, because you know that he's just a dedicated to the craft kind of guy.
Yeah.
So
it's an interesting combination of factors, because you can't be amazing your rookie year, but then you ultimately are going to end up as one of the best receivers in the game. Maybe you need some players on your team your rookie year that are going to get quite a bit of the targets. So unique set of circumstances, Chief.
Speaking of unique circumstances, how do you guys feel about this? Like if you're a player and you now go to the NFL, but should you still have the respect for the university that you attended, or should you follow your head coach to his new place? Because right now you have Michael Penix doing like recruiting help or whatever for Kalen DeBoer and Alabama.
No.
Is that
he
a
was
party
a journeyman.
foul?
He was a journeyman.
Yeah, he went from Indiana to Washington.
Yeah.
But no, I'm not recruiting players for Alabama. No. Not
Depends how cool the coach is, to be honest.
I mean,
why did I go there?
Having a good relationship with the coach, but that does sound a little bizarre.
It is. To me, if I'm a pro guy and I've got quite a bit of money, I'm finding a way to donate and have like the cafeteria named after me, or the study room or something. I'm trying to help that way, but I'm not helping him get players at Alabama. No.
Well, what if you want to be a coach yourself? You're greasing that skid instead of trying to get a building named after you at a place you probably were present for, all of 5 months? I don't know, man. I
see guys like, I see what the Honey Badgers done at LSU and places like that.
Dominican Sue at Nebraska.
There's no way that like guys, there's no way that I could see guys that from LSU recruiting anybody to go to Alabama or go to Texas now or Florida. I couldn't see that. Maybe that's just, I don't know. I don't want to believe that. When you say that, I mean, I can understand if you're a coach and you ask a player to talk on your behalf and tell, but openly recruiting for a guy? No, not at all.
469 says, wow, brought us double fry. That's the fattest thing I've seen someone do since Walchuk poured Dr. Pepper into his ramen noodles at 16 years old.
You added that part to the damn text.
Wow.
I mean, what the hell, man?
Okay, here's Jamal Williams, who's a fan favorite personality-wise, and in some years he's a fan favorite fantasy-wise. Just a magnet for the end zone at times. At least he was with Detroit.
Yeah.
Now, is he on a team right now? Because he gets introed here. He went to the 2024 Pokemon Championships. And
he's a big anime guy.
Okay, well, he will reveal that to us here.
About him before.
What's funnier? Is it the host?
He's on the Lions, isn't he?
Is it the reporter introing him? So he's still on the Saints?
He's on the Saints.
Okay, listen, what's funnier? The intro here from this lady who's doing like some sideline reporting at the 2024 Pokemon Championships. And
what are those anyway? What are we talking about?
I'm assuming there's some type of
card show?
Card competition.
Well, yeah, there's the Pokemon card game. I mean, we also have the classic Game Boy versions of Pokemon as well.
So there could be some head-to-head Game Boy situations going on there?
There could be.
Okay,
I think all of them could possibly be part of this amazing event.
Well, here's the in-game...
Drop my Charizard down on you.
In-game Pokemon Championships report from Anna Prosser and Jamal Williams.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship, and I'm here with Jamal Williams, who plays for the NFL and is also a huge Pokemon fan. What has brought you here today, Jamal?
I just like anime and I love Pokemon.
He's wearing a Pikachu hat that have like actual ears on it. It's a pretty good looking hat there. But she just threw out like he plays for
NFL.
He plays.
She probably had no idea who he was.
Plays for the NFL. And I don't know. I thought that was a great response there from Jamal Williams. But he is still a member of the Saints.
Yes,
that's something
Saints.
confirmed.
It's
Okay.
like the poor reporter who thought she was talking to Vince Young on the golf course the other day.
Yeah, what happened with that lady?
It was not Vince Young.
It was not.
I saw something. I didn't click on it, but it was somebody thinking they were talking to
It was
Vince
a
Young.
coach. Yeah, where was the coach from? It was like somebody was.
That's hilarious,
It was a
dude.
I
coach.
can't remember where the coach was from.
Yeah, but it was a coach.
But it was, yes.
Yeah.
My goodness, I did. That's pretty
You're
dang
talking
funny.
to the wrong person, but thank you very much.
Okay, maybe the craziest video from the weekend is something we discussed a little bit in Crosstalk today.
What's that?
Which is a city or town in Oregon hosting a rodeo. And a bull escaped.
It's about 45 minutes from my parents' house.
And where's the city called? Deschutes?
This is Deschutes County in Central Oregon. High desert.
Deschutes.
Maybe a 2,500 elevation.
Well, they had
a bull got loose.
A bull
got loose. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jumped the fence into the stands.
Like face stomper got loose.
Yes.
Yeah, this
That's
is
a nice looking specimen.
This is pretty intense. I believe we do have the footage here if you watch. Look, so the bull hops the fence, gets into the crowd, hurts a few people, I believe, and then like gets to the concourse area. And obviously you got guys just standing around
Where
here.
are the dudes with ropes?
Not expecting. Dude, I couldn't tell you.
They're back in the arena. This is the parking lot now. The bull's making a run for it.
So we have
Nobody has a rope?
Yeah, no, well, I'm sure somebody had a rope, but they weren't expecting that the bull was going to just jump the fence and leave the arena. This is not something that I would be expecting being at a rodeo.
All the rope guys have to take the appropriate exits to get to the parking lot. Bull just made a beeline for it.
So when he exits the arena and gets over into the concourse area, now you have people just standing around having no idea what's just taken place, and they just look over and in their peripherals they see a wild
people get knocked
bull.
over?
Yeah,
Look at this guy who just so happens to be wearing the rodeo clown red color shirt, standing there trying to enjoy his beer, talking to his buddy, and he just gets blindsided, flipped up into the sky. But the funniest part, if you can see it, there's a couple of guys there.
Look like Golden Tate and Sean Lee.
It really did. Just a blindsiding. This is definitely a flag. This is a 15-yard penalty on the bull here.
Crackback?
Crackback and pick on somebody your own size. How about that? This is like an undersized gentleman just getting tossed up into the heavens. But the funniest part, if you can see this, there's a couple of guys that you can tell are trying to avoid the bull, but it seems like they're more concerned with making sure they don't spill their beer in the process.
And do both.
It's pretty phenomenal. I've never seen a bull hop over the fence and into the crowd and then make its way into the concourse, fling around some people, and then just completely make it to the parking lot and the exit. Who knows what type of damage he did outside of there, but that video is horrifying.
It is horrifying.
I was about 22 years old. We were riding bikes while hammered, okay? Start going down this hill. Both hands off the handlebars, right? Because I had, I think, a 12-pack in one hand, open beer in another. Bike starts wobbling on me, right? I'm probably going 12, 15 miles an hour. I made the only decision I could, which was to jump off the bike, land both feet running downhill, holding beer and 12-pack.
You stayed on your feet?
Landed it.
That's got to be like the coolest moment of your life.
One of the greatest.
That is
athletic
badass.
achievements. Yeah.
You ghost rode your bike while carrying a 24-pack and an open beer.
No way I do that sober. But hammered, I'm just
Right.
like, I'm just going to step off the back of my bike and keep running.
I'm invincible.
Because you'd never have the confidence to do that.
No.
Unless you were
incredible.
at least a 6-pack deep at that point.
I'd like to go back to my youth sports career and play it, at least 4 beers deep. That'd be nice.
Is that the number one?
22?
Yeah, 22, 27,
And a bike?
somewhere in there.
And a bike?
Yeah.
A bicycle?
Where was the
Wait,
car?
is this a bicycle?
Where was the Datsun car at this point in your life?
It was parked at my buddy's house just like 100 yards away. We were having fun on the hill. We were skateboarding down the hill. We were riding bikes down the hill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were just kind of riding around the neighborhood on the bike.
In their mid-20s.
I was just wondering.
This was extreme sports while inebriated.
Oh, okay. That's why I didn't know if this was just you rode a bike until you were like 22.
Is that the number one moment in your life you wish you had footage of?
Absolutely.
Like if you could just snap your fingers and have imaginary cameras rolling, that's the one you'd go to?
I think so.
Gosh, that's really cool, man.
Got no better than that. Dude, I raised my hands in triumph, and my buddies were like, "Whoa, dude!"
And you ran like you just the bike went from underneath you and just
ditched the bike off the back, wide-legged, of course, so I don't hit the tire, and then pick up running. There we go. He won 7 Sisters, Oregon. Oregon has amazing nature. Central Bend is amazing for hiking. Yes, the hiking, the canoeing, the bike trails. I'll ride the hell out of a bike here next month when I'm up there.
That's awesome.
For sure. I can't believe this guy hating on bikes.
No, I was just thinking
like it's a child activity.
I felt like you would have been a
kids don't ride bikes anymore, Brian. It's an adult-only activity.
I was thinking like you on a Huffy at 22 years old with a 12-pack of beer riding along there. That's what I was thinking of.
A Huffy.
Huffy bike.
That's fair. I might have been pushing 30.
You guys down to ride some Huffies tonight?
I knew you had like a badass Datsun car, didn't you, at one time?
Datsun 510.
Okay. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. And we
4 on the floor.
Yeah. Yeah. But we were on the bike that day. Right?
Yeah, just
He was too drunk to drive
down. Yeah, he was obviously too hammered to drive. What do you think he is? Irresponsible and stuff?
I didn't want to hurt anybody but myself.
Back then, yeah, we all were.
Well, thanks, Chief. There it is, an edition of the finest. LA Live's coming up in about 23 minutes from right now. We have the Expressway commercial-free to the top. How toast are we here with these Mavs? The Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line is open at 877-881-1053, and we're back with that right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the champs, 105.3 The Fan.
Got to talk about